In the city of Ao, amidst the biting winter chill, within a lavish skyscraper, a world of opulence and vice flourishes, teeming with dubious dealings of paradise for the affluent and a hell for the impoverished. At this moment, a scene of chaos unfolds within its walls. Bound tightly, Miao Miao finds herself on the floor, her eyes barely opening to the dazzling, blurred lights above. A throng of unfamiliar faces, men and women alike, gazes at her with a blend of scrutiny and mockery. Though her mind remains somewhat clouded, an instinctual dread informs her that she is in grave danger. At that moment, a familiar voice rings above her. How dare you come to the Hua family for money? Do not forget, your mother was merely a mistress, and to her, you are nothing but a burden. If you wish to claim a share of the Hua family fortune, you ought to consider whether you are worthy of such a fate. The speaker is Hua Yuan, a princess of the capital's elite and the most cherished daughter of the Hua family. Only a few months younger than Miao Miao, she is considered her stepsister, though they share no blood ties and lead entirely disparate lives. Miao Miao had never intended to seek the Hua family's favor. Her only aim was to borrow a sum to save her ailing grandmother. After her father's passing shortly after her birth, her mother remarried into the Hua family. Raised alongside her grandmother, who is her sole familial connection in this world, Miao Miao now faces the dire reality of her grandmother's kidney failure, necessitating exorbitant surgical fees and subsequent treatments amounting to hundreds of thousands. Relatives, upon learning of their plight, have all turned their backs on them. In utter desperation, Miao Miao sought out the Hua family yesterday, hoping for her mother's assistance. Yet, her mother not only rejected her outright, but also relentlessly urged her to leave. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Hua Yuan. Thus, she took the initiative to approach Miao Miao today, inviting her to dinner under the pretense of offering to cover her grandmother's medical expenses. Eager to save her grandmother, Miao Miao let down her guard. During their meal, she unwittingly fell victim to a drug, losing consciousness. When she regained her senses, she found herself not in the capital, but in Ao, and in such a perilous environment. As her thoughts collected, the tension etched on her delicate, pallid features became evident. She needed to return to her grandmother, who awaited her in the hospital. However, the ropes binding her were too tight, rendering her efforts to escape futile. Hua Yuan remained perched above her, crouching before Miao Miao, gripping her chin as she sneered, "You are but a wretched creature, a worthless life." She continued, "Tonight, I shall ensure that you find no way to live or die." With that, Hua Yuan stood and subtly nodded to the burly men surrounding them, signaling them to deal with Miao Miao. These men were seasoned enforcers of the gambling den, known for their merciless tactics that could ruin others without a second thought. If she fell into their hands, there was little doubt that Miao Miao would not leave Ao alive that night. The men exchanged glances, their greedy eyes inching toward her. The girl's pure and clear gaze possessed an enchanting spirit, her features so exquisite that no makeup was required. The hands, already out of control, reached towards Miao Miao. She felt her skin being touched in various ways, as if her soul were plunging into an abyss devoid of light. In the next moment, the group dragged her upstairs. The gamblers at the table paused in their betting, unable to refrain from watching the spectacle, yet too intimidated to intervene. After all, Hui Yuan's brother was a close associate of the Prince of Ao City. Even if she were to commit murder and arson here, applause would be the only response. What is that commotion over there? The man presiding over the game lounged on the sofa, his posture relaxed, a half-burned cigar pinched between his fingers, reminiscent of an opium addict from the Republic era, his alluring appearance more captivating than that of any woman. Everyone who beheld him could not help but express their admiration. "Master Yu, it seems yet another girl has offended the young lady of the Hua family." Hua Yuan frequently brought those she disdained here to face severe consequences. Those who crossed her invariably met with dire fates. Duan Siyi typically turned a blind eye to her antics, courtesy of her brother Hua Chun, for he too was not a paragon of virtue and preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs. This time, he assumed it would be no different. Duan Siyi lifted his elongated, peach blossom-like eyes, his high nose adorned with a captivating beauty mark. The noise was overwhelming, and his interest waned as he extinguished his cigar, clapped his hands, and rose to leave the building. It was at that moment he heard a faint, delicate plea help. Miao Miao was on the verge of being dragged upstairs by a group of men. He had not intended to intervene, but that fragile voice had inexplicably tugged at his heartstrings. He turned back, recognizing the girl from somewhere, though the exact memory eluded him. In that instant, she truly reached into the depths of Duan Siyi's soul. The girl appeared pitiful and vulnerable, like a castle made of sand, ready to be scattered by the slightest breeze. She could not perish in such a humiliating manner, Miao Miao thought. With every ounce of strength, even as blood seeped from her body, she struggled against the ropes, prepared to fight against her captors. Just as the bindings were about to slip from her wrists and ankles, a deep voice resonated beside her ear. "Miss Hua, where did you procure this diversion?" Duan Siyi approached, one hand tucked into his pocket, casting a cold glance at Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan's heart tightened. She both adored and feared Duan Siyi. This man was challenging yet unfathomable. The scions of Beijing and Shanghai paled in comparison to the status of this prince of Ao City. From a family of officials, he wielded all the finest resources, a true power broker. He ought to be a gentleman, yet his hands were stained with the fortunes and lives of countless others. Like a poppy flower, he was both perilous and utterly captivating. "Brother C, she is the daughter of my stepmother. Yesterday, she shamelessly came to the Hua family asking for money. I never wished to see her again." Hui Yuan pouted in grievance, her tone a mix of petulance. "Such a shameless person. Can we make her disappear?" Duan Siyi's gaze finally returned to Miao Miao. She possessed a pair of captivating, alluring eyes, especially when tears brimmed around their edges, resembling a frightened, beautiful fawn. The girl did not vocalize her pleas for help, yet her eyes unmistakably regarded him as her sole hope. It was a raw, unadulterated seduction. She was enticing him, a clever girl, adept at wielding her vulnerability and beauty to her advantage. Duan Siyi's eyes darkened with intrigue. "Miss Hua, may I inquire if I might request this young lady?" Hui Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Duan Siyi was not seeking her consent, but rather politely declaring his intent. He desired this person, but why? Although Duan Siyi often indulged in reckless behavior, he was not one to pursue women. In the prince's domain, Hui Yuan lacked the authority to question his motives, awkwardly smiling, very well. In the lounge, opulence reigned. The floor gleamed like gold, and the chandeliers above exuded an unparalleled grandeur, surrounded by a subtle, intoxicating fragrance. Miao Miao felt somewhat uneasy on the sofa, uncertain if she had once again fallen into another abyss. The man seated opposite her exuded danger, his gaze upon her akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Most significantly, his long, fair fingers casually toyed with a black handgun, an object she had never encountered on the mainland. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, amplifying the sound of her heartbeat. Miao Miao's scalp tingled, and after a moment's hesitation, she stood up. "Sir, thank you for your assistance. I must return home." "Return home?" Duan Siyi set down the handgun, resting his chin on one hand, lazily studying Miao Miao. "What is this? Once you've used me, you intend to leave?" "Used?" Miao Miao was taken aback, meeting Duan Siyi's probing gaze. His long legs crossed, and although seated, his height was unmistakably imposing, at least 6'3". Not only was his physique perfect, but his bone structure and features were also exceptionally refined, with sharp yet soft contours, sculpted to perfection, yet emanating an aggressive aura. The contrast was striking, yet not jarring. "I do not comprehend your meaning." Miao Miao feigned ignorance. "Is that so?" Duan Siyi let out a slow, soft laugh from his chest, his gaze fixated on her with unflinching intensity. Cold sweat trickled from Miao Miao's palms and back, his gaze making her exceedingly anxious. For she had indeed exploited him. Although she was unaware of his background, Hui Yuan's respectful demeanor towards him suggested that his social status was dauntingly high. Perhaps he was the only one capable of rescuing her from peril. Having grown up in a harsh environment, she had learned to leverage her beauty to elicit sympathy and affection, yet she had masked her intentions so well that no one had ever seen through her facade. Little did she expect that this man would discern her true nature at a single glance. "Sir," Miao Miao said, her throat parched as she endeavored to appear innocent. "If I have inadvertently done something to mislead you, I sincerely apologize. Duan Siyi narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling somewhat drained. At that moment, the door to the lounge swung open. A young aide, impeccably dressed in a suit, entered, carrying a medical kit. He spoke, "Master Duan, here is what you requested." Duan Siyi gestured with his chin towards Zhu Miao Miao, instructing, "Give it to her." The aide handed the medical kit to Zhu Miao Miao. It was then that Zhu Miao Miao noticed the injuries on her wrists and ankles, inflicted by the ropes that had torn at her skin. The wounds indeed required proper care, otherwise her grandmother would be worried. She accepted the medical kit and politely expressed her gratitude. The aide did not linger, delivering the kit before promptly exiting the lounge. Soon, only Zhu Miao Miao and Duan Siyi remained. The medical kit contained an abundance of supplies and tools, and Zhu Miao Miao spent considerable time searching for iodine. She removed her thin cotton jacket, rolled up her sleeves, and revealed her arms, discovering faint marks left by the rope shallow, with only a hint of redness. Duan Siyi's gaze lifted slightly, his long, curled lashes fluttering as he quietly observed her. After tending to her wounds, Zhu Miao Miao met his deep, penetrating gaze. "Thank you," she said, averting her eyes from his intense stare as she donned her clothing. "However, I really must take my leave." Duan Siyi, with his fair and slender fingers, retrieved a cigarette from the pack and spoke in a low, commanding voice. "Come here, light a cigarette for me, and I will let you go." Zhu Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback, her breath caught in her throat. Was it truly that simple? She inhaled deeply, steeling herself as she slowly approached him. The innate aura of authority that surrounded him was unlike anyone she had encountered throughout her life. Having grown up in the capital, she had always been aware of the disparities of class and wealth. Though accustomed to it, facing this man made her feel distinctly out of place, acutely aware of their stark differences. Duan Siyi casually held the cigarette between his lips, lifting his gaze to meet hers, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Unable to fathom his thoughts, Zhu Miao Miao accepted the lighter and bent down to ignite the cigarette. The lighter was exquisite, both in quality and feel, adorned with gold trim. The price of this lighter alone could cover several rounds of treatment for her grandmother's illness. Life, indeed, was profoundly unfair. Some struggled merely to exist, while others possessed even a lighter that represented a lifetime of savings for an entire family. As the cigarette ignited, Duan Siyi exhaled beautiful smoke rings, his long lashes casting shadows on his eyelids, exuding an aura of refined elegance that felt unattainable. Just as Zhu Miao Miao set down the lighter, believing she could finally leave, she heard his voice again. "Your name?" Startled, she replied, "What?" "Your name," he reiterated. Zhu Miao Miao, eager to escape, answered without hesitation, "Zhu Miao Miao." The name struck a chord. It was all too familiar. Duan Siyi recalled that Hua Chun, in an effort to maintain his public image, had sponsored several impoverished students, among them a girl named Zhu Miao Miao. The impression was indelible, for not long ago, he had caught sight of her amidst the students sponsored by Hua Chun. After all, who could resist a glance at someone whose ID photo exuded such ethereal beauty? It was no wonder that she appeared familiar at first sight. "Duan Siyi," he introduced himself. Although puzzled, Zhu Miao Miao courteously responded, "Mr. Duan." "How old are you?" Duan Siyi fixed his gaze upon her, continuing his inquiries without pause. Perhaps the implications behind his question were too pronounced. To ensure her safety, Zhu Miao Miao fabricated a lie. "I will only be of age in a few months." Then she heard him chuckle again, a sound both sultry and resonant. Duan Siyi replied, "Oh, the information clearly indicated she was already of legal age." A master of deception, indeed. Duan Siyi chose not to expose her lie, but deftly shifted the topic. "Are you heading back to the capital?" "How did you know?" "Just a guess." Duan Siyi extinguished his cigarette, "But at this hour, there are likely no flights back to the capital." "Perhaps you should wait until tomorrow?" he suggested. "I happen to be traveling to the capital tomorrow, and if you don't mind, you may accompany me on my private jet." Zhu Miao Miao hesitated. After all, it would save her the cost of a plane ticket, which could provide her grandmother with another dialysis session. "Thank you, I appreciate it," she responded, not contemplating for too long. Staying out overnight would surely cause her grandmother concern. With that thought, Zhu Miao Miao retrieved her phone, avoiding Duan Siyi's gaze, and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window to call her grandmother. Outside the window, the breathtaking night view of the bustling city of Ouching unfolded before her. Standing at such a height, the sensation was indeed remarkable. After a considerable wait, her grandmother finally answered the call. A gentle, aged voice resonated on the other end. Miao Miao. Why haven't you returned yet? Are you still at school? Indeed, Miao Miao had just begun her freshman year in the dance department. She had loved dancing since childhood, self-taught for many years, and had gained admission to the most prestigious art academy in the capital due to her outstanding grades and striking appearance. As a student from a low-income background, her tuition was nearly fully waived. Grandma, don't worry, I'm dining out with classmates, suddenly recalling that today was the end of December, the dawn of a new year awaited. Miao Miao smiled, finding an excellent excuse, and continued softly, we're preparing to celebrate the new year together. Happy New Year, Grandma. Her grandmother then realized, oh dear, I've been in the hospital so long that I've forgotten what day it is. Enjoy yourself with your classmates. Grandma won't disturb you further. After hanging up, a wave of profound melancholy washed over her. Without financial assistance from the whole family, how much longer could she hear her grandmother's voice? Remembering the doctor's words, good kidney sources do not wait for anyone without enough money. The resources would be allocated to those who could afford first. And time, clearly, was running short for her grandmother. Miao Miao felt a pang in her chest, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Duan Siyi, not far away. Could she borrow from him? Chapter 3. I must uphold my chastity. Miao Miao had taken only 2 steps forward when she abruptly halted. This man was perilous, and they had only just met. There was no reason for him to assist her. She needed to contemplate alternative solutions. However, an awkward predicament loomed. She was to spend the night in this lounge. What about Mr. Duan? Should he not exhibit some chivalry and take his leave? After a moment of hesitation, Miao Miao summoned her courage and approached him to inquire. Am I to sleep here tonight? Duan Siyi nonchalantly smirked, his tone casual, or do you wish to sleep in my place? As he spoke, he chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with a playful mischief. That would be inappropriate. We have only just met, and I must preserve my chastity. Miao Miao was filled with indignation. Before she could respond, the man stood up and said, rest well, someone will come to fetch you tomorrow. With that, he exited the room, extinguishing the fire of anger that had begun to kindle within her. The following day, Miao Miao found herself aboard Duan Siyi's private jet, landing at a small airstrip in the suburbs of the capital. This area was a new development, still in its infancy, situated far from public transport, let alone taxis. Walking back to the city center would be quite a challenge. However, there was a car waiting to pick up Duan Siyi. As Miao Miao contemplated the possibility of hitching a ride, he turned to her and offered, it's difficult to find a taxi here. Would you like me to give you a lift? Caught off guard, Miao Miao felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Thank you. Perhaps she had overcomplicated her perception of this man. Duan Siyi had indeed rescued her from a dire situation the previous evening, and now he was voluntarily offering her a ride back to the capital. He merely had a rather casual manner of speaking. Overall, he had not harmed her. The driver sat in the front, while Miao Miao and Duan Siyi occupied the back seat. Despite the ample space, an air of tension and oppression lingered. Miao Miao cautiously stole a glance at the man beside her. His jawline was sharp and unyielding, his brows and eyes exuding a cold intensity with dark, tousled hair cascading onto his forehead in a languid manner. His visage was striking, almost enchanting, yet undeniably aggressive, instilling a sense of pressure. Noticing her gaze, Duan Siyi turned to her. Miao Miao felt an acute sense of being caught, which was undeniably nerve-wracking. Where are you headed? He inquired, with a sigh of relief. She blinked and softly replied, the First People's Hospital of the capital. Duan Siyi instructed the driver to proceed to the hospital. Approximately an hour later, the car halted at the hospital entrance. The winter air in the capital was evidently colder than that of Ouching. As she stepped out, a brisk wind swept through, sending a chill down her spine. Miao Miao glanced back at Duan Siyi in the car and expressed her gratitude once more. Duan Siyi's sharp, narrow gaze locked onto her. His tone measured. Are you a gratitude enthusiast? How many times have you thanked me from last night until now? Yet, I see no reciprocation from you. Miao Miao suppressed her smile, dismissing his remarks. It mattered little. She would not see him again. Ignoring the man further, she turned and departed. Duan Siyi's eyes fluttered gently, revealing a hint of fatigue. The respectful driver inquired, "Young master, where shall we proceed next?" Duan Siyi languidly tapped his fingers against the armrest, casually uttering 2 words, "What family?" "What are you doing?" The doctors and nurses hastily wheeled out all of Lu Chuanjiao's belongings, including her hospital bed, from the ward. The emaciated and silver-haired Lu Chuanjiao slowly sat up, her eyes darting around, evidently agitated and frightened. Miao Miao grasped the wrist of a young nurse with surprising strength, persistently demanding to know why her grandmother had been removed from the ward. The nurse shrugged off Miao Miao's grip, asserting, "Do you know how many patients we admit each day at the First People's Hospital? The general wards are already overcrowded. Your family can't even cover the surgery costs, let alone the medical expenses. So why should you continue to occupy this space? Others need care too. This hospital is renowned for its exceptional medical services, attracting thousands of patients daily." Miao Miao had exerted considerable effort to secure a bed for her grandmother, so being expelled was, in essence, anticipated. However, the timing was unsettling. Miao Miao quickly sensed something amiss, soothing her startled grandmother before seeking out the attending physician. The doctor candidly revealed that a woman had come in that morning, claiming to be Lu Chuanjiao's biological daughter, and had signed a consent form for the withdrawal of treatment. Verification confirmed that the woman was indeed Lu Chuanjiao's direct relative, leaving the hospital with no recourse. Miao Miao felt as though she had been struck by lightning. It was her mother. Her mother, in a bid to prevent her and her grandmother from being a burden, had resorted to such ruthless measures. "I will not abandon treatment," Miao Miao insisted to the attending physician. "That woman has no say. She has no relationship with my grandmother." The doctor sighed in resignation, feeling sympathy for the young girl's plight, yet they were bound by regulations regarding direct relatives. "Please do not put us in a difficult position. Perhaps you should discuss this with your mother? See how to proceed." Initially, Miao Miao had intended to contemplate alternative solutions, not relying on her cold-hearted mother. However, her resolve shifted. Life had been arduous for her and her grandmother, and now, just when they were on the brink, her mother had chosen to abandon them. How could her mother be so callous as to wish harm upon her grandmother? Very well, who was Miao Miao? What storms had she not weathered over the years? She was no saint herself. If it came to it, they could perish together. After ensuring her grandmother was settled in the corridor and securing the assistance of a few familiar families from the ward, Miao Miao made her way to the Hua family residence. Arriving at the Hua estate, she beheld a row of townhouses adorned with colorful lights, seemingly celebrating the new year. Just as she was about to enter, 2 vigilant servants blocked her path. "Miss, who are you, and why are you intruding?" The 2 servants began to usher her away. Miao Miao's face flushed with anger as she shouted her mother's name, demanding to find Fu Lan and insisting that she be brought forth. The commotion at the villa's entrance naturally attracted attention. It was Hui Yuan, adorned in a striking red coat paired with dainty leather shoes, who approached the door with measured steps. Upon seeing Miao Miao, a look of distaste flickered across her meticulously made-up face. Recalling how Brother Siyi had come to her rescue the previous night, she felt a wave of displeasure. With Brother Siyi now at the Hua residence, she could not allow these 2 to meet again. Miao Miao, you truly are out of your mind to dare bark at me in my presence, Hui Yuan exclaimed, casting a glance at the 2 servants. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and drag her out and beat her senseless." Chapter 4. The Dog of a Broken Home in a Lawful Society. It is unrealistic to be beaten to death by a mob. However, when a young lady speaks, one must heed her command. As 2 servants were about to take action, Miao Miao bravely positioned herself, using her body and head as a shield. She was determined. An explanation was imperative today. Hui Yuan was taken aback by Miao Miao's sudden courage, retreating in disbelief. How vulgar. A mad dog. It was hard to believe this was the same girl she had previously manipulated without consequence. Truly, she was a product of the slums, utterly uncultured. What could possibly have transpired? Suddenly, a soothing voice broke the tension. Upon hearing the voice, Zhu Miao Miao composed herself and turned to its source. The man stood elegantly, clad in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a mature and reserved demeanor, an elegant rogue. "Brother, you're here." Huo Yuan approached the man, pointing at Zhu Miao Miao. "This is the daughter of our stepmother I mentioned. She must be here today to demand money again. Let us get rid of her quickly." Huo Chun, upon hearing this, slowly directed his gaze towards Zhu Miao Miao. As he did, his brow furrowed. How could it be her? At 30 years of age, Huo Chun had been involved in philanthropy since he was 20, having supported numerous students, yet none had left a mark on him quite like Zhu Miao Miao. She was among the first students he had sponsored and had grown up under his watchful eye. This year, upon her entrance into university, she had even taken the time to write him a letter of gratitude, expressing her intention to decline further support, as she wished to work diligently to support herself. Although they had never met in person, Huo Chun was aware of her humble background, living in poverty with her grandmother. Yet, how could she be the daughter of Fu Lan? Huo Chun's expression darkened in an instant, a feeling of betrayal washing over him. He had initially perceived her as an optimistic, diligent girl, only to discover she was now coveting the wealth of others. How disappointing. With a derisive scoff, Huo Chun approached Zhu Miao Miao. She instinctively clenched her fingers tighter and was the first to speak. "My grandmother is gravely ill. Fu Lan went to the hospital today and signed a consent form to forego treatment, which constitutes abandonment. She should be imprisoned for it." Imprisoned? Well, Yuan hesitated, wondering if the situation was indeed that severe. Had she truly coerced Fu Lan into signing the document? Would she be implicated? Huo Chun's expression grew more severe. He felt no obligation to maintain gentlemanly decorum in front of Fu Lan's daughter. After all, it was she who brazenly approached the Huo family for money. Without funds, how could she expect to avoid foregoing treatment while waiting for others to provide financial assistance? Such words were utterly humiliating. Zhu Miao Miao, undeterred, argued her case. "My grandmother is her biological mother. She has never provided a single day of support. Now that my grandmother is ill, should she not lend assistance? Even if it goes to court, Fu Lan remains unresponsive." Huo Chun scoffed coldly, and so Zhu Miao Miao remained unfazed. "I demand 1 million. With money, all problems could be resolved. 1 million might not seem substantial to a prestigious family like the Huos. Yet, Huo Chun's expression turned icy. "Is this all about money? Just like your vain mother." Huo Yuan, unable to contain her fury, exclaimed, "You've truly lost your mind to ask for such a sum. Begone." Zhu Miao Miao. "It seems that the negotiations have reached an impasse, leaving me no choice but to call the police." However, just as she retrieved her phone, it was swiftly snatched away by several burly men who appeared from nowhere. Unsurprisingly, her phone fell into the hands of Huo Chun. He casually toyed with it in his palm, scoffing, "If your mouth cannot speak, then it is best to remain silent forever." He merely presented himself as a gentleman in the light of day. Yet, one who has navigated the treacherous waters of fame and fortune for so long cannot be a true altruist. As his words lingered in the air, the burly men rolled up their sleeves, preparing to confront Zhu Miao Miao. A look of distress crossed her face as she clenched her fists. How could they bully a young girl so mercilessly? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared leisurely before Zhu Miao Miao. It was Duan Siyi, who had parted ways with her not long ago. His gaze fell upon her, and he smirked lightly. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Huo Chun, perplexed, inquired, "Do you know her?" Duan Siyi, with a casual tone and slightly raised brow, replied, "That is a question for your dear sister. She brought this young lady to my territory last night, almost causing a catastrophe. I was quite startled, being the concerned citizen that I am." Huo Chun, "Is that so? Nevertheless, actions have been taken. Why are you interfering, Siyi? Aren't you one to avoid meddling in others' affairs?" Huo Chun's tone was flat, clearly indicating that he wished for him to stay out of it. Duan Siyi, unfazed, remarked, "Family matters? Is she truly a member of your family?" Huo Chun fell silent. Since she was not, Duan Siyi's lips curved into a sly smile. Then how could this be considered a family matter? Huo Chun's expression darkened. "Siyi, Duan Siyi," with a languid demeanor tinged with sarcasm, replied, "Very well, I shall not intervene. You all can take your time to converse." With that, he strode away, his long legs carrying him outside. As he passed by Zhu Miao Miao, he cast a fleeting glance her way before quickly diverting his attention, seemingly indifferent to what she would endure next. Zhu Miao Miao felt utterly alone and unsupported. With Duan Siyu's departure, Hui Yuan's ire surged, and she glared at Hua Chun, saying, "Brother, do not allow her to enter our home. Drive her out until she dares not return." Before Hua Chun could respond, Hui Yuan signaled the burly men. These men had worked for the Hua family for years and were astute. Upon receiving the signal, they immediately lunged at Zhu Miao Miao once more. Their blows were relentless and brutal. Zhu Miao Miao was no fool. She understood the necessity of resistance. She was capable of fending off one or two of the assailants, but was ultimately outnumbered by the Hua family's numerous enforcers. Wave after wave of them descended upon her, and eventually she found herself pinned to the ground, bruised and battered. Perhaps heaven could not bear to witness such injustice, for rain mixed with snow began to fall. The icy droplets struck Zhu Miao Miao's face like daggers, her disheveled hair sticking to her cheeks. One would expect her to appear as wretched as a stray dog. Yet, her beauty shone through. Her skin was fair as snow, and her delicate features, accentuated by the rain and snow, emanated an exquisite fragility. Who could gaze upon her without feeling a pang of sympathy? Hua Chun furrowed his brow, ordering them to cease their assault. Upon witnessing the scene, Hui Yuan cast a perplexed glance at Hua Chun. Hua Chun replied nonchalantly, "Today is a splendid day. It is unwise to squander time on such individuals." Zhu Miao Miao had endured countless wounds throughout her life. As a child, she was bullied by the neighbors, and during her school years, she frequently fell victim to the jealousy among girls, suffering relentless torment. What significance do such wounds hold? She merely feels foolish for having harbored hope in the Hua family. These members of high society likely regard human life as inconsequential, utterly unperturbed by the notion of retribution. Just as she was about to rise from the ground, a pair of polished leather shoes appeared before her. Zhu Miao Miao's eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly lifted her gaze. Snowflakes fell into her pupils, and the figure before her appeared particularly hazy. Chapter 5. Do you know Duan Siyi? He is Hua Chun. He flung her phone back at her, his cold, shadowed gaze seemingly capable of surveying all. Do you think you can contend with the Hua family? Go ahead and report it to the police, and see if reality teaches you a lesson. The implications of his words were clear to Zhu Miao Miao. Otherwise, she would not have come to the Hua residence without careful consideration. The Hua family was not merely an ordinary affluent clan. They were the wealthiest in the capital, wielding power and influence as easily as flipping one's hand. She was just an ordinary girl. How could she possibly fight back? Her lips quivered as she picked up her phone from the ground, enduring the pain in her body, and slowly rose to meet Hua Chen's icy, mocking gaze. Zhu Miao Miao forced a smile, even struggling to muster a retort. At that moment, she noticed Fu Lan standing at a distance, showing no inclination to approach. How long had she been watching? Her own daughter, treated so brutally, yet there was no hint of sorrow in her eyes, only a palpable disdain. It was laughable. In this decaying and desolate world, Zhu Miao Miao faced nothing but the harshness of reality. Hui Yuan and Hua Chun walked into the Hua estate. Hui Yuan glanced back at Zhu Miao Miao with a triumphant expression, then, right before her eyes, took Fu Lan's hand. Fu Lan immediately sheltered Hui Yuan with an umbrella, tenderly arranging her hair, which had been disheveled by the snow and rain, wearing a motherly demeanor. It was so cold. Zhu Miao Miao crossed her arms, gently stroking her shoulders, and turned to leave, feeling a profound sense of solitude and desolation. Grandmother, what should I do? She was at a loss, unsure of whom she could turn to. After walking for a while, suddenly, a car halted before her. The back window rolled down, revealing a man with a teasingly enchanting face, reflected in Zhu Miao Miao's eyes. In the face of despair, she would not let any glimmer of hope pass her by. "Mr. Duan." Her voice was melodious, soft, and ethereal. Duan Siyi lowered his gaze, his expression inscrutable, as he rested a hand on the car window. His fingers were pale and long, embodying an air of refined nobility. He tilted his head and smiled. asking, "Would you like to get in?" Zhu Miao Miao appeared calm, unable to decipher what this man desired. Yet, his repeated investment of time in her suggested an interest in her appearance. However, for someone of his wealth, beauty was the least significant attribute. As time wore on, even the most exquisite beauty could become tiresome. Zhu Miao Miao contemplated. She needed to rescue her grandmother and, in the future, stand tall before Fu Lan, avenging the humiliation inflicted upon her by the Hua siblings today. She longed to escape the life of being trampled upon. The man before her represented an opportunity, a potential path to her future. While she pondered, the man had already opened the car door, slightly nodding an invitation for her to enter. Zhu Miao Miao lowered her head. "I'm a bit dirty. I'm afraid I might soil your car." Duan Siyi maintained his smile, but his tone was indifferent as he coldly replied, "Then you can leave." Zhu Miao Miao. She promptly ceased her hesitance and entered the car, shutting the door behind her. As the warmth of the car's heater enveloped her, she felt a long-lost comfort caressing her chilled body. Duan Siyi instructed the driver to Junhuayuan. Junhuayuan, a prestigious estate in the capital, was even more renowned and valuable than the Hua family's villa they had just visited. Who exactly was this man? Was he from Ouching or Beijing? After all, he had never spoken Cantonese and possessed such an expensive property in the capital. "Wait," Zhu Miao Miao interjected, glancing at Duan Siyi. "Could you take me back to the hospital first?" Duan Siyi cast her a sidelong glance, as if to say, "You wish to disembark from this ship after boarding it? How naive." He continued, "Do you know why didn't he assist you earlier? It was because I felt that even if I did, it would be futile. You remain as foolish as ever. Coming alone to demand money from the Hua family. I can't decide whether to commend your audacity or—" "Mr. Duan," Zhu Miao Miao interrupted, "we have only known each other for a day. Do you truly understand my circumstances? From your vantage point, it may seem I am foolish and laughable, but for mine, it was the only option I could conceive. However, I now see the truth. I am indeed naive. One must inevitably run into a brick wall at some point. Therefore, I kindly ask you, would you escort me back to the hospital? My grandmother is there alone, and I am quite uneasy. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Miao Miao would have nurses attending to her, while her grandmother could manage on her own, but today was different. Her grandmother had been discharged from her ward, and without the nurses, she would undoubtedly feel abandoned." Duan Siyi's eyes half closed as he instructed the driver to the hospital. The driver, hesitant to question, could only respectfully comply. "Yes, sir." In a mere half-day, they had visited the hospital twice. Upon arrival, Zhu Miao Miao hesitated for a moment before alighting from the car, realizing that this parting from Duan Siyi might be their last encounter. Some matters, after all, necessitate a bold gamble. Thus she spoke, "Mr. Duan, could you grant me a business card?" Duan Siyi raised his elegantly arched brow, his gaze upon Zhu Miao Miao neither warm nor cold. "I wish to know you," she replied, her boldness and ambition unmistakably etched upon her face. She appeared to be a sweet, innocent girl, yet beneath that facade lay a complexity that intrigued. "To know me?" Duan Siyi's tone was nonchalant, his voice is seductive, low timbre. "I have no interest in minors." Before Zhu Miao Miao could respond, Duan Siyi lazily handed her a business card. His hands were striking, long, slender, and fair, with impeccably manicured nails, indicative of a man who was meticulous in his life. Having received the card, Zhu Miao Miao finally exited the vehicle. She stood outside, her emotions a tumultuous mix as she gazed at Duan Siyi inside the car. He waved at her, exuding an aura reminiscent of a beguiling enchantress, as if to say, "I await your call." As the car drove away, Zhu Miao Miao lowered her head to examine the card, which bore his name, age, and contact information, yet conspicuously omitted his profession. Duan Siyi, age, 26. Phone number. The hospital no longer admitted Lu Chuanjiao. Zhu Miao Miao had no choice but to gather some medicine and bring her grandmother back to the small alley where they resided. Although the capital city was bustling, it also harbored desolate areas. Several families lived closely together in a shared courtyard, lacking even private restrooms. One had to use a communal toilet, indistinguishable between genders. Since Zhu Miao Miao could remember, she had shared a cramped room with her grandmother. Their home, a mere 30 square meters, was a sanctuary for the two of them. During a brief interlude while preparing dinner in the kitchen, Miao Miao attempted to search for Duan Siyi online, but found no information. It was peculiar, considering that even someone like Fu Lan, the second wife of the Hua family, could be easily found online. The man's enigmatic nature left her utterly perplexed. The following day, at Jingwu University, Miao Miao's thoughts lingered on her grandmother, causing her to feel unsettled as she practiced dance throughout the day. After finishing, she went to the changing room to remove her dance attire. During this process, Duan Siyi's business card slipped from her coat, swiftly seized by an attentive girl nearby. "Duan Siyi?" The girl exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing Miao Miao from head to toe. "Do you know Duan Siyi?" Chapter 6, like Jasmine? Or perhaps Gardenia. The girl's name is Chu Xinyue, the daughter of the Chu family, a prominent figure in the business world and a well-to-do student at Jingwu University. Unlike the aloofness exhibited by Hua Yuan, she possesses grace, gentleness, and beauty, garnering admiration within her department. However, Chu Xinyue has never initiated a conversation with Miao Miao until this moment. Miao Miao feels a hint of discomfort. Chu Xinyue returns a business card to Miao Miao's pocket, smiling as she says, "Do not misunderstand my intentions. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to advise you to exercise caution." This individual is the heir of Ouching, a powerful figure whose family wields considerable influence in Ouching, London, and Las Vegas. Despite their immense wealth, their family dynamics are quite intricate. It is rumored that he possesses a violent nature and has blood on his hands. Is that so? Miao Miao's eyes narrow. That is indeed formidable. Chu Xinyue, with good intentions, continues. In any case, it would be prudent to maintain your distance from him. It would be in your best interest. Miao Miao smiles and replies, "Thank you." She finds herself in a hellish existence and is unafraid of peril. Though she possesses contact information for Duan Siyi, she has no intention of reaching out to him. The timing is simply not right. Furthermore, men often lose interest in what is handed to them, along with the allure of mystery. It is not until the Hua family hosts their annual gala, inviting several prominent students from Jingwu, that Miao Miao sees an opportunity. There is a high probability that Duan Siyi will attend the Hua family's annual event. Unfortunately, only 3 spots are available. Miao Miao exhibits enthusiasm and is fortunate enough to be selected, alongside Chu Xinyue and another talented dancer. Time flies, and on the day of the gala, they gather at the Yunjian Club in the capital. This venue stands as the most luxurious entertainment establishment in the city, frequented by the affluent and influential. Most attendees are employees of the Hua family, with a few popular young singers invited as well. In contrast to Miao Miao, Chu Xinyue and the other girl appear at ease in such a setting, as most students from Jingwu come from well-off backgrounds. Dressed in elegant gowns, they stand in stark contrast to Miao Miao's simple white floral dress. However, she feels no embarrassment. Chu Xinyue gently addresses the two. "When it is your turn to perform, do not feel anxious. Each performance will be solo." Having heard through the grapevine that Duan Siyi would be attending, Chu Xinyue is eager to shine and capture his attention. The backstage area features a designated spot for touch-ups, where both Chu Xinyue and the other girl go to prepare. Miao Miao remains alone on stage, growing increasingly anxious as she awaits Duan Siyi's arrival. What he does not come. Just as her worries mount, she finally spots the Hua siblings accompanied by Duan Siyi, emerging amidst a throng of admirers, adorned with flowers. It is undeniable that Duan Siyi radiates an undeniable brilliance, effortlessly overshadowing all others, even though he is not the center of attention today. Hua Yuan quickly notices Miao Miao, her expression freezing in place. She tugged at Hua Chen's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, how could she be here?" Upon hearing this, Hua Chen followed Hua Yuan's gaze and indeed spotted a slender figure in the distance. His expression darkened as he adjusted his glasses and immediately instructed his assistant to investigate the situation. It was soon revealed that she was a student from the Jingwu dance school he had invited. Hua Yuan stamped her foot in frustration, insisting that she should leave at once. "I, for one, am quite eager to see your other sister's performance," Duan Siyi remarked with a smile directed at Hua Chen. Hua Chen replied gently, "You jest. She is not my sister. The daughter of a stepmother, lacking any blood ties, hardly qualifies as a sister. However, since you wish to see her, let her remain. Brother. Hui Yuan's face contorted with displeasure. Hua Chan raised his hands in a gesture for her to cease her protests. The young singer had already taken the stage to perform. As the star of the annual gathering, Hua Chun had to engage with others. Duan Siyi casually found a booth and, while requesting a transparent glass from the bartender to pour himself a drink, was struck by a familiar scent. Jasmine? Perhaps gardenia? Regardless, it was as sweet and refreshing as before. Mr. Duan, the girl spoke up. Duan Siyi lazily lifted his eyelids, his gaze landing softly on Miao Miao. Neither angry nor pleased. What can I do for you? I'm pouring you a drink, Miao Miao replied, lifting the wine, its crimson hue bright against the transparent glass. Amidst the clinking of glasses, her beauty was even more striking than the wine's color. Duan Siyi propped his chin on his hand, watching her coy demeanor. The sensual movement of her throat as she spoke. You asked for my contact information. Why haven't you reached out? Miao Miao paused, then candidly replied, I am here. After all, she referred to her presence at the Hua family's annual gathering. Duan Siyi chuckled softly, his long fingers playfully winding a strand of her hair. Such an action from an ordinary man might seem lewd, yet he exuded an allure that was decidedly different. Miao Miao felt like a pet cat being toyed with, devoid of any sense of dignity. What if I hadn't come? Just as the man began to inquire, an inappropriate voice interrupted. Miao Miao, where have you been? I've been looking for you. Chu Xinyue approached Duan Siyi and Miao Miao, abruptly dissipating the intimate atmosphere. A flicker of annoyance crossed Duan Siyi's face as he shot a cold glance at Chu Xinyue. Who the hell is this? Chu Xinyue wore an apologetic expression for interrupting, then introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Duan. I am Chu Xinyue. We met at a banquet once, and you even spoke with my father. Do you remember? Duan Siyi responded with a sudden realization. Oh. Chu Xinyue beamed, believing he remembered her, but was quickly met with his blunt dismissal. I don't know you. He had a talent for killing the conversation. Miao Miao gained a new understanding of Duan Siyi. His words were sharp and unyielding. As she was about to take the stage, Miao Miao followed Chu Xinyue away from Duan Siyi, until the figure of Duan Siyi faded from view. Miao Miao finally heard Chu Xinyue speak. Did I not warn you? Be cautious of Duan Siyi. He is not a good person. Initially, Miao Miao believed that Chu Xinyue had her best interests at heart. However, it became evident that her intentions were not benevolent. Rather, she could not bear the thought of other girls getting close to Duan Siyi. It mattered little, for Miao Miao had no intention of heeding her counsel. Calmly, Miao Miao retorted, Is that so? Yet I sense you were eager to cling to him just moments ago. Chu Xinyue was taken aback, her fists clenched in silence. Perhaps witnessing the intimate interaction between Miao Miao and Duan Siyi caused her to falter during her dance performance, her movements riddled with mistakes. Another female dancer performed adequately, but it left one with the impression that the students of the Jing Dance Academy were rather average in their abilities. By the time Miao Miao took the stage, the audience's expectations had dwindled significantly. Yet, Duan Siyi remained captivated, his gaze filled with intrigue. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the stage lights dimmed. Chapter 7. Unfazed by gains and losses, the stage lights dimmed, leaving the performers in obscurity while the surrounding areas remained illuminated, clearly revealing the stage. However, those on stage struggled to discern the ground beneath their feet. Miao Miao furrowed her brow, a look of confusion crossing her face. She had no recollection of such a segment. Standing there, she hesitated, while murmurs began to ripple from the audience below. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself not to falter at this crucial moment, her gaze instantly steeling with resolve. Miao Miao lifted her delicate arms and slender waist, moving gracefully and slowly in time with the music. The Dunhuang dance, traditionally enhanced by its elaborate costumes, yet her movements did not seem out of place. Unexpectedly harmonious, her ethereal charm captivated the audience, her flowing form akin to a gentle willow swaying under the moonlight, drawing every gaze towards her. The stunning beauty and poise of Miao Miao left a profound visual impact. However, As she transitioned to the next beat, an unsettling sensation gripped her. Sharp shards of glass pierced through the soles of her shoes, akin to a venomous scorpion burrowing into her foot, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Unlike street dance, the Dunhuang dance demanded impeccable expression management. She could not betray her anguish. Her face must remain adorned with a smile. Blood began to seep from her feet, unnoticed by anyone. The stage had been set for this performance, and she knew she could not stop. The glass had been maliciously placed, and if she paused or cried out, it would only serve her adversary's intentions. There was a risk of being disgracefully ousted, a source of mockery. Thus, she resolved not to yield easily, nor to allow her opponent the satisfaction of triumph. The girl's complexion had already turned pale, yet her expression remained radiant, resembling a picturesque scene, dazzling and resplendent. The audience thought to themselves, finally, a performance worth watching after an entire evening. Duan Siyi swirled the wine in his transparent glass, quietly observing the figure on stage, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. What was amiss? Were there truly shards of glass on stage? Suddenly, the voice of an arrogant heiress pierced his thoughts. Perhaps spoiled since childhood, she lacked the discretion to keep her misdeeds under wraps. Or perhaps Hui Yuan simply regarded Miao Miao with disdain, deeming her unworthy of subtlety. A server at the venue murmured, "It's everywhere. Even if she could see her footing, it would be impossible to avoid stepping on the glass." It shouldn't be happening. Hui Yuan clenched her teeth, initially intending to embarrass Miao Miao. Yet the outcome was contrary to her expectations. As the music ceased, Miao Miao flawlessly completed her dance, without a single misstep, capturing the audience's full attention. The stage lights illuminated once more, and thunderous applause erupted. However, it was but a moment before someone noticed the unsettling reality. Numerous shards of glass glittered ominously on stage, each reflecting the stark crimson of blood. What was happening? How could there be so much glass? So much blood. The young girl had lost a considerable amount. What was going on? Having witnessed the entire performance, Hui Chun snapped back to reality. Astute as he was, he quickly perceived the underlying issues, casting a glance towards his sister. Hui Yuan's expression appeared somewhat vindicated. Hui Yuan pondered that although Miao Miao had not embarrassed herself publicly as she had anticipated, injuring her was still a small consolation. Those shards of glass were sharper than blades, piercing into the soles of her feet, inflicting pain that would not kill her. As the performance concluded, Miao Miao bowed deeply to the audience and began her descent from the stage. However, she faltered on the stairs, stumbling slightly. The pain was not only intense, but she also felt as though all her strength had been sapped, leaving her in a state of weightlessness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, her arm was supported by a pair of steady and powerful hands. The scent of masculine cologne mingled with a not unpleasant trace of cigarette smoke lingered at her nostrils. Raising her gaze, she recognized her supporter and, without any defenses, fell softly into his embrace. "Mr. Duan," she murmured faintly, "were you satisfied with my dance?" Duan Siyi lowered his eyelashes, taking in the delicate softness of the girl, her skin smooth and inviting, stirring a restless feeling within him. He inquired, "Why is it that every time I see you, you appear so disheveled?" At his words, Miao Miao withdrew from his embrace, forcing a wry smile as she attempted to walk away. Yet in the next moment, her feet left the ground entirely as she was lifted into the air by the man. A jolt of surprise surged through her, prompting an instinctive grip around his neck. She gazed at his cold, enchanting profile, feigning shyness. Hui Chun had instructed the cleanup crew to erase all traces of the performance. "Sister," Hui Yuan exclaimed, having witnessed Duan Siyi carrying Miao Miao away, "that Miao Miao is no ordinary person. She is a siren, intent on ensnaring Brother Siyi's soul." Hui Chun removed his glasses and leisurely wiped them with a cloth. "This is the Hui Group's annual meeting. If you wish to discipline someone, you must choose the appropriate venue." Miao Miao was invited to perform by the company. If anything were to go awry, it could adversely affect the stock price. Hui Yuan swallowed hard and murmured, "I understand, but I simply cannot stand her." With a shrug that conveyed indifference, she added, "Besides, what if she were to be incapacitated tonight? A simple public relations maneuver could easily suppress the fallout. She is quite foolish, knowing full well there was glass beneath her, yet continuing to dance. Foolish? Hua Chun regarded her, knowing she was far from simple-minded. Not only was she clever, but she was also ruthless, leveraging her beauty and vulnerability to seize every opportunity, attempting to transcend her social standing. However, clever as she had chosen the wrong ladder. Who was Duan Siyi? To think she could toy with him was a gross overestimation of her own worth. In the VIP room on the top floor of the club, Miao Miao removed her shoes, revealing her pale, delicate feet stained with blood, an exquisite yet tragic sight. Duan Siyi sat beside her, lighting a cigarette. Its brand was unknown to her, yet it emitted an unexpectedly pleasant aroma. "There is no first aid kit here for you," Duan Siyi remarked nonchalantly. Miao Miao acknowledged him with a sound as the man tore her skirt. The floral long dress was suddenly shortened. She utilized the coarse fabric to bandage her legs. Duan Siyi lounged on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at her. The girl's neck was slender and strikingly pale, despite the loss of color in her face. She remained beautiful, evoking a sense of pity. In truth, she could easily profit from her looks, rendering her pursuit of the Hua family unnecessary. The Hua family was a prominent clan, intricately structured, far more complex than she had imagined. The glass on the stage was arranged by Hua Yuan. Duan Siyi spoke in a languid tone. "I am aware." Miao Miao curved her lips slightly, her willow-like brows knitting together. "So, will Mr. Duan advocate for me?" "Advocate for you." Duan Siyi squinted, negotiating like a businessman. "What are the benefits?" Miao Miao turned her gaze towards him, her lively doe-like eyes shimmering with a glistening light, reflecting the brilliance of the waves. "I possess self-awareness. You have no reason to sever ties with the Hua family on my behalf. I am cognizant of my inability to contend with the Hua family's heiress. It is not merely a matter of having sustained some injuries. Even if I were to perish at her hands, it would not cost her a thing. However, throughout my life, I have learned a valuable principle." "Oh, what principle is that?" "To disregard gains and losses." "Disregard gains and losses?" Duan Siyi brushed off the ash from a cigarette, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, his voice rich and resonant. "How so?" Chapter 8. The lesser being despite my injuries. "I performed admirably in this dance, leaving no blemish on your eyes," Duan Siyi remarked. "Your eloquence is quite remarkable." Although Miao Miao occupies a subordinate position, her every gesture is executed with precision, maintaining her individuality while placing herself on equal footing with him. This quality is what captivates Duan Siyi the most, leading him to willingly indulge in a fleeting descent. Humans are creatures who are drawn to appearances. He is no exception, albeit rather mundane in this regard. Yet, throughout the years, none have caught his attention until her. Spending some time with her, indulging in playful banter, proves to be rather entertaining. "Mr. Duan, your cigarette has a delightful aroma. May I have a try?" Miao Miao inquired softly. Duan Siyi held a half-burned cigarette delicately between his fingers, exhaling exquisite, swirling smoke that danced around his striking features. He gazed at her with an affectionate intensity. "Do you smoke? Would you like to give it a try?" As Duan Siyi reached into his pocket for his cigarette case, the next moment, Miao Miao seized the half-smoked cigarette from his grasp. "I want this one. I'll take a draw from what you've already smoked. Consider it an indirect kiss." Duan Siyi's gaze faltered momentarily, not perceiving any offense taken. His throat rolled sensually as he remarked, "Miss Zhu, you are flirting with me." Surprised by his straightforwardness, Miao Miao inhaled a puff of smoke, only to be momentarily choked, not sure if it was from the smoke or his words. She candidly admitted, "Indeed, I am flirting with you. Mr. Duan, may I express my fondness for you?" Duan Siyi lifted his hand, fingers pinching her cheek as he scrutinized her, an amused smirk on his lips. "Isn't this a bit premature?" Miao Miao extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and promptly straddled his lap, their posture both intimate and suggestive. Noticing his lack of resistance, she leaned in, preparing to kiss his lips. In the fast-paced realm of adulthood, time is of the essence. She must employ every means necessary to capture his heart. even if it entails compromising her very soul and body. Yet, just as their lips were about to meet, he turned his head. Zhu Miao Miao's lips brushed against his cheek instead. Meeting her questioning gaze, Duan Siyi smiled lightly. I have no interest in minors. I am of age, 19, Zhu Miao Miao murmured, burying her face in his neck. I was deceiving you last time. Is that so? Duan Siyi's eyes glinted playfully. You deceived me last time. Why not this time? Did you not fall for me at first sight previously, yet now you do? His words left Zhu Miao Miao momentarily speechless. She could distinctly sense his physical desire. What pretense is this? It is a mutual desire. One seeks wealth, the other seeks pleasure. Why delve deeper into the matter? Zhu Miao Miao slid off him, donned her shoes, and struggled to rise. She feigned the demeanor of a victim, stating, if you do not fancy me, I shall not compel you. The audacity in her words stemmed from her awareness of Duan Siyi's yearning for her body. Once such desire is ignited, he is unlikely to relinquish her. This is the inherent flaw in man's nature, one that does not vanish simply due to his esteemed status. Drenched, his graceful demeanor resembling a startled swan, his eyes captivating yet imbued with an intriguing allure. Who taught you to speak to men in such a manner? You do not wish to coerce me, do you? What do you take me for? A mere duck? He had a tendency to misinterpret others' intentions. Miao Miao replied, think as you will. It is getting late. I must return. The school had arranged for a dedicated vehicle to transport the three of them to their dance event. Now that the annual gathering had concluded, NYU must surely be anxiously waiting outside. Moreover, her clothes were still in the car. However, as Miao Miao exited the venue, the desolate street revealed no sign of the school's vehicle or any other presence. A chilly breeze swept through, nearly causing her frail form to falter. The warmth of the venue was a stark contrast to the cold outside. Dressed merely in a dress, her feet still injured, she felt woefully unprepared. To compound her misfortune, her phone had also run out of battery. It seemed the universe was conspiring against her. Just as she contemplated returning to seek Duan Siyi's assistance, a coat was suddenly draped over her shoulders. Miao Miao opposite, turning to meet Duan Siyi's indifferent gaze. The coat was warm, providing her with immediate comfort. Upon entering Duan Siyi's car, Miao Miao lowered her eyes, her hands searching for a place to rest. Her thoughts drifted back to the earlier incident in the private room of the venue, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed as a young woman. The driver remained silent ahead. Miao Miao cautiously stole glances at the man beside her. Duan Siyi appeared weary, his eyes half closed, lashes resting upon his eyelids. He was undeniably handsome, exuding an undeniable charm, with both looks and physique in abundance, and lacking neither power nor wealth. One might wonder which window heaven had closed upon him. Before long, the car halted at the narrow alley where Miao Miao resided. The previously taciturn Duan Siyi opened his eyes, gazing out the window at the visibly dilapidated surroundings. Yet, there was no sign of embarrassment or inferiority in Miao Miao's eyes. In fact, she inquired if he would like to come in for a moment, though she knew it was merely a formality. She feared that his presence might startle her grandmother, and Duan Siyi recognized the insincerity of the invitation. Miao Miao returned the coat to Duan Siyi, expressing her gratitude. Once home, she found her grandmother already asleep. Following her discharge from the hospital, her grandmother had grown increasingly drowsy. Despite taking medication daily, her condition remained precarious, and the prospect of surgery loomed. If left untreated, it was uncertain whether she would survive the year. After charging her phone, Miao Miao opened WeChat and searched for Duan Siyi's phone number. His profile picture was a stark black, devoid of color, much like his character. After a moment's hesitation, she clicked to add him as a friend. Within 5 minutes, he accepted her request. Duan Siyi's social media presence was as barren as a blank slate, offering little insight into his preferences. Miao Miao took the initiative to message him. Mr. Duan, good night. Duan Siyi replied, going to bed so early? It was only 10 o'clock. Miao Miao responded, perhaps Mr. Duan's nightlife is just beginning? At the age of 26, One would typically be in the prime of establishing a family and a career. Suddenly, it dawned on me that I had never inquired whether he had a girlfriend. If he did, her behavior was certainly rather inappropriate. Thus, I promptly asked, "By the way, Mr. Duan, do you have a girlfriend?" Duan Siyi replied, "What if I say I do?" I responded, "Then we shall cease all contact from now on." Duan Siyi appeared taken aback. Upon returning home, he stared at the message on his phone, finding it rather amusing. After all, those in his circle of influential elites, even when in relationships, often attracted women who were undeterred, relentlessly pursuing them. I added, "After all, I aspire to be your legitimate partner." With a chuckle, Duan Siyi's long fingers danced across the keyboard. "I don't have a girlfriend. Perhaps you could strive a little harder." The moment the message was sent, commotion erupted from upstairs. It was his mother, who had been struggling with her mental health for years, once again threatening to take her own life. The family doctor at Junhuayuan had administered a sedative, finally granting him a moment of peace. As winter break approached, today marked my final day at school. As I stepped outside, I spotted a luxurious silver Maybach parked at a distance. Numerous onlookers in the alley gazed enviously at the car, whispering and pointing. My heart nearly leaped from my chest upon catching sight of Duan Siyi. Chapter 9. Birthday Banquet. How did Duan Siyi show up here so early in the morning? The elderly in this alley have quite the penchant for gossip, often spinning tales and fabricating stories about others. If Miao Miao were to encounter Duan Siyi at this moment and be seen getting into his car, it wouldn't be long before rumors circulated that she was being kept by a man, or worse, that she had undergone an abortion. Her grandmother's health could not withstand such shocks. With this thought, Miao Miao resolved to act as if she did not recognize him, deliberately sidestepping the car. The girl's furtive attempts to evade detection did not escape Duan Siyi's notice, causing him to chuckle with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. His dark eyes were profound and intense. Did he not wish to be seen? As the sun shone over the capital, the snow melted into puddles, and the wheels of the car nearly splashed Miao Miao as they traversed the uneven ground. A silver Maybach came to a stop in front of her, and the door opened beside her. With an air of nonchalance, Duan Siyi, his brow sculpted with depth, beckoned her to enter. Miao Miao glanced around and, seeing no one in sight, swiftly climbed into his car. As the door shut, Duan Siyi turned her face toward him, lazily inquiring, "Are you hiding from me?" "I'm not hiding," Miao Miao replied, brushing his hand away, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "Do you know the gossipers at the village head?" Miao Miao continued, "If I were to get into your car in front of those people, our reputations would be irreparably damaged. They would surely fabricate tales of our involvement." The corners of Duan Siyi's eyes lifted slightly, his lips curving into a faint smile. "Are we not involved?" He feigned disappointment. "Didn't you confess to me last night?" Miao Miao could only remain silent. Duan Siyi raised an eyebrow, choosing not to tease her further, and instead asked, "Does your foot still hurt?" Miao Miao paused, her voice soft a little. He produced a tube of ointment, tossing it into her lap. This ointment was expensive yet effective, leaving no scars. Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you. Don't mention it," he replied. Duan Siyi then escorted Miao Miao to school. Once on campus, there was little to conceal. Miao Miao gracefully exited his car, a scene witnessed by numerous students, naturally becoming fodder for post-class gossip. Many of her peers at Jingwu, affluent second-generation students, were acquainted with Duan Siyi and were well aware of his esteemed reputation. A prodigy, his lineage had never known poverty for 3 generations, all of whom were powerful and influential, shrouded in mystery. Miao Miao could feel the weight of her classmates' gazes upon her throughout the final cultural class. Even those who typically looked down on her initiated conversations, attempting to ingratiate themselves by asking how she knew Duan Siyi. How did they know each other? By virtue of beauty and charm, of course. The question came from Wang Yao, sister to the sharp-tongued Chu Xinyue, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with her gentle and lovely sibling. Yet the two shared a close bond. "Xinyue, don't let her speak recklessly," Chu Xinyue gently chided as she offered Miao Miao an apologetic smile. "Yao is just blunt. She didn't mean any harm." Miao Miao sat at her desk, flipping through her books with an unchanging expression. Xinyue, haven't you fed her bones today? Let her out to gnaw. Before Chu Xinyue could respond, Wang Yao was instantly provoked. Throughout her years in both middle and high school, she had established herself as a formidable presence, commanding respect and fear among her peers. Little did anyone expect that Miao Miao would display such audacity. Wang Yao stormed over to Miao Miao's desk, overturning it with a swift kick, and seized her hair, demanding, "What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? Do you truly believe you've ascended to a higher social echelon? What does Duan Siyi even mean? No matter how hard you strive, you'll never be worthy enough to polish his shoes. Do you understand? Do you genuinely think your looks alone will catapult you to success? Dream on." Miao Miao was not one to be trifled with. Grasping Wang Yao's wrist, she executed a forceful twist, throwing her over her shoulder in a spectacular display of strength. The onlookers were left in disbelief at this unexpected turn of events. Miao Miao, who typically embodied the image of a docile girl at Jingwu, hardly appeared as someone capable of such fierceness. Chu Xinyu hurriedly assisted Wang Yao to her feet, casting a reproachful look at Miao Miao, exclaiming, "You've gone too far." Miao Miao massaged her neck and then, with a gentle smile, replied, "Chu Xinyu, spare me the act of being a saint. Is Wang Yao's hostility towards me not a result of your meddling?" Chu Xinyu feigned innocence. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." However, Miao Miao, with clarity in her heart, merely smiled in silence. Chu Xinyu pressed on, "Are you blaming me for not waiting for you last night? I saw you leaving with Mr. Duan and assumed you no longer needed me." Miao Miao responded, "Oh, I was indeed with Mr. Duan, so I didn't require your company." Upon hearing this, Chu Xinyu's expression darkened, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Yet, she quickly feigned vulnerability, shedding tears as she lamented, "Regardless, I care about you. If you choose not to appreciate my concern, there is nothing more I can do." The surrounding classmates, witnessing her distress, began to console Chu Xinyu, urging Miao Miao to apologize. After all, Chu Xinyu was known for her empathy and had a commendable reputation at Jingwu. Miao Miao, however, had no intention of apologizing. She resolutely ignored their taunts and criticisms, choosing instead to block out the noise, for in this world, her only concern lay with her grandmother. As the semester concluded and winter deepened, Miao Miao's grandmother's health continued to deteriorate. Despite Miao Miao's diligent care, their home lacked the medical facilities necessary for proper treatment, resulting in her grandmother fainting from pain. After rushing her to the hospital, Miao Miao pleaded with the attending physician for what felt like an eternity before he finally agreed to admit her grandmother to a ward. However, the stay was limited to just 1 week, after which they would need to vacate the room, and payment for medical expenses and dialysis could not be deferred. When it came time to settle the bills, her account displayed a disheartening, insufficient balance. Since the onset of winter break, Miao Miao had not reached out to Duan Siyi, nor had he sought her out. It seemed they were both testing the waters, waiting to see who would falter and initiate contact first. Yet, it was clear that Miao Miao was losing this game. She could no longer afford to wait. Winning this man's affection was fraught with peril and an enormous waste of time. She was in dire need of financial assistance. Thus, she composed a message. "Mr. Duan, could you lend me some money?" Instead of responding to her request, Duan Siyi sent her a location, Junhuayuan. Does this mean he wants her to go to his house? Isn't that a bit too soon? However, business people are always driven by profit. Negotiations are essential, and she must indeed present her own leverage. At Junhuayuan, the backyard is lively with a golf course, barbecues, fireworks, beautiful women, and fine wine. It is mid-January, and today many have gathered to celebrate Duan Siyi's birthday. Everyone is in high spirits, yet the protagonist sits in a corner, disinterested in mingling. Seeing him alone, Hua Chun leisurely approaches and offers him a glass of champagne. "You've been in the capital for over 10 days, avoiding everything. Do you not intend to return to Australia?" Duan Siyi scoffs. "Return for what? To feign civility with the Duan family? Isn't the financial power of the Duan family in your hands now? Do those side branches still dare to disrespect you?" Duan Siyi adds, "You don't understand. It's perilous to associate with wolves." Hua Chun, seeing through his facade, but choosing not to speak of it, suggests perhaps someone in the capital is holding you back. Duan Siyi retorts, that's an intriguing notion. Who could possibly hold me back? Just then his phone buzzes. He glances down and sees a message from Miao Miao. I've arrived at the entrance of Zhenhuayuan. Your house is too large, and I don't know the way. Could you come and fetch me? Chapter 10. Mr. Duan, happy birthday, miss. Please come in. A uniformed maid escorted Miao Miao along a lengthy path. The grandeur of Zhenhuayuan Manor was truly breathtaking. They passed through bamboo groves, artificial hills, and parks. The marble floor gleamed with smooth perfection, and even the surrounding streetlights were exquisitely crafted, creating a scene reminiscent of a utopia conjured from a fairy tale. Miao Miao had seen Zhenhuayuan on television before. During the late Qing dynasty, its worth was already in the hundreds of millions. Today, it must have multiplied beyond imagination. Duan Siyi was wealthier than she had anticipated. Miao Miao understood that by aligning herself with him, even as his bed companion, she would never have to worry about her life again. What is dignity? Is it truly significant? In such a dire predicament, money outweighs everything. What are moral values and ethical boundaries? Mere illusions. The maid led Miao Miao to the reception room on the second floor of the main building. The manor boasted 9 floors, equipped with a transparent elevator that showcased the entire grandeur of the main hall. The European architectural style was resplendent, with every ornament and scene resembling a masterpiece of art. Before leaving the reception room, the maid respectfully informed Miao Miao, today is the young master's birthday. He is currently celebrating with friends and may arrive a bit later. There are refreshments and pastries in the reception room. You may enjoy them while you wait. Today is Duan Siyi's birthday. Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback. She had not prepared a gift. Oh no! If one could call it preparation, she had bought a contraceptive device at the supermarket on her way here. But that hardly qualified as a gift. It was merely a transaction for the negotiations she and Duan Siyi would soon undertake. As the celebration reached the segment for the birthday wish and cake cutting, the cake, a magnificent multi-tiered creation, was ready. Duan Siyi, his eyes shimmering yet disinterested, addressed the gathering. I have some matters to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves. Standing beside him, Huiyuan quickly interjected. How can that be? You are the birthday star. You haven't made your wish yet. The candles were lit, awaiting Duan Siyi's wish before the cake could be cut. Duan Siyi, seemingly uninterested, appeared weary from receiving gifts throughout the evening. Reluctantly, he blew out the candles in a symbolic gesture, wished everyone a good time, and turned to leave. Huiyuan looked puzzled at Huichun and asked, Brother, what is wrong with Siyi? Why'd he leave? In previous years, he had always been cooperative in blowing out the candles and enjoying the cake. Huichun displayed no excess emotion, merely responding, later, you can take him a piece of cake. All right. Huiyuan immediately agreed. On the coffee table in the reception room lay an array of exquisite desserts, likely to please any girl. However, Miao Miao had no appetite for tasting them. She felt a surge of anxiety, her hands clasped tightly at her sides, as if trapped in an airtight box devoid of oxygen. Miao Miao glanced at the door of the reception room, noting the stillness outside. Gradually, she stood up, eager to ascertain the situation. She was anxious. Her grandmother's condition could not afford any delays. As she reached the threshold and grasped the doorknob, the door swung open from the outside. Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback, retracting her hand as she noticed the man encroaching upon her space. Duan Siyi, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, donned a black windbreaker, the zipper pulled to the top, partially concealing his sharp, slender jawline. He towered over Miao Miao, who stood at merely 165 centimeters. His stature imposing. The girl's bashful demeanor did not escape Duan Siyi's notice, prompting him to raise an eyebrow as he entered the reception room, casually locking the door behind him. He then sauntered over to the leather sofa, settling down with an air of nonchalance. Warm light cascaded from above, illuminating his sharply defined features, while strands of hair fell across his forehead, exuding a charm that straddled the line between maturity and youthful exuberance. Miao Miao remained silent, and Duan Siyi showed no inclination to break the silence either. He bit down on a cigarette, his fingers grasping a lighter, and, as a vibrant flame flickered to life, smoke quickly enveloped the air around him. Regaining her composure, Miao Miao approached him, and sensing her proximity, the man lifted his eyelids, his dark, icy gaze inscrutable as he lazily exhaled a beautiful smoke ring, his vision becoming hazy. "Mr. Duan, happy birthday," Miao Miao ventured, her voice soft and sweet, resonating with a delicate charm. Duan Siyi could not help but raise an eyebrow at her words. It was perhaps the most delightful happy birthday he had heard that evening. He patted the space beside him on the sofa, beckoning her to sit. Miao Miao hesitated, remaining still, and instead posed her question once more. "Could you lend me some money? My grandmother's condition is quite severe. I cannot delay. If you're concerned, I can write an IOU." Duan Siyi, with his distinctly defined knuckles, held the cigarette between his fingers, brushing it off casually as he inquired, "Of course I can lend you money. What I stand to gain from it?" The conversation naturally meandered to this point. Miao Miao bent her slender waist and perched herself on his lap, lowering her head to softly peck at his thin lips. Noticing his lack of resistance, she deepened the kiss. Miao Miao sensed a flicker of interest from the man. Even the slightest hint of interest was worth a gamble. Duan Siyi instinctively extinguished his cigarette, wrapping his arm around Miao Miao's waist, tilting his alabaster throat to welcome the kiss. The corners of his eyes turned a shade of crimson, exuding a languid allure, tension palpable in the air. Although Miao Miao seemed to hold the reins, she too began to feel her legs weaken. Perhaps the kiss was too fervent. As a small square box slipped from Miao Miao's pocket, landing on the ground with a subtle sound, Duan Siyi raised an eyebrow knowingly, halting their prolonged kiss. With a swift motion, he retrieved the fallen item. Miao Miao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her blood seemingly freezing. It was exceedingly embarrassing. Despite the fact that she would eventually need it, this was certainly not the way she had envisioned it. The box rotated in Duan Siyi's palm, as though it were a mere toy. He surveyed it lazily, his shimmering eyes sparkling with curiosity as he provocatively asked, "What is this?" Miao Miao's breath quivered. "I know you must look down on me right now, but I truly have no other options. Could you please help me?" "Brother." Her voice was inherently sweet, and when she uttered the word brother, it emerged from her lips with a crystalline clarity, tinged with a hint of timidity, instantly invoking a sense of forbidden allure. Duan Siyi felt as though a caterpillar had traversed his heart, igniting a sensation that made his entire being prickle with anticipation, leading to a delightful numbness. He realized he had encountered a true enchantress. "Are you contemplating repaying your debts with yourself?" His feverish fingers caressed Miao Miao's delicate face, his voice a low, gravelly murmur that tugged at the heartstrings. "Is that permissible?" Miao Miao inquired, her voice trembling with nervousness. Intriguing, quite audacious, and adept in negotiation. Duan Siyi grasped her neck firmly. "Then it shall depend on your performance." Understanding his implication, Miao Miao boldly captured his lips once more, indulging in the kiss. Though inexperienced in such matters, she endeavored to feign a demeanor of sophistication, lest Duan Siyi lose interest. Men may be drawn to innocent maidens, yet in the realm of intimacy, they often prefer the allure of the sensual and the seasoned, do they not? The atmosphere in the parlor thickened with a charged intimacy, only to be abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Chapter 11. Can you focus? Duan Siyi, still unsatisfied, wore a look of impatience. His voice was low. "Who is it?" At the door, Hui Yuan's sweet and petulant voice chimed in. "It's me, Brother Siyi. I brought you a piece of cake. Would you care for a taste?" Miao Miao scoffed disdainfully. Hui Yuan's demeanor towards Duan Siyi was a stark contrast to how she had treated Miao Miao earlier. Thoughts of the Hui family and her grandmother, who lay ill in bed, flooded her mind. Miao Miao maliciously pressed her lips against the corner of Duan Siyi's mouth. His lips were cool and soft, gradually warming under her touch, the unique scent that belonged solely to him enveloping her senses. Duan Siyi pulled away, giving her a light pat on the backside, commanding, "Get down first." Miao Miao shook her head, "No." "Brother Siyi." She mimicked Hui Yuan's coyness, her voice sweeter than Hui Yuan's by several degrees. "Can you focus a bit?" Focus? It was the first time someone had asked him to do so. Duan Siyi let out a soft chuckle, his narrow eyes narrowing like blossoming peach flowers, his thin lips lifting slightly as he addressed the person outside. I have something to attend to, not eating. Hui Yuan protested, but today is your birthday. You should at least have a taste. Duan Siyu's patience evidently waned. I do not wish to repeat myself. Outside the door, Hui Yuan immediately felt wronged, her throat tightening with emotion. Duan Siyi always displayed this cold demeanor towards her, and she knew that if it weren't for Hua Qin's good relationship with him, she wouldn't even have the right to speak with him. Yet, she couldn't help but feel bitter. After all, Duan Siyi had embraced Zhu Miao Miao that day. He had never shown her such intimacy. Wasn't it said that proximity gives one an advantage? She couldn't even touch the moon. What's wrong? As Hua Qin entered the main building, he noticed Hui Yuan's troubled expression. Hui Yuan relayed the situation. Brother Siyu is in the reception room, refusing cake and not letting me in. Upon hearing this, Hua Qin glanced at the untouched cake Hui Yuan had brought, confirming his suspicions. Typically, even if Duan Siyi didn't favor Hui Yuan, he would at least put on a facade. However, refusing the cake and seeming to dismiss her altogether, there could only be one reason for this. He had someone else there. Zhu Miao Miao had appeared in Zhen Huayuan. It was highly likely that Duan Siyi was now involved with her. Hua Qin's brows furrowed. He had underestimated that girl. In terms of cunning and the art of seduction, Hui Yuan was no match for her. Hua Qin smiled, adjusting his glasses, and refrained from revealing his thoughts to Hui Yuan. Instead, he suggested, since Yu is busy, let us leave for now. Hui Yuan reluctantly acquiesced with a soft, "Oh." Before departing, her gaze lingered longingly on the upper floor. Inside the reception room, the warmth from the underfloor heating intensified the already stifling atmosphere. Zhu Miao Miao's outer garment fell to the ground, leaving her in a snug, lace-trimmed outfit. A single hand could easily encircle her waist. In a quiet room, their breaths echoed, amplified. The leather sofa creased under their weight. Zhu Miao Miao unzipped Duan Siyu's windbreaker, helping him out of it before carelessly tossing it aside. In the dimly lit room, a solitary white shirt lay in disarray, sensually revealing an exposed collarbone as buttons were carelessly undone. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a mole adorning his Adam's apple. The placement of his moles was striking, one on the tip of his nose, the other on his throat, captivating in their allure. Words like male dodgy and nightclub headliner seemed to fit him perfectly. She couldn't help but think that to share a night with such a man, even without any monetary exchange, would leave Zhu Miao Miao entirely unscathed. Zhu Miao Miao, audacious in her pursuits, had taken liberties with him, her hands exploring his defined abs, tracing down his legs, and, to summarize, the situation was quite intense, though it had yet to reach its climax. Duan Siyu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, his ears burning with warmth as his long fingers gently grazed Zhu Miao Miao's waist. His voice, husky and inviting, pierced the air. "Zhu Miao Miao, are you playing a game of contrast with me?" His voice, melodious and rich, lingered on her name, drawing it out enticingly. Zhu Miao Miao, puzzled, inquired what he meant. He appeared composed, yet his palm covered her neck, caressing it softly, revealing an underlying mischief. Zhu Miao Miao chuckled, acknowledging her own wickedness. After all, how had she survived all these years without a touch of it? In her youth, she had wielded her beauty to win the affection of neighborhood boys, coaxing them into spending their allowances on pens and snacks for her. As an adult, she had sacrificed both body and soul for her grandmother's medical expenses. Moreover, she was not one to forget grievances. Every slight from Hui Yuan was etched in her memory. Awaiting the day of retribution, she would start by seizing the man she desired. Feigning vulnerability, Zhu Miao Miao pressed a kiss to his heated earlobe, her voice dripping with emotion. "I have nowhere else to turn, so I came to you. Before this, I sought many lawyers, hoping to extract alimony from my mother. But the moment they learned I intended to sue the Hua family, they vanished. During this period, she had witnessed the darkness of human nature, yet for the sake of survival, she had reluctantly accepted it." Pausing, she continued, "Could you assist me with this?" Duan Siyi offered a languid smile, expressing genuine interest in her plight. Zhu Miao Miao fluttered her eyelashes, awaiting his next words. "So," he said, placing a box back in her palm, The fit is not quite right. He spoke with utmost seriousness. This is my first time, so I have higher expectations in this regard. It cannot be forced. A good experience is necessary, understand? Miao Miao's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. Was this man truly so indiscriminate in his speech? And with his background, having traversed through a myriad of relationships, he claimed to be untainted? First time? Who would believe that? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she decided he had no reason to deceive her about such matters. After all, their relationship was not one of romantic love. It was a transaction, and whether he had been with women before was of no consequence. What to do then? Miao Miao collected her thoughts and proposed a solution. Afterward, I'll take the pill. Would that be acceptable? Duan Siyi withdrew from her, leisurely adjusting his clothing, unhurried in his demeanor. Miao Miao frowned, exclaiming, "You may not be in a hurry, but my grandmother's condition is urgent." Duan Siyi discerned her hesitation. "I can save your grandmother, even restore her to health. But your time from now on will be governed by me. For how long? Until I tire of it." The one holding the cards was Duan Siyi. Miao Miao, at this moment, had no choice. "All right." Miao Miao nodded in acquiescence. "Since Mr. Duan lacks interest tonight, I shall take my leave." With that, she rose and approached the door of the reception room, preparing to depart. Duan Siyi did not obstruct her, remaining seated, relaxed, and composed. As she opened the door and stepped outside, she had not yet reached the elevator when a woman suddenly seized her wrist with great force. The woman was strikingly beautiful, so much so that one might describe her as a paragon of grace, yet she appeared quite deranged, far from normal. "Madam, what brings you here?" The housekeeper, Chun Sa, hurried over. The woman's hair was disheveled, her laughter maniacal as she pointed at Miao Miao, declaring, "You must be the new concubine that man brought back. I will kill you, kill you." As she spoke, her hands tightened around Miao Miao's neck with considerable strength, evidently intent on causing harm. Chapter 12. Are you afraid? What mistress? What man? Miao Miao felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation, her breath constricted by an unseen force. Just as she prepared to resist, a woman was forcefully pulled away from her, granting her an unexpected reprieve. Duan Siyi's expression darkened, his gaze heavy and accusatory as he glared at Aunt Chun. "Why have you released her?" Aunt Chun hurriedly knelt, trembling with fear. "Young master, it was not my intention. You know how your mother can be when she is unwell. No one can restrain her, and we feared for her safety. We could only let her wander. And somehow she ended up here." Miao Miao was taken aback. So, this beautiful madwoman was Duan Siyi's mother? The family doctor arrived hastily, quickly administering a sedative to Duan Siyi's mother. The once frenzied woman gradually calmed and then succumbed to sleep. "Young master, your mother's episodes are becoming more frequent. Unless you confine her, it is normal for her to occasionally escape our vigilance. I trust you will temper your anger." The family doctor, a young man with a well-proportioned appearance, spoke in soft tones. Duan Siyi cast a sidelong glance at him. "Am I paying you to be idle? If you cannot treat her soon, your existence will be in jeopardy." The doctor, Yinanjin, dared not retort but simply nodded. "I will do my utmost." Duan Siyi's mother was taken away, leaving only him and Miao Miao in the empty corridor on the second floor. Miao Miao rubbed her neck, feeling a dryness in her throat. Upon meeting Duan Siyi's dark, penetrating gaze, a chill coursed through her. Had she inadvertently stumbled upon this man's secret, risking her life? Miao Miao quickly covered her eyes in a gesture of loyalty. "I swear I didn't see anything." Duan Siyi smirked lightly. "It matters not if you did." He drew her closer, lowering his eyelids to observe her intently. The pale skin of her neck bore a hint of redness, an imprint left by his mother-esque grasp. Duan Siyi's icy fingertips brushed her skin, his demeanor composed and aristocratic. "Does it hurt?" The question escaped his lips in a chilling tone, sending shivers down Miao Miao's spine. With a casual smile, as if discussing the most mundane of topics, he continued, "My mother is mad, and I carry her genes. Who knows? One day, if I am displeased, I might just go mad and end your life. Are you afraid? Do you still wish to make a deal with me?" Miao Miao hesitated. "Yes, I am afraid, but what can I do? Does she have any way out? For many, poverty can be more terrifying than death." "I'm not afraid." Zhu Miao Miao tilted her head, offering a sweet smile. Duan Siyi, this is not your fault. At her words, Duan Siyi's body stiffened, and he averted his gaze. Zhu Miao Miao left Junwu courtyard, trembling all over, as though her strength had been drained, her legs weak beneath her. On her way home, seated in a taxi, she gazed out at the bustling cityscape, lost in thought. At that moment, a call from the hospital interrupted her reverie, informing her that someone had paid a substantial amount for her grandmother's medical expenses, including the cost for subsequent surgeries. Moreover, her grandmother had been transferred to a VIP ward, where the medications and treatment apparatuses were of the highest quality. The medical staff provides one-on-one care, alleviating any worries for the family. Although the VIP ward commands a steep price, it remains perpetually full. Surprisingly, within an hour of her transaction with Duan Siyi, her grandmother was admitted to a room that others could only dream of entering. Such irony. The wind outside the car window struck Zhu Miao Miao's face, causing her eyes to feel heavy and sore. Upon returning to the hospital, she arrived at the VIP ward, where Lu Chunjiao's condition had stabilized considerably. Seeing Zhu Miao Miao return, she immediately waved her hand. Zhu Miao Miao approached and sat down beside her grandmother. Lu Chunjiao gently caressed Zhu Miao Miao's face, her voice still weak and troubled. Miao Miao, this ward must be expensive. Our family cannot afford such costs anymore. Please do not exhaust yourself trying to treat me. I am 70 years old and have lived enough. Do not speak such foolishness. Zhu Miao Miao sniffed, managing a smile. I found a part-time job over the winter break with decent pay. You needn't worry about the medical expenses. All you must do is focus on living well and eating properly, for that is what brings me joy. Grandma, you're all I have left. I beg you, please live a long life. Lu Chunjiao was already in tears, genuinely pained for her granddaughter, while other children at Zhu Miao Miao's age basked in carefree youth. She bore the weight of the family. The more Lu Chunjiao thought about it, the more distressed she became, feeling like a burden to her. Yet, she understood that she must strive to live well. Otherwise, Miao Miao would suffer even more. In the early hours of the morning, Lu Chunjiao had drifted off to sleep. Zhu Miao Miao sent a WeChat message to Duan Siyi, expressing her gratitude. He replied succinctly, I want to see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Zhu Miao Miao recognized her debt to him and felt compelled to repay it. She responded, all right, I'll be there. In the VIP ward, her grandmother had dedicated caregivers, allowing Zhu Miao Miao to worry about nothing. Early the next day, she ventured to Junwuyuan. Upon arriving at the estate's entrance, she was greeted by a dedicated servant. In the dining hall, a sumptuous breakfast was laid out, reminiscent of a royal feast. However, Zhu Miao Miao's attention was immediately drawn to Duan Siyi, who lounged at the table, holding a pen and signing documents with an air of languor. His assistant stood nearby, someone Zhu Miao Miao recognized from her last visit. She pressed her lips together, striving to remain inconspicuous so as not to disturb him. After about a minute, Duan Siyi finished signing, handing the document to his assistant, who promptly accepted it and discreetly exited the dining hall, leaving just the two of them. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Duan Siyi turned to Zhu Miao Miao, his long fingers tapping lightly on the table. Come here and join me for breakfast. Zhu Miao Miao obediently settled beside him. With gentlemanly grace, he poured her a glass of milk and remarked, you should have some free time these days. Yes, I do. Then stay here with me. Zhu Miao Miao was taken aback. To be here with him? What did that mean? Duan Siyi noticed the girl's expression of confusion, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, and asked with a hint of amusement, is it difficult to comprehend? Not all. However, it seems somewhat inappropriate. Zhu Miao Miao replied, furrowing her brows. My grandmother is alone in the hospital, and I feel quite uneasy. Moreover, with the spring festival approaching, a time meant for family reunions, I must spend it with her. Duan Siyi patiently listened to her words, his demeanor calm and unyielding, devoid of any smile. Zhu Miao Miao, it appears you have misunderstood the priorities. At this moment, I am your foremost concern. All matters should revolve around me. Zhu Miao Miao's fingertips trembled slightly as she acknowledged with a soft emma. This man was merely showing a flicker of interest. He had not fallen in love with her. She could not afford to overstep her bounds, nor could she defy him. After all, there were her grandmother's medical expenses to consider. Seeing her acquiescence, Duan Siyi smiled with satisfaction. Very well, let us have breakfast. Throughout the meal, Miao Miao's expression remained rather grim until Duan Siyi received a phone call midway. Upon his return, he stated, "Accompany me to Ouching." Chapter 13. A profound darkness. Miao Miao found herself without the chance to oppose. In the morning, Duan Siyi announced his intention to visit Ouching, and by evening, their private jet had arrived in the brilliantly illuminated city. Miao Miao was escorted to a venue dedicated to her transformation, where makeup artists and hairstylists meticulously adorned her. Once her styling was complete, Duan Siyi's assistant entered, presenting her with an exquisite box. Like his master, the assistant spoke sparingly, "Miss Zhu, your gown." Having met a few times, they were now colleagues, and neither held superiority over the other. Miao Miao, unable to adopt an air of superiority, accepted the gown graciously and inquired, "You need not be so formal. What is your name?" "Meng Huai. You may call me Assistant Meng," he replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor, embodying a professional attitude. Miao Miao's eyes sparkled as she asked, "May I inquire about tonight's event? Why such elaborate preparations to adorn me like an exquisite doll in a shop window?" Meng Huai responded, "Tonight, there's an auction at the Ouching Pier, and Lord Duan will be in attendance." Miao Miao had heard of auctions, but had never participated. However, she anticipated the opportunity to broaden her horizons and learn something new. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she said, "I understand now. Thank you." Miao Miao's long hair was elegantly pinned up, leaving only a few neatly trimmed strands at her temples, exposing her forehead, willow-like brows, and enchanting eyes. Though her makeup was subtle, it accentuated her already exquisite features, rendering her beauty refreshingly ethereal. The gown fit perfectly, a red strapless design that hugged her waist and fell just above her knees, showcasing her fair, slender legs. The hem sparkled with golden flecks, enhancing her alabaster skin, making her appear strikingly beautiful, akin to a fully blossomed red rose. Even the stylist, who had worked with numerous stars and heiresses in Ouching over the years, couldn't help but praise her. He remarked that before makeup, she resembled a fairy, and after, a celestial being, certainly not of this earth. Her beauty was so profound that words failed to capture it fully. Should she participate in a beauty contest in the Hong Kong circle, she would likely leave her competitors in the dust. It was no wonder that she had captured the attention of that influential figure. With great enthusiasm, the stylist led Miao Miao before Duan Siyi in the waiting room. He wore an expression that seemed to plead for the magnate's praise. "Lord Duan, look at how beautiful your girlfriend is." Duan Siyi was a man of immense power, a genuine heir apparent. Pleasing him would grant her not only respect, but also an easier path through the chaotic social milieu of Ouching. Girlfriend? Miao Miao lowered her gaze, questioning her role. At best, she was merely a kept woman. Duan Siyi lounged on the sofa, casually flipping through the pages of a newspaper. Soon he lazily lifted his gaze, and a stunning flash of red caught his eye, reminiscent of a blood moon rising against a pitch-black sky, strikingly captivating. "Come here," he beckoned, setting the newspaper aside. Miao Miao hesitated briefly before slowly approaching him. Duan Siyi rose to meet her. The tall, statuesque figure swiftly enveloped Miao Miao. Suddenly, his cheeks tightened as Duan Siyi grasped her face, the gesture hardly gentle. Miao Miao instinctively furrowed her brows, her makeup threatened by the roughness of his fingers. Duan Siyi surveyed her, a slight smile playing on his thin lips. Indeed, she was beautiful. "What to do? I am reluctant to have brought you here." Yet, regardless of his reluctance, he had indeed brought her to this place. What disingenuous words were these? A chuckle escaped Duan Siyi's throat as his fingertips caressed Miao Miao's neck, his expression languid and beguiling. "Kiss me." The stylist felt that she should not be present. Hastily retreating to the car, kindly closing the door behind them, Miao Miao, not one to be coy, rose on her toes to gently place a kiss at the corner of his lips. She intended it to be a fleeting touch, but as she attempted to withdraw, Duan Siyi swiftly and decisively encircled her waist, deepening the kiss. He was a master of kissing, infusing passion in every embrace. Her eyes glistened with a hint of red, enticingly alluring. After nearly rendering Zhu Miao Miao breathless, he finally released her. Duan Siyu's fingertips brushed over Zhu Miao Miao's swollen lips, his voice soft. "I apologize. Your lipstick has smudged." He uttered apologies, yet his countenance bore not a shred of regret. How insincere, a smile hiding a predator. "It's fine. I can touch it up later," Zhu Miao Miao replied, planting another kiss on his cheek. Or perhaps, she mused, not at all. "Zhu Miao Miao," Duan Siyi called her name, his tone tender and lingering, flowing like water. "Have you ever been in love? How do you seduce so effortlessly?" "Never." Zhu Miao Miao lowered her eyelids. "I've practiced." Her words were direct, strikingly earnest. After all, possessing such beauty since childhood had taught her to leverage her looks to garner favors. "So, you've charmed quite a few young boys?" Duan Siyi squinted, his expression placid, though a tinge of displeasure could be discerned upon closer inspection. "Certainly," Zhu Miao Miao replied candidly. "Not only young boys, but also mischievous older men." Zhu Miao Miao casually recounted. "In our alley, we used the public restroom. One night, as I went to the toilet, a neighbor uncle suddenly appeared at the door, attempting to molest me. That day, I had just turned 18. It was truly dark. When that crude, calloused hand touched my skin, I nearly shed tears. Yet, to protect myself, I had to appease the uncle, telling him I was on my period and it was inconvenient, promising that once it passed, I would seek him out." Zhu Miao Miao's voice was sweet, tinged with a Jiangnan accent, her patience inexhaustible. Anyone she wished to soothe would invariably be charmed. Upon hearing her words, the neighbor uncle believed her, eagerly awaiting her return. But what he awaited were silver handcuffs. Zhu Miao Miao had reported him to the police. Subsequently, she faced harsh scorn from the uncle's wife, who berated her mercilessly. People around her pointed fingers, accusing her of seducing men at such a tender age, of enticing a married man. Malice poured down upon her like a torrential storm. Yet only her grandmother steadfastly stood by her side, brandishing a broom to confront the accusers. Her grandmother believed in her and felt compassion for her, serving as her only solace in this frigid world. Although that incident had passed, it left an indelible shadow on Zhu Miao Miao, to the extent that she could never muster the courage to venture to the restroom in the dead of night, no matter how urgent her need. She would suppress it until dawn. After hearing this, Duan Siyi appeared momentarily lost in thought, his previous smile gradually fading. "Does Mr. Duan find me distasteful?" Zhu Miao Miao blinked, acknowledging the possibility. She quickly added, "But I do not despise myself. I believe I am strong and courageous." Duan Siyi gazed down at her, his expression tinged with concern. The sincerity behind her words was known only to him. Zhu Miao Miao would not succumb to such sweetly wrapped traps. Sweetly wrapped traps can be lethal. Duan Siyi let out a soft scoff, clearly perceiving her disbelief in him. Chapter 14. All I need is your sweet talk, Zhu Miao Miao. Why would I not believe? Having someone in this world who cherishes me brings me joy, especially when that person is you. She truly possessed the talent to uplift other spirits. Duan Siyi's gaze was deep, his fingers gliding through her hair as his tone ascended. "From now on, you need not charm other men. All you need to do is soothe me." His words held a double entendre, implying that as long as Zhu Miao Miao could please him, she would be shielded from future harm by anyone else. One would have to lack discernment not to perceive the wordplay in his statement. Zhu Miao Miao readily played along, climbing the social ladder with eagerness. Before them lay a breathtaking seascape, the architecture leaning towards a European and American style, imparting a sensation akin to being in Rome. Several cruise ships floated on the water, while numerous young people gathered for photographs and social media posts. The night view was simply enchanting, albeit slightly lacking the opulence one might expect in Australia. Yet, this was merely the exterior. Upon entering the auction hall at the pier, the atmosphere was indeed one of lavish indulgence. Zhu Miao Miao observed many affluent elites, donned in tailored suits, accompanied by glamorous actresses. These celebrities were well known, some of whom she could even name, having garnered immense popularity in mainland China. They were adored by millions on screen, yet beside wealthy businessmen, they appeared as ordinary companions, dutifully charming their benefactors and bowing in deference. As the young master, Duan Siyi instantly captivated the attention of all upon his arrival. Many eyes turned towards them, and Miao Miao began to feel somewhat disoriented. She lowered her gaze, nervously hiding behind Duan Siyi. Sensing her apprehension, he gently reassured her, "Stay close to me. There's no need to feel so restrained." He was her source of confidence. Indeed, as Duan Siyi had stated, being by his side meant Miao Miao would not be perceived merely as a decorative figure. During the exchanges among those greeting Duan Siyi, many even respectfully acknowledged her presence. Duan Siyi truly embodied the essence of an elite amongst elites. Merely attending the same event as him allowed one to grasp the magnitude of his esteemed status, while she remained unaware of his reasons for bringing her to this gathering. Miao Miao understood the necessity of maintaining her distance. She could not allow herself to become accustomed to the adoration and extravagance surrounding her. The attitudes of these individuals towards her were merely reflections of the company she kept. In her contemplation, a voice, smooth yet playful, reached her ears. "Brother, what brings you here? Usually, you have others attend these auctions on your behalf." The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, standing an impressive height of approximately 6 feet, and possessing a handsome visage. His features bore some resemblance to Duan Siyi's, though he was far less striking. Clutching a folding fan, he exchanged pleasantries with Duan Siyi before his gaze drifted towards Miao Miao, a flicker of astonishment igniting in his eyes. With a chuckle, he remarked, "I just heard that my brother brought a female companion. I was curious about what stunning beauty he would introduce, and upon seeing her, she is indeed breathtakingly extraordinary." What an exaggerated manner of description. Nevertheless, Miao Miao offered a polite smile. "Hello, I am Duan Siyi." He extended his hand towards her. Miao Miao lifted her gaze, casting a glance at the nearby Duan Siyi. Noticing his expression remained unchanged, she raised her hand. Yet, just as she was about to grasp Duan Siyi's hand, her palm was intercepted midway. Duan Siyi deftly seized her hand, preventing Duan Siyi from making contact, demonstrating a strong possessiveness. "Brother, you are rather petty," she remarked. In the midst of their conversation, Duan Siyi cast another glance at Miao Miao, his gaze less than friendly and laced with a certain lewdness. Miao Miao frowned, feeling a tinge of discomfort. As Duan Siyi departed, Miao Miao attempted to withdraw her hand from Duan Siyi's grasp, but hesitated. She found herself compelled to remain tethered to him in the midst of the crowd. Upon their arrival at the auction venue, everyone settled into their seats, yet the attention of many remained fixated on Duan Siyi, as if he were far more captivating than the forthcoming exhibits. The host, microphone in hand, announced the official commencement of the auction. The first item, an antique vase dating back to the Tang dynasty, commenced bidding at a staggering 2 million. Surrounding them, voices began to call out bids. Duan Siyi closed his eyes, evidently uninterested in this particular exhibit. Miao Miao still found her hand ensnared in his, feeling increasingly uneasy and yearning to withdraw. However, just as she prepared to make a move, the man, as if sensing her intent, tightened his grip significantly. Miao Miao found herself unable to escape, surrendering to her fate. She resigned herself to being led by him. Before long, the ancient vase was successfully auctioned off for 5 million. The second item, a sapphire necklace, was extravagant and eye-catching, drawing the attention of many young women as it rested on the display. The starting bid was set at 1 million. Various starlets began to playfully charm their wealthy companions, vying for the coveted sapphire necklace among themselves, as if the one who secured it would emerge victorious. Flirting proved effective with their affluent partners, and given the high status of those present at the auction, acquiring this necklace would certainly please any beautiful companion. Bids started to rise in succession. 2 million, 2.5 million, 3 million. The competition grew fierce. Miao Miao fixated on the sapphire necklace, her mood heavy. The disparity between people felt insurmountable. To her, that necklace was merely a slightly more appealing stone, while the funds spent on it could afford her and her grandmother a lifetime of carefree living. "Do you like it?" Duan Siyi's voice descended upon Miao Miao from above. She was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head in response. "No." Duan Siyi handed her the bidding paddle, suggesting that if she liked it, she should bid on it. His tone was as casual as if discussing what to eat that day. Miao Miao felt the paddle was akin to a hot potato, promptly refusing no. I don't like it. Duan Siyi assumed her disinterest was directed at the current item and responded affirmatively, acknowledging there were indeed better options ahead. Miao Miao pondered. Did he misunderstand something? Ultimately, the sapphire necklace was secured for 6 million. The individual capturing the moment is a female celebrity clad in an elegant white evening gown. Her benefactor, balding and portly, with yellowed teeth that appear quite unkempt, possesses a wealth and status that render his myriad flaws inconsequential. He adorns the neck of a stunningly attractive and exquisitely featured starlet with a necklace. The starlet, in turn, reciprocates with a passionate kiss, demonstrating her emotional investment. Witnessing this scene, Miao Miao suddenly feels a sense of fortune. At least her own benefactor boasts a superior appearance, making the experience less distasteful. The exhibits pass in succession until they arrive at the Paisida assistance, starting at a staggering 10 million. This is the final masterpiece of the renowned designer in Lin, titled Twilight Galaxy, a 10-carat diamond ring symbolizing the gift to one's true love in this lifetime. Chapter 15. Not crazy, let us not discuss the price for now. The rings that symbolize marriage are beyond the reach of any wealthy suitor willing to buy for the women in their lives. After all, most of them are already committed to others. Their companions, too, are astute enough to refrain from expressing desires, merely watching with longing eyes. Only those whose partners are their wives dare to raise their paddles. 10 million, 11 million, 13 million, 15 million. This is no mere playful competition among starlets. It is a contest among powerful men accompanied by their spouses. The one who claims the ring signifies greater love for his wife. This night is filled with excitement, far surpassing any televised idol drama. Miao Miao wishes she had a handful of sunflower seeds, for the spectacle would be even more delightful with a snack in hand. 20 million. A deep, resonant voice wafts in her ear like a gentle breeze. Is it Duan Siyi? Miao Miao gazes at him in disbelief. Has he lost his mind? Who is he bidding the ring for? Surely, it cannot be for her. Perhaps it is merely to drive up the price or intended for someone else. Miao Miao remains clear-headed, not believing that after such a brief acquaintance, he could truly be in love and resolutely devoted to her. Duan Siyi's expression is calm and composed, his sharply defined features softened by the ambient light, as if he is engaged in an endeavor he is determined to see through. Miao Miao ultimately refrains from voicing any objections. To her, Duan Siyi represents her boss, her superior. Whatever he chooses to do, she must support, adhering diligently to her responsibilities. As Duan Siyi raises his bid, no one dares to contest him. Firstly, they cannot surpass him, and secondly, they risk incurring his displeasure. Offending Duan Siyi would mean jeopardizing one's standing in this sphere. The atmosphere grows momentarily silent. The host announces 20 million going once, 20 million going twice. The host pauses for 3 seconds, poised to bring the gavel down. 30 million. A nonchalant voice breaks the tension. Duan Siyi, fanning himself with a folding fan, assumes the demeanor of an esteemed guest. His female companion's eyes light up, mistakenly believing the bid is for her, her delight evident in her broad smile. The crowd begins to stir. Everyone is aware that Duan Siyi and his siblings are at odds. Duan Siyi monopolizes all the resources and power of the Duan family, having forced his father to abdicate at a young age, leaving his siblings deprived, who would not harbor resentment. Yet, despite their discord, it is not something to be aired publicly, for the Duan family upholds a strict code of conduct. But now, the tension is palpable, as though a confrontation is imminent. Numerous media reporters are present, their cameras trained directly on the two men. Tomorrow's headlines are assured. Duan Siyi raises his paddle, his expression unchanged. 50 million. Miao Miao thinks. Do the titans of industry only raise their bids by the millions? She finds it perplexing, yet worthy of respect. Duan Siyi grits his teeth. 60 million. Today he is determined to make Duan Siyi bleed financially. Duan Siyi lounges back in his chair, lazily raising his paddle again. 100 million. Over 100 million. This far exceeds the intrinsic value of the ring by at least tenfold. The host calls out 100 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? As Duan Siyi transitioned from gritting his teeth to a calm demeanor, he cast a glance at the impassive Duan Siyi, refraining from raising his bidding paddle again. Duan Siyi had spent a staggering 100 million to acquire the ring. To whom did he intend to present such a lavish gift? Could it possibly be for the young lady by his side? Truly, it seemed like an absurd notion. With no further bids forthcoming, the Twilight Galaxy was successfully secured by Duan Siyi. Before the next exhibit was unveiled, he turned to the host and politely requested, "Please assist me in retrieving the ring." The media buzzed with fervor. Who, they pondered, would Duan Siyi bestow this ring upon? Was it indeed for the young woman accompanying him? Who was she, after all? She seemed an enigma within the affluent circles. The flashes of cameras erupted incessantly, blinding in their brilliance. When the ring was placed in Duan Siyi's hands, he exhibited no hesitation, gently grasping the hand of Miao Miao beside him. Miao Miao felt as if her very soul had momentarily detached from her body. She yearned to withdraw her hand, yet his grip was firm. In disbelief, she raised her gaze to meet his lingering stare. Beneath the folds of his double eyelids, his long, raven-like eyelashes framed pupils that sparkled more brightly than the diamond itself. Duan Siyi leaned towards her ear, his voice soft enough for only them to hear. "Do me a favor." Miao Miao couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you lost your mind?" He had spent 100 million to acquire this ring, intending to gift it to her. The symbolism of the ring was one of eternal love. Was this not akin to a public proposal, bestowing her a title? Miao Miao became the center of attention. Envy radiated from all around her, as everyone regarded her with admiration. While Miao Miao wished for Duan Siyi to fall in love with her, the pace seemed alarmingly rapid. So surreal, it felt as though it might be a grand scheme. Duan Siyi's lips curved slightly, his words sparse yet clear. "I am not mad." Miao Miao found herself powerless against his will. She could only watch as he slipped the ring onto her left middle finger. Thankfully, it was not on her ring finger. A wave of weakness washed over her. Her legs nearly faltered. Once the ring was secured, she quickly withdrew her hand, stammering, I need to use the restroom." Remaining in the same space felt suffocating. She feared she might choke. Duan Siyi, ever the gentleman, inquired, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Miao Miao shook her head, "No. It's unnecessary." She promptly made her escape. Her steps hurried. The crowd was left in a state of astonishment. After all, would a typical girl not burst into tears of joy, embracing the man who had presented her with such a ring? Why did she flee, as if Duan Siyi were some ferocious beast? The restroom water was cold. Splashing her face, Miao Miao felt somewhat revived. She met her own reflection in the mirror. Although her makeup remained intact, her face was devoid of color, pale as a ghost. Lowering her gaze, she scrutinized the ring, feeling as though she were in a dream, the experience too surreal to grasp. She slapped her cheeks lightly and took a few deep breaths. Just as she was about to leave the restroom, she caught sight of a man, casually fanning himself with a folding fan. Duan Siyi. Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback, nearly convinced she had entered the wrong restroom. This was the ladies' room. What a peculiar fellow he was. Did wealthy individuals truly disregard decorum? Duan Siyi approached her slowly. With a smile that bore a hint of grease, he approached Miao Miao, who had inadvertently backed into the sink. "Do you have something to discuss?" Duan Siyi inquired, his gaze lingering. "It appears my dear brother is quite fond of you." Publicly presenting a diamond ring. "How long have you known him?" Miao Miao remained silent. Duan Siyi continued, seemingly oblivious to her reticence. "Ah, but it matters not. Since you are the woman he desires, I shall stop at nothing to possess you." Duan Siyi had few vulnerabilities over the years. The only one he cared about was his deranged mother, who had been shielded so well that no one could approach her. Now, having found a woman he admired, the time to act was now or never. Duan Siyi pressed his folding fan against Miao Miao's chin, appraising her exquisite visage. In the ladies' restroom, what a delightful thrill it would be, wouldn't you agree? Tell me, if I were to take you to bed, would Duan Siyi lose his mind? Miao Miao found herself transfixed, her heart racing as the man closed the distance, their bodies nearly melding together. Chapter 16. She is incredibly beautiful. Zhu Miao Miao was uncertain whether Duan Siyi would go mad. But she was resolute that the man before her would not have an easy time. Thus, the moment Duan Siyi's hand rested upon the zipper of her gown, Zhu Miao Miao swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply, decisive and ruthless. Duan Siyi turned his head from the impact, licking his cheek in shock. "You think you can escape today?" As the words left his lips, the door of the women's restroom was suddenly slammed shut from the outside and locked. By the time Zhu Miao Miao reacted and rushed to the door, it was too late. Duan Siyi had come prepared. He had truly lost his mind, daring to engage in such behavior at an auction. Zhu Miao Miao reminded herself to remain calm. Panic would only lead to chaos. Thus, she composed herself and stated, "You should think carefully about the consequences of this. Duan Siyi will not let you off lightly. You will meet a grim fate." Duan Siyi narrowed his eyes, languidly replying, "Do you think I am afraid? I have long since resolved to go down in flames with him, to perish together. Before that, I might as well make him suffer a bit. I stand to gain from this." The intricacies of elite families were far too complex for Zhu Miao Miao to untangle, nor did she wish to become entangled in them. Yet, it seemed she was already implicated. Duan Siyi tossed aside his folding fan and swiftly closed the distance. Gripping Zhu Miao Miao's shoulders tightly, his voice oily as he leaned in closer, "I am curious to discover what it feels like to possess a woman of Duan Siyi. To be frank, even if you were not a woman of Duan Siyi, the moment I laid eyes on you, I had the urge to devour you whole." She was breathtakingly beautiful, stunning enough to render everyone else in the room pale by comparison. Such a beauty must be savored thoroughly. Do not hold your breath for Duan Siyi to come to your rescue. The next exhibit is the jade pendant he desires, a cherished item of his mother-s. That is why he has personally attended this auction tonight. However, we must be swift. After he secures the jade pendant and returns to find you have become my woman, it will surely be a sight to behold. I can hardly wait to witness his anguish." As Duan Siyi whispered these words into Zhu Miao Miao's ear, she let out a sarcastic laugh. "You certainly are quick, aren't you, second male?" It was a veiled jab at his prowess. Duan Siyi, incensed by her taunt, could not ignore the implication that he was inadequate. His smile turned wicked. "Quick or not, we shall see. Won't we?" As he drew closer, he began to remove his suit jacket. Then, he unbuckled his belt. In the brief moment he leaned in, Zhu Miao Miao seized his shoulders with all her might, pulling him swiftly to the edge of the sink. Turning on the tap, she splashed icy water onto his face. The man, nearly twice her size, found himself utterly defenseless before her. Duan Siyi attempted to break free, but it felt as though a boulder had pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Duan Siyi muttered, "What the hell have I gotten myself into? What sort of woman has Duan Siyi found?" Observing her delicate demeanor, seemingly submissive and easily bullied, one might wonder how she possesses such strength, far surpassing his own. He, after all, has dedicated years to rigorous fitness training. Began to utter a torrent of vile and crude curses. Zhuang Miao Miao yanked him from the water and delivered a forceful slap to his face, inadvertently dislocating his arm in the process. "Should you fail to learn the art of respecting women, allow me to enlighten you," she declared, forcefully submerging his head once more into the pool. This time, the duration was prolonged, nearly leading him to the brink of suffocation. He beat against the wash basin, gasping, "Annie, I was wrong, please." Zhuang Miao Miao continued to torment for nearly 10 minutes. When she heard faint sounds coming from the doorway, she instantly released him, her hand reaching for the zipper of her dress, which she unhesitatingly pulled down, revealing hints of her delicate form. Her flawless, fair skin appeared almost ethereal, as if it could be easily bruised just by a glance. As finally caught his breath, he beheld her in such a state, his gaze igniting with an intense heat, yet he dared not approach. "What are you doing?" he began, but the door was suddenly kicked open. At that very moment, Zhuang Miao Miao feigned to fall to the floor, deliberately scratching her arms to create visible marks, tears spilling from her eyes without pause. In her frail state, with a pale and cool visage, the redness around her eyes while weeping conveyed a profound sense of vulnerability. Am I witnessing a performance? As the door swung open, a crowd gathered, but it was easy to spot the striking figure of among them. Zhuang Miao Miao lifted her head, locking eyes with his elongated, enchanting gaze, and in that instant, she dashed into his embrace. Hesitated momentarily, casting a glance towards. She softly called in his ear, "Your brother has bullied me. I was almost defiled by him. He said that because I am your woman, he must possess me. It hurts so much it hurts," was utterly incredulous. Hurting? Who exactly is in pain here? My arm is dislocated. The onlookers quickly discerned the true victim in this scenario. After all, was notorious for being a reckless scion. His mother, though the second wife of the family, had become nothing more than a mistress who had intruded upon another's marriage and had passed away a few years prior. His influence stemmed solely from the fleeting sympathy of the family patriarch. Now, he had audaciously dared to trifle with the woman who had only recently placed a ring upon a young lady's finger. Was he not aware of the repercussions of such an affront? The girl trembled in his arms, as if having endured a harrowing ordeal. His icy gaze fell upon, causing a jolt of fear to race through his heart. Originally, if he had managed to seduce that wretched woman, even death would have been a worthy price to pay, for it would have irked Duan Siyi for a lifetime. However, now the objective remains unfulfilled, and he finds himself outmaneuvered. How could Duan Siyi possibly accept this? Just as he was about to voice his defense, Duan Siyi clearly had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Gunshots rang out, blood splattered, painting the walls of the ladies' restroom crimson. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Duan Siyi found his hands incapacitated. Along with what every man holds dear, the excruciating pain rendered him speechless as he clutched at his trousers and writhed on the ground. Who is Duan Siyi? He shows no mercy to anyone. After reaching adulthood, his first act was to ruthlessly eliminate all opposition within the Duan family. Those peripheral branches, his father, and even his nominal siblings, all met with a swift demise. Such a man is devoid of conscience. Lacking any semblance of humanity, no one dares to touch his possessions. Duan Siyi is audacious, yet utterly foolish. Upon hearing the gunfire, inhaling the scent of blood, and witnessing the weapon in Duan Siyi's hand, Miao Miao finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, and genuine fear took root within her. This was no pretense. It was real terror. She refrained from looking back, yet she knew all too well the plight that Duan Siyi must now be enduring. Duan Siyi is dangerously unhinged. Even so, he is acting in her defense. Suddenly, she felt warmth on her shoulder as a man's tailored jacket draped over her, shielding her skin. Why is he trembling so violently? Duan Siyi's voice resonated deeply, his expression tender yet ominous, akin to the final softness of a devil. Chapter 17, Mr. Duan need not pretend to be a gentleman. Miao Miao, still in shock, took some time to regain her composure, finally finding her voice to reassure herself that all was well. Duan Siyi gently caressed her cheek, his long fingers brushing away the tears that had escaped the corners of her eyes. "Be good, don't be afraid," he whispered. To the outside world, this scene might appear sweet and romantic, yet only Miao Miao understood the underlying poison that cloaked it, a bitter truth she had to swallow. Duan Siyi was immediately taken to the hospital, surrounded by a throng of media and cameras capturing every moment. Despite his immense discomfort, he managed to cover his private parts. Feeling utterly mortified, "Mr. Duan, here is the jade pendant you purchased," the event organizers said as they presented the exquisitely packaged pendant to Duan Siyi upon his departure from the auction house. The jade pendant had fetched over 30 million. Its translucent sheen sculpted from the finest white jade. It was a part of Duan Siyi's mother-esque dowry, a treasure she had once sacrificed to aid his father during a financial crisis faced by the Duan Group. After the storm had passed, she sought to reclaim it, but the pendant had long since slipped into the hands of an unknown wealthy merchant. Now at last it had resurfaced, and Duan Siyi was determined to recover it for his mother, hoping it might uplift her spirits and health. Upon receiving the pendant, Duan Siyi expressed his gratitude to the organizers with a gentle thank you. As they left the auction house, the chilly evening breeze from the dock carried the damp, salty scent of the sea. Once inside the warmth of the car, Miao Miao still felt cold, her fingers nearly numb. After a considerable pause, she finally opened her phone to call her grandmother, intending to inform her that she wouldn't be returning home that night. However, her attention was quickly captured by a news headline. The Prince of Ouching proposes at the auction and Duan brothers turn against each other over a woman. The elite Duan family, already a topic of great interest, had now become the center of sensational headlines. The evening proved to be nothing short of extraordinary. Assistant Meng Huai was driving, while Zhu Miao Miao sat closely beside Duan Siyi in the back seat. She gripped her phone tightly, casting a sidelong glance at him. His sharp features were accentuated by the flickering city lights, his thick lashes casting shadows over his deep-set eyes, enhancing his striking beauty. Alas, beneath this facade lay a heart of darkness. Zhu Miao Miao was acutely aware that Duan Siyi was clearly using her tonight. He sought to deal with his brother, but could not confront him directly. Instead, he aimed to lead his brother into a mistake that would provide him with the justification he needed to act. By publicly proposing to her, he intended to make it appear as though she was of immense value to him, hoping to provoke his brother into a frenzy, redirecting the animosity towards her. This night, while Duan Siyi appeared to be uninvolved, maintaining a pristine and honorable demeanor, he was, in truth, the orchestrator of the entire affair, the catalyst behind the chaos that ensued. He understood that his brother would resort to targeting the woman he cherished to inflict harm upon him. Even if she refrained from visiting the restroom tonight, her brother would surely fixate on her elsewhere. Ultimately, the situation was entirely under Duan Siyi's control. The depths of the affluent circle are indeed profound. Duan Siyi, sensing Zhu Miao Miao's gaze lingering unabashedly upon him, met her eyes with an air of nonchalance. His lips curved slightly as he spoke in a cool tone. "What is it?" Zhu Miao Miao removed the ring from her finger and handed it to him, responding, "It's nothing. Here, take it back." Although the diamond was exquisite, it did not belong to her. Duan Siyi did not accept it. His obsidian eyes darkened as if the night had fallen. The performance had concluded. Mr. Duan need not feign gentlemanly manners any longer, Zhu Miao Miao stated forthrightly. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. Having been harassed in the past, she had taken it upon herself to learn rudimentary self-defense after turning 18, empowering herself to confront an adult male. Yet, what if she had not acquired such skills? Tonight, she might have become a casualty in the power struggles of the elite. Zhu Miao Miao felt unjustly aggrieved despite knowing it was a path of her own choosing. Duan Siyi's enchanting gaze dimmed as he realized she had discerned the truth. There was no need for him to pretend any longer. Raising an eyebrow, he spoke in a measured tone. "You are quite astute, but your insight is misplaced. Sometimes, feigning ignorance is essential for navigating one's path more effectively. Do you understand?" His words were almost laughable. Zhu Miao Miao retorted, "Are you suggesting that I should be used by you while pretending to be oblivious, swallowing my grievances in silence? On what grounds?" Duan Siyi paused, taking the ring from her hand and grasping her wrist with a firm grip, placing it back on her finger. Zhu Miao Miao attempted to retract her hand, but he tightened his hold. She watched helplessly as the ring reappeared on her fingertip. Then, he casually remarked, "Your grandmother is in the best hospital room in the capital, and she will soon be operated on by the most qualified nephrologists, both domestic and international." At his words, Zhu Miao Miao instantly softened. Her grandmother was her pillar of strength. She needed Duan Siyi's assistance. Thus, even if she were to be compromised tonight, there was little she could do. As this thought crossed her mind, a faint chill washed over her. Controlled by capital and suppressed by power, she was obliged to wear a smile. What if he truly took advantage of her? Zhu Miao Miao feigned sorrow, asking, "Would you still want me?" In this matter, the one burdened with guilt was Duan Siyi. She intended to exploit this to her advantage. Duan Siyi lifted his gaze, his expression piercing yet composed. "First, you will not allow him to bully you. Secondly, Duan Siyi has been frequently changing partners over the years, his vigor long depleted. In simpler terms, he is impotent. I can arrive before he awakens." Zhu Miao Miao felt a coolness wash over her. This revelation was somewhat comforting, yet she still simmered with anger. Duan Siyi rested his chin on his hand, a subtle smile dancing in his eyes as he produced a black card, placing it in her palm. "Unlimited credit. By whatever you desire as compensation." Is that acceptable? His method of resolving issues was indeed straightforward and unrefined. However, it must be said, it is indeed quite useful. Who does not love money? Miao Miao is infatuated with it, earning a mere 100 or so in a day's part-time work. Yet in the realm of Duan Siyi, one can effortlessly acquire unimaginable sums. Apart from the inherent dangers and the potential for perilous outcomes, it is devoid of significant drawbacks. Miao Miao is not the type to play the role of a naive protagonist, proudly rejecting the black card he offers. She is simply an ordinary person with a penchant for wealth. Thus, when he extended it towards her, she accepted without a moment's hesitation, adding casually, "All right, I shall forgive you for now." Meng Huai, the driver, keenly observed the happenings behind him, convinced he must have misheard. Who would this young lady forgive? The esteemed Yu Yi? No one in the entire AO city would dare utter such words. After all, Yu Yi's stature does not necessitate seeking anyone's pardon. It is truly madness. The astonishing part is that Yu Yi not only remained unperturbed but also let out a chuckle. The world has indeed undergone a transformation. Before long, the car halted in front of the Bamboo Bay Villa in AO City, an affluent district, a location of great fortune, where merely a meeting would be valued in the hundreds of millions. Duan Siyi possesses an entire standalone villa here. As Miao Miao accompanied him into the residence, a line of servants awaited their arrival, a spectacle indeed. Duan Siyi took her hand, leading her inward until they reached the master bedroom. Once the door closed, before Miao Miao could fully comprehend the situation, a lingering kiss descended upon her. Chapter 18. This man is quite skilled. Miao Miao found herself enveloped by the unique aura of Duan Siyi, a blend of cigarette smoke, the woody scent of cedar, and perhaps hormones? It was difficult to articulate, yet combined it was rather pleasant. Her suit jacket slipped from her shoulders, revealing a resplendent gown that accentuated her fair, smooth skin reminiscent of a half-peeled banana, partially exposed and undeniably enticing. When his lips grazed her soft mouth, a hint of pressure elicited a metallic tang, a sign of her vulnerability. She felt so tender, Duan Siyi thought. Miao Miao rose on her tiptoes, her arm encircling his neck, welcoming his kiss. His hand tightened around her waist, drawing her closer, intensifying the sensations. Her face flushed, akin to a ripe tomato. They found themselves on the sofa in a delicate push and pull. This man was exceedingly skilled, and his desire was palpable. He kissed her without closing his eyes, his gaze fixed and predatory, like a famished wolf that had finally discovered its prey, devouring every morsel without mercy. Tears welled in her eyes, breath constricted as she gently pushed against him, yearning for release, but it was futile. Their moment was ultimately interrupted by the shrill ring of Duan Siyi's phone. Miao Miao blinked in surprise, a reminder of the call. It mattered not. He retrieved the phone from his trousers and tossed it aside, eager to indulge in the feast before him. Yet the incessant ringing disrupted the atmosphere, a relentless distraction. Duan Siyi had endured enough. The moment Miao Miao appeared before him in that gown, he had yearned to tear it apart. Witnessing her vulnerable and delicate under Duan Siyi's bullying only intensified his desire to claim her for himself. She was inherently his, and thus, he felt entitled to treat her as he wished. However, the phone continued to blare, and, with no other option, he held Miao Miao's waist firmly while retrieving the forsaken device. Glancing down, he discovered it was a call from his father. With a scoff, he pressed the answer button, reclining lazily against the sofa while caressing the girl beside him, utterly nonchalant. "Is there something urgent?" His father's stern voice resonated through the receiver. "Have you lost your mind? Treating your own brother this way over a woman. And who is she? You spent 100 million on a ring for her? Proposing? Don't forget your status. If you wish to play with young models or starlets, I want to say a word, but if you intend to marry, I vehemently oppose it." Duan Siyi's father spoke Mandarin with a clear accent, yet his tone was laden with anger. Miao Miao, nestled beside him, caught snippets of the conversation, her frustration mounting as she attempted to distance herself from Duan Siyi, only to find his grip tightening painfully around her waist, eliciting a soft whimper. This small sound did not escape Duan's father's notice. "What is happening over there? Is that woman with you?" Duan Siyi, You are utterly incorrigible." His father continued his tirade. Duan Siyi finally spoke with a semblance of reluctance. "Can Duan Siyi truly be considered my dear brother? The 18-year-old new wife you seek, if she were to bear a son, would he also be my sibling? Who knows how many women you cavort with daily? If all of them were to give birth, I would be inundated with their incessant clucking like hens. How tiresome. Yet, there's a silver lining. Duan Corporation would no longer need to hire employees. Your myriad offspring could effortlessly sustain the assembly line, saving costs." His words dripped with blatant mockery. "You scoundrel!" Duan's father nearly fainted from rage, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Regardless, Sirui's mother was my second wife. She stood by me for many years. When a construction site accident occurred and the beams collapsed, she exerted all her strength to save me." Upon hearing this, Duan Siyi chuckled with a hint of amusement. "Father, do you genuinely believe she saved you? Perhaps you should ponder whose handiwork orchestrated the disaster at the site." Duan Siyi had fully seized control, rendering Duan father a mere figurehead with no power to challenge him, thus rendering the concealment of certain truths unnecessary. Even through the screen, Duan Siyi could sense his father's despair and anger. "Could it be you?" Duan Siyi neither confirmed nor denied the accusation, merely stating, "If Duan Siyi desires to lay hands on my woman, the fact that I haven't disposed of him is already an act of mercy. You are aware that I have had few women by my side over the years. Now that I have finally found one worth protecting, Duan Siyi should consider the ramifications of his actions." With that, Duan Siyi hung up before his father could utter another word, redirecting all his thoughts back to Miao Miao. He leaned down to kiss her once more. Although Miao Miao felt a shiver after overhearing their exchange, she still responded eagerly, proving herself to be a most compliant puppet. Miao Miao mused that the events that transpired at the auction might have already reached Hui Yuan's ears. She was quite curious about the expression on the young lady's face now that the man she coveted had succumbed to her charms. Despite the perilous nature of their entanglement, she found herself entranced. As she pondered, Miao Miao felt his cool fingertips glide down her thigh, causing her eyelashes to flutter. The passage of time felt interminable. It was an extraordinary sensation, akin to soaring to the heavens, then plummeting, only to land softly on a layer of white clouds after nearly succumbing to oblivion. Duan Siyi had not taken the final step, yet he had come remarkably close. Miao Miao was lifted and carried into a private bathing area. As the warm water cascaded over Duan Siyi's fingers, he glanced at Miao Miao in his embrace, finding her resemblance delightful. Miao Miao's complexion flushed with embarrassment, her eyes glimmering like plum blossoms, and her cheeks radiated warmth. This man was truly extraordinary. With his striking visage, his actions and words were almost unbearable to behold. The most astonishing part was that he maintained his composure, occasionally bestowing her with a gentlemanly smile. "Why are your eyes so red? Are you unwell?" Duan Siyi brushed his fingers against the corner of her eye. The warmth of his touch was almost searing, as if imbued with a certain essence. Miao Miao wished fervently for him to cease speaking. If he continued, she would be unable to endure it any longer. Her voice came out hoarse. "Do you need my assistance?" Duan Siyi raised an eyebrow, urging, "Then give it a try." This was a reckless pursuit, where no one dared to call for a halt. The lofty wolf was ceaselessly toyed with by its prey, sinking, falling, drenched, and shrouded in darkness. Though merely bordering on transgression, everything came to an end, yet remained enchanting. Being carried back to bed, Miao Miao was already in a daze, her eyes glazed over. Then, she heard the man say, "So naive, darling. Next time, I'll teach you something different." The term darling, rasping and low, rolled off his tongue with an alluring sensuality, melodious and captivating, easily drawing one into its embrace. Leaning against Duan Siyi, Miao Miao wrapped her arms around his lean waist and asked, "May I pose a question to you?" Chapter 19. Whom do you wish to ensnare? The girl's voice was faint and weary. Duan Siyi, with a curious demeanor, toyed with her hair, seemingly in high spirits, and inquired, "Are you from the capital or from Australia? You speak without an accent and do not require Cantonese." "My mother is from the capital," she replied, while Duan Siyi narrowed his gaze, revealing no concealment. "I lived in the capital for a considerable time. Although I returned to Australia after growing up, I often traverse between the two. Why did you only return to Australia after growing up? Miao Miao pondered, asking. Yet, the essence of humanity is to seek benefit and avoid harm. She sensed that posing this question would yield no advantage for herself. Thus, it was perhaps better left unasked. Does your father have many women? Duan Siyi raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you know Duan Siyi? I know him. He's been featured in various tabloid stories. He was once the king of Australia, a man of immense wealth and indulgence, not confined to a single partner. By the end of the last century, he had betrayed his original wife, and within a few years had taken numerous lovers. He had 3 official concubines, yet many have perished or gone mad since then. He is both debauched and reckless, yet his wealth continues to attract women who seek to climb the social ladder. Is he your father? Miao Miao had previously harbored doubts. After all, in Australia, the surname Duan and the title of prince made it highly probable that her father was indeed the man depicted in the news. Now that she knew, she felt little surprise. Indeed, Duan Siyi's gaze turned icy. So he does have many women. Perhaps he could form a women's basketball team? She quipped, her humor apparent. Miao Miao nestled closer to his chest. Perhaps having just shared an intimate moment, they now bore the semblance of a couple in the throes of romance. And what about you? Will you also have many women in the future? Miao Miao asked, her eyes locked onto his with a deep, lingering affection, exuding a sense of longing and devotion. Duan Siyi's fingers paused slightly, the girl's silky hair still entwined within them. He chuckled softly, responding languidly, Isn't having you alone sufficient? Though they played coyly with their affections, their emotions ran deep like water. Yet their hearts were guarded, each harboring ulterior motives, be it for wealth or desire. Such is the simplicity of it all. Miao Miao pressed her lips gently against Duan Siyi's fair, prominent collarbone, placing a tender kiss, then lifted her gaze. Sparkling like ice on a snowy day, exquisite in its beauty. From childhood to now, only my grandmother has treated me the best. You are the second. Thank you, brother. Duan Siyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Miao Miao was just over 19, while he was 7 or 8 years her senior. His rich experiences and maturity far surpassed that of his peers, making him seemingly indifferent to the tumult of emotions. Yet, the sweetness of her calling him brother was undeniably alluring. Duan Siyi's palm encircled her waist, drawing her closer, the atmosphere thick with tension. Are you trying to tempt me? Do you not wish to rise tomorrow? Miao Miao's cheeks flushed. No. This man has far too much energy. Though they may not have completed the final step tonight, he had ample time to assist him. She felt discomfort all over. If things were truly as they seemed, how would she return tomorrow? Return. Suddenly, Miao Miao recalled something and swiftly extricated herself from Duan Siyi's embrace, sitting upright. Oh no, I forgot to call my grandmother. Duan Siyi, propping his arm behind his head, silently observed the anxious expression on Miao Miao's face. It was already quite late. When Miao Miao called, her grandmother did not answer. Instead, a strange woman spoke. Hello, are you a family member of the patient? Miao Miao was taken aback by the voice on the line, her urgency palpable. I am. Who are you? Where's my grandmother? The nurse quickly reassured her. Please do not worry. Your grandmother has already gone to sleep. I am the nurse in the VIP ward, and I am taking care of her, so there is no need for concern. Miao Miao sighed in relief, realizing that since her grandmother was sleeping, it would be inappropriate to disturb her. Thank you for your trouble, she politely said. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty, the nurse replied. After hanging up, she felt a tightening around her waist, only to be pulled back into the man's embrace. Duan Siyi, I implore you to stay with me, she murmured. Miao Miao set her phone aside, replying with a soft tone. Will we return to the capital tomorrow? She inquired. Duan Siyi, ever succinct, responded with a brief reply. Miao Miao continued. Then after we land, may I visit my grandmother in the hospital? The man cast a sidelong glance at her. The girl, with her hands clasped in a pleading gesture, implored him. Duan Siyi's long fingers gently grasped her chin. His lips moved as if to refuse. Yet the allure in her eyes rendered his rejection unutterable. Very well, he conceded. Miao Miao beamed with joy, nuzzling against his neck, exclaiming, You are truly wonderful, Siyi. Her tone was sweet, reminiscent of a younger sibling. Who was she trying to enchant? A fire ignited within him again. Duan Siyi, without hesitation, seized Zhu Miao Miao's wrist. "Assist me." Zhu Miao Miao was bewildered. What is he doing again? Meanwhile, Hui Yuan, upon seeing the news, was so incensed that she spent the night sleepless. A photo had surfaced from the auction, showcasing Duan Siyi personally placing a ring on Zhu Miao Miao's finger. How impressive! How could Zhu Miao Miao possess such capability? In less than half a month, she had managed to ensnare Duan Siyi into publicly proposing to her. Hui Yuan felt a surge of frustration toward Zhu Miao Miao. With her ire unresolved, she confronted Fu Lan at the dining table the following morning, accusing her of raising a daughter who seduced Duan Siyi. Naturally, Fu Lan had seen the trending news and was equally furious, believing that Zhu Miao Miao intended to ruin her. After all, the Hui family had long harbored intentions of an alliance with the Duan family. Hui Yuan and Duan Siyi were perfectly matched in age. Having known each other for many years and maintained a good relationship, both families were well acquainted with one another. Although the Hui family might seem to be reaching above their station, they were indeed the most suitable match for the Duan family. It was expected that in a few years, upon Hui Yuan reaching the legal age, the marriage would be all but secured. Yet, who could have anticipated Zhu Miao Miao's unexpected intervention? Hui Yuan was in a state of turmoil, crying incessantly. Her father, Hui Dongshan, was equally distressed, having longed to connect with the Duan family. What was happening now? He cast a dark glance at Fu Lan beside him. Fu Lan immediately explained, "I am at a loss as to how this happened. Do not worry, I will resolve this predicament." She certainly had no intention of vying for a man with Yuan Yuan. She was unworthy. Hua Chun remained aloof from the conversation, offering a cultured smile as he dabbed his lips with a napkin, then turned to Hui Dongshan. "Father, there are matters at the company that require my attention. I must attend to them." Hui Dongshan felt a measure of relief at having a son as responsible and dependable as Hua Chun, advising him to be cautious on the road. Hui Yuan tugged at Hua Chun's sleeve, preventing him from leaving. "Brother, you must help me think of a solution. Your relationship with Duan Siyi is so close." Hua Chun replied gently, "I cannot meddle in the affairs of Duan Siyi. However, given the stature of the Duan family, it is inconceivable for Zhu Miao Miao to transcend social classes to marry him. Duan Siyi is no fool. He is a businessman who understands the balance of pros and cons. Casual flirtation may be permissible, but genuine marriage entails far too many considerations." Hui Yuan retorted sarcastically, "How can it be impossible? Was it not Fu Lan who seduced my father and transcended social status back in the day? Like mother, like daughter." Fu Lan, feeling aggrieved, clenched her fists and cast a pleading glance at Hui Dongshan, hoping he would speak in her favor. Instead, he coldly replied, "You should devise a plan to ensure that daughter of yours stays away from Beijing, or else you shall not fare well." Fu Lan discovered that Lu Chun Jiao had returned to the hospital for treatment. Consequently, she went directly to the hospital, intending to have a serious discussion with Lu Chun Jiao, persuading her to leave Beijing with Zhu Miao Miao for a rural life. However, Hui Yuan, ever the troublemaker, insisted on accompanying her, bringing along a large entourage, threatening to end Zhu Miao Miao's life. Chapter 20. Grandmother did not bring me down in the afternoon. Hui Yuan arrived at the hospital with Fu Lan, only to discover that the old woman was occupying a VIP room. Hui Yuan surmised that it was certainly her brother, Siyi, who had facilitated this. Upon entering the room, she disregarded the doctors and nurses attempting to intervene and began to raise a ruckus, shouting at the ailing elder, "Where's that granddaughter of yours who seduced men? Have her come out." Behind Hui Yuan stood a group of bodyguards, creating a scene akin to bandits invading a village. Lu Chun Jiao, unaccustomed to such a display, trembled in fear. Fu Lan gestured for Hui Yuan to quiet down, soothing Lu Chun Jiao for a moment, before recounting the entire sequence of events. After finishing, she let out a long sigh. "Mother, I understand that the two of you have had a difficult time over the years, but this does not justify Miao Miao's interference in others' relationships. That is nonsense." Lu Chun Jiao retorted vehemently, her gray eyes widening in disbelief. "I raised Miao Miao. I know her character well. She would never disrupt someone else's relationship. If she were to fall in love, it would only be mutual affection. Mutual affection indeed. What status does my brother Siyi hold? He could never be interested in a simpleton like her. Hui Yuan's fists clenched tightly as she advanced towards Lu Chunjiao, declaring, "Listen here, you old hag. Take your granddaughter and leave Beijing at once. Go find some rural land to farm. If you persist in staying in this city, I will make your lives exceedingly miserable." Her tone was brazenly arrogant. Lu Chunjiao began to weep, feeling utterly powerless. She turned to Fu Lan, choking on her words. "Do you know how hard Miao Miao has had it all these years? While you enjoy your comforts, she has been eating nothing but scraps. After finally making it to university, you want to drive her away? On what grounds? I may be an old bones, and death may come for me, but my Miao Miao cannot be allowed to fall into despair. You dream of sending her to the countryside? My Miao Miao was born to rise above the rest." Before Fu Lan could respond, Hui Yuan, fuming with rage, raised her hand to strike Lu Chunjiao. However, in that instant, a powerful grip seized her hand. The next moment, a swift breeze brushed past her, followed by a sharp pain on her cheek. A resounding slap echoed in the air. Hui Yuan, in disbelief, covered her face and turned to see who had arrived. None other than Zhu Miao Miao, who had returned. Zhu Miao Miao's clear eyes were as cold as ice, filled with fury as she confronted Hui Yuan. "Who do you think you are, to make a scene in front of my grandmother?" Hui Yuan retorted, "Oh, so you dare to hit me? You shameless seducer of Siyi." As she glanced at the bodyguard she had brought, preparing to command them to act, she realized they were being restrained by another group. Among them, Hui Yuan recognized Meng Huai, Siyi's assistant. Siyi had actually sent his assistant and subordinates to protect Zhu Miao Miao. Witnessing her bodyguards being firmly subdued, Hui Yuan's bravado diminished significantly, leaving her with no choice but to seek assistance from Fu Lan. "Mother, it's useless to call her." Zhu Miao Miao was resolute, swiftly pulling Hui Yuan to the window, positioning her head and upper body half out. This scene petrified Fu Lan, causing her to cover her mouth in shock, momentarily paralyzed. "Ah!" Hui Yuan screamed, too terrified to look down. "Zhu Miao Miao, what are you doing?" With a languid smile, Zhu Miao Miao declared, "To meet my end alongside you seems rather favorable for a wild girl like me, devoid of parents, in exchange for the life of a pampered young lady cherished by all. What do you think? Are you out of your mind?" Hui Yuan's face turned pale. She was genuinely afraid that Zhu Miao Miao might resort to extreme measures. After all, desperate circumstances breed unpredictable individuals. "Mad? I'm not mad." Zhu Miao Miao tightened her grip around Hui Yuan's neck, urging her to look downstairs, whispering softly in her ear, "After all, I have nothing to lose." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Fu Lan interjected anxiously, "Miao Miao, please calm down, don't do this." When her pleas fell on deaf ears, she turned to Lu Chunjiao. "Mother, shouldn't you do something about Miao Miao?" Lu Chunjiao remained silent, her expression nonchalant. She understood Miao Miao's nature well enough, not one to act recklessly, for it was not worth her while. Tears streamed down Hui Yuan's face, her features distorted in despair. Faced with life and death, nothing else mattered. "I was wrong. Zhu Miao Miao, please spare me. I beg you." Zhu Miao Miao chuckled, patting Hui Yuan's cheek. "You claim I seduced Duan Siyi? How amusing. Does he bear your name on his life? Moreover, why should it be I who seduced him rather than the other way around? Why do you assume such charm belongs solely to you? Yuan instinctively retorted. Impossible. Have some self-respect." Zhu Miao Miao clicked her tongue, tightening her grip even further around Hui Yuan's throat, leaving her dizzy and gasping for breath. After a prolonged moment, Zhu Miao Miao finally released her, mocking her as she did so. "I misspoke earlier. Trading my life for yours is hardly worth it. You are not worthy of such consideration, you know." Hui Yuan, shaken and speechless, fled the hospital room with trembling legs. The bodyguards she had brought were similarly dismissed and followed her out. Fu Lan gazed at her daughter helplessly. "Why are you so thoughtless? Mother wants you to leave the capital for your own good. Get lost." Zhu Miao Miao glared at Fu Lan, her words prophetic. "You do not act for our benefit, but for your own. After father passed away, you abandoned me with my grandmother, never nurturing me for a single day. Back then, I defended you, believing you had no choice, but now I see. You're simply selfish. You have remained unchanged all these years." Fu Lan opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words, for Zhu Miao Miao spoke nothing but the truth, seeing no way to persuade her, especially with the protection surrounding her. Fu Lan was left with no choice but to depart. Once Fu Lan was gone, Zhu Miao Miao turned to Meng Huai and the others, smiling. Please extend my gratitude to your boss for his thoughtful consideration. Had it not been for Duan Siyi sending someone to protect us, my grandmother and I would surely have suffered. Meng Huai spoke formally. You're most welcome, Miss Zhu. Lord Yu has granted you an hour to see your grandmother. I will wait outside and personally escort you to Jun Huayuan afterward. Zhu Miao Miao. Zhu Miao Miao engaged in pleasant conversation with her grandmother for quite some time. Lu Chu and Jiao refrained from questioning her about the day's events, instead stating, Miao Miao, you have endured much. As Zhu Miao Miao struggled to hold back her tears, she wondered why her grandmother did not inquire about her well-being. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a hand swiftly covered her mouth. Her grandmother believed in her good nature, trusting that she would not entice any man, convinced that Zhu Miao Miao had her own reasons. Lu Chu and Jiao sighed, attributing her distress to the burden of illness that had inadvertently affected Zhu Miao Miao. Do not speak nonsense, grandmother. You have not caused me any trouble, she replied with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to harm us again. An hour passed swiftly. Zhu Miao Miao informed her grandmother that she might be quite occupied during this period, often returning late at night, urging her not to worry. On her way to Jun Huayuan, she wiped away her tears several times. Meng Huai occasionally glanced at the girl in the rearview mirror, noticing her reddened eyes. He had just shared the events that transpired at the hospital with Master Yu. He was uncertain of Yu's thoughts on the matter, but he felt pity for the young girl and hoped that Yu would show some humanity. Upon entering Jun Huayuan, Zhu Miao Miao sensed a heavy atmosphere. Both the butler and the servants kept their heads bowed in silence. As she stepped into the main building, she was met with the sight of shattered vases scattered across the floor, and was it a broken jade pendant? The unfortunate pendant lay among the fragments of vases, and no one dared to approach and clean it up. What had transpired here? Chapter 21. Madness Revisited. Du Nsru had once remarked that this jade pendant was the most cherished possession of Du Nsy's mother. Du Nsy's attendance at the auction was solely for this pendant. How could it have shattered so completely? Although Miao was filled with doubts, she felt compelled to refrain from meddling and took a few steps inward. There, she spotted Du Nsy lounging on the sofa, his demeanor languid and relaxed. His shirt slightly unbuttoned, and his palms stained with blood. Even the fabric around his waist bore the marks of a gruesome scene. It was a chilling sight. The entire main hall was under the watchful eyes of the butler and servants, who dared not approach. Miao herself felt a twinge of fear, for the image of Du Nsy firing a weapon lingered vividly in her mind. This man appeared to be a gentleman, yet there was a terrifying madness beneath the surface, a true wolf in sheep's clothing. However, she had no choice. Despite her trepidation, he held a position of authority. Between preserving her life and safeguarding her finances, she opted for the latter. Summoning her courage, she approached Du Nsy. She noticed a shard of ceramic from a vase lying by his feet, the fragment smeared with blood. Was this man inflicting harm upon himself? They had been apart for merely a few hours. What had transpired in the interim? Mr. Du Miao seated herself beside him, gazing at his hand with concern. What happened to you? Du Nsy cast a sidelong glance at her, his expression cold and inscrutable. His eyes were striking, the alluring peach blossom hue capable of conveying affection even to a dog, yet with the upward slant at the corners, they bore a hint of cunning. One glimpse into his gaze, and one could comprehend how King Zhou fell under Daji's spell. Miao felt a flush creep to her cheeks, and ceased her inquiries, instead taking hold of his wrist to closely examine the wound on his palm. It was evident, self-harm. What a lunatic. Surely he did not think this made him look dashing, like a brooding prince? Countless sarcastic thoughts swirled in her mind, but all that escaped her lips was, "Does it hurt, brother?" A flicker of emotion passed through Du Nsy's eyes, his expression softening slightly. At that moment, a voice broke the tension. "Wai, I've come attend to your wounds." The family doctor, Wai Nujian, approached. Upon seeing him, Miao Miao instinctively rose to make way, only to have her wrist suddenly gripped tightly. Duan Siyi seized her with his injured hand, causing more blood to seep from his palm, mingling with her skin. Consequently, Miao Miao acutely sensed the warmth and stickiness enveloping her wrist. Yngn. Witnessing this, maintained a steady smile. A true professional, he understood Duan Siyi's unspoken intent without the need for words. He handed the medical kit to Miao Miao, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, little sister." Miao Miao opened her mouth to decline, but before she could voice her refusal, she was compelled to accept the kit. Why in New Jersey? Swiftly retreated from the scene. Miao Miao paused, glancing at Duan Siyi, who silently released her wrist. The air was thick with tension for a moment. "I'm not very skilled at applying bandages. Perhaps we should let the doctor return?" she suggested softly, attempting to rise again. However, upon meeting Duan Siyi's piercing gaze, she found herself seated once more. Opening the medical kit, she extracted cotton swabs, iodine, and gauze. He opened his palm, dipping a cotton swab into iodine, gently applying it to his wound. The man remained silent. Miao Miao, hesitant to inquire further, began to examine his injury. It must be said that Duan Siyi's hands were truly exquisite. Even a simple line was remarkably beautiful. However, the deep gash in his palm, marred by fragments, was stained with blood, revealing the raw flesh beneath, a vivid crimson. One could only wonder if it would leave a scar in the future. The more she pondered, the more her expression reflected her sorrow. Duan Siyi, a man of countless encounters, could see through the feigned of others, let alone a naive girl like Miao Miao, who had just entered university and had yet to fully step into society. She possessed little acting skill, and often, Duan Siyi could discern the ambition hidden beneath her seemingly innocent exterior. Yet now, the complex emotions she displayed were beyond his comprehension. The only certainty was that she appeared to genuinely care for him. In just a few days, had she truly developed such deep affection for him? After meticulously tending to Duan Siyi's wound, Miao Miao smiled, saying, "Although I'm unaware of your troubles, please do not be disheartened." Duan Siyi remained silent, lazily closing his eyes. His complexion was pale. When he shut his eyes, the soft light accentuated his thick lashes, rendering him as beautiful as a painting. The graceful lines of his collarbone, coupled with a mole on his Adam's apple that subtly shifted with his movements, exuded an undeniable allure. After a considerable time, Duan Siyi opened his eyes, rose, and departed for the study. Miao Miao did not dare to follow and obediently settled on the sofa. As Duan Siyi entered the study, servants began to tidy the disarray in the room. Miao Miao, prompted by a thought, approached the servants and gently inquired, "What has happened?" One maid replied, "The young master's mother has lost her mind again." Another maid chimed in. Despite the young master's heartfelt efforts, he returned joyfully to present a jade pendant to Madame, only for her to reject it and shatter it. Duan Siyi's mother had smashed it. It was clear that he must be quite distressed. After the servants cleared the shards, one picked up the broken jade pendant, shaking her head in resignation, preparing to discard it. 30 million destroyed in an instant. The wealthy truly do not regard money as valuable. "Wait." Miao Miao halted the maid's actions, saying, "Could you give the pendant to me?" The maid hesitated. "But it is already broken." Miao Miao reassured her, "It matters not. I can have it restored." "Very well." The maid handed the shattered jade pendant to Miao Miao. Just as she received it, her phone chimed. Upon checking, it was indeed a message from Duan Siyi, his irritation palpable even through the screen. "What are you doing outside?" Gumin. Truly a living embodiment of wrath. Like a ticking time bomb, he exploded at the slightest provocation. Miao Miao dared not delay and promptly headed to the study. Upon arriving at the door, she pushed it open. The air inside was thick and oppressive, dark and foreboding. Did this man not even turn on the lights? It was still daylight outside, yet entering this study felt akin to stepping into the depths of night. With no sunlight penetrating the gloom, Miao Miao hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. As she struggled to discern the path beneath her feet, Miao Miao's thigh collided with the corner of a table, nearly causing her to stumble. Then, she fell into the searing embrace of a man. Instinctively, she sought to withdraw, only to find her waist firmly ensnared. There was no escape. Mr. Duan, Zhu Miao Miao's voice was soft and delicate, reminiscent of a gentle stream, melodious and pleasing to the ear. Duan Siyi lowered his head, planting a kiss upon her neck, the warmth both intense and tantalizing. "What troubles you?" Zhu Miao Miao ceased her struggles, allowing him to indulge in his whims. Suddenly, Duan Siyi spoke. "Were you wronged at the hospital?" Zhu Miao Miao surmised that Assistant Ming must have reported something to Duan Siyi. She shook her head. "It's not quite a grievance. I'm not a pushover. Hui Yuan may provoke me, but she cannot touch my grandmother. Consequently, I confronted her and nearly pushed her down the stairs. If we're to speak of grievances, it is Hui Yuan who has been wronged." Chapter 22. Zhu Miao Miao, are you luring me? In truth, Zhu Miao Miao did not believe that Hui Yuan had suffered any injustice. She merely thought that Hui Yuan deserved her fate. Hui Yuan was indeed detestable, yet she ought not perish at Zhu Miao Miao's hands. However, such dark thoughts were only safe to conceal within the depths of her heart, not to be uttered in the presence of Duan Siyi. In Duan Siyi's eyes, she could only be perceived as a feeble victim, oppressed by power and helplessly submissive. Only then could a strong urge to protect her arise within him. Duan Siyi's slender fingers toyed with her hair, laden with meaning. Was it so? She was aware that Mr. Duan cared for her, and this brought her joy. Zhu Miao Miao turned, willingly enveloping herself in his embrace, her arms tightly encircling his waist. "Thank you. Without you, I would surely have been bullied to death by Hui Yuan." She would never forget the humiliation and pain inflicted by Hui Yuan. One day, she vowed to exact revenge, and she firmly believed that day would not come too late. The girl nestled in Duan Siyi's arms, her shoulders trembling, as if she were on the verge of tears, yet perhaps not. Duan Siyi raised an eyebrow, casually lifting his hand to pinch her cheeks, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her eyes brimmed with tears, fragile yet resolute, akin to a tree that cannot be toppled by the winter winds, growing defiantly. This sight stirred compassion within Duan Siyi's chest, an indescribable emotion, as he leaned in, unable to resist kissing her soft lips. Zhu Miao Miao reciprocated, their breaths entwining, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity. After what felt like an eternity, the kiss finally ended. Zhu Miao Miao withdrew from the warmth of his embrace, understandingly stating, "You must be very busy. I shall not disturb you further." At times, she portrayed a reluctance to part, an undeniable need for him, yet could swiftly retreat, maintaining an elusive distance. This dance of intimacy kept the allure alive for both men and women alike. Duan Siyi furrowed his brow, seeing through her intentions. "Zhu Miao Miao, you are luring me." Startled, she readily admitted, "Indeed, I am luring you, only you, dear brother." Duan Siyi felt a tightening in his throat, as if ensnared by her charms, leaning closer, yearning to kiss her once more, only to be met with rejection this time. Zhu Miao Miao firmly placed her hand against his chest, her expression serious. "I need to use the restroom." After exiting the study, Zhu Miao Miao let out a long sigh of relief. She wandered through the expansive estate. The winter days in the capital grew dark swiftly by 4 o'clock. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting a rosy hue along the clouds. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered into the backyard, which boasted a golf course, an outdoor swimming pool, and even a horse stable. One could not help but marvel at the plethora of entertainment options available to the wealthy. The vastness of the land made it easy to lose one's way, and at this moment, she found herself circling around in her attempts to return to the main building. Along the way, she encountered Dr. Yi, who was gathering herbs in a gazebo in the backyard. Zhu Miao Miao was taken aback and approached him. Yi Nanjing, noticing her approach, looked up and smiled warmly. "Ah, it's you, little sister." Zhu Miao Miao responded with curiosity. "You practice traditional Chinese medicine as well?" "Being by Lord Yu's side requires one to possess a variety of skills," Yi Nanjing replied, as he finished collecting the herbs and prepared to head toward the room designated for storing medicinal supplies. Zhu Miao Miao instinctively followed closely behind him and called out Dr. Yi. She had memorized his name after hearing Duan Siyi mention it previously. Yi Nanjing was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Zhu Miao Miao. The girl's eyes sparkled with a bright yet ethereal purity. As her lashes fluttered, it was easy to feel a profound tenderness. No wonder she could captivate Lord Yu. Yi Nanjing maintained a gentle smile, inquiring, "Is everything all right? May I ask how Mr. Duan's mother is faring?" Zhu Miao Miao sighed, feigning a sympathetic expression. Mr. Duan went to great lengths to acquire that jade pendant just to gift it to his mother. Why did she shatter it? Yi Nanjing parted his lips, hesitating to respond. Noticing the discomfort on Dr. Ye's face, Zhu Miao Miao quickly offered an understanding smile. "If it's inconvenient to discuss, I want to pry." To be candid, Zhu Miao Miao was quite curious about the underlying reasons. After all, understanding both oneself and the adversary is key to victory. To win over Duan Siyi, his mother could serve as a crucial entry point. Yi Nanjing averted his gaze. For many years, Lord Yu had been a solitary figure, surrounded by acquaintances yet lacking genuine connections, embodying a profound loneliness. This marked the first instance of Lord Yu bringing a girl home. Yi Nanjing had also seen the news online, astonished that Lord Yu had publicly proposed to the girl amidst the throngs of media at the auction. He must truly be smitten. As family, there was no need for concealment. Yi Nanjing continued, "Lord Yu's mother is afflicted by mental illness, a condition that has its roots in the distant past. During her pregnancy with Lord Yu, she witnessed her husband's infidelity, suffering a severe emotional blow that left her in a state of despair, often spiraling into madness. Her condition has worsened over time, becoming increasingly difficult to manage with medication." Zhu Miao Miao was perplexed. If she caught her husband cheating, why not divorce him? Why bear a child? Yi Nanjing replied, "Divorce is not merely a matter between two individuals. It involves two families. The entangled web of interest between them is beyond what ordinary people can fathom. Most importantly, she loved Lord Yu's father deeply. Love, once genuine, can inflict wounds deeper than poison. It does not lead to death, but rather mercilessly torments the mind, driving one to the brink of madness in the throes of longing and loss. Lord Yu's mother succumbed to such madness, enduring it for many years. In summary, due to his mother's insanity, Lord Yu had been ridiculed and oppressed since childhood. Any member of the Duan family felt entitled to belittle him. Fortunately, Lord Yu was resolute and resilient, ultimately silencing his detractors through sheer strength. Yet, despite having attained power and wealth, he remained unable to restore his mother's sanity. He had never known parental love or familial expectations. His journey to this point had been a perilous dance on the edge of a blade. Upon learning all this, Zhu Miao Miao was deeply moved. It turned out that the seemingly glamorous Duan Siyi bore hidden scars. That night, after dinner, Zhu Miao Miao stood awkwardly at the threshold of Duan Siyi's room, uncertain of where she was to sleep. Duan Siyi resided on the top floor, occupying the entire level alone, where none dared to intrude. The corridor was enveloped in a profound silence, so much so that even the faint sound of needle dropping could be heard. Zhu Miao Miao pressed her lips together, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. She had no idea where she would be sleeping. Initially, she had intended to return to the hospital for some rest. After all, it wasn't as if she needed to be by Duan Siyi's side for a full 24 hours. She was just about to discuss with Duan Siyi the possibility of returning to the hospital, where she could also tend her grandmother. In the next moment, the door to the room swung open from the inside. Duan Siyi leaned casually against the doorframe, his gaze fixed intently upon her, his deep, dark eyes revealing a hint of chill. "What? Do you expect me to invite you in?" Zhu Miao Miao felt as if her mind had exploded with a resounding bang. She pointed at Duan Siyi, then at herself, stammering, You can't possibly mean that you want to share a room with me?" Chapter 23. The Kissing Monster and Ouching. Although they had shared a room and engaged in some intimate acts, the presence of Duan Siyi's mother made their behavior seem rather inappropriate. Duan Siyi's narrow eyelids slightly lifted, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Miao Miao's entire figure. With a subtle parting of his lips, he teased, "What's this? Are you feeling shy? It's not as if we haven't shared a bed before. Why pretend to be coy now? Who said we shared a bed? Don't twist my words." Zhu Miao Miao retorted, almost impulsively. Regret washed over her immediately, as if it implied her desire to be with him. Duan Siyi observed her leisurely. The girl lowered her gaze, her hair cascading over her shoulders, her thick lashes lending her an appearance of innocence and purity. Yet an alluring charm lingered beneath. After a moment, he remarked, "Are you implying that you feel wronged because we haven't been intimate?" His words distorted the truth with brazen audacity. Miao Miao was taken aback. Why had she ever expressed such sentiments? Kumin, Duan Siyi's tone brooked no argument. It was a command rather than a question. Miao Miao hesitated, but despite her reluctance, she summoned her courage and stepped into his room. There was no other choice. If she wished to partake in this affair, she had to accept the trials that accompanied it. The moment she entered, the door slammed shut behind her. A sudden pain shot through her as her shoulder collided with the door, and almost immediately, his warm lips, imbued with his essence, descended upon her. This man truly had a penchant for kissing, as he was prone to sudden displays of affection. Miao Miao surrendered to his advances, no longer struggling against his whims. Her eyes flushed with color from the kisses. Her legs began to weaken. Just as she felt her head spinning, Duan Siyi finally relented. However, he held her waist firmly, his gaze fixed upon her clear eyes. Her tender lips were now swollen, enhancing her allure. Duan Siyi found himself unable to restrain his desires any longer. Leaning closer to her ear, his voice low and sultry, he unabashedly stated, "What should I do? I'm feeling responsive." "What do you mean?" Miao Miao's cheeks burned hotter. As adults, they both understood the implications of his words. In their solitary state, with flames of passion between them, especially after their previous intimacy, it would be a natural progression to proceed further. Yet, the thought of such matters left Miao Miao feeling flustered and unprepared. "Wait, we don't have any protection. Let us wait for next time, shall we?" She stammered, feeling a sense of shame in the face of their circumstances. Duan Siyi was a man who acted according to his own desires. Over the past few days, he had shown restraint, but he was no longer inclined to hold back. After all, Miao Miao was already his. With that thought, he grasped her wrist and led her to the edge of the bed. His long, elegant fingers deftly loosened his tie and cast it aside, kneeling before the girl as he methodically removed her obstructive shoes. Beneath the warm glow of the lamp, the man's apple sensually rolled, while his fair collarbone rose and fell with each breath, a scene steeped in desire. Witnessing such a captivating tableau, Miao Miao could not help but close her eyes. The expenses for her grandmother's surgery, the medical bills, an overwhelming number of costs. She felt utterly powerless to resist. As she opened her eyes, she found Duan Siyi's fingers resting gently at her temple, commanding her attention. Slowly, she gazed upon him, noting the beads of sweat that glistened on his forehead, enhancing his allure. This man, inherently beautiful yet unpretentious, made even the most stunning women feel inadequate in his presence. In this moment, consumed by desire, he was irresistibly enticing. Miao Miao, unable to contain her feelings, lifted her finger to wipe away the sweat, whispering, "You are truly handsome." Duan Siyi paused, lowering his head to kiss her neck. Their clothes slipped away. Miao Miao resigned herself to the moment. However, as time passed, she found herself waiting in vain for his next move. With a hint of suspicion, she glanced at Duan Siyi, only to see his previously passionate expression darken into a profound anger. He resembled a wolf that had chased its prey, only to watch helplessly as it fell into another's grasp. Duan Siyi swallowed hard, sitting up to cover her with a blanket before retreating to the bathroom alone. Miao Miao was left bewildered. What was happening? Surely, Duan Siyi couldn't be incapable in that regard, leading to his embarrassment? With this thought, Miao Miao wrapped herself in the blanket and hopped to the bathroom door, earnestly comforting him. Even if you struggle in that aspect, there's no need for self-doubt. It's perfectly normal. Everyone has their strengths. You're already quite perfect, and such shortcomings can always be remedied later. I noticed Dr. Yi seems to practice traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps he could help you. Just then, the bathroom door swung open with a sharp sound. Duan Siyi stood before her, a towel wrapped around his waist, revealing his sculpted abs and defined V-line. exuding an undeniable sensuality. His physique was stunning, fittingly attired, and even more striking when undressed. "Are you questioning my abilities?" Duan Siyi scoffed coldly. "It wasn't you who helped me that night." Miao Miao realized her oversight, but why had he abruptly halted earlier? The bathroom door closed once more. Furrowing her brow, she returned to the bed. Minutes ticked by, yet the bathroom door showed no sign of opening. She too needed to bathe, but with no choice left, she dressed and headed to the adjacent bathroom. However, as she donned her clothes, she noticed a telltale hint of red. Her period had arrived unexpectedly. No wonder Duan Siyi had worn such an expression earlier. Just as everything seemed to be falling into place, an unforeseen circumstance arose, leaving her to wonder how he could not be angered. Miao Miao pressed her lips together, her complexion paling. Her menstrual cramps were typically severe, sometimes rendering her bedridden, especially on the second day. It appeared there were no sanitary supplies here. She couldn't possibly burden Duan Siyi with her troubles, nor provoke his irritation. With this thought in mind, Miao Miao prepared to leave. At that moment, Duan Siyi emerged from the shower, freshly cleansed. Upon noticing Miao Miao's intention to leave, a slight frown creased her brow. Before she could voice her thoughts, Miao Miao spoke up. "Mr. Duan, since you cannot accomplish what you intended tonight, and given that I am currently on my menstrual cycle, perhaps I should return to the hospital for now. I can come back once it concludes, if that is agreeable." Duan Siyi's gaze sharpened. "Do you truly believe I have kept you here solely for that matter?" Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback. Was it not the case? Unbeknownst to her, a particular word had ignited the man's ire. Duan Siyi's tone turned frigid. "Get out." Miao Miao could only respond with silence. His temper was more unpredictable than the weather forecast. Pressing her lips together, she clutched her abdomen and made her way out of the room. The pain of her menstrual cramps began to intensify, her abdomen feeling as though it were being struck by stones, causing her to break out in a sweat. The Junhuayuan was vast, and after leaving the main building, Miao Miao had traversed quite a distance without reaching the exit. Overwhelmed by the cramping, she crouched down, hoping to alleviate the discomfort. At that moment, a vehicle came to a halt before her. Chapter 24. I Miss You. The rear window of the car descended slowly, revealing the man's austere and distinct silhouette before Miao Miao's eyes. A gaze, nonchalantly cast in her direction, bore the disdain and mockery of one in power. "Get in." Duan Siyi's deep voice stirred no ripples. Miao Miao hesitated momentarily, unwilling to delay, before opening the rear door and settling inside. She then heard him communicate their destination to the driver, her grandmother's hospital. As the vehicle set in motion, Miao Miao's fingers gently caressed her abdomen. She lowered her head, daring not to meet the man's gaze, and softly murmured her gratitude. Duan Siyi's eyes slightly narrowed, enveloped in silence. The journey unfolded in wordless contemplation. Miao Miao found his thoughts inscrutable and refrained from speaking, fearful of inciting his ire. Only upon the car halting at the hospital's entrance did she hear the formidable figure utter, "There is no need for you to seek me out again." Was this truly the end? Miao Miao furrowed her brow. It felt rather abrupt. Accompanying a powerful man was akin to walking with a tiger. She was oblivious to what misstep she had made that evening. Yet for the sake of her grandmother and the path ahead, she summoned the courage to admit her fault. "Mr. Duan, have I erred in some way? It merely seems that I have lost interest," he replied with a languid smile. Such was the nature of men wielding power and influence. They could not be swayed to linger for a woman. Understanding dawned on Miao Miao, and with a poised smile, she gracefully opened the car door and walked towards the hospital, not once glancing back. Witnessing her resolute demeanor, Duan Siyi narrowed his eyes lazily, a smirk playing upon his lips. Miao Miao, of course, did not genuinely wish to part ways with Duan Siyi. However, in such circumstances, excessive entanglement would only breed disdain. Her grandmother's ailment necessitated his assistance, not merely financial support, but also his connections. At his behest, the foremost doctors from both domestic and international realms would eagerly vie to operate on her grandmother. This was something money could not procure. For now, she could not afford to distance herself from him. Days later, Miao Miao's menstruation finally concluded. Early in the morning, She traversed various locales in the capital to locate a skilled artifact restorer to mend the jade pendant shattered by Duan Siyu's mother. During the restoration process, she made a pilgrimage to a renowned local temple, prostrating in prayer for her grandmother. At the temple summit, she sought 2 talismans for safety, one sincerely for her grandmother, hoping it would ensure her well-being. The other was intended to appease Duan Siyi. The pendant's damage was not grave. It was restored by that evening. Though some fissures remained, they were imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. Duan Siyi had assigned Meng Huai to observe Miao Miao for several days, and today was no exception. Meng Huai did not conceal any details, relaying all he had witnessed to his employer. He casually mentioned, "Miss Zhu seems to have just finished her menstrual cycle. Her body has yet to fully recover." While at the temple, she nearly fainted several times, displaying great devotion, knocking her forehead to the ground in prayer until it bled. It is uncertain for whom this is being sought. Ah, and there's also the jade pendant you acquired at the auction for your mother. She has been scurrying about since early morning, finding a restorer to assist with the pendant's repair. I hurried back to report to you. Yet I do not know if the pendant has been restored. Although Meng Huai is unaware of Miss Zhu's motives, it appears to be for Lord Yu. Does it not? After all, that jade pendant was the most cherished possession of Lord Yu's mother. Over the years, there have been few who have treated Lord Yu with genuine kindness, and even fewer who have truly opened their hearts. If Miss Zhu has quietly undertaken these endeavors for Lord Yu, it is indeed quite touching. Duan Siyi sat in his study, attending to documents, quietly listening to Meng Huai's words. His gaze was dark and intense, his eyes narrowing as they fixed upon Meng Huai. The study was shrouded in darkness, without a hint of light, causing Meng Huai to feel a chill as he sensed the intensity of that gaze, prompting a desire to flee. Duan Siyi smirked. "Are you certain she has not discovered you?" Meng Huai replied. "Is not your implication that Miss Zhu's every action today has been a deliberate performance for their benefit?" He shook his head. "Lord Yu, I do not believe Miss Zhu is so calculating." He held a favorable impression of Miao Miao. Considering the challenges she faced as a young girl, caring for her grandmother while contending with the whole family, it was indeed no small feat. Duan Siyi, leisurely, responded. "She is quite astute." Suddenly, a knock resounded at the study door. Duan Siyi coldly commanded, "Enter." It was the housekeeper, Sister Chun. She entered the study, carefully placing several items upon Duan Siyi's desk: a black card, a diamond ring, a safety talisman, and the restored jade pendant. Of these 4 items, 3 belonged to Duan Siyi, while the safety talisman was a token Miao Miao had sought on his behalf. It could be said that such a gesture was priceless. Sister Chun spoke. "Young master, these are the items Miss Zhu just sent." She mentioned that during the pendant's restoration, she lacked sufficient funds and thus utilized your black card. My apologies. Additionally, she expressed her gratitude for your assistance during this period and procured a safety talisman for you, wishing you success in all your future endeavors, and hopes that you and she may part ways amicably. The safety talisman, red in hue, bore inscriptions that were indecipherable. Duan Siyi had never been one to believe in deities or talismans, yet instinctively, he reached out to touch the talisman, experiencing a curious sensation. In his youth, he often witnessed his father's concubines asking for safety talismans for their children, while he could only feel envy. Safety talismans? Do they hold any efficacy? Those individuals still suffered under my hand, he mused, finding it laughable. Gripping the talisman tightly, he inquired of Sister Chun. "Where is she?" Sister Chun reported honestly. After delivering the items, she left. Meng Huai sighed beside him. "Lord Yu, have you quarreled?" In ordinary circumstances, Meng Huai would never dare to speak to Duan Siyi in such a manner. However, having witnessed the earnestness of that poor girl praying for Lord Yu's well-being, his heart softened. He understood that Lord Yu maintained a cold demeanor towards everyone. It was somewhat regrettable. After all, that girl treated Lord Yu with such kindness. Quarreled? She is not worthy of such a notion. Duan Siyi discarded the talisman into the trash bin and calmly addressed Meng Huai. "There is no need to concern yourself with her any longer. A woman who merely plays tricks, believing that some petty cleverness can elevate her status, is not worth my time or effort." Meng Huai replied. "Indeed, On the eve of the Lunar New Year, Lu Chuanjiao's medical expenses were halted. She was downgraded from a VIP ward to a standard room, facing the imminent threat of eviction. Miao Miao was aware that this was orchestrated by Duan Siyi. He was compelling her to seek him out. Others might assume he had lost interest in her, but Miao Miao knew otherwise. If he had truly lost interest, there would be no need for such theatrics. After all, that meager sum for medical expenses was hardly enough to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Confronting Duan Siyi directly was unnecessary, as Miao Miao would never gamble with her grandmother's life. She located Duan Siyi's WeChat and, suppressing her discomfort, composed a message. Mr. Duan, I miss you dearly, so very much. Chapter 25. Delete her, Duan Siyi. A red exclamation mark. A prompt indicating that the other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet their friend. Delete her, Duan Siyi. Miao Miao smirked. It was unlikely that she had misplayed her hand. The situation was manageable. Personally seeking him out would demonstrate sincerity, would it not? To be a devoted admirer, one must possess the awareness that comes with such a role. Upon arriving at Zhenhuayuan, the maid Qin recognized her and awkwardly stated, Miss Zhu, the young master has mentioned that he does not wish to see you again. Please return. Miao Miao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her tone filled with melancholy. Does he truly not want me anymore? Chun paused, her heart softening upon witnessing the girl's reddened eyes. The young master has gone out with friends. Perhaps you could return tomorrow? Tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Regardless of circumstances, she must spend it with her grandmother. Miao Miao lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Might you inform me where he currently is? Qin replied apologetically. I'm afraid I cannot disclose the master's whereabouts. Miao Miao understood. She did not wish to impose on Qin and simply stated, Then I shall wait here for his return. She waited until 10 o'clock that evening. The winter chill in the capital was particularly biting. Miao Miao's silhouette appeared frail and vulnerable, evoking pity. Observing this, Qin sighed. The depth of the girl's feelings for the young master was truly profound. Even a mere servant was moved. It was uncertain whether the young master would return that night. After all, there were times when he would not return to Zhenhuayuan for 10 days, or even half a month. What if Ms. Zhu stayed out all night and fell ill from the cold? With that thought, Qin quietly retrieved her old mobile phone. In a lavish bar's VIP room, various alluring women posed enticingly at the crescent-shaped bar, occasionally casting flirtatious glances toward the men below, particularly at Duan Siyi. Yet, those flirtations were as futile as casting glances at a blind man. Duan Siyi did not even lift his head. Is there anyone you fancy? I can have her cleaned up and sent to your room immediately. Rest assured, the women here are of the highest quality, catering to every taste, said Zhou Ming, a longtime friend of Duan Siyi. This bar belonged to his father. A notorious playboy, Zhou Ming's romantic exploits could fill dozens of television dramas. With a handsome appearance and belonging to one of the top 3 affluent families in the capital, women, despite their awareness of his reputation, continued to flock to him. Noticing Duan Siyi's disinterest, Zhou Ming clicked his tongue. You can't possibly have developed feelings for that girl you brought to the auction, can you? I heard she has some connections with the whole family. Duan Siyi finally directed his gaze toward Zhou Ming. Where did you hear that? Where else? From that young lady of the whole family herself. She disparaged your little darling so thoroughly, calling her a mere mistress's daughter, a wild child, and various other derogatory names. Sometimes, I truly wonder if she belongs to our circle. No respectable young lady speaks in such a manner. Zhou Ming teased deliberately. Yet I still harbor a degree of sympathy for you. After all, the He and Duan families are intent on a union, and who knows? You might find yourself wed to Hui Yuan one day. Duan Siyi scoffed coldly, his eyes glinting with derision. Do you believe the Duan family has any authority over me? Zhou Ming replied, Indeed, they have no control. However, it seems Hui Yuan has recently taken a liking to you, often presenting herself as your fiancé. I advise you to tread carefully. She has her sights set on you. Given our long-standing brotherhood with Aiken, we cannot let his sister cause a rift between us. Duan Siyi's expression darkened, his black eyes devoid of light, just as his phone began to ring. He retrieved the device and noted it was a call from Aunt Chen. Realizing something, he raised an eyebrow and answered. Anshin informed him that Zhu Miao Miao had come to see him today and explained the current situation. After relaying the message, she added that Miss Zhu was still waiting outside, unwilling to leave. She suggested he consider letting her in to wait. Duan Siyi reclined lazily on the sofa, narrowing his eyes. Let her wait as long as she wishes. With that, the call ended. Zhou Ming, observing the scene, wondered what had sparked such ire in Duan Siyi. Duan Siyi cast him a sidelong glance, rising slowly to don his coat, undoubtedly to attend to my beloved. Aunt Shun, I think you should persuade her to leave. The young master will not be returning. Aunt Shun hesitated for a long moment before stepping out of the estate, her expression filled with helplessness as she urged the girl waiting at the door. Zhu Miao Miao forced a bitter smile. I understand. She took a deep breath, her acting prowess blossoming. I had considered letting him go, but I truly like him, and I've realized I cannot let go. Love, after all, is an uncontrollable force. Anshin opened her mouth to say more, but upon noticing the approaching vehicle and the man stepping out, she chose to remain silent. Zhu Miao Miao, ever perceptive, sensed someone drawing near and began to speak fervently. I initially thought I could forget Duan Siyi and go our separate ways, but upon seeing him delete my contact today, I realized just how much it hurt. It's true. He never took me seriously. It was merely my one-sided affection. I miss him so much. I dream of him every night, waking to a damp pillow. How was I unaware of your profound affection? Came a low, magnetic voice, laced with affection and playful intrigue. Zhu Miao Miao stiffened, fully aware of Duan Siyi's keen intellect. No amount of acting could deceive his perceptive gaze. Yet, she felt compelled to try. Seizing a brief moment while turned away from him, she reflected on her life's tribulations. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes bloodshot, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Turning around, Duan Siyi's voice was nonchalant. Zhu Miao Miao held her breath, slowly facing him, meeting his strikingly beautiful gaze. In the presence of Duan Siyi, no one could claim the upper hand. Recognizing her vulnerability, she resolved to lay it bare in all its raw intensity. To feign weakness and display vulnerability is, at times, not merely an act of capitulation, but rather a calculated strategy. She understood that Duan Siyi could not possibly have lost all interest in her. After all, a quarry yet to be captured always possesses a certain allure. During their days apart, he likely found himself thinking of her. If he did not, he would not have taken the trouble to cancel her grandmother's medical expenses. It was evident he was eagerly anticipating her initiative to reach out. Now that she had taken that step, it was imperative to present herself in a manner that would please him, rather than to question or engage in fruitless arguments. Brother Zhu Miao Miao's voice was imbued with playful reproach, sweet yet not overly coy, as tender as the first blade of grass in spring. May I embrace you? Duan Siyi regarded her with a composed demeanor. Zhu Miao Miao's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, the corners glistening, her nose reddened by the wind. Her naturally fair complexion appeared even more fragile in that moment. She possessed an innate ability to evoke sympathy. When she chose to play the part of the forlorn, she could effortlessly ensnare a man's heart. Duan Siyi remained silent, and Zhu Miao Miao, summoning her courage, boldly collided into his embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around his slender waist. What have I done wrong? Please tell me. Don't abandon me. Chapter 26. Everyone seems like a dog. The performance has reached its climax. Duan Siyi's voice was low, devoid of inflection, yet laden with an icy chill. Zhu Miao Miao trembled and sobbed in his embrace. I am not acting. Yet, she undeniably was. However, there was no alternative. She resembled a mayfly amidst a flurry of chaotic petals. Despite her fleeting existence, she must carve a path for herself in a perilous environment. Although this path was fraught with thorns, it was the best option available to her at present. Do you not believe me? Zhu Miao Miao lifted her glistening eyes. In the next moment, her cheeks were firmly grasped. Duan Siyi's grip was not gentle as he lazily scrutinized her deceitful lips. I just halted your grandmother's medical expenses. And here you're seeking me out. Do you take me for a fool, believing your fabrications? Zhu Miao Miao retorted, I am not. If my intention were truly the medical fees, I would not have returned the black card to you. Moreover, I could sell the diamond ring online for a substantial sum to help my grandmother. Why do you not believe me? She continued to argue her case. Duan Siyi chuckled softly, not ensnared by her words. The black card belongs to me. I can terminate it at any moment. As for the diamond ring, all the receipts are in my possession. You possess only the right to use it. Are you not afraid of facing legal consequences should you attempt to sell it? You are quite clever. Do not pretend you did not consider this angle. You seek me out because I still hold value for you. Because I can find a better surgeon for your grandmother. Am I wrong? What pretense of love is this? At that moment, Duan Siyi resembled a judge, laying Zhu Miao Miao's transgressions bare for all to see. Furthermore, all his deductions were accurate. Zhu Miao Miao was acutely aware that she could not outmaneuver such an inherently superior being. He was more astute, more perceptive than she. Yet, ultimately, by halting her grandmother's medical expenses, Duan Siyi was compelling her to approach him. Was he not? What was this charade about? It was utterly perplexing. How vexing, how irksome. Perhaps she should pursue someone else instead. Though Zhu Miao Miao entertained such thoughts, she maintained the facade of wounded innocence. Is this how you perceive me, Mr. Duan? I once believed that everyone in this world would trample upon my sincerity, except for you. I admit that my initial approach was for the sake of my grandmother, but I truly found myself unwittingly drawn to you. You stood up for me, assisted me, and treated me kindly. No one, apart from my grandmother, has ever shown me such kindness. I know I am unworthy of you, and I also understand that one day you will discard me. Yet, I cannot help but feel a sense of reluctance. I wish to try once more. These past few days, I've been pondering what I might have said wrong that night to provoke your sudden anger. Zhu Miao Miao sniffled, but I realize now that it may not be my fault. Mr. Duan, you are simply too exceptional, possessing countless reasons to reject me. You could even belittle my sincerity and deny my worth. To you, I am merely discarded, refuse, easily cast aside. Rest assured, I will not seek you out again. Engaging with someone like you in a battle of wits is futile. I might even risk my life in the process. Zhu Miao Miao has decided to cease this pursuit. At worst, she could target someone else. She no longer wished to ponder whether this man still found her intriguing. Upon reflection, Zhu Miao Miao decided to walk away from him. Chen Sa had been observing from the side for quite some time, unsure whether to intervene or remain silent. It was only after Zhu Miao Miao had completely vanished from sight that Chen Sa cautiously turned to Duan Siyi. Young master, I believe Miss Zhu harbors genuine feelings for you. She waited outside for an entire day without a single complaint, merely wishing to see you, yet when she finally had a chance, you spoke to her with such harshness. I understand that due to familial circumstances, you find it difficult to trust anyone. But it is evident to me that Miss Zhu is unlike those disingenuous individuals around you. She is truly a good person. It's late, and for a young lady like her to be wandering alone poses significant danger. Chen Sa had not intended to voice these thoughts. Yet the image of Miss Zhu enduring the cold wind for an entire day tugged at her heartstrings. Duan Siyi's luminous gaze momentarily hardened, his emotions inscrutable. Chen Sa dare not say more and quietly withdrew. Zhu Miao Miao had walked for some time, perhaps due to the remote location of Zhenhuayuan. No drivers were accepting rides at this late hour. She had repeatedly requested various vehicles, yet she remained in waiting. At this time, the subway service had also ceased. The biting cold wind swept through, causing her to sneeze several times. After enduring the chill, while waiting for that scoundrel Duan Siyi the entire day, she had caught a cold, leaving her head foggy and achy. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past her, and a strange black Bugatti Chiron, flashing its hazard lights, came to a halt right in front of her, nearly colliding with her. The street was so empty. Why was it coming towards her? Just as Zhu Miao Miao was about to express her indignation, she caught sight of Duan Siyi in the driver's seat. The car, sleek and stunning, seemed to glow against the night, but the most striking aspect was its owner. His face was exceptionally handsome, with a chiseled jawline and smooth contours. Wealth, status, and beauty endowed him with an air of superiority, allowing him to regard others with disdain. Duan Siyi was precisely the kind of exceptional individual perched atop a pedestal, viewing everyone else as mere pawns. Zhu Miao Miao yearned to drag this lofty flower down from its pedestal and plunge him into the depths of hell alongside her. Shivering from the cold, Zhu Miao Miao averted her gaze, muttering to herself about the absurdity of him flaunting such a car in the middle of the night. Of course, the young master's nightlife had only just begun. He wouldn't miss the chance to drive a luxury car while seeking out new conquests. However, as she moved forward, the car followed her closely, almost methodically. Zhu Miao Miao furrowed her brow, casting an irritable glance at Duan Siyi. Though she was displeased, she had to restrain her tone. Mr. Duan, do you need something? Duan Siyi reclined against the seat, his demeanor nonchalant as he replied, Get in. Zhu Miao Miao responded, What we had is over. Duan Siyi chuckled softly, his thick lashes lifted, his tone laced with a hint of seduction. What if it's not over? Zhu Miao Miao pondered. Was Duan Siyi offering her a way back? Logically, she should accept the invitation. But are you out of your mind? Zhu Miao Miao curled her palm, drenched in sweat. Despite her fear, she mustered the courage to speak. After humiliating me, you offer a sweet date. Is that amusing? Duan Siyi's fingers leisurely tapped on the steering wheel, and the smile at the corner of his lips gradually faded. Zhu Miao Miao blinked, realizing her words had been rather impulsive. This man was quite mad, and certainly not a good person. She decided to retreat gracefully, murmuring an apology for her momentary sadness. Taking the initiative to break the ice, she approached the passenger seat, opened the door, and bent down to sit inside. With her eyes reddened, she cast a glance at the man beside her. Mr. Duan, could you please fasten my seatbelt? Duan Siyi swallowed, leaning closer to her. The scent that enveloped him quickly lingered at Zhu Miao Miao's nostrils, accompanied by an indescribable sense of oppression. Once the seatbelt was secured, he distanced himself from her, and the oppressive feeling diminished slightly. It was at that moment that Zhu Miao Miao noticed the hanging charm in the car's rearview mirror. A peace talisman? Chapter 27. Is there such love? The protective talisman hung there, rather conspicuously. Zhu Miao Miao found herself increasingly perplexed by Duan Siyi's intentions. On one hand, he distanced himself from her, expressing disdain. On the other, he adorned his beloved car with a talisman. Half an hour prior, he had spoken to her with unrelenting harshness, yet half an hour later, he took the initiative to show her kindness. Was the mentality of a top-tier, wealthy individual truly so peculiar? Zhu Miao Miao was reluctant to ponder further, feeling a throbbing headache as her eyelids grew heavy. It wasn't long before she succumbed to slumber in the car. Upon awakening, she discovered herself lying in Duan Siyi's bedroom. Yet, everything remained hazy. In her dazed state, she beheld Yi Nanjing standing at the foot of the bed. The next moment, the thermometer nestled in her mouth was removed. Yi Nanjing glanced at the thermometer and addressed Duan Siyi. Young master, Miss Ji has a high fever. As he spoke, he retrieved some antipyretic medicine and placed it on the bedside table, advising, please ensure she takes the medication shortly and be mindful not to let her catch another chill. Her immunity is quite low. Having completed his responsibilities, Yi Nanjing discreetly withdrew from the room, allowing the two to be alone. Duan Siyi was hardly accustomed to attending to others. It was typically others who catered to him. With a slight smirk, he approached Zhu Miao Miao. His elegant fingers brushed her forehead, which felt feverishly hot. Zhu Miao Miao instinctively held her breath. Although her head spun, she remained conscious. With Yi Nanjing gone, the room now contained just her and Duan Siyi. Perhaps due to a history of being mistreated, even while feverish, she maintained a sense of vigilance and clarity, unable to drift into a peaceful slumber. This was indeed a perfect opportunity to express her loyalty. Zhu Miao Miao's acting skills flourished once more. In a soft, hoarse voice, she playfully called out a name, Duan Siyi. Duan Siyi furrowed his brows, questioning whether his hearing had faltered. Who was she calling? Leaning in slightly, he discerned her enunciating his name, Duan Siyi. He froze, shadows flickering in his eyes. Was there truly such love? Burning with fever, she still remembered to call his name. Memories flooded back of her scouring the city to repair that jade pendant and her earnest pilgrimage to the temple to beseech a protective talisman for him. An inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over Duan Siyi. Was he being too harsh? That night, he had indeed felt some irritation due to Zhu Miao Miao's words. After all, his intention in keeping her at Zhenhuayuan was not to take advantage of her. He was not that kind of frivolous man. Why he wished to have her close at hand, he could not articulate, but it was certainly not for that reason. Grandma. Miao Miao intentionally called out her grandmother's name. She understood that if she solely called for Duan Siyi, it would seem overly deliberate. So she invoked the name of her most cherished figure, her grandmother. This would prevent any suspicion from Duan Siyi. Duan Siyi gently tousled Miao Miao's hair in a comforting manner and administered the antipyretic medication. Moments later, he straightened up and made a phone call. Speaking into the phone, the person mentioned that Lu Chunjiao's medical expenses would continue to be covered and that a suitable kidney source would be matched for her promptly, allowing for surgery. Duan Siyi was not far away, and his voice naturally reached Miao Miao's ears. Miao Miao tightened her grip on the bed sheets, feeling a surge of excitement and indescribable joy. Initially, she had planned to give up tonight, perhaps simply shifting her focus to another goal. Little did she expect an unexpected windfall. Upon hearing Duan Siyi hang up the phone, Miao Miao closed her eyes again, occasionally coughing. Her complexion was pale, and she was indeed unwell. No matter how astute Duan Siyi was, he could not harbor any suspicions at that moment. Sitting beside her, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing how naive he truly was. He had unwittingly manipulated the elderly, forcing Miao Miao into a corner to seek him out. Ultimately, Miao Miao was merely a young girl. In terms of age, experience, and understanding, she was somewhat lacking compared to him. Such bullying appeared unreasonable on his part. Unbeknownst to Miao Miao, Duan Siyi's thoughts were tumultuous. As she pondered how to entice him, exhaling a warm breath, she deliberately inched closer to him, feigning discomfort with the heat. Extending her delicate arms, she embraced his waist tightly, clinging to him as if he were a chilled watermelon in the sweltering summer, capable of swiftly alleviating her feverish state. At that moment, Duan Siyi felt not only a tickle in his throat, but also a stirring sensation in his chest. Amidst the chaos in his mind, he heard her sweet voice. "Brother Siyi, please don't be unhappy." Despite her illness, her voice was undeniably sweet, and the hoarseness could not conceal its charm. Hua Yuan often called him Brother Siyi in a teasing manner, which he found indifferent and even distasteful. Yet when she called him, it struck a chord within him. Truly, he was ensnared. Duan Siyi narrowed his eyes, suppressing a curse under his breath. At this moment, it was not only Miao Miao who felt the heat. He was equally affected, his entire being restless. This woman was undoubtedly intentional. With slow and deliberate fingers, Duan Siyi pried apart the hands that sought to take advantage of him. Miao Miao, lacking in strength compared to him, was easily separated. He tucked her under the covers and retreated to the bathroom alone. The next moment, Miao Miao opened her eyes wide, her clear black and white gaze returning to lucidity. Turning her head towards the bathroom, the sound of running water ignited her imagination. Duan Siyi had been in the cold shower for nearly an hour. Even if Miao Miao was oblivious, she understood what he was doing inside. Her face flushed, and her breathing became erratic. When the bathroom door swung open, she quickly closed her eyes again, sensing the overwhelming presence of the man approaching. She attempted to remain as still as a corpse, daring not to react, not even furrowing her brow. Suddenly, warmth surged through her body, as if a soft furnace had pressed against her back. It turned out that Duan Siyi had climbed into bed, enveloping her in his embrace. At that moment, the atmosphere was tinged with a gentle warmth. Miao Miao could only lie still like a wooden puppet. That night, Miao Miao's sleep was far from sound, having never been in a romantic relationship. Spending a night in the embrace of an adult male, even while feeling ill and dizzy, rendered her sleep shallow. She awoke several times, feeling overheated, attempting to wriggle out of Duan Siyi's hold, only to be pulled even tighter, receiving warnings not to move. Until the first ray of sunlight streamed in through the window, Miao Miao finally embraced her liberation. She parted her lips. "Mr. Duan, dawn has arrived." The hand that encircled her waist casually loosened its grip. Miao Miao exhaled deeply, straightened her posture, and cast a glance at Duan Siyi. The man rested his chin on his hand, silently appraising her from head to toe, his dark, elongated pupils reflecting the languor and tenderness of someone just awakened. Duan Siyi was undeniably handsome. Even with tousled hair from sleep, he exuded an allure that was almost unfair. Miao Miao feigned ignorance, pretending to survey her surroundings. You brought me back to Junhuayuan last night? The fever had subsided, and a faint blush tinged her fair cheeks. Her eyes, wide and glistening, resembled those of a startled deer. Thank you for your care, Mr. Duan. I appreciate it. Miao Miao spoke with a detached tone, lifting the covers to get out of bed. However, the moment the covers were pulled aside, her wrist was suddenly seized, and the world spun around her as she and Duan Siyi switched places. His hands pinned hers to the sides of the bed. The weight of the man pressing down upon her was substantial. Chapter 28. What is my boyfriend doing? With a tone of mock exasperation, Miao Miao's eyes darted away, ensnared by the situation. Duan Siyi's lashes, as delicate as crow feathers, hung low, his lips mere millimeters from hers, allowing them to share the warmth of their breaths and the vibrations of their chests. Mr. Duan, do you possess any sense of boundaries? Boundaries? Duan Siyi pondered over the word, a smirk gracing his lips. Isn't it rather amusing that you were the one who entangled me last night and toyed with my feelings? Toyed with? Such a grave accusation. Miao Miao yearned to refute. Yet if she did, Duan Siyi would surely discern that she had been feigning innocence the previous night. Thus, she found herself compelled to acquiesce to his narrative, even though she was acutely aware of its falsehood. Lowering her gaze, she twisted her wrist, attempting to liberate herself from his grasp. I don't recall. If I offended you last night, I hope you can forgive me. And what if I choose not to forgive? Miao Miao's cheeks flushed with indignation. Then what do you wish to do? Kiss me, Duan Siyi replied, his tone laced with playful mockery. Is it truly that simple? Without hesitation, Miao Miao tilted her head and pecked his lips, a mere brush like a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Then, with utmost caution, she inquired, Can you let me go now? Why do you wish to repair the jade pendant? Duan Siyi's words shifted abruptly. Miao Miao froze momentarily, affecting sincerity. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I heard from Duan Siyi that the jade pendant was your mother's most cherished possession. You attended the auction to reclaim it for her, didn't you? I understand its profound significance, and discarding would surely lead to regret. Hence, I took the liberty of having it repaired. With a constricted throat, she added, I'm truly sorry for not seeking your permission beforehand. I assure you it will not happen again. Her nose flushed, and her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, resembling a heartbroken child. Are you truly that aggrieved? Duan Siyi's expression softened visibly, a smile playing on his lips. Shall I offer you an apology? Miao Miao sniffled, blinking away the redness from her eyes, her face radiating innocence. Are you trying to placate me? Indeed. Miao Miao pressed on. Then please enlighten me as to why you were suddenly upset that night. Was it because my menstrual cycle disrupted your mood? Duan Siyi, accustomed to being elevated upon a pedestal, was often adored, and his temperament fluctuated accordingly. Miao Miao was not genuinely curious about the source of his frustration. Rather, she sought to express her concern and care for him. Duan Siyi released her wrist, his lean yet sturdy physique creating a slight distance between them. I was frustrated that you perceived me to be so shallow. A hint of displeasure lingered in his eyes. While I do indeed harbor an interest in your physical form, it would not lead me to consider intimacy under such circumstances, nor would I ever dismiss you for it. Miao Miao hesitated. I know you would never cast me aside. It's just that I feel utterly inadequate, unable to provide you with anything. I would rather leave than become a source of your annoyance. Duan Siyi scoffed lightly, returning to a more relaxed demeanor. It was your expression that was flawed at that moment. You ought to apologize to me. It is you who should be soothing my feelings. Miao Miao was taken aback. This man truly has a knack for turning the tables. Nevertheless, she decided not to dwell on their quarrels any longer. I sincerely apologize. Miao Miao gently tugged at his collar, expressing, it was my fault. I won't be angry anymore. Okay. Duan Siyi's Adam's apple bobbed as he regarded her with a gaze both ambiguous and alluring, infused with an indescribable sense of taboo. For a fleeting moment, Miao Miao nearly felt herself succumb to a sweet, passionate romance. Yet the reality was that this man was her benefactor, the very ladder upon which she sought to ascend. Noticing Duan Siyu's silence, she continued to coax him. Brother Siyu, you are the best in the world. Damn, he was utterly obedient. Duan Siyu found it impossible to resist. It seemed that the longer he spent with Zhu Miao Miao, the more he became addicted to her presence, unable to suppress his desires any longer. He looked at her meaningfully and remarked, "You tease me so early in the morning. How about making amends for that night?" Zhu Miao Miao replied, "No, today is New Year's Eve, and I must accompany my grandmother at the hospital." After pondering briefly, she curiously inquired, "What about you? Will you return to Australia?" Duan Siyu remained indifferent and did not respond. New Year's Eve? Such a concept held no significance in his life. In his childhood, he and his mother were abandoned by the Duan family, left in the capital with almost no access to Australia, for fear he might claim a share of the family fortune. While others celebrated the new year with joyous reunions, he was condemned to spend it with his mentally unstable mother. For others, the new year was a day of togetherness. For him, it was the most tormenting and utterly meaningless day. Zhu Miao Miao exclaimed, "Oh, you will accompany me," he commanded. Zhu Miao Miao hesitated, "But my grandmother." Before she could finish, she noticed the sudden shift in the man's expression. Not daring to offend him, she paused and softly suggested, "Would you like to spend New Year's Eve with me and my grandmother?" Duan Siyu's brow tightened imperceptibly. This girl was indeed completely infatuated with him, so much so that she was introducing him to her family so soon. He had no intention of going. "Are you sure?" Duan Siyu inquired nonchalantly. Zhu Miao Miao nodded. "Do you want to come?" Duan Siyu replied, "Let's go." He stood up, adjusted his collar, and headed to the supermarket. What would he possibly need from the supermarket? Surely, he couldn't go empty-handed? Zhu Miao Miao couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time she had heard him refer to himself so casually. Rather than resembling a street thug, he appeared rather refined. Duan Siyu purchased various sea cucumber supplements, carrying numerous large and small bags, quite formally. Zhu Miao Miao momentarily found it difficult to discern who the true benefactor was. Duan Siyu's identity was shrouded in mystery, and most people in the hospital did not recognize him. However, his striking appearance was undeniable. When he and Zhu Miao Miao arrived at Lu Chunjiao's hospital room, they attracted the attention of several nurses and other patients. Everyone praised Lu Chunjiao for her good fortune. Her granddaughter was not only beautiful, but also capable, bringing along such a handsome boyfriend during the new year. Although Lu Chunjiao was unwell, she was full of energy at that moment, increasingly pleased with Duan Siyu. She eagerly engaged him in conversation, sharing numerous amusing anecdotes from Zhu Miao Miao's childhood, while omitting any mention of the hardships she had faced over the years. The reason is quite simple. They share a normal romantic relationship, characterized by mutual equality. Lu Chunjiao does not wish for others to underestimate Miao Miao. Although the elder may be somewhat talkative, her warmth and the tone of the conversation exude a sense of deep familiarity. Zhu Miao Miao peeled an orange and placed it in Lu Chunjiao's mouth, saying, "Grandma, could you refrain from belittling me in front of my boyfriend?" Duan Siyu's dark eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his eyes lifting in intrigue. "Boyfriend?" This appellation sounded rather pleasant to his ears. Lu Chunjiao swallowed the orange, clicked her tongue dismissively, and continued to speak to Duan Siyu. "Don't be misled by my Miao's seemingly carefree demeanor. She possesses a profound sense of filial piety." She then produced a peace talisman to show Duan Siyu, explaining, "This is a talisman I specifically requested at the temple not long ago, one that has been consecrated, said to bless me with longevity." Chapter 29. He has a significant other observing the talisman in the elderly man's hand. Duan Siyu's gaze dimmed, and the corners of his mouth stiffened slightly. He then slyly directed his eyes towards Zhu Miao Miao, as if he wished to flay her alive. He had initially presumed that she had sought the talisman solely for him, hence her act of retrieving it from the trash. However, it now appeared that the talisman was not exclusively intended for him, but rather a mere afterthought. Remarkable. Zhu Miao Miao had not given it much thought at first, but upon feeling Duan Siyu's sinister glare, a sudden realization struck her. This man undoubtedly believed she had only procured the talisman for him. Now that he had discovered she had also sought one for her grandmother, he felt that the uniqueness he believed he possessed had been diminished. Naturally, he was displeased. Zhu Miao Miao's mind raced, fearing that Duan Siyi might direct his ire towards her grandmother. She affectionately linked her arm with his and said, "Ayu, let us go watch the fireworks together tonight." Duan Siyi remained silent, brooding in his anger. He stood up, kicked the chair aside, and the courteous demeanor he had feigned upon arrival vanished entirely as he turned and exited the hospital room. Lu Chunjiao was left in a state of confusion. What is happening? She pondered aloud. Suddenly recalling something, she gently inquired, "Miao Miao, is your boyfriend mute?" Zhu Miao Miao responded with a puzzled expression. He hasn't uttered a single word since he arrived. Lu Chunjiao sighed, expressing her regret. What a fine young man he is, tall and handsome. How could this be? Sigh. Miao Miao, if you were to date him, please treat him well and do not discriminate against him. Indeed, appearance alone can serve as a ticket to entry. Just how foul was Duan Siyi's temper? Departing without a word, her grandmother not only remained unperturbed, but also expressed concern over whether he was mute. Zhu Miao Miao clarified, "He is not mute. He is simply rather introverted." Upon hearing this, Lu Chunjiao sighed in relief, her previous regret dissipating. "That is good then. Grandmother, I will go find him." Though reluctant, Zhu Miao Miao understood the gravity of the situation. Duan Siyi held far too much leverage over her. Any misstep on her part could result in her grandmother being hurt. With a beaming smile, Lu Chunjiao encouraged, "All right, you young people enjoy your date." For years, Miao Miao has had no one to care for her. Now that she finally has a boyfriend, it is a bit of support for her. I will certainly support her wholeheartedly. As Zhu Miao Miao exited the hospital, her eyes immediately fell upon Duan Siyi's Bugatti, a striking sight. Passers-by, regardless of gender, would pause their glances upon it for several moments. Sometimes one might think they were merely showing off, but in truth, this was simply part of his ordinary life. Any car he chose to drive from his garage would be impressive. A young woman, striking in both figure and appearance, could not resist stealing a glance at the man inside the car as she passed by. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she mustered the courage to approach. "Sir, could I have your contact information?" "No," Zhu Miao Miao replied, leisurely walking over to assert her claim. He was taken. Duan Siyi, having finished his cigarette, lazily turned his gaze towards the window. The young girl disregarded Zhu Miao Miao and, with a hint of reluctance, addressed Duan Siyi once more. "Sir, did you not hear her?" Duan Siyi interrupted her, resting a hand on the car window, relaxed yet indifferent. "I already have someone." As more onlookers gathered, the young girl felt her face flush with embarrassment upon hearing this, and swiftly fled the scene. Zhu Miao Miao took the initiative to sit in Duan Siyi's car. Glancing at him with an alluring expression, a charming smile gracing her lips, "Brother, you truly attract attention." Duan Siyi frowned, detecting the sarcasm in her tone. His dark gaze mixed with a hint of coldness. That phrase is not meant to be used like that. He then cast a glance at the safety talisman hanging from the rearview mirror, sneering disdainfully as he reached out to remove it. Sensing his intention, Zhu Miao Miao quickly stopped him, grasping his wrist. Her voice was sweet. "Why are you suddenly angry?" "Suddenly angry?" Duan Siyi chuckled lightly. "This talisman was probably not sincerely requested by you. On what grounds do you draw that conclusion?" Zhu Miao Miao frowned. "Just because I also requested one for my grandmother? My grandmother is family. You're someone I care for. They're not the same." Zhu Miao Miao pressed her lips together, lying effortlessly. "Doesn't that precisely indicate that you hold the same significance in my heart as my family?" The atmosphere inside the car turned strangely quiet. Zhu Miao Miao felt a tingling sensation at the back of her neck, uncertain if she could deceive this man. Yet she felt compelled to try. She continued, "Moreover, if I were to only request a safety talisman for you, and not for my grandmother, wouldn't that make me rather heartless? If a person cannot even love the family that raised them, how can you expect them to love you wholeheartedly? So, should I be thanking you then?" Duan Siyi retorted, amusement flickering in his cold, narrowed eyes. "That is not what I meant." Zhu Miao Miao leaned closer, gathering her courage, and gently rubbed his cheek. Tilting her head with a sweet smile, "I just hope that you won't be angry with me." Although Duan Siyi's expression remained brooding, the menacing aura surrounding him had lessened considerably. Seeing this, Zhu Miao Miao decided to take a step back. "Since you don't want this talisman, I shall take it back." With that, she truly reached to remove the talisman. This time, It was Duan Siyi who seized Zhu Miao Miao's wrist to halt her actions. He coughed lightly, calm and composed. It is already mine. How to handle it should be my decision. Zhu Miao Miao paused, feigning realization. Oh, fine then. But I'm still upset. You must find a way to appease me. Duan Siyi, unabashed, replied with conviction. You truly are a princess, needing someone to coddle you. Zhu Miao Miao pondered for a moment, noticing the sky darkening, and said, Princess Duan, I will take you somewhere. The Gaoqiao in the capital city. The street lights shone brightly, and the traffic was sparse. The sky had plunged into darkness until it erupted with bursts of fireworks, instantly bringing forth the festive spirit. What are we doing here? Duan Siyi inquired, his tone casual yet cool. Certainly, I am here to witness the fireworks. Wishing Miao Miao a serious demeanor. My family is not affluent enough to afford fireworks. During my childhood, I could only watch others enjoy them, but my view was limited. Eventually, I stumbled upon this location, discovering that watching fireworks here offers an unparalleled experience, both in terms of perspective and sensation. Duan Siyi, with arms crossed, stands firm, his coat billowing in the wind, his ink-black pupils exuding a chill. So, you have brought me here to secretly observe the fireworks of others. Am I unable to afford them? Do I need you to watch others' displays? You can certainly afford it. You are the wealthiest of all. How absurd. Miao Miao, disinterested in disputing with him, simply replied, I do not wish for you to buy me fireworks. However, I have a New Year's wish that only you can help me fulfill. Chapter 30. The mischief of possessiveness. Listening intently, Duan Siyi's gaze was icy and menacing. Indeed, her elaborate efforts to placate him were devoid of sincerity. It was only natural, as their acquaintance had been forged from mutual interests. Zhu Miao Miao's demands were hardly unexpected. Duan Siyi waited patiently for her to make an audacious request. Yet what he received instead was a heartfelt wish. I hope, Duan Siyi, that you find joy every single day in the coming year. Zhu Miao Miao rose on her tiptoes, reverently pressing a kiss to his throat. I truly like you. As her words hung in the air, fireworks erupted once more in the sky, brilliant and resplendent. The fleeting light of the fireworks illuminated the girl's face, casting a radiant glow. Duan Siyi had encountered many insincere individuals throughout the years, countless men and women who had deliberately sought his favor. They shared a common trait. They were eloquent. Yet, none possessed the unblemished clarity found in Zhu Miao Miao's eyes. She bore a gaze capable of love. Duan Siyi momentarily lost in thought, pondering, what do you adore about me? My wealth? My status? My looks? Zhu Miao Miao interjected, it's your looks. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your exquisite visage. Even if it weren't for my grandmother, I would still pursue you. Duan Siyi was taken aback, thinking it preferable to be desired for wealth and prestige. He opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly he noticed several vans approaching in the distance, his brows furrowing in concern. Soon, numerous figures clad in black emerged, brandishing sharp blades as they advanced towards them. Zhu Miao Miao sensed the impending danger and turned to see the assailants closing in. She never imagined that such a violent encounter would unfold before her eyes. Was this a scene from a drama? Yet, it appeared that their intentions were not directed at her, but rather at Duan Siyi, as all their gazes were fixated upon him. Duan Siyi remained unfazed. As if accustomed to such scenarios, his demeanor calm and collected. Zhu Miao Miao was bewildered, questioning the motives of these adversaries who sought to harm him during the festive season. Truly, navigating the upper echelons of society exposed one to all manner of encounters. Not daring to hesitate, Zhu Miao Miao grasped Duan Siyi's wrist and urged, run. Yet, he remained motionless, nonchalant, dismissing her plea as futile. As these words left his lips, more vehicles arrived, and they found themselves encircled on the overpass. It was as if these assailants had meticulously tracked Duan Siyi, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike him down, whether tonight or another time. Their intent was clear. Among them, a scarred leader with a menacing demeanor spoke. Young master, I deeply apologize. Duan Siyi raised an eyebrow, maintaining an air of control despite the precarious situation. Is this the work of the third mistress? You are indeed clever, but alas, such cleverness will avail you little, for you are about to descend into the netherworld. Duan Siyi clicked his tongue, his expression betraying no hint of fear. I am curious, however, why she has ceased her charade of madness after all this time. You may inquire about that in the halls of Yama, the leader retorted, no longer indulging in idle chatter, as the blades of his followers lunged towards him in unison. In the fleeting moment before the knife struck, Miao Miao's mind raced with thoughts. How could someone as astute and cautious as Duan Siyi possibly fall so easily into another's trap? Given his status, countless individuals would wish for his demise. If he were truly so vulnerable, he would have met his end countless times already. This clearly indicates that Duan Siyi possesses a contingency plan. In the realm of speculation, action must often precede thought. She tightly embraced Duan Siyi, placing herself defensively in front of him, allowing the knife wielded by the leader to pierce her lower back. At that very moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted nearby, followed by the sound of the knife clattering to the ground. The leader's wrist was punctured by a bullet, blood splattering across the ground. Simultaneously, others with knives were struck down, collapsing in agony. Miao Miao felt sweat bead on her forehead as she exhaled deeply. One might mistakenly believe they were engaged in a game of espionage. Fortunately, her gamble proved successful. As anticipated, Duan Siyi had indeed prepared for this eventuality. Meng Huai emerged with a group of bodyguards lying in wait not far away. Master Yu, are you unharmed? Meng Huai stepped forward to inquire. What business could he possibly have? It is I who has matters to attend to. Miao Miao collapsed into Duan Siyi's embrace, her heart brimming with frustration. The pain in her lower back was excruciating, as if a torrent of heat surged downward. Had it not been for the thick layers of clothing she wore in winter, that knife's force would undoubtedly have pierced through her. Duan Siyi's eyelashes fluttered. For the first time, someone had recklessly placed themselves before him, disregarding life and consequence. It was impossible for him to remain unmoved. He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the injured girl in his arms. Miao Miao's glistening eyes dimmed, and eventually they slowly closed. Yun Vuyuan, young Master Yu, this Miss Zhu is truly remarkable. I was watching from distance just now. Without hesitation, she rushed forth to shield you from the blade. Although it is certain that you would have been unharmed even if she had not intervened, it is nonetheless profoundly moving. After all, she was unaware that you had already dispatched someone to monitor the commotion at the third residence. Meng Huai, with a face full of envy, incessantly praised Miao Miao. Duan Siyi cast a cold glance at Meng Huai, silently questioning who needed her meddling. Meng Huai, you may insist on your stance, yet it is unclear who was in such a haste to bring the person home, even commanding Yi Nanjing, who was celebrating the new year with family, to come to Zhen Huayuan for treatment. The pivotal point is not merely the presence of Yi Nanjing. It is rather telling that a maid was specifically summoned to assist with the application of medicine and bandaging. Is this not the manifestation of possessiveness? Over the years, there have been few individuals by Lord Yu's side. Indeed, Miss Zhu is the first female companion who has remained with him for such an extended period. Fortunately, Miss Zhu harbors profound feelings for him, even willing to sacrifice her life. The maid tended to Miao Miao's wound. Fortunately, the knife had not penetrated deeply. It was merely a superficial injury, resulting in a small amount of blood. After applying the medicine and dressing the wound, the maid exited the room. Upon regaining consciousness, Miao Miao's gaze met that of Yi Nanjing, who had approached her side. With a calm tone, he remarked, "There is no need for you to shield Lord Yu from that blow. He possesses more capabilities than you realize. He is fully aware of who might harm him and when. Over the years, countless individuals have covertly and overtly conspired against him, seeking his demise. Did it prove effective? Ultimately, all their endeavors culminated in failure. The fate of that third concubine is now easily foreseeable." Miao Miao softly uttered, "I do not ponder such matters deeply. I merely wish for his safety." No sooner had her words left her lips than the door to the room swung open from the outside. Duan Siyi sauntered into the chamber with a leisurely demeanor, his gaze fixated on Miao Miao. Yi Nanjing dutifully reported, "Master Yu, Miss Zhu is well. There is no cause for concern." Duan Siyi waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to leave. Yi Nanjing, understanding the cue, did not linger and discreetly exited the room. At that moment, only Duan Siyi and Zhu Miao Miao remained within the confines of the chamber. As Zhu Miao Miao observed the man advancing towards her, she instinctively clutched the bedspread, hoping he would remain oblivious to her innermost thoughts. Chapter 31. Why did you rush to save me in a moment of contemplation? Zhu Miao Miao found herself beside Duan Siyi, whose palm, heated and insistent, pressed against her waist. Through the fabric, she could distinctly feel the warmth of his fingertips, and though she wished to recoil, she stifled the urge. Their gazes locked, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. Why'd you rush to save me? Duan Siyi spoke first, his demeanor nonchalant. Yet his eyes were filled with scrutiny, as if any utterance of falsehood from her would lead to dire consequences. At that moment, it felt as though a blade hovered ominously above Zhu Miao Miao's head, poised to descend at any moment. She bit her lip, gathering her thoughts before responding. In previous years, I had only my grandmother by my side. This year, having you around makes it wholly different. I cherish the moments spent with you and truly wish for your safety. A bitter smile graced Zhu Miao Miao's lips. I know you harbor no trust in me, yet I have genuinely developed feelings for you. Duan Siyi's expression turned frigid, his grip tightening on her chin, exuding a chilling yet noble air. Oh, is that so? Zhu Miao Miao sensed a hint of indulgence in his tone. Or perhaps it was merely her imagination. Her cheeks throbbed with pain, and she pressed her lips together, hesitant to speak further. In this precarious situation, it was wise to remain guarded. An inadvertent slip could unravel all her efforts thus far. His piercing gaze lingered on her for a considerable time before he finally released her chin, coolly stating, "Darling, I sincerely hope you have not deceived me." The way he pronounced darling was melodious, sending shivers down her spine, yet his subsequent words were laced with brutality. Should I ever discover your betrayal, I will ensure that you are fully conscious when I sever your tongue, break your limbs, and reduce you to a mere pulp, subjecting you to a fate worse than death. Zhu Miao Miao trembled involuntarily. Duan Siyi emanated an unsettling aura, one that transcended mere deviance or insanity. Logically, she had saved him. Even if he felt no gratitude, such menacing threats seemed unnecessary. To die, or to escape, alas, this money is truly hard-earned. In an instant, Duan Siyi transitioned from issuing threats to tenderly caressing her hair. Good night, sleep well. Tomorrow, I shall present you with a surprise, my dear. Instinctively, Zhu Miao Miao realized that Duan Siyi was far more ferocious than she had ever imagined. What she had encountered thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. The nature of this surprise was something she had no desire to uncover. All right, she endured the pain coursing through her body, wrapping her arms around Duan Siyi's neck, leaning in to brush against the skin. Good night. The following day, Zhu Miao Miao awoke to find Duan Siyi absent. Upon descending the stairs, the housekeeper, Aunt Shun, informed her that Duan Siyi had returned to Ouching. Zhu Miao Miao paused momentarily, suspecting it was a consequence of the previous night's events. However, she dismissed the thought. It was none of her concern, as she had to go to the hospital. Just as she was about to step outside, she spotted two familiar figures entering the main building. Hua Chun, Hui Yuan. Zhu Miao Miao stood frozen in disbelief, carrying gifts to pay New Year's respects to Duan Siyi. Hui Yuan was filled with fury upon seeing Zhu Miao Miao. She set down the presents and approached Zhu Miao Miao directly, her face a mask of disbelief. How could you be here? Are you living with Brother Siyi? What gave you the right? Hui Yuan was seething with rage, yet refrained from confronting Zhu Miao Miao physically, for she could not forget the last time Zhu Miao Miao had lost control and nearly pushed her down the stairs. Zhu Miao Miao smirked nonchalantly. Isn't it obvious? I've slept with him, we're together. You truly have no shame. Hui Yuan could no longer contain herself and raised her hand to strike Zhu Miao Miao. However, Zhu Miao Miao was far quicker. As soon as Hui Yuan moved, she delivered a sharp slap to her face. Hui Yuan clutched her cheek, nearly beside herself with anger, gritting her teeth and casting a sorrowful glance at her brother, hoping he would take her side. Hua Chun, wearing glasses, maintained an air of elegance, exuding a charming yet debonair demeanor. He sauntered over to the two of them with deliberate slowness. Having already encountered the malevolent nature hidden beneath Hua Chen's polished exterior, Zhu Miao Miao was not deceived by his genteel facade. He spoke, "Miss Zhu, it has been a long time. How is your grandmother's health?" Zhu Miao Miao had no desire for small talk. It was far more comfortable to be forthright. "That is none of your concern," she replied. Hua Chun smirked slightly. "Indeed, it is irrelevant, but I advise you not to invest too much effort in IE. He will never marry you." Zhu Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. She needed no reminders regarding this matter. Her relationship with Duan Siyi was solely to gain access to high society resources, ensuring the best medical care for her grandmother. Nothing more. The notion of marriage had never crossed her mind. Yet, to irk them, Zhu Miao Miao would not yield to their expectations. "That is not certain. Right now, Duan Siyi is utterly devoted to me. He publicly placed a diamond ring on my finger at the auction. Is that not clear enough?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Hua Chen's lips indeed faded. Hua Yuan interjected, "What are you so pleased about? Brother Siyi is merely under your spell for the time being. In this circle, no one has ever married a poor girl. Casual flings are acceptable, but marriage must be mutually beneficial." In contrast to Hua Yuan's frustration, Hua Chun maintained his smile and composure. "I know Ai. You cannot control him. Be cautious not to play with fire." With that, Hua Chun glanced around and added, "It seems Ai is not here today, so we shall not impose further." He turned and departed. Hua Yuan, unwilling to remain alone with Zhu Miao Miao, hurried after her brother. With the cacophony gone, Zhu Miao Miao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Enchen stood nearby, having quietly absorbed their conversation and promptly messaged Duan Siyi. At the hospital, Zhu Miao Miao kept her grandmother company, feeling restless throughout the day, a sense of inexplicable panic gnawing at her, compounded by thoughts of the surprise Duan Siyi had mentioned the night before. At 8 o'clock in the evening, she noticed Duan Siyi had suddenly re-added her on WeChat and sent her a message. "I have returned to the capital, having just disembarked from the plane, hoping that the first face I see upon arriving home would be yours." So soon? Could it be that he lingered only briefly in the city of Australia? It seems he must have spent the entire day in transit. Zhu Miao Miao had anticipated a period of respite, only to realize her naivety. Rising to her feet, she addressed her grandmother, who lay in a hospital bed. "Grandmother, I must go to work now." Lu Chunjiao, filled with affection for the child, lamented that she had to work even during the new year. Zhu Miao Miao nodded in agreement, explaining that the employer could be quite formidable and tardiness would incur hefty penalties. Lu Chunjiao sighed, choosing not to comment further, reflecting on the hardships faced by the youth today. Zhu Miao Miao hurried to Zhen Huayuan, yet arrived too late. Duan Siyi had returned before her. Upon entering the main building, Aunt Chen cautiously informed Zhu Miao Miao. "The young master is in the study, appearing rather discontent. Do exercise caution." With trepidation, Zhu Miao Miao approached the door of the study and gently pushed it open. Duan Siyi was ensconced in darkness, calmly toying with a sharp silver knife in his hand. Chapter 32. Terrifying, the desk lamp flickered to life. Duan Siyi's austere silhouette emerged partially, his eyes lazily lifting at the corners. Upon sensing his gaze upon her, Zhu Miao Miao felt an inexplicable chill course through her body, her palms damp with a cold sweat. For reasons unknown, she perceived that Duan Siyi was not quite himself at that moment. He resembled a restless soul trapped in hell, filled with unrelenting resentment. It was terrifying, unnerving. Steeling herself, Zhu Miao Miao took deliberate steps towards him until she halted directly in front of him. Her legs brushed against his tailored trousers and through the fabric. She could distinctly sense the penetrating cold emanating from him. A knife lay on the desk, and Duan Siyi propped his chin up, his voice deliberate. "Where have you been?" He feigned ignorance, fully aware of her movements. Zhu Miao Miao, unable to deceive him, replied honestly, "I went to see my grandmother." Duan Siyi's lean, powerful arm encircled her waist, drawing her onto his lap. His abyssal gaze narrowed slightly as it lingered on hers, an intoxicating connection. Despite the vastness of the room, it felt exceedingly confined, and she struggled to catch her breath, as if her chest were being pressed down. Zhu Miao Miao parted her lips, intending to speak. when her attention was suddenly drawn to the crimson stains on his collar. "You're injured?" She instinctively reached out to touch his neck. Oh, it wasn't Tia's blood. Perhaps too close for comfort. She could faintly detect the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. As she pondered this, her wrist was abruptly seized in a tight grip. His strength was formidable, his expression dark yet composed. "Have you finished your inspection?" Duan Siyi smirked lazily, but in less than a heartbeat, his demeanor shifted, darkening visibly as he pronounced slowly, "You truly are disobedient. Didn't Ti say that the first person I wanted to see upon returning home was you?" His icy fingertips caressed her cheek. "You made me wait?" Typically, Miao Miao might have retorted in kind, but at that moment, she sensed something was profoundly amiss. The ferocity and menace in his striking features exuded a chilling aura, sending shivers down her spine. Her heart raced, each pulse feeling as though it sought to escape her body. It was terrifying. Miao Miao could not neglect the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her. Attempting to maintain her composure, she murmured, "I'm sorry. There was traffic." Duan Siyi lazily acknowledged her with an "oh," nodding slightly, as if the traffic was an acceptable explanation. Miao Miao lowered her gaze, her fingers curling instinctively. What was troubling him today? It was all so bizarre. Though he had exhibited signs of oddity the previous night, today he seemed to have transformed entirely. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a coolness against her neck. Looking down, she saw a necklace crafted from white crystals that sparkled brilliantly in the darkness. Was this the surprise Duan Siyi had mentioned? Miao Miao exhaled in relief, realizing how unnecessarily fearful she had been throughout the day. "Thank you," she whispered, placing a tender kiss on his cheek. "I really like it. I've heard that the two siblings from the Hua family have arrived today." Duan Siyi suddenly interjected this remark. Miao Miao paused for a moment. The entire Junwu courtyard was under Duan Siyi's watchful eyes. His awareness was hardly surprising. Miao Miao nodded, affirming the statement. "What do they say to you?" she inquired. "Oh, nothing much," Miao Miao replied nonchalantly. "It was primarily advice for me to distance myself from you." Duan Siyi chuckled softly. "Is that so? Then what are your thoughts on the matter?" Miao Miao replied, "Naturally, I will not depart. If there ever comes a day when I truly leave you, it could only mean one of two things. Either you have forsaken me, or I'm no longer alive." Duan Siyi's dark eyes glimmered with a thick amusement. "So certain are you?" He picked up the tablet from the table, intrigued, and said, "Allow me to show you something entertaining. After watching it, if you still hold the same opinion, I shall believe you. What is it that you find amusing?" The tablet unlocked, revealing a video to Miao Miao's gaze. Within a traditional Chinese room, a beautiful woman with disheveled hair wept profusely, pleading for mercy, admitting her faults. The next moment, an eye, a stomach, a copious spray of blood erupted forth. The camera lens was splattered with blood, obscuring the woman's grotesque visage, leaving only echoes of her agonizing screams. If Miao Miao's conjecture was correct, the bloodstains on Duan Siyi were likely from the woman in the video. She is the third concubine? Miao Miao's complexion paled as she feigned ignorance. "Did you find this horror video online?" Duan Siyi smirked, unabashedly revealing, "This is from my father's residence. You were injured by this woman's underlings yesterday. I avenge you today. What do you think? Is it not a surprise?" Miao Miao responded. "So this is the surprise? Revenge? How absurd. It was clearly for his own sake. Even if she had not been injured last night, Duan Siyi would have still sought to cleanse the situation. He was attempting to transform her into one of his own kind." Miao Miao's eyelashes trembled violently, the psychological and emotional shock rendering her breathless. What sort of devil had she entangled herself with? Was it too late to flee now? Miao Miao's lips quivered as her hands gripped her thigh tightly. This was the only way to suppress her trembling body. Is she dead?" Miao Miao asked awkwardly. The girl's vibrant, expressive eyes glistened with a thin veil of mist, so vividly exquisite. Duan Siyi's response was ambiguous. "Guess?" Miao Miao could no longer restrain herself, her hands clenching tightly around the fabric of Duan Siyi's waist, sobbing. The man's gaze darkened in response to her actions. He turned off the video, his expression inscrutable, tinged with a hint of mockery. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" "Yes, of course I am afraid. She had heard of Duan Siyu's ruthless methods and was aware that his hands were stained with blood. She knew it all, yet knowing and experiencing it firsthand, witnessing it, were entirely different matters. Approaching Duan Siyi, she understood that ahead lay an abyss and hell, but she had no choice. She had to choose this path. Now, she feels as though she is traversing a precarious bridge, one that is trembling and on the verge of collapse, having already journeyed halfway across. The distance between the beginning and the end is negligible, and retreat is not an option. She must confront her fears and press onward. I'm not afraid. Miao Miao sobbed, her lashes dampened by tears. Not afraid? Duan Siyu's slender, pale fingers gripped her chin, his demeanor dark and piercing. Then why are you crying? Miao Miao broke free from his grasp, burying her face in his chest, her voice barely a whisper. I do not wish for your hands to be stained with blood and guilt. Yet I understand that if you do not eliminate her, she will be your demise. I do not want you to die. It is quite a contradiction, is it not? Miao Miao lifted her eyelids, her gaze fierce and unwavering. However, I comprehend all your actions. Duan Siyu's eyes flickered, revealing a moment of hesitation. Do you truly love me that much? Love me to the extent that even if I commit murder, it does not concern you? Miao Miao's voice was clear and resolute. It does not concern me. What I cherish is you. Whether you're good or bad, you're my one and only. Chapter 33. The surgery after the New Year. Duan Siyi maintained an air of composure, yet within the depths of his heart, a peculiar emotion began to stir. Miao Miao clutched his neck tightly, leaning close to his earlobe, and whispered, I understand that you cannot marry me, nor do I harbor the expectation of being with you for a lifetime. However, as long as you are here with me in this moment, I will love you wholeheartedly. Duan Siyi scoffed lightly. Isn't this all for your grandmother? Doubt still lingered in his mind. Unfazed, Miao Miao lied, no. Her expression was sincere as she continued, You're different from my grandmother. One is family, the other is the one I love. I possess so little, so very little. Besides my grandmother, no one has truly cared for me. My father passed away too soon, and my mother cast me aside. Yet you have helped me time and again. Duan Siyi enchanting, gaz trembled slightly. That heart, long sealed away, began to stir. Throughout the years, he had only known sorrow, anger, and resentment. But now, something seemed to shift within him. It was a complex emotion. Miao Miao's autumn-like eyes shimmered with unshed tears. How could I not like someone so wonderful as you, Why? Do not belittle yourself. You are a truly remarkable person. Duan Siyi was taken aback. Had he really frightened her with that dreadful video? Not only did she not recoil in fear or disdain, but she even praised him. It was utterly absurd. He was no good person. He was vile, malicious, and had committed countless atrocities to achieve his goals. Now, he had unveiled a corner of his darkness, laying it bare before her. Yet she still loved him. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Duan Siyi captured her lips with fervor. In that moment, it was no longer about any ulterior motives or transactions. The barrier that had existed between them shattered in Duan Siyi's heart. He kissed her with an intensity greater than ever before, as if he wished to meld Miao Miao into his very being, flesh and blood entwined. Surrounded by his essence, Miao Miao found it hard to breathe, her eyes stinging. It felt like an eternity before they finally parted. Duan Siyi's once lofty and excessively handsome visage softened. The third concubine is alive. I did not kill her. Miao Miao was perplexed. Why was he explaining this to her? Moreover, the torment he had inflicted upon her was no different from murder. As she pondered, Duan Siyi's fingertips grazed her waist, gently caressing. Does it hurt, baby? His tone was teasing yet not frivolous. So strange, so frightening. Had he been possessed? Miao Miao's body tingled as if struck by an electric current, both pleasurable and numbing. It doesn't hurt, don't worry. Duan Siyi murmured in response, nuzzling her soft skin. Have you eaten dinner? Miao Miao had no appetite. The day had been fraught with tension. I've eaten, she replied. I haven tea. Keep me company. The following day, Miao Miao was awakened by the piercing sunlight. She sat up to find Duan Siyi watching over her by the bedside, his gaze profound. Last night, after finishing dinner, They returned to the bedroom to sleep. Duan Siyi clung to her like a stubborn adhesive plaster, reluctant to let go, resembling a couple deeply in love. For a fleeting moment, Miao Miao questioned whether this man had genuinely developed feelings for her. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought, convinced it was unlikely. Duan Siyi was merely intrigued by her appearance. The allure of physical beauty, she mused, inevitably fades with the passage of time, and one need not wait for aging to witness this decline. She believed that within a few months, he would cast her aside. "Good morning," Miao Miao greeted him first. After receiving a phone call, Duan Siyi glanced at her, his attention unwaveringly fixed on her facial expressions. "The suitable kidney source for your grandmother is available," he remarked. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere seemed to still, enveloped in a profound silence. Miao Miao felt a surge of excitement, nearly bouncing off the ground, her face betraying her uncontainable joy. "Is that true?" she asked, striving to steady her voice, a smile dancing on her lips. "The surgery can be performed after the new year," Duan Siyi said, pinching her cheek gently. "Why after the new year?" Miao Miao pondered aloud. Since a kidney source has been found, shouldn't the surgery take place immediately? Duan Siyi's gaze softened, explaining that the donor wished to spend one last new year with their family. "What do you mean?" Miao Miao queried, confused. "Most people have two kidneys. Donating one should not pose a threat to life," Duan Siyi replied. "The person donating a kidney to your grandmother is gravely ill and relies on machines to survive." Miao Miao paused. "May I meet him? After all, he is the benefactor who saved my grandmother. I should express my gratitude in person." Duan Siyi's expression turned cold as he narrowed his eyes, making it clear that such a meeting was not permissible. Sensing his disapproval, Miao Miao refrained from further inquiries. As long as her grandmother could be saved, nothing else mattered. "Thank you," Miao Miao expressed sincerely. "I do not accept verbal gratitude," Duan Siyi replied, leaving her momentarily speechless. Indeed, since their acquaintance, she had been perpetually expressing thanks without truly giving him anything in return. Even her gesture of seeking a talisman for his safety was merely incidental. Their relationship was inherently imbalanced. She owed him, rather than sharing an equal footing. With her gaze lowered, Miao Miao's fingers trembled as she began to unbutton her nightgown, revealing her fair skin. Just as she was about to continue, she was halted. "Let's wait until your injury is healed. I am not so beastly," Duan Siyi remarked. "Oh, I have some work to attend to today," he added, fastening her buttons. "You should behave." Miao Miao opened her mouth to ask, "May I visit the hospital to see my grandmother? I want to share this good news with her right away." Duan Siyi's dark eyes dimmed slightly. Miao Miao instantly understood. "All right, I won't go. I'll stay by your side and won't go anywhere." Only then did Duan Siyi's expression soften a little. Meanwhile, Hui Yuan returned from Zhenhuayuan, refusing to eat or drink, spiraling into a day of madness at home. Miao Miao felt suffocated at the thought of staying in Duan Siyi's house, sharing a space with the man she could not have. Had she foreseen the present circumstances, she would never have brought Miao Miao into Duan Siyi's territory, ensuring that Miao Miao would never cross paths with him. The more Hui Yuan contemplated this, the more distraught she became, resorting to hurling a vase at Fu Lan, berating her as a wretched woman and condemning her daughter as even more despicable. The servant stood by, hesitant to intervene. Hui Dongshan, renowned for his indulgence towards his daughter, upon witnessing Hui Yuan's profound sorrow, promptly resolved to take her to Ouching, seizing the holiday to discuss the prospect of a union with the Duan family. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuan ceased her tumultuous behavior. Miao Miao had not seen her grandmother for 2 days. Duan Siyi had been working from home, leaving her unable to slip away under his watchful gaze. Each day, she could only send messages to her grandmother, reassuring her not to worry. Fortunately, these 2 days were not entirely devoid of engagement. She assisted Dr. Yi in the backyard as he dried herbs. By Dr. Ye's side, she also encountered Duan's mother, who had been confined to the side courtyard. Unlike her initial frenzied reaction, Duan's mother now regarded Miao Miao with a calm demeanor, her expression tinged with the melancholy of time. In the evening, Duan's mother sat by the window, the breeze tousling her slightly graying hair, lending an air of profound solitude and sorrow. Zhu Miao Miao stood at the doorway, her heart heavy as she observed this poignant scene, letting out a soft sigh. Sensing her preoccupation, Yi Nanjing, who had developed a modicum of affection for Zhu Miao Miao through their recent interactions, could not help but inquire, "Miss Zhu, what troubles you?" Chapter 34. Affection and heartache. She felt a deep sympathy for her. The scandalous deeds of Duan Siyu's father had garnered considerable attention. As a prominent family shrouded in mystery, the Duan clan was notably represented in the limelight only by Duan Siyu's father. This man had betrayed his first wife, marrying one woman after another. Yet, Duan Siyu's mother inexplicably clung to him, her affections unwavering. To put it kindly, she was deeply sentimental and, to be blunt, rather foolish. Yi Nanjing hesitated to comment on matters concerning the family, but upon hearing Zhu Miao Miao's words, she could not resist inquiring if it was due to illness. Zhu Miao Miao shook her head, insisting no. "It's my belief that a woman who loses herself for a man, who loves to the point of madness, is simply beyond comprehension." Yi Nanjing parted her lips, suddenly noticing Duan Siyu's presence behind Zhu Miao Miao. Almost instinctively, she asked, "And what are your thoughts on Lord Yu?" Duan Siyi stood with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, maintaining a relaxed distance from Zhu Miao Miao. His curiosity piqued about what she would say in private. After all, her previous sweet nothings had been uttered in his presence. Zhu Miao Miao paused, contemplating her response. Yi Nanjing was Duan Siyu's, and despite their pleasant interactions over the past few days, she remained cautious. Moreover, his abrupt question fell off. To be safe, Zhu Miao Miao maintained a facade, expressing affection laced with deeper concern. "I have heard that in affluent families, intrigue and rivalry abound, where brotherly bonds can be cast aside for the sake of inheritance, leading to fierce conflicts. Duan Siyi, having endured these years without his mother's protection, must have faced unimaginable hardships. Therefore, regardless of his temperament, be it ruthless or malevolent, I am resolutely willing to stand by his side." Yi Nanjing replied, "Miss Zhu, your feelings for Lord Yu are indeed profound. Perhaps, if one day I were to part ways with Duan Siyi, I too would descend into madness," Zhu Miao Miao mused, her eyelashes fluttering. Yet all she could do was refrain from intruding. "Zhu Miao Miao." Duan Siyi's deep voice suddenly resonated behind her. Zhu Miao Miao's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. Turning around, she met the intense gaze of his striking dark eyes, momentarily paling in fright. She was genuinely startled. He had been right behind her. It felt akin to a brush with death. Duan Siyi, a man of formidable presence, loomed ominously. Had she uttered a single word that displeased him, the consequences would likely be dire. Yi Nanjing was no innocent either, deliberately probing her in front of Duan Siyi. It seemed that navigating this world required utmost caution. With no hint of remorse, Yi Nanjing smiled faintly, respectfully greeting Duan Siyi before retreating, leaving the space for the two of them. Once Yi Nanjing had departed, Zhu Miao Miao feigned astonishment, glancing at Duan Siyi. "Did you hear everything?" Duan Siyi's eyes were cool and distant. "Yes. You always believed we would part ways?" Zhu Miao Miao pondered. What does he mean by that? Could it be that he genuinely desires a lasting relationship? How novel. How should she respond to satisfy Duan Siyi? Her mind felt overwhelmed. At times, she believed that outsmarting Duan Siyi was even more daunting than preparing for college entrance exams. Whether they would part ways depended entirely on her. Zhu Miao Miao's response was ambiguous, leaving no room for criticism. "Zhu Miao Miao." Duan Siyi's voice, deep and alluring, lingered on her name, infused with an indescribable tone of intimacy. "Would you like to return to my home?" Home? Wasn't Zhen Huayuan already his residence? Zhu Miao Miao felt a flicker of doubt. Duan Siyi, noticing her confusion, raised an eyebrow and clarified, "To meet my family." Moments ago, his father had called, requesting his presence at the ancestral home in Ouching for an important discussion. It certainly could not be about the matter of the third concubine. Although he had subjected her to a torment that rendered her almost unrecognizable, his father had long since lost any affection for that woman, pretending to be insane. The reason she remained in the old residence was merely to avoid giving others ammunition to speak ill of the family. He was uncertain of his father's intentions, but he was certain they would not bode well. Initially, Duan Siyi hadn't intended to bring Zhu Miao Miao along. Yet now, inexplicably, he felt a desire to have her stand proudly by his side amidst his family. Zhu Miao Miao asked, "Is it your father and his associates?" She wrung her hands anxiously, thinking it best to refrain from attending. She feared she might embarrass him. A trip to Ouching would mean further delays in visiting her grandmother in the hospital. Duan Siyi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhu Miao Miao. "Do you not love me? Are you unwilling to meet my family?" Fu Miao Miao exclaimed. "No. You wealthy young masters. Aren't your flings merely fleeting affairs? How could one possibly bring such a person home?" The situation seemed increasingly beyond her control. When had the dynamics shifted? She was uncertain. "I am simply afraid." Zhu Miao Miao struggled to articulate this reason. She wished to continue speaking, hoping to navigate the conversation more smoothly. But she noticed the growing darkness in Duan Siyi's expression. Tensing slightly, she swiftly altered her tone. "However, if you wish to introduce me to your family, I would be delighted to accompany you." The following day, at noon, the Duan family estate stood as a grand and ancient residence, comprising a main building and side courtyards. With only 2 stories and no attic, yet it boasted over 70 rooms. Once, this estate housed distinguished dignitaries and nobles. In the late 1990s, the Duan family recognized the property's auspicious feng shui, purchasing it for an exorbitant price and renovating it. The old house preserved antique furnishings while blending in European styles, imparting an air of elegance. Many online sought to visit this place, yet due to its private nature and ownership by the Duan family, access was strictly prohibited by Ouching's authorities. Zhu Miao Miao had never anticipated stepping foot in such a place. Her perspective felt elevated anew. At the entrance of the estate, numerous servants stood ready to welcome Duan Siyi. Zhu Miao Miao followed closely beside him, unconsciously leaning into his presence. In a foreign environment, the perilous domain of Duan Siyi seemed to envelop her like a protective canopy. The expansive courtyard of the mansion exuded an overwhelming sense of suffocation upon entry. The walls loomed high, reminiscent of the crimson barriers of the Forbidden City, capable of ensnaring a woman's entire existence. With each step along the path, servants respectfully greeted Duan Siyi. Just when she thought Junwuan was extravagant enough, the Duan family's ancestral residence proved to be even more ostentatious. As they approached the main hall, a young girl clad in a violet qipao approached them gracefully. The girl appeared to be around 18, possessing an exquisite and slender figure, her waist delicate enough to be grasped with ease. However, her physique was not her most striking feature. Rather, it was her enchanting and stunning visage. Zhu Miao Miao surmised that this young lady was likely Duan Siyi's younger sister. The girl reached them, her bright eyes fixated on Duan Siyi, as she skillfully called out, "Ooh." Chapter 35, "But I will not marry her." Zhu Miao Miao was taken aback. A youth? Such intimacy and familiarity. Could he be a relative of Duan Siyi? The young girl, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability, tugged at Duan Siyi's sleeve, presenting a pitiful demeanor. "You, could you please stop disliking me?" What was the nature of their relationship? Zhu Miao Miao, shedding the tension she felt upon entering, transformed into an onlooker. "Miss Chow." Duan Siyi smiled, his expression laced with unmistakable sarcasm. "Your words are quite amusing. My feelings toward you have no bearing on your status as my father's lover, do they? Do you truly believe you could ascend to a position where he would take you home as my stepmother?" Qiao Shiuro's eyes glistened with tears, embodying a fragile and pitiful appearance. Duan Siyi's words remained as sharp as ever. "You better put in some effort. For even if my father were half a foot in the grave, he would still prefer young maidens of 18. Detecting the mockery in Duan Siyi's tone, Qiao Shiuro's tears began to flow. I simply cannot endure a life of poverty any longer. You should understand me. Besides, being near your father would allow me to keep an eye on the Duan family's affairs, wouldn't it?" As she spoke, she reached out to touch Duan Siyi. He slightly turned away, preventing her contact, his dark eyes narrowing with uncontainable disgust. "Get lost." Zhu Miao Miao listened to their conversation, sensing an intricate relationship between them. Yet their veiled dialogue eluded her analysis. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Shiuro's gaze fixed upon Zhu Miao Miao. What a beautiful girl, she mused. She appears so pure and innocent. Seeing her enter alongside Duan Siyi earlier truly ignited a sense of envy within Xiao Shuero. At the auction, Duan Siyi had publicly gifted this girl a diamond ring, and now he had brought her home. Surely, he must have intentions of being with her. Unfortunately, the Duan family would not approve of such a union. Not long ago, the Hua family had arrived in the city and had gone directly to the Duan residence to discuss marriage arrangements with Duan Siyi's father. He had acquiesced, leading to a call to Duan Siyi, urging him to return home. Xiao Shuero's gaze made Miao Miao feel uneasy. Although it might not be malicious, it was nonetheless disconcerting. Xiao Shuero, in a soft voice, remarked, You shouldn't have brought her here today. Duan Siyi's dark eyes were filled with coldness. Since when is it your place to meddle in my affairs? Xiao Shuero paused, responding cautiously. Could you refrain from speaking to me in such a pointed manner? I am merely concerned about you and your little girlfriend. As her words hung in the air, a stern voice interrupted Duan Siyi. What is the purpose of bringing her here? Duan's father, having heard from the household staff that his son had returned home, emerged from the main hall only to find him accompanied by the woman from the news. He approached Xiao Shuero, his piercing gaze fixed upon the two of them. As Duan Siyi's father, the resemblance was unmistakable. Even as he approaches 60, his face adorned with numerous wrinkles, he remained strikingly charismatic and full of grace. It is evident that he was quite handsome in his youth. Previously, Miao Miao had seen Duan Siyi's father in various tabloids, although they merely featured sensational news. Encountering him in person now feels surreal. While Duan's father's eyes are sharp, lacking the beauty of Duan Siyi's, they cannot compare to the chilling and fearsome presence of his son. Therefore, the generational gap between elder and younger is entirely indiscernible. Duan Siyi clenches Miao Miao's hand, meeting his father's seething gaze. Does he not see? He has brought his girlfriend home to pay respects for the new year. Duan's father, veins protruding on his forehead, exclaims in disbelief, absurd. The Hua family has specifically come to the Duan residence to discuss your engagement with Hui Yuan, and you dare bring this woman here? What? Miao Miao is taken aback. The Hua family is here? They are discussing an engagement between Duan Siyi and Hui Yuan? What, then, is her presence here? As Duan's father's words hang in the air, Duan Siyi's expression turns frigid, a cold smirk escaping his lips. I was unaware that my marital affairs would be dictated by you. Duan's father, with an air of authority, retorts, if you do not allow me to take charge. Are you expecting me to watch idly as you pursue this woman? I have investigated her background. She is the daughter of Hua Dongshan's current wife. Are you oblivious to her intentions? Setting aside her dubious lineage, what benefits can her family provide you? Each of Duan's father's words strikes at the heart, mercilessly trampling Miao Miao's dignity. It is as though she stands before him not as a person, but as a mere creature to be belittled at will. Yet, Miao Miao possesses an inner strength, remaining unfazed by the harshness. After all, having chosen this path, she must endure all malice. Duan Siyi's demeanor darkens, icily retorting, I'm not like you, father. I do not require a woman to bring me benefits. You, Duan's father grits his teeth, fists clenched tightly. You must come with me to meet them. The Hua family has been waiting here for a considerable time. Regardless, you ought to greet them. Duan Siyi, languidly smiling with an air of aristocratic nonchalance, replies, Very well. I shall introduce my girlfriend to them. Ayu, do not sulk with your father. Xiao Shuero interjects, casting a glance at Miao Miao. She approaches and casually links her arm with Miao Miao's, saying, This old residence is steeped in history and quite beautiful. Shall I show you around? Miao Miao hesitates for a moment, catching a glimpse of something in Xiao Shuero's eyes, indicating that she has something to say. Miao Miao, wishing to avoid an encounter with the Hua family for now, prefers to hide for a while. She quickly adopts an innocent demeanor, replying, Yes, that sounds wonderful. Thank you. Sister. Xiao Shuero's smile falters slightly. Perhaps because she became involved with an older man shortly after reaching adulthood, people often overlook that she is still a young girl. Consequently, Xiao Shuero is particularly sensitive about her age. Hearing Miao Miao, who is of a similar age, call her sister stirs some discomfort within her. Nonetheless, she maintains her enthusiastic facade, urging, "Let us go." Duan Siyu's grip on Zhu Miao Miao's hand is firm. She must exert considerable effort to free herself from his grasp. The menacing glare of Duan Siyu swept over her, exuding an aura of terrifying danger. Zhu Miao Miao felt a shiver run down her spine, too afraid to meet his gaze, and promptly followed Qiao Shiwero away from the scene. Duan Siyu, with his tongue lightly grazing his molars, couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. She was not there to admire the old residence. Rather, she was clearly evading him. Duan Siyu resolved to retrieve her. However, his father, Duan Fu, positioned himself in front of him, speaking with earnest gravity. "Ayu, I am aware of your grievances towards me, but there is no need to take it out on me by randomly seeking a woman. You are more astute than I. You should recognize that her intentions are self-serving." Duan Siyu retorted, "That is quite amusing. Is Qiao Shiwero with you for anything other than her own gain?" "I will not marry her," he asserted. Duan Fu replied, "And what of you? If your intentions are merely to indulge, I would not be having this conversation, nor would I pressure you into a union with the Hua family. The daughter of the Hua family, at the very least, hails from a reputable lineage and possesses no ulterior motives, albeit with a somewhat fiery temperament. Unlike that Zhu Miao Miao, whom I find quite complex, harboring a multitude of ulterior motives." Chapter 36, departing from Du In's father had encountered numerous women, discerning their sincerity at a mere glance. The heiress of the Hua family, though often haughty, wore her temperament and malice openly on her face. But what of Zhu Miao Miao? She exuded a profound cunning. Her exterior belied a flavorless poison that ensnared one unsuspectingly. Possessing both guile and ambition, she was a woman to be approached with caution. Even Du In's father, despite his flirtatious nature, would typically steer clear of such a woman. A foolish beauty was far easier to manage. "Leave Ayu as soon as possible," Du In's father advised. Du In Siyu, with a playful lift of his brow, offered his retort, "Impossible." Zhu Miao Miao adored him, her heart and eyes filled solely with him. Likewise, he would not casually betray genuine affection as his father had. Even if Zhu Miao Miao were not as innocent, harboring a mind full of schemes and misdeeds, as long as her love was for him, he would indulge her. "Father," Du Ncus lips curved in a calm smile. "Let us not forget who currently holds power in the Duan family." He paused briefly, his gaze sharp, and continued, "Should you provoke me, I would not hesitate to embrace the role of a disobedient son, hastening your demise." Duan's father's expression twisted in shock. "You are truly outrageous." However, given Du Ncus's temperament and his rebellious nature, such a threat was not beyond the realm of possibility. He was a man devoid of familial bonds and moral scruples. Du Ncus chuka softly, indeed, outrageux. So, it would be wise for you to be cautious, perhaps keeping your eyes open while you sleep at night. The ancestral home was indeed a delightful place to explore, each room reflecting its own unique style, steeped in antiquity and exuding tranquility. There were too many rooms to fully appreciate in one visit, so Qiao Shiwero led Zhu Miao Miao to the less populated back garden. In the back garden stood a rockery, alongside a winding, crystal-clear stream where fish and ducks frolicked, brimming with life. The area was adorned with an array of seasonal flowers, beautiful enough to feel like stepping into a realm of fairies. It was no surprise that the affluent revel in such beauty. This place surpassed mere mansions or villas in its grandeur. Feeling a bit fatigued, Qiao Shiwero turned to Zhu Miao Miao and suggested, "There's a pavilion ahead. Shall we rest for a while?" Zhu Miao Miao, noticing her weariness, nodded in agreement. Any moment of respite was welcome. As they settled in the pavilion, a gentle chill swept through the air. Despite the sunny weather, the temperature was quite cool. Zhu Miao Miao looked at Qiao Shiwero, dressed in a qipao that revealed a hint of skin, and asked, "Aren't you cold?" Dressed so lightly in the depths of winter. A hint of melancholy flickered in Qiao Shiwero's eyes as she replied, her voice clear and gentle, yet tinged with resignation. "Ayu's father prefers me to dress this way." Zhu Miao Miao understood the whims of the wealthy, aware they often favored the youthful and beautiful. Thus, she was not surprised that Qiao Shiwero, so young, played the role of a mistress. If it were for money, it was hardly scandalous. Suddenly, Qiao Shiwero inquired, "How did you come to know Au?" Presently, Miao Miao remained on high alert with everyone, cautious and meticulous. "You may as well ask him directly, Miss Qiao. You must have other matters you wish to discuss, having gone to such lengths to show me around." Qiao Shiwero was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at Miao Miao. "You are quite perceptive." With her large almond-shaped eyes shimmering with a liquid brilliance, she spoke, "You should leave you." Upon hearing this, Miao Miao found the statement absurd. "On what grounds do you utter such words?" Qiao Shiwero replied, "I am looking out for your best interests. Yu does not harbor feelings for you. He brought you here merely to provoke his father and me. In truth, Yu treated me very well until I became involved with his father, which led to his prejudice against me. I regretted deeply, but I had no other choice." "What does no other choice mean?" Miao Miao was perplexed. Qiao Shiwero, in a soft tone, explained his father coerced me. I was brought back to the old residence by Yu, and I could not bear to put him in a difficult position, so I had to acquiesce. I have feelings for you. In any case, he cannot possibly love you. It would be wise for you to abandon this notion sooner, rather than later, to spare yourself future heartache. Qiao Shiwero grasped Miao Miao's hand with sincere concern. "As young women, I do not wish for you to suffer from love at such a tender age." However, Miao Miao was not remaining by Duan Siyu's side for the sake of love. Her motivations were financial. When the day arrived that Duan Siyi abandoned her, she would surely depart with joy, perhaps even securing a lifetime's worth of alimony, rendering any sorrow unnecessary. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, confined to her heart. Thus, Miao Miao feigned indignation. "Miss Qiao, regardless of what you say, I will not leave him. Even if he does not love me, it matters not. I simply wish to be by his side." Qiao Shiwero maintained her elegant composure. "I am merely offering a word of caution. Please do not become agitated." Rising, she remarked, "Come, we should return to the main hall." The corridor on the second floor was dim and chilling. The wooden floor creaked beneath their feet. "I don't believe we came this way before." Miao Miao halted and grasped Qiao Shiwero's arm. "Have you taken a wrong turn?" Qiao Shiwero reassured her, "No. This is a shortcut. Just ahead, we turn left and go down the next flight of stairs." Skeptical yet compliant, Miao Miao followed Qiao Shiwero until they passed by a door to a side room. Eerie and haunting melodies emanated from within, indistinct and devoid of lyrics. A mournful hum that sent shivers down Miao Miao's spine. "Did you hear that sound?" She clutched Qiao Shiwero's sleeve once more, halting in her tracks. They stood at the threshold of the room from which the song emerged. Qiao Shiwero smiled gently. "Do not be afraid. That is the third concubine. She has a penchant for singing. She once wanted to use father over with her enchanting voice. Unfortunately, she has fallen afoul of you and is now confined within, suffering terribly, likely not lasting much longer." Just as Qiao Shiwero finished her sentence, the door to the side room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. "Oh!" The third concubine wailed like a tormented spirit, her eyes missing, groping wildly in search of something. Her mouth agape, blood flowed incessantly from her tongue. Emaciated and disheveled, with a pallid visage, in such an environment, it would not be an exaggeration to liken her to a specter. The visual impact was overwhelming, nearly rendering Miao Miao insensible. "Is this the third concubine?" Her countenance, unrecognizable and distorted, bore no resemblance to its former self. Miao Miao covered her mouth, striving to suppress any cries of terror. Qiao Shiwero grasped Miao Miao's hand and whispered, "Do not be afraid. She cannot see us." The two of them edged along the external railing of the corridor, cautiously preparing to depart. At that moment, Qiao Shiwero suddenly lost her footing and fell to the ground. The third concubine, driven by acute instincts, swiftly advanced and seized Qiao Shiwero. Starved and deranged, she lunged at Qiao Shiwero, biting indiscriminately, akin to a beast that had captured its prey, showing no mercy. Chapter 37. Are you afraid of me? The old mansion was teeming with servants, scattered throughout its vast expanse. The commotion stirred a significant number of them, with some hastening to the main hall to report. Qiao Shiwero, having been bitten on the neck, blood oozing forth, clung desperately to the leg of the third concubine, shouting at the dazed Miao Miao. You must run. How could Zhu Miao Miao possibly flee? Though she was not defenseless, possessing some martial prowess, she suppressed her fear and advanced, pulling the third concubine away from Xiao Shuoro. The slender figure of the third concubine collided with the door frame, continuing to wail in terror. Zhu Miao Miao helped Xiao Shuoro to her feet, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Xiao Shuoro's complexion was ashen, her neck marred with gruesome streaks of blood, presenting a chilling sight. As the servants arrived, they seized the frenzied third concubine and confined her back within her quarters, securing the door and windows with a new lock. Despite still being shaken from the earlier scenes, Zhu Miao Miao's mind was astir with contemplation. Shortly thereafter, a revelation struck her, and she cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Shuoro, as if to suggest that she could peel back the layers of her very being, accusing her, "You deliberately brought me here." This was not a question, but an assertion. Gasping for breath, Xiao Shuoro clutched her chest, but had not yet spoken when the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs reached them. The corridor soon filled with a multitude of elegantly dressed individuals. Zhu Miao Miao's eyes swept over them, landing upon the Hu siblings. Yet, her so-called mother appeared to be absent. Most striking of all was Duan Siyi. Simply by standing there, commanded the attention of those around him. Voices echoed through the corridor, all conversing in Cantonese, a language Zhu Miao Miao found difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, the expressions and gestures of the crowd indicated that their discourse was far from pleasant. Duan's father emerged from the throng, exuding the authority of a family patriarch, demanding, "What is going on? Why are you all here? This place has been declared off-limits. No one is permitted to tread here, not even before the third concubine's demise." Zhu Miao Miao, having just arrived, had already breached the rules. Xiao Shuoro took tentative steps towards Duan's father, her shoulders trembling as she wept, resembling a sorrowful flower drenched in rain. "It was my fault. Miss Zhu was merely curious about this place, so I brought her to have a look. All of this is my doing." Zhu Miao Miao could only think. This woman truly has a knack for distorting the truth. From the crowd, Hui Yuan scoffed disdainfully, "Zhu Miao Miao, how dare you show your face in the Duan family estate? Have you no sense of your own status? You come here only to cause chaos for the hosts. It is evident you were raised without manners, typical of a child from a poor family. Uncle Duan, I suggest you expel her immediately." Recalling how Duan Siyi had publicly rejected the prospect of a union with her before his family, Hui Yuan felt wronged, attributing all her grievances to Zhu Miao Miao. Had it not been for Zhu Miao Miao's relentless pursuit of Duan Siyi, perhaps he would have consented to marry her. After all, a marriage between their families would have been mutually beneficial. Hu Dongshan sneered coldly, addressing Duan's father. "Duan Siyi's reluctance to associate with my daughter stems solely from this troublemaking woman. Are you certain you wish to ignore this?" Zhu Miao Miao glanced toward Hu Dongshan, who stood rigidly beside Hui Yuan, exuding a paternal demeanor. Could this man be her mother's current husband? Zhu Miao Miao felt an oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon her, akin to a thorn lodged in her throat. While they all stood united against her, she found herself utterly isolated. Duan's father parted his lips, poised to assert his authority as the head of the family and instruct Zhu Miao Miao to leave. However, Duan Siyi moved faster, directly approaching Zhu Miao Miao without a hint of hesitation, disregarding the gazes of those around them. As Zhu Miao Miao watched Duan Siyi draw nearer, she furrowed her brow, recalling the image of her third aunt from earlier, instinctively retreating, her body trembling involuntarily. To a man like Duan Siyi, taking a life was as simple as a nod. Yet witnessing the woman he had tormented so brutally, fear began to creep into Zhu Miao Miao's heart. She could not help but feel afraid. Duan Siyi noticed her slight evasion and the panic reflected in her eyes. His dark gaze sharpened momentarily. "Are you afraid of me?" Zhu Miao Miao hesitated, wrestling with her thoughts before mustering the courage to grasp Duan Siyi's hand. "I did not wish for Miss Qiao to bring me here. I am entirely unfamiliar with the old residence. How could I suddenly wish to come to such a place? It was she who brought me," claiming it was near the main hall. Zhu Miao Miao inhaled deeply, her eyes misty, tears spilling forth unbidden. Her tear-filled gaze glistened. The long lashes dampened as her fingers weakly grazed Duan Siyu's palm, hoping he would take charge on her behalf. Duan Siyi raised his other hand, gently brushing away the tears that had gathered on her lower eyelid. "Why are you crying?" Seeing their apparent disregard for those around them, Duan's father frowned and sternly instructed, "Ayu, have her leave." With so many relatives present from the collateral branches of the Duan family, he could not fathom that his son would sacrifice his dignity for a mere woman, risking his own standing. Duan Siyi tightened his grip around Miao Miao's wrist, pulling her protectively behind him. "She's my guest. If you wish for her to leave, are you intending to slap my face, father?" He proclaimed with deliberate calmness. "This old residence is vast. Can it not accommodate my girlfriend? If that is the case, better to sell the old residence and have you reside in a nursing home." Duan's father's forehead twitched with anger, his eyes aflame with rage. "Nonsense!" Around them, voices clamored, the elders attempting to mediate. "Oh, do not provoke your father, indeed. Let us discuss this calmly. It is not worth it over a woman." The extended relatives belonged to Duan Siyu's paternal side, and he naturally dismissed their words with disdain. With a languid demeanor, he continued, "Does the ownership of this old residence rest in my hands? Selling it could provide some funds for my girlfriend's jewelry." A pallor swept over the crowd. Duan Siyu's words implied that the old residence was indeed his asset, and he could sell at will. All eyes turned to Duan's father, whose expression darkened as he struggled to maintain his composure. The old residence, after all, was indeed Duan Siyu's. Old Master Duan, referring to his father, had only cherished his grandson Duan Siyi during his lifetime. Upon his death, he bequeathed all his properties, including the ancestral residence, to Duan Siyi. In essence, the true owner of this estate is Duan Siyi, though most people remain oblivious to this fact. Equally astonished was Xiao Shiwero. The ancestral home belongs to Duan Siyi? She had been unaware of this and had assumed that this century-old mansion was an asset of Duan Siyu's father. If the company and the property are both Duan Siyu's, what does his father possess? Xiao Shiwero had grown accustomed to the comforts of living here, often boasting to others about being the mistress of this venerable residence, reveling in the envious gazes of those around her. If Duan Siyi were to sell the ancestral home, what would be the purpose of this old man beside her? Xiao Shiwero bit her lip, finding it difficult to voice her thoughts. Chapter 38. The beautiful sister I may have misheard. Ms. Zhu likely intended to visit another room, and I mistakenly thought she wanted to come this way, leading us astray. Xiao Shiwero wore an apologetic expression. "I am truly sorry, Miss Zhu. It was my fault. I hope you can forgive me. I had no intention of visiting another room. You were the one who said this path was closer to the main hall and deliberately brought me this way." Miao Miao retorted decisively, unwilling to grant Xiao Shiwero an escape. Xiao Shiwero pouted in grievance, her enchanting visage clouded with sorrow as she touched her injured neck. "I shielded you from that madwoman. Why must you be so aggressive towards me?" Indeed, Xiao Shiwero had bled significantly, her wounds a stark sight. Only then did Mr. Duan notice her injury, his face filled with concern. "Ruer, that madwoman dared to bite you. I shall make her pay for this. Gulme, let's find a doctor to tend to your wounds." In the realm of the affluent, the value of a life seemed so trivial. Miao Miao's eyes glimmered with determination as she clenched her fists. "Miss Qiao, had you not brought me here, I would not have needed your interference with the lunatic you mentioned." Xiao Shiwero did not anticipate Miao Miao's tenacity, yet she feared that Duan Siyi might indeed sell this ancestral home. After all, with Duan Siyu's temperament, such an act was certainly within the realm of possibility. Xiao Shiwero merely wished for this farce to conclude swiftly, feigning dizziness and collapsing into Mr. Duan's embrace. He, with his aged frame, hurriedly lifted Xiao Shiwero, awkwardly descending the stairs. The others from the Duan family, not daring to remain in the same space as Duan Siyi, followed suit and made their way downstairs. Returning to the main hall, Hua Dongshan had endured enough humiliation at the Duan residence that day. Duan Siyi displayed no regard for his elders. After all, he was a prominent figure in the capital, who would not show him respect. Yet, Duan Siyi had bluntly rejected the Hua family's proposal for a union, his words exceedingly harsh. Unwilling to continue facing indignity at the Duan estate, Huadangshan declared to his siblings, "Let's return home. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place." Hui Yuan, genuinely discontented, stole glances back at Duan Siyi and Miao Miao. The two seemingly engrossed in their own world, oblivious to the presence of others. Once downstairs, Hui Yuan felt her anger boiling over. "Brother, do you think Duan Siyi is truly serious about Miao Miao?" She approached Hua Chun, tugging at his sleeve with urgency. Hua Chun, likely well acquainted with Duan Siyi, became the recipient of her hopes. She yearned to hear a satisfying response from him. Hua Chun's gaze narrowed, his eyes behind the lenses revealing a hint of shrewdness. "Perhaps," he replied, though uncertainty clouded his thoughts. In a brief span, Duan Siyi's demeanor towards Miao Miao had become astonishingly favorable. Observers were keenly aware. If someone were to falter in this dynamic, it would undoubtedly be Duan Siyi, who had underestimated Miao Miao. Hui Yuan's eyes turned red, reminiscent of a rabbit's. "What should I do? Shall I simply allow that woman to steal my man? Why should I tolerate this, brother?" Hua Chun gently ruffled her hair in a comforting gesture. "Fear not, sister. I shall devise a plan. They cannot possibly end up together." As Hui Yuan's eyes gleamed with curiosity, she asked, "Really?" "Indeed," Hui Chun replied. Yet the corners of his mouth soon fell, revealing a glimmer of mischief in his gaze. The whole family had departed, leaving only some distant relatives from the Duan family in the grand hall. With a multitude of members, the Duan family had more than a dozen children, some of whom were even the biological siblings of Duan Siyi. In essence, these were the offspring of Duan Siyi's father, scattered about, holding little status and posing no threat to anyone. Miao Miao sat alone in a corner, striving to diminish her presence. Thanks to Duan Siyi's protection, no one dared to approach her with hostility. In fact, some of the older relatives would awkwardly greet her in broken Mandarin. From them, Miao Miao could discern 4 words: outwardly compliant, inwardly defiant. They spoke sweetly to others and cursed their misfortunes in whispers. Duan Siyi lounged on a nearby sofa, lazily fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. The surrounding elders would occasionally engage him in conversation, their tone cautious and their demeanor obsequious, fearful of uttering a misstep. Outside, twilight gradually enveloped the sky. Miao Miao pondered whether they would be spending the night here. She truly wished to avoid it. "Pretty sister," a cherubic voice suddenly resonated beside her. Miao Miao paused, glancing down to find a 5-year-old girl with disheveled pigtails, likely untouched by a comb for days. The incompetence of the servants in this old mansion was evident. Miao Miao was not particularly fond of children, yet the sparkle in the girl's eyes was endearing. Before she could respond, the little girl burst into tears, pleading, "Could you speak to my elder brother and ask him to release my mommy? Please, I beg you to save her." Miao Miao was taken aback, realizing the child's mother must be the 3rd concubine. How could she possibly help? It was beyond her capacity. The girl sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Unaware of the specifics of her mother's predicament, she only knew that her mother had been imprisoned and mistreated, with the household servants ominously declaring that her mother would not survive the night. If her mother were to perish, she was at a loss for what to do. Her father had many children and other wives, showing no concern for her, and since her mother was confined, she had frequently been bullied. The child sank to her knees before Miao Miao, repeatedly bowing her head. "I beg you, I cannot live without my mommy." Miao Miao raised her gaze towards Duan Siyi. The man continued to leisurely manipulate his Rubik's Cube, seemingly oblivious to the scene unfolding. The rest of the Duan family appeared equally indifferent to the girl's plight. In this ruthless world of the affluent, it was a rare occurrence to find someone who would lend a hand, let alone offer assistance. The little girl, clearly aware of this harsh reality, had instinctively turned to Miao Miao. After a moment of hesitation, Miao Miao crouched down, halting the girl's fervent bowing, and gently caressed her bruised forehead. "Em sorry, dear. I cannot assist you. Perhaps you should appeal to your elder brother." She gestured towards Duan Siyi. Upon sighting Duan Siyi, the little girl trembled violently, her panic intensifying her cries. He won't save her. He wants my mommy's life. Sister, please persuade him to release my mommy. He likes you. Surely he will heed your words." Miao Miao thought to herself, "Foolish child, did you ever consider sparing Duan Siyi when your mother sent someone to kill him?" Yet, the child before her was undeniably pitiful, and her mother had already been tormented beyond recognition. Miao Miao's emotions were tumultuous. Rationality urged her to refrain from becoming entangled in such affairs. However, tonight, the third concubine was not meant to perish. Miao Miao gently patted the little girl's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. After much contemplation, she stood up and, albeit reluctantly, made her way toward Duan Siyi. Chapter 39. Who stood up for me? Miao Miao approached Duan Siyi, a faint fragrance lingering in the air. He furrowed his brow, pausing for half a second before lazily resuming the rotation of the Rubik's Cube in his hands until it was restored to its original form. "Brother." Miao Miao's voice was a playful lilt. Duan Siyi couldn't help but lift his eyelids, his deep, inky gaze meeting hers directly. Miao Miao bit her lip, taking a deep breath. "May I have a moment to speak with you privately?" Before nightfall, the man scoffed lightly, teasingly ambiguous. "Are you already trying to monopolize my time?" "Monopolize? Why does he always make me bear such an enormous burden?" Miao Miao flushed with indignation. Biting her lip to suppress her anger, she replied, "That's not." Duan Siyi's lips curled slightly, his brow lazily arching. "Then do enlighten me. What is it that cannot be said here?" Miao Miao glanced around. The Duan family was filled with distant relatives, countless eyes fixated upon them. An undeniably awkward situation. With her tearful, pleading eyes, she implored, "Please, I beg you." Her eyes were indeed captivating. Whether in laughter or tears, they ensnared his heart. Duan Siyi's dark gaze dimmed slightly, his emotions inscrutable, leaving others unable to fathom his thoughts. Miao Miao felt uncertain, her palms growing clammy with perspiration. Just as she contemplated giving up, Duan Siyi leisurely rose to his feet, his voice calm and unruffled. "Come. I'm rather curious about what you wish to discuss in private." Miao Miao followed him closely. As they ascended the stairs, those around them, out of fear, offered respectful greetings to Duan Siyi, regardless of their reluctance. His family status was undeniable. Yet, Duan Siyi dismissed them with indifference, their subservience earning nothing but his cold disregard. Duan Siyi led Miao Miao into a room at the far corner of the second floor. The sight that greeted Miao Miao was astonishing. This was no ordinary room, but rather an armory. Numerous firearms adorned the walls, alongside an assortment of blades and power tools. At that moment, Miao Miao's fear was palpable. Why had she suggested a private conversation? What was his intention in bringing her to such a place? Intimidation? Gazing at the weapons before her, even devoid of blood, she could almost sense the metallic tang of fear. The room was chillingly cold, an unsettling aura permeating the air, as though it concealed unseen malevolence. It was conceivable that beneath these weapons lay the spirits of the wronged. Miao Miao's breath quickened, and she turned to flee, but Duan Siyi's tall, lean form obstructed her path. "Did you not have something to discuss privately?" His low, resonant voice fell upon her like a death knell. Miao Miao steadied her nerves, her eyes reddening. "Why have you brought me here?" "I am terrified." Duan Siyi chuckled softly, a smile playing at his lips. In the next instant, the playful light in his eyes faded, replaced by a sinister intensity, his tone airy yet laced with menace. "Isn't this to bolster your courage? May I express what follows?" Miao Miao's eyelids fluttered slightly. "Do you know what I am about to say?" Duan Siyi mocked. "The daughter of the third concubine is indeed clever. She knows to seek you out. However, she still does not understand me well enough. If I desire someone's demise, no counsel will sway me." Furthermore, Duan Siyi paused, his features illuminated by the light, appearing even more enchanting. "Tonight is not the night I wish for her life. She has harmed Qiao Shuiro, and if I do not intervene, my lecherous father certainly will. After all, Qiao Shuiro has been his favored mistress during this period." Miao Miao felt a sense of injustice. Yet the one who instigated all this turmoil today was Miss Qiao, not the third concubine. I do not seek to plead for the third concubine. I merely find it pitiable that her child is so young. Without a mother, how tragic. Duan Siyi grasped Miao Miao's neck, pulling her toward his chest, leaning down to gaze at her with a profound look, his demeanor cold and indifferent. And so, do you consider yourself a saint? A saint? Zhu Miao Miao never imagined that term would ever be applied to her. It was intended as a compliment. Yet in the eyes of society, it had become a pejorative, much like now, when Duan Siyi referred to her as a saint. The mockery and derision in his gaze were piercing. Duan Siyi continued in a tone devoid of flavor. Remember, within the Duan family, one should harbor no compassion for anyone. Do you understand? Zhu Miao Miao disagreed. You are also a member of the Duan family. Should I not extend mercy to you as well? Duan Siyi replied, I have never required such kindness. After all, throughout my life, neither family nor society has shown me any mercy. Zhu Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback. Then she heard him say, today, within the Duan family, many are related to the third concubine's daughter by blood. Yet, have they ever petitioned me or my so-called father on her behalf? They would be delighted to see all Duan family members perish, leaving only themselves to effortlessly inherit the vast fortune. You feel pity for the third concubine's daughter, Duan Siyi chuckled, a melodious and seductive sound escaping his throat. I was once far more unfortunate than she. Who stood up to assist me? One cannot urge others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering. Zhu Miao Miao understood this truth and refrained from retorting. Perhaps, in this moment, preserving her own safety was the wisest choice. She could not allow her desire to help others to provoke Duan Siyi, jeopardizing her previous efforts. I apologize. It is my fault. Zhu Miao Miao lowered her head and began to feign, spinning lies effortlessly. I adore children. The daughter of the third concubine is so adorable. Seeing her has sparked some fanciful thoughts. If I am fortunate enough in the future to have a daughter with you, might she also be as lovely as she? I couldn't help but empathize, which is why I wanted to assist her. Zhu Miao Miao's fabrications were skillfully crafted, complemented by her exquisite acting, successfully lightening Duan Siyi's expression, making it less malevolent than before. You wish to have a child with me? Duan Siyi's dark eyes shimmered, laced with a hint of tenderness. Are you certain? Zhu Miao Miao let out a couple of soft murmurs, knowing full well that it was unlikely to become a reality. She thought it would suffice to merely indulge in whimsical fantasies. She yearned for a life with him, a family of their own. Family? In the past, Duan Siyi found the very notion to be quite ludicrous. To him, family was not a sanctuary. It was a fortress riddled with schemes and self-interest. Entering into this so-called family meant perpetually raising the drawbridge, lest one be devoured by insatiable greed, leaving nothing but bones behind. Yet, the concept of family that Zhu Miao Miao spoke of seemed to diverge significantly from his understanding. Zhu Miao Miao did not truly believe that Duan Siyi would acquiesce. Her words were merely a playful attempt to placate him, to assuage his anger over her intercession on behalf of the third concubine. However, the very next moment, she heard his deep voice respond, All right, when you plan to marry me and have children. Chapter 40. Not jealous marriage? Children? The mere mention of these two notions from Duan Siyi's lips was akin to a cataclysm, capable of igniting the very earth itself. Zhu Miao Miao had concocted this ruse solely to placate him. Surely, this man cannot be serious? No, perhaps he was merely testing her veracity. She could not recklessly plunge into the snare woven by Duan Siyi. In such moments, neither acquiescence nor refusal presented the optimal solution. The best course of action was to divert the conversation. Zhu Miao Miao contemplated her options. Today, Qiao Xuemei had schemed against her, and she felt compelled to retaliate in kind. I cannot be the one to wrong you, dear brother. Zhu Miao Miao's eyes brimmed with sorrow. You have someone you cherish. Marrying me and having children will surely lead to your regret in the future. I wish to see you happy, not remorseful. Duan Siyi narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing upon his lips as he scoffed. Pray tell, who do you suppose I am fond of? Zhu Miao Miao hesitated, her expression betraying a desire to speak, yet restrained by fear. Duan Siyi was not a man of great patience. Intentionally menacing her, he threatened, Do you dare to remain silent? I could very well take your life here, should you choose to be obstinate. An image of the third concubine's tragic fate flashed in Zhu Miao Miao's mind, causing her shoulders to tremble involuntarily, even if only for a fleeting moment. Yet, She could not elude the keen gaze of Duan Siyi. Are you truly so afraid of me? He observed her countenance, gripping her chin to draw her closer. His eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity, his tone growing increasingly irate. Why pretend to be unafraid? Miao Miao felt a sharp pain in her jaw, her pupils reddening, resembling a fragile, helpless rabbit. I am not afraid, she managed to utter, her words rendered indistinct due to his grip. Noticing her struggle, Duan Siyi leisurely released his hold, his dark eyes now indifferent. I have eyes and can see for myself. I truly am not afraid, Miao Miao retorted. I merely believe that what I am about to say may tarnish your reputation, which is why I hesitated. His interest piqued, Duan Siyi urged. If it could damage my reputation, all the more reason to hear it. Speak. Miao Miao bit her lip, hesitating as she began. Well, Miss Xiao mentioned something while we were touring the old residence today. Implicitly, she conveyed that you two are quite familiar, and that you had treated her well in the past. However, after she became involved with your father, you felt resentment and anger, leading to your disdain for her. In simpler terms, it appears to be a case of love turning to hate. I understand that those of your affluent circle often seek thrill. After all, while wholesome love is undeniably important, it's aberration. Are you seeking death? Duan Siyi interrupted, his temper flaring before she could finish. Miao Miao's heart raced. Please do not be hasty. Although my words may embarrass you, it is merely a natural occurrence. One need not feel excessive guilt over matters of the heart. Duan Siyi's gaze became piercing, a derisive smile forming on his lips as he thought to himself how he longed to pry open Miao Miao's mind to ascertain how one could be so foolish. Do you believe everything she says without question? How old are you? Don't you possess any independent judgment? Miao Miao pursed her lips and cautiously countered. It was you who brought her back to this old residence. This indicates that she must hold a unique place in your heart, does it not? Otherwise, why would you have brought her here? Duan Yu's expression darkened further. What else did she say? Come on, tell me everything. You are not leaving this room until you do. Miao Miao's eyes flickered with helplessness. In any case, she was coerced into this. She never wished to be with your father. Duan Yu retorted. She never wished to? She climbed into bed of her own volition, did she not? Miao Miao, let me clarify who she is. She is my brother's girlfriend. A year ago, the side branch of the Duan family sent assassins after me, and it was my brother who fought valiantly for my survival. Before his death, he entrusted me with the care of Qiao Shuiro. Duan Yu smirked, yet barely a month after his burial, Qiao Shuiro appeared before me, subtly expressing her affections. How laughable! My brother was thinking of her in his final moments, while she busied herself seeking another suitor. Me no less. After I rejected her, she came to this old residence under my name, employing every trick to seduce my father, ultimately ascending in status. Miao Miao, do you truly believe I would harbor any affection for her? I would rather see her dead. Duan Yu's demeanor turned frigid, his dark eyes smoldering with barely contained rage. Were it not for my brother's memory, her fate would be far worse than what you have witnessed with the third mistress. Do you understand? A traitor deserves nothing less than a torturous death. Although Qiao Shuiro's actions could hardly be classified as betrayal, they were morally reprehensible enough to provoke his disgust. Miao Miao froze, her throat constricted, rendered speechless. She truly did not comprehend the underlying reasons. Is Qiao Shuiro unwell? What nonsense did she spout today? She can lie even better than you. Miao Miao awkwardly dug her toes into the ground, extending her fingers to gently tug at Duan Yu's sleeve, struggling to amend her statement. It's just that today, seeing how familiar she was with you made it hard not to overthink. She even called you so intimately. Jealous? Duan Yu's gaze narrowed, and he replied nonchalantly, this is simple. I could have someone cut her tongue out, and then she would no longer be able to call me anything. How ruthless. That was not my intention. Miao Miao coughed lightly, wishing to say more, when a knock at the door interrupted them. It was the servant announcing that dinner was ready and urging them to come down. Miao Miao exclaimed, finally, a savior. This would provide her a temporary reprieve for being alone with Duan Yu. Duan Yu had yet to respond, but Miao Miao smiled and replied, understood. We will head down now. As she spoke, she maneuvered around Duan Yu to exit, quickening her pace. However, after only a few steps. The collar of her shirt was caught by the long fingers of the man. The door, now less than a few meters away, appeared impossibly distant. Miao Miao turned back to meet his languid gaze, momentarily taken aback. She pouted, "Brother Siyi, I'm hungry. Let us clarify things first." Duan Siyu's fingers caressed the nape of Miao Miao's neck, applying a pressure that was neither too light nor too heavy. Was he feeling jealous? His voice was melodious and beguiling. The sensation of his fingertips gliding against her skin sent a tingling warmth coursing through her, rendering her almost breathless. She found herself at a loss for words. If she admitted to feeling jealous, he might chastise her, yet if she denied it, he would undoubtedly become even more incensed. Was he determined to play the villain? Miao Miao felt her head was on the verge of bursting. It was painful, oh so painful. I am not jealous, she managed to utter with great effort. As expected, she noticed Duan Siyu's expression darken. "I do care," Miao Miao quickly added, her autumnal eyes shimmering like water, soft and obedient. "I care too much about your relationship with other women. It's not that I don't want to feel jealous, it's just that I feel I lack the right to." Chapter 41. My Choice. Only Miao Miao's eyes had lost their luster, her expression pitiable, truly reflecting her sentiments. She lifted her eyelids slightly, discreetly observing Duan Siyi. He remained as composed and languid as ever, exuding an air of aloof elegance, akin to an elusive snow lotus atop a mountain peak. Yet, she did not harbor any delusions of plucking this precious flower. The endeavor was simply too arduous and exhausting. Why am I not entitled to feel jealous? Duan Siyu's hand rested gently on her shoulder, his familiarity both practiced and intimate. "My girlfriend?" He elongated the phrase, his voice low and magnetic, bewitching in its allure. Miao Miao paused, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally replying, "You have countless choices, yet I possess but one, you." From the day she encountered Duan Siyi, her path had been singularly intertwined with his. Duan Siyi was different. He had myriad options. Whether it be Hui Yuan or others, numerous exceptional girls could orbit around him. Yet, she could only revolve around him. He was the lifeline she clung to, a piece of driftwood preventing her from sinking into the abyss. "How much do you enjoy shifting the blame onto me?" Duan Siyi glanced at her, his demeanor earnest. "Since the beginning, have I ever harbored any other ambiguous relationships aside from you?" Miao Miao, speak truthfully. Miao Miao fell silent. It was indeed the case. Initially, she had assumed that someone like Duan Siyi, a scion of privilege and a dealer in the casinos of Ouching, would be quite the libertine. Yet, throughout their acquaintance, aside from his eccentricities, he had shown remarkable restraint. Thus, Duan Siyi lowered his head and kissed her fragrant hair, whispering, "My choice is solely you, my dear." He was not one to express sweet nothings. This declaration was, for him, sufficiently sentimental. Miao Miao felt her heart flutter as they descended to the dining room. Miao Miao's cheeks were already flushed. Duan Siyu's father was preoccupied with tending to the injured Xiao Shuero and did not make an appearance at the table. The banquet laid before them was lavish, a veritable feast with what seemed like 100 dishes. 2 rows of guests flanked the dining table, adults and children, all relatives of Duan Siyi. The thought that these individuals shared blood ties with him, yet wished for his demise, left Miao Miao feeling quite despondent. At that moment, peeled shrimp suddenly appeared in her bowl. Duan Siyi. Peeled shrimp? Miao Miao was astonished. She was not alone in her astonishment. Others around her exchanged incredulous glances. Duan Siyi, known for his cold demeanor, was not one to cater to anyone, let alone peel shrimp for them. This girl must possess some remarkable influence over him. Last time, the second branch's son, Duan Siyi, had merely brushed against her, and as a result, he had been rendered incapable of bearing offspring, now reduced to a state of utter helplessness. The members of the Duan family had more grievances in their hearts than the food they consumed. Only Miao Miao was genuinely invested in the meal, as Duan Siyi consistently placed delectable dishes in her bowl, requiring her to lift her chopsticks scarcely at all. For her, who suffers from social anxiety, the atmosphere was remarkably friendly. Duan Siyi's commanding presence was impossible to overlook. At the dining table, The sounds of eating were particularly subdued, the most prominent being the clinking of chopsticks against bowls. They were to spend a night at the ancestral home. Miao Miao, feeling weary, did not mind the arrangements, as they would leave the following day and not linger. In the dead of night, Miao Miao found herself lying in the same bed as Duan Siyi. The room was adorned in a vintage style with window decorations. The moonlight filtered through the gaps, casting a warm glow across the space. Duan Siyi held her waist, his breathing a soothing presence by her ear. The terrifying visage of the third concubine lingered in her mind. In a certain sense, Duan Siyi, lying beside her, embodied a true demon, instilling a sense of dread. Miao Miao struggled to sleep. "You?" she whispered, calling out to him. Are you not asleep?" she asked in surprise. "If you hadn't called me, I would have already been asleep," he replied. Miao Miao protested. "I was very quiet. I'm a light sleeper," he stated, kissing her earlobe. They were under the same blanket, their positions exceedingly intimate, making it difficult for either to find rest with the slightest movement. Miao Miao instinctively asked, "Will the third concubine really die tonight?" At her words, Duan Siyi's eyes flickered. He turned her body to face him, his gaze unwavering in the darkness. "Today, seeing the third concubine in such a tormented state, what were you thinking?" Miao Miao was taken aback. She shouldn't have broached such a topic, inadvertently digging a pit for herself. Duan Siyi's fingertips glimmered beautifully in the moonlight as they tangled in her hair. "Do you think I am cruel? Would you fear me?" Discussing such matters while lying in the same bed felt akin to having a knife pressed against her throat. Miao Miao felt tears welling up a bit. "But I feel more pity for you." Her words were sincere. What could one have endured to become so ruthless? You must have suffered greatly these years. With a father who was ineffective, a mother driven mad, and relatives conspiring against him. He had navigated the treacherous waters of the Duan family to reach a position of power, undoubtedly facing trials beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even she had exploited his emotions to fulfill her own desires. Though every step she took and every word she spoke felt like the best decision at the time, guilt still lingered. She could only hope that once her grandmother's illness was treated, Duan Siyi would soon tire of her. Her previous intentions of leveraging him to rise above the whole family had diminished over time. In the realm of affluent families, interests were intertwined. The whole family was not insignificant, and she could not expect Duan Siyi to make an enemy of the wealthiest in the capital for her sake. Besides, Hua Chun was still his friend. She had already been sufficiently greedy. How to navigate her future was a matter she would have to handle on her own. Duan Siyi rested his chin on Miao Miao's shoulder. "This is the first time someone has asked me if I have suffered." He suddenly became serious. "Miao Miao, you love me so much. What will you do if I am no longer here?" Miao Miao, "Forget it. You are so pitiable and difficult to deal with. Giving you to someone else would be a calamity, and besides, they may not cherish you as I do." Duan Siyi tightened his embrace around her, saying, "Therefore, you must hold my heart tightly and not let me slip away. Do you understand?" Miao Miao. What a striking statement. It hardly seems like something that could come from Duan Siyi's lips. I'm quite astonished. Last night, the third concubine passed away. The funeral home arrived early to retrieve the body, conducting the proceedings with great efficiency. The corpse was taken away, leaving no room for even a proper mourning ceremony at the old residence. That woman seemed as though she had never graced this ancestral home. The only one in mourning was the third concubine's young daughter, who knelt on the ground, weeping and trembling. The others, however, reveled in schadenfreude, turning a blind eye. Miao Miao stood by Duan Siyi, her heart heavy as she gazed toward the entrance. A single life, in the eyes of the affluent, is but a mere insect. In this circle she now inhabits, one misstep could lead to a plummet into the abyss from which there is no return. After much internal conflict, Miao Miao finally made her way toward the sobbing little girl. Chapter 42. Darling, do not mislead the young upon seeing Miao Miao. The young girl's tear-filled eyes were brimming with hatred. "You did not plead for my mother before the elder brother, did you?" The girl rose, pushing Miao Miao away with all her might. Miao Miao remained unyielding. She had never explicitly promised to intercede on behalf of Duan Siyi. Lowering her gaze to the girl, She noticed her tattered clothes, marred with several holes, and hair disheveled around her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, evoking pity. Perhaps the suffering endured by the third aunt's daughter mirrored that of Duan Siyi. In such moments, comfort often proves to be the most futile gesture. Zhu Miao Miao grasped the girl's wrist, drawing her closer, and with a gentle smile, proposed, "Shall I help you with your hair?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, forgetting her resistance. The onlookers from the Duan family fixated their gazes on Zhu Miao Miao, thinking her utterly mad. Duan Siyi harbored a profound resentment towards the third aunt. Yet here was Zhu Miao Miao, publicly grooming the daughter of the very woman he despised. Was this not a slap in his face? Did she not fear his ire? Xiao Shuiro, feebly standing beside Duan Siyi's father, expressed her innocence. "It was I who caused the third aunt's demise. She bit you." Duan's father tried to console Xiao Shuiro, deeming her unworthy of lamentation. She pursed her lips, a glint of triumph flashing in her eyes, yet maintaining a facade of sympathy. "I merely feel that now that the third aunt is gone, her daughter is quite pitiable. However, let's not forget, the daughter of the third aunt is still your daughter, Zhu Miao Miao, an outsider, offering comfort. What does that leave you?" Initially, Duan's father thought little of it, but upon hearing her words, it dawned on him that Zhu Miao Miao was indeed provoking him. Xiao Shuiro, sensing it was insufficient, added fuel to the fire. "Zhu Miao Miao has not even married Ayu yet she acts with the airs of a mistress. If she were to truly enter the household, who knows, she might very well expel our entire family from the ancestral home. That boy wouldn't dare." Duan's father's face turned ashen, his rage transforming him into a hue akin to liver, his eyes ablaze with fury. Although the ancestral home bore the name of Duan Siyi as his father, he could not possibly be ousted from his own residence. Wouldn't he dare? Xiao Shuiro scoffed just yesterday. Did he not declare his intent to sell the ancestral home to purchase jewelry for Zhu Miao Miao? He had no qualms about spending 100 million on a diamond ring for her. Surely, he could do the same again. 100 million was a trifling sum for Duan Siyi. The ancestral home, however, was valued at hundreds of millions, a different matter entirely. Duan's father had initially been oblivious to such possibilities, but now, with Xiao Shuiro's insinuations, unease began to creep into his heart. Xiao Shuiro hinted further, "In truth, Ayu's affection is still fresh. It is easily severed, but given time, it shall become more challenging." The third aunt was capable of creating such turmoil while alive. Posthumously, she is rendered powerless, is she not? Are you suggesting I take her life? Duan's father grasped Xiao Shuiro's implication, his expression darkening. "She is currently the object of Ayu's affection. Should I eliminate her, given Ayu's temperament, I would not fare well myself." How could it be? He is his biological father. No matter how despicable he may be, he would never commit patricide. Furthermore, it is not necessary for Zhu Miao Miao to perish. Simply abandoning her in a place where she would never be found would suffice. After pondering for a moment, Father Duan deemed this approach feasible. Thus, he declared, "This matter shall be entrusted to you. Xiao Shuiro, is this some kind of jest? If Duan Siyi traces this back to her, her fate is sealed." Xiao Shuiro opened her mouth to refute, but the old man, with a sinister glint in his eye, issued a veiled threat. "You wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you?" That gaze seemed to convey, should she fail, her head would be at stake. I will do my utmost," Xiao Shuiro reluctantly replied, unable to resist. Meanwhile, Zhu Miao Miao had finished styling the hair of the third concubine's daughter. She knelt before her, gently wiping the dust from her face, and said, "Live well, and remember, as long as you are alive, there is hope. Do not be deceived by your elder brother's current arrogance. He once shared your plight. Strive to rise higher than him, and even without your mother by your side, no one will dare to bully you." Children possess little guile. Despite enduring the harsh realities of the Duan household, she retained the innocence befitting her age. "Really?" She sniffled, tears hovering at the brink of spilling. Zhu Miao Miao nodded. "Of course it is true. My dear, do not lead others astray." Unbeknownst to them, Duan Siyi had approached her side, solemnly dismantling her encouragement. Zhu Miao Miao. Duan Siyi cast a disdainful glance at the third concubine's daughter and coldly stated, "You will never occupy my position." Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope within the little girl was extinguished in an instant. Overcome by fear, she dared not confront Duan Siyi and instead shouted at Zhu Miao Miao, her voice laden with grievance, "You liar." With that, she wiped her tears away and fled in sobs. Zhu Miao Miao watched the girl's retreating figure, heartbroken and furious. Glancing at Duan Siyi, I painstakingly comforted that child, and you made her cry again. What is the meaning of this? Duan Siyi remained unruffled, responding, I merely guided her to accept reality. Given her circumstances, merely surviving in the Duan household until adulthood is a stroke of luck. Weaving such grand illusions for her is futile. It will only deepen her despair upon encountering failure. Zhu Miao Miao paused, feeling a surge of defiance. And what about you? Was your situation worse than hers? Or do you believe that women are inherently inferior to men, that what men can achieve, women cannot? Duan Siyi succinctly clarified the reality. Because I am the legitimate son of the Duan family. There are many who wish for my demise. But as long as I draw breath, the position of the family's patriarch shall not be usurped. This is precisely why the members of the Duan family relentlessly seek my life. Do you understand? As for the third concubine, her lowly status means her offspring are disregarded by the family. Consequently, her situation is not as perilous as mine once was. If you instill in her the notion of striving for success, it will only hasten her demise. At times, one must feign ignorance and simplicity in order to extend one's lifespan. Otherwise, the third concubine would not have begun to masquerade as mad and foolish, exhibiting a demeanor of indifference after he had seized absolute power. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Miao Miao pondered deeply, her eyelashes trembling as she bit her lip, realizing that it was indeed her own folly. You are not being foolish. You simply have yet to acclimate to the survival rules within high society. Duan Siyi raised his hand to caress the nape of her neck, assuring her that there was no need to adapt to such norms, for he would protect her in the future. Zhu Miao Miao blinked, a revelation dawning upon her. Being in a romantic relationship with Duan Siyi filled her with emotional fulfillment, albeit occasionally evoking a sense of trepidation. Seizing the moment of his good spirits, Zhu Miao Miao tilted her head and smiled, boldly making her request. Could I ask you for a favor? Chapter 43. Whatever you suggest, I shall comply. Duan Siyi gently pinched her nose with his elongated fingers, a tender smile gracing his lips. All right, he said, but I haven't disclosed what it is. You suggest it, and I shall comply, he reiterated. Zhu Miao Miao paused, taken aback, and whispered, Duan Siyi, have you been possessed? Her surprise stemmed not only from his excessive acquiescence, but also from the peculiar sense that Duan Siyi, when engaged in matters of the heart, appeared inexplicably gullible. A shadow crossed the depths of his fierce gaze, hinting at his displeasure with her words. Noticing this, Zhu Miao Miao cleared her throat, refraining from further provocation. She steered the conversation toward the crux of the matter. I believe that the daughter of the third concubine has done nothing wrong. She is innocent. Being so young in this perilous world as her brother, could you ensure her safe passage into adulthood, despite her own predicament resembling a descent into hell? Zhu Miao Miao could not help but feel sympathy for others. At times, it is indeed preferable to be someone who merely calculates without malice, rather than being a person who oscillates between good and evil, a moral quandary she found herself in. Duan Siyi narrowed his elongated eyes, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Miao Miao's cheek, his lips curving into a smile that betrayed no emotion. It was, in its own way, quite intimidating. Zhu Miao Miao stiffened momentarily, but then took the initiative to link her arm through his. I know you do not consider her a sister. I merely mentioned it. If you cannot assist, it is of no concern. You need not take it to heart. Reason, he articulated succinctly. What? State your rationale for wanting me to aid her. Duan Siyi was not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. He always prioritized his interests. He had no obligation to assist the daughter of an adversary, no matter how innocent she might be. Zhu Miao Miao's thoughts drifted. Her gaze lowered as she softly replied, Perhaps it is because she resembles me. When I was born, my mother abandoned me, and I had no father. At that time, the children in the alley, seeing that I only had my grandmother, would often bully me. They would resort to violence and insults, ostracizing anyone who dared to befriend me. Over time, I found myself friendless, and as I grew older, I became disinclined to form friendships. Though these experiences were not life-threatening, I found them more terrifying than death itself. The psychological torment and verbal assaults drove me to the brink of despair. The sole motivation that sustained my will to live was my grandmother. In truth, I was luckier than the daughter of the third concubine. At least I had my grandmother. But she, having lost her mother, would find no one in the Duan family to regard her, and her life would only grow more arduous. Duan Siyi displayed an uncommon patience, listening intently to Zhu Miao Miao's heartfelt words. A flicker of displeasure danced in his enchanting gaze as he remarked, "I presumed you would say that seeing her would evoke thoughts of our future children." Zhu Miao Miao retorted, "That was hasty." She had employed that reasoning the previous night in an attempt to persuade Duan Siyi to assist the child. Today, however, her approach had shifted. "Perhaps it is a blend of both reasons," she cleverly asserted. "So, dear brother," she cooed sweetly, "would you be willing to lend a helping hand?" Duan Siyi wrapped his arm around Zhu Miao Miao's waist and pressed a kiss to her forehead, signifying his acquiescence. Surrounded by members of the Duan family, Zhu Miao Miao was nearly frightened by his actions and contemplated retreating, yet her waist was tightly ensnared. In the distance, Qiao Shuoro observed their intimate exchange, her fists clenching involuntarily. Why should this be? Zhu Miao Miao appeared to come from a less affluent background than hers, yet she effortlessly captured Duan Siyi's heart. Meanwhile, she found herself entangled in a romance with a man old enough to be her father. With so many members of the Duan family present, Duan Siyi's brazen display of affection made her speculate about the liberties he might take in private. The more Qiao Shuoro pondered, the more discomfort she felt, her heart brimming with resentment. Thus, as the two were about to depart the ancestral home for the capital, she seized the opportunity while Duan father was distracted and pursued them. "Ayu, are you leaving after just one day back?" Qiao Shuoro interjected, her slender figure clad in a revealing cheongsam that provocatively showcased her skin and accentuated her curves, all designed to entice men. Zhu Miao Miao couldn't help but roll her eyes, tightening her grip on Duan Siyi's arm as a deliberate claim of ownership. Witnessing this scene, Qiao Shuoro felt a surge of frustration, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet she forced a smile. "Ayu, you cannot be serious about her?" The mockery in her tone was distinctly irksome. Zhu Miao Miao parted her lips, ready to retort. But Duan Siyi spoke first, his tone leisurely and nonchalant. "Am I not being sufficiently clear?" Qiao Shuoro, vexed, replied, You must consider this carefully. She cannot offer you any assistance." Zhu Miao Miao interjected, "Excuse me, I'm still here. Could you refrain from discussing such matters in my presence?" Ignoring her, Qiao Shuoro continued to gaze at Duan Siyi with a soulful allure. "I do not comprehend. Where do I fall short compared to her? Is it because I once dated your brother that you harbor such disdain for me? This seems exceedingly unfair." Duan Siyi's dark eyes turned menacing, brimming with lethal intent. "Do you dare mention him to me? Miss Qiao, are you seeking a life of misery? I have spared you. You ought to be grateful and refrain from appearing before me to disgust me and my girlfriend." Girlfriend. The term rolled off his tongue with ease. Qiao Shuoro cast a glance at Zhu Miao Miao, consumed by jealousy, wishing to drag her into the depths of despair. Why? With similar backgrounds and shared vanity, did Duan Siyi choose her and disdain Qiao Shuoro? Had Duan Siyi not been so cold and unyielding initially, she would never have resorted to seeking comfort in his father's bed. "Ro, I've been searching for you everywhere. What are you doing here?" Duan father emerged from the entrance and approached Qiao Shuoro slowly. A shiver ran down her spine. Though repulsed, she feigned affection for the elderly man. "I noticed Ayu was leaving and wanted to bid him farewell." Duan father furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting to Zhu Miao Miao, still not permitting her to vanish from his son's side. He shot a disapproving glare at Qiao Shuoro, deeming her utterly inept. Maintaining a fatherly fade, Duan father remarked, "Ayu, Most of our family's enterprises and headquarters are in Ouching. Is it truly wise for you to frequently visit the capital? I am aware that your mother resides in the capital, and it seems you are unable to let go. Perhaps you could consider bringing her back to the family home. That would resolve the matter, wouldn't it? As long as Duan Siyi returns to Australia, he is confident that this pair cannot be separated. Duan Siyi appeared to find this amusing, his expression unchanging. My affairs are not for you to dictate at this moment. When you went to great lengths to drive my mother away to make room for your paramours, did you ever consider that she is your wife? Now, you wish for her to return to the family home, intending for her to witness your affection for Miss Chiao? Quite a peculiar inclination, indeed. In response to Duan Siyi's sardonic remarks, Duan's father's expression shifted multiple times. Do you have any further matters to address? If not, Duan Siyi took Miao Miao's hand, his tone sharp and cold. This place is too noisy. I shall escort my girlfriend away. Chapter 44, instinctively yearning to kiss Mr. Duan could do nothing but watch as Duan Siyi and the other departed, a tempest of anger brewing within him with no outlet for release. Once they had left, he struck Xiao Shui Ro across the face, exclaiming, "Did you not promise to find a way to make Miao Miao disappear? Now that they have left, what options remain?" Stung by the slap, Xiao Shui Ro felt the ache in her cheek and replied with indignation, "I had no idea they were leaving today." She raised her hand to soothe Mr. Duan's chest, attempting to assuage his fury. "My dear, do not fret. Even if they return to the capital, there are still ways to deal with Miao Miao." Mr. Duan, his greasy hand grasping hers, gently kneaded her palm with narrowed eyes. "You had better not disappoint me." On the private jet, Miao Miao rested her chin on her hand, quietly admiring Duan Siyi's enchanting features. His high nose, adorned with a beauty mark, his lips a luscious crimson, and his long, thick lashes curled in perfect harmony, all contributed to a visage that was undeniably striking. Almost involuntarily, she exclaimed, "Ah, you are truly beautiful. It is no wonder you attract admiration." Duan Siyi reclined in his seat, his eyes half closed, exuding an air of languor. His exceptionally alluring gaze swept over Miao Miao, his tone laced with intrigue. "What is it?" "Nothing. I merely think that with such beauty, you are bound to catch someone's eye, both men and women alike." Perhaps having grown more familiar with Duan Siyi, Miao Miao spoke with a certain candor. Besides, she was not mistaken. Duan Siyi was indeed captivating, his stunning face sometimes exuding a roguish charm that was irresistible. It was only natural for Xiao Shui Ro to be infatuated with him. Duan Siyi replied indifferently, "Having you is enough." Miao Miao's eyes sparkled as she averted her gaze, instinctively looking away while softly responding with a gentle From Duan Siyi's perspective, the girl appeared shy upon hearing his words. Her earlobes flushed a delicate pink. This prompted him to reach out and playfully pinch her ear, his throat tightening with a sense of delight. Such a good girl. For a man to refer to a woman as good indicates genuine affection. Miao Miao's ears grew increasingly warm under his touch, and Duan Siyi was adept at teasing her. With a slight tremor in her fingertips, Miao Miao lifted her eyelids defiantly, addressing him affectionately, "Brother." She deliberately leaned closer to the corner of his lips, their noses nearly touching, effortlessly capturing each other's breath, whispering, "I desire you." Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to the delightful pairing of cake and jasmine tea, sweet yet not cloying. The noise of the airplane could not mask the allure in her tone. Duan Siyi's breath grew heavy. "Do not tease me," he murmured, closing his eyes, striving to restrain himself, fearing he might lose control. "Whatever you wish to say, let us discuss it at home. Be good." His tone was unusually gentle, almost coaxing. Unable to resist, Miao Miao pecked him lightly on the corner of his lips, an instinctive gesture born of longing. Humans are visual creatures. Who could remain unaffected in the presence of Duan Siyi's stunning face? Certainly, she could not. At times, she pondered how much simpler life would be if Duan Siyi's status were less extraordinary. As an ordinary man, perhaps there would be a genuine possibility of marriage between them. Alas, his standing was far too elevated. She has surpassed him by many ranks. Thus they are destined to be worlds apart. That kiss was but a fleeting brush, leaving Duan Siyi wanting for more. He closed his eyelids, concealing the desire that flickered within his pupils. This woman dared to tease him aboard the plane. Upon his return, he would ensure she faced the consequences. Upon arriving at Zhenhuayuan, Dr. Yi was the first to appear, sharing the good news that Duan's mother seemed to have improved slightly over the past few days. After all, recovering from a madness that had persisted for over a decade is not a matter that can be resolved in an instant. Thus, any hint of improvement in his mother's condition was sufficient to bring joy to Duan Siyi. He had always believed that his mother's apparent indifference towards him was merely a result of her illness. Once she recovered, she would surely love him as other mothers do their children. Even though he no longer craved that affection, one often remains ensnared by the things they have never possessed. Maternal love is no exception. Upon returning to his room, Duan Siyi grasped Miao Miao by the shoulder, pinning her against the wall for a kiss. His mood was buoyant, and this kiss was not as rough as previous ones. It was tender, lingering, and imbued with a simmering intimacy. Miao Miao felt her upper palate tingle, soft and vulnerable, as her nose was gently enveloped by his breath. The sensations were profound. A long, cool hand slipped into the small of her back, softly caressing the site of her previous injury, which had now formed a scab. Duan Siyi withdrew from her lips, the invisible thread of desire lingering in the air. Leaning down, his eyes glimmered with temptation as he caressed her waist, asking softly, "Does it still hurt here?" Miao Miao understood his intent. She had received so many benefits from him. Even if he truly wished to take it further, she should acknowledge it. Shaking her head, she replied, "It doesn't hurt." She raised her arm, wrapping it around his neck and drawing closer to him. Duan Siyi comprehended her silent invitation and lifted her effortlessly, her legs wrapping around his waist like a koala. The temperature in the room gradually rose. Outside, daylight shone brightly. Despite the drawn curtains, sunlight still managed to seep through, more stimulating than the night. Yet Miao Miao could feel every moment. Duan Siyi hesitated to progress to the next step, as if he merely wished to hold her and kiss her. Was he truly indulging in a pure romance? That did not seem like him. The atmosphere had reached an electric tension, and Miao Miao, her cheeks flushed, inquired, "Why aren't you?" Proceeding, Duan Siyi inhaled deeply, leaning closer to her ear, the fire within him unquenchable. "I haven't procure that sort of thing. I must consider you." His voice was husky, filled with a yearning that was palpable in his gaze. "Help me, baby." His eyelids drooped, revealing a depth of fervent longing. Miao Miao paused as she was swept off the bed and into the bathroom by him. When they emerged once more, she felt utterly drained, her body aching, her face devoid of color, and her lips pale. She found her way back to the bed, collapsing onto it, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Fine droplets of water trickled down from Duan Siyi's hair, landing upon his sculpted abdomen, the lines of his muscles defined and alluring, a siren's call. Miao Miao beheld him. His physique was commendable, yet he indulged excessively. Moreover, he appeared utterly unwearied, leaving only herself feeling fatigued. Miao Miao felt a wave of dissatisfaction, pulling the covers over herself, concealing her head. Suddenly, a faint rustle emanated from beside her. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in Duan Siyi's embrace. He lifted a corner of the blanket that had covered her head, lowered his lips to kiss her earlobe, and spoke with a hint of endearment. "You've worked hard." Miao Miao. Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback. How utterly disappointing. His words extinguished the fire of her frustrations. After much contemplation, she replied, "Next time, let us refrain from this. I seem to be the only one exerting effort." Duan Siyi chuckled softly, his tone casual. "Next time, I shall ensure your comfort." What audacious words! Miao Miao's cheeks flushed momentarily, her breath quivered, rendering her speechless. The room lay in serene silence, yet the temperature soared to its peak. The atmosphere was only disrupted when Duan Siyi's phone rang. Chapter 45. Are you not serious? The hospital's phone rang with promising news. The kidney source was ready, and Lu Chunjiao would be able to undergo a transplant surgery the following day. Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly listened to Duan Siyi's conversation with the doctor. It was confirmed that the operation would indeed take place the next day. As soon as the call ended, Zhu Miao Miao dove into Duan Siyu's embrace. The weariness she had felt moments before vanishing in an instant. Duan Siyu wrapped his arms around her waist, lightly tapping his fingers, a playful smile gracing his lips. Are you really that happy? Zhu Miao Miao raised her gaze to meet his, tears welling in her eyes. I am incredibly happy. I have been waiting for this day for so long. Since her grandmother fell ill, she had been longing for the surgery to happen. However, finding a suitable kidney had proven to be a daunting challenge. With limited funds and no connections, she had no choice but to seek help from the whole family. She feared she would be waiting indefinitely until the end of time, until her grandmother's life was hanging by a thread. Yet Duan Siyu had effortlessly made it happen. Without his assistance, she might still be floundering aimlessly. Now, her grandmother had a chance to undergo the surgery, validating her decision to approach Duan Siyu as both correct and wise. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhu Miao Miao, and her expression shifted to one of concern. But previously, Feilong signed an agreement to forego treatment. Can the hospital still perform the surgery? Duan Siyu, considering every aspect meticulously, reassured her, do not worry. I have taken care of that for you. Just wait for the surgery to be successful. Had he truly resolved all her concerns? Duan Siyu was remarkably responsible. However, she couldn't shake the thought that every surgery carried risks. Zhu Miao Miao's demeanor darkened, anxiety creeping into her heart. What if it failed? Being a natural pessimist, she tended to envision the worst outcomes. Although the prospect of surgery was supposed to bring joy, she felt a wave of fear wash over her, her hands and feet growing cold. Duan Siyu brushed a stray lock of hair from Zhu Miao Miao's forehead, tucking it behind her ear before holding her icy hand in his. I have sought out the most esteemed kidney surgeons, both domestically and internationally. They perform such surgeries regularly, with success rates reaching 99%. There is no need to fear. For them, a kidney transplant is routine. Hearing his comforting words, Zhu Miao Miao felt her body relax slightly. Unable to resist, she nuzzled against his chest. Thank you. Thank you. Since her grandmother's illness, she had mostly observed from the sidelines, but Duan Siyu had been the only one to extend unwavering support. Duan Siyu replied, What are you thanking me for? Your grandmother is also my grandmother. Zhu Miao Miao froze, her eyes meeting his in disbelief. Are you serious? She found herself increasingly perplexed by Duan Siyu, as if something was slipping beyond her control. Duan Siyu narrowed his eyes, shadows dancing in his dark gaze, his tone laced with indifference and danger. Of course. Are you not seriously in love with me? Zhu Miao Miao remained silent. Her initial belief that Duan Siyu was merely toying with her feelings now wavering. She willingly sold herself to him for money, attempting to please him. However, it seems that everything has changed now. Duan Siyu appears to be genuinely ensnared in this relationship. Ideally, Zhu Miao Miao should feel delighted. Yet, she finds herself overwhelmed with guilt rather than the anticipated joy. Lost in thought for a moment, Zhu Miao Miao sensed that Duan Siyu had noticed something. His deep eyes scrutinized her with profound significance. Was the question so difficult to answer? Returning to her senses, her heart raced uncontrollably. How astute Duan Siyu was. In those few seconds of her distraction, he must have begun to harbor doubts. Once suspicion arises, he would question the authenticity of her previous words. A businessman, when in doubt, would rather err on the side of caution than overlook a potential deception. Given that her grandmother was in a critical condition, Zhu Miao Miao could not afford to offend him. Thus she declared, I am indeed serious. I like you. Pausing for a moment, she lowered her gaze and continued in a hesitant tone. But how long can we discuss this? Didn't Tiyu say that once you grow tired of me, our relationship would come to an end? How long ago had that been? Did he still remember? He was remarkably steadfast. Duan Siyu's dissatisfaction was palpable in his alluring gaze, his sultry voice resonating. Zhu Miao Miao, let us clarify. Clearly, you love me a little more to the point of being unable to extricate yourself. Likewise, you cannot live without me. Why can't you anticipate something good? Zhu Miao Miao. She didn't love him to the point of being unable to extricate herself, did she? Moreover, Why did Duan Siyu's demeanor resemble that of a jealous husband? A sudden cough escaped her, bringing clarity. Duan Siyi raised his eyelids slightly. You better understand. The following morning, during the winter break, Miao Miao anxiously awaited outside the operating room while her grandmother underwent surgery. When she had just seen her grandmother being wheeled into the surgical suite, it felt as if her strength had been drained away. She constantly feared it might be their last meeting, compelling her to steal a few more glances. The doctor could not guarantee 100% success. Indeed, they often presented the situation in a more severe light, heightening Miao Miao's anxiety. After the new year, Duan Siyi was preoccupied with work, attending a multinational conference today, and thus could not accompany her. Fortunately, he had sent his assistant to keep her company, preventing her from feeling utterly alone. In truth, Miao Miao had grown accustomed to facing unexpected situations alone. Yet, having someone by her side undeniably provided her with a sense of reassurance, alleviating her fears. Meng Huai handed her a bottle of water. Miss Zhu, your grandmother is under divine protection. There is no need to worry excessively. Miao Miao accepted the water, took a sip, and remarked, your words are sweeter than your boss says. Meng Huai wore a formally polite smile. Lord Yu is indeed sweet-tongued with us subordinates. His words can be quite harsh. Miao Miao, I don't find him sweet. Meng Huai, perspiring, replied, you'll eventually get used to it. He could discern that Lord Yu genuinely cared for Miss Zhu. Merely the effort he exerted to find a suitable kidney donor for her grandmother demonstrated his dedication. Although I was unable to accompany Miss Zhu today, I sent numerous messages to inquire about her well-being. Mister, you did not directly question Miss Zhu, but rather chose to convey the situation through me, fearing that direct inquiries might impose undue pressure upon her. Is it not a testament to his affection that even a heartless capitalist would consider such nuances? Meng Huai sensed that Mr. Yu had irrevocably fallen for her. In contrast, Miss Zhu seemed less enamored than Mr. Yu. Miao Miao lowered her gaze, her heart in turmoil. As night fell, the surgery that had lasted 5 arduous hours finally came to a close. The operating room door swung open, and Miao Miao's heart raced as she sprang to her feet to greet the doctor emerging from within. Her voice trembled as she asked, how's my grandmother? The doctor, a foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes, removed his mask and replied fluently in Chinese. Chapter 46. Divine countenance, rest assured, madam. The surgery was a success. However, we are currently in a critical period lasting 24 hours. Once we pass that, all will be well. With great difficulty, Miao Miao managed to ease her anxious heart, only for it to feel heavy once more. Before long, Lu Chunjiao was wheeled into the ICU, the intensive care unit. Visiting the critical care unit is strictly prohibited. Outside, numerous individuals lay on makeshift bedding, anxiously awaiting news of their loved one's safety. Their prayers echoed in the air, accompanied by kneeling and weeping, a sight that stirred deep unease within. Observing this distressing scene, Meng Huai offered Miao Miao some words of comfort, stating, young master, you'll be here shortly. At that moment, Miao Miao felt as if her spirit had been drained, her pallid complexion barely managing a semblance of a smile. As Meng Huai had predicted, Duan Siyi soon appeared at the entrance of the intensive care unit. Dressed simply in casual attire, his disheveled black hair fell haphazardly across his forehead, indicating his urgency upon arrival. Meng Huai greeted Duan Siyi briefly before taking his leave from the hospital. Duan Siyi approached Miao Miao with a deliberate calmness. Upon seeing him, her eyelashes trembled imperceptibly. The surroundings were chaotic. Many had not bathed for days, finding makeshift bedding on the ground to endure the night. The atmosphere was grimy, with unpleasant odors permeating the air. In stark contrast, Duan Siyi, with his noble bearing and pristine demeanor, seemed almost ethereal, as if he belonged to a different realm entirely. His presence drew the attention of many, their gazes lingering upon him. Miao Miao tugged gently at his sleeve, asking, what brings you here? Meng Huai mentioned you hadn't eaten all day. Duan Siyi lowered his gaze, his eyes betraying neither warmth nor ire. Why does he share everything with you? Miao Miao questioned. Let us go. He replied coolly, your grandmother cannot be moved right now. Are you really going to accompany your boyfriend for a meal in such a stifling environment? Miao Miao realized she could not remain there indefinitely. She needed to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Shaking her head, she protested, "What if something happens to my grandmother? What if the doctors need me?" Duan Siyi chuckled softly, tousling her hair. "What are you worrying about? I will inform the hospital. They will ensure your grandmother receives special attention." Miao Miao was taken aback. "Do you really have such influence?" Taking her hand, Duan Siyi guided her outside. The Duan family had invested significantly in various medical institutions, including this very hospital. "I've never heard you mention that," Miao Miao replied, realization dawning upon her. It was no wonder Duan Siyi could facilitate her grandmother's transfer to a VIP ward, allowing for expedited surgery and immediate access to suitable kidney sources. The affluent stand atop society, reaping the finest resources available, while the ordinary can do little more than wait in vain. This disparity was a testament to the efforts of his ancestors spanning 3 generations. Once outside the hospital, Miao Miao faced the wind, her muddled thoughts finally beginning to clear. Duan Siyi inquired what she wished to eat. Miao Miao simply replied, "Anything." A sudden pinch on her cheek from a man elicited an involuntary glare from her. "You are not allowed to say anything," Duan Siyi admonished. Miao Miao remarked that there was barbecue nearby. This young master surely had never dined on outdoor barbecue, a setting characterized by its noise and filth. Duan Siyi, with his noble stature, would undoubtedly find such an environment unpalatable. If he declined, she could easily retort. However, to her surprise, he agreed without hesitation. The bustling food stall was teeming with patrons. Skewers littered the ground, remnants of meals left by various tables, while litter was strewn indiscriminately about. The surroundings were dirty, chaotic, and far from pleasant. Aside from the enticing aroma, the visual appeal was quite disheartening. Miao Miao felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, this young master was accustomed to high-end dining establishments and had likely never set foot in such a place. She glanced up at Duan Siyi, half expecting to see disdain or distaste in his eyes, yet there appeared to be none. After a considerable wait, a table finally became available. As they settled in, the server hurriedly cleared away the remnants of the previous diners. Duan Siyi seemed starkly out of place in this environment, his striking appearance drawing the attention of many. As patrons pulled out their phones to capture his image, Miao Miao bit her lip and looked over at him. His expression remained calm and composed, devoid of any hint of commonality, as if a celestial being had inadvertently wandered into this mundane realm. Once the server departed, Miao Miao took a tissue, intending to wipe down the table where Duan Siyi was to sit, but he stopped her. "No need," he replied, exuding an air of tranquility. "I do not mind." His demeanor was remarkably nonchalant. After scanning the QR code to place their order, he handed his phone to Miao Miao, inviting her to select what she desired. As she received the phone and lowered her gaze to order, she glanced at him curiously. "Have you been to places like this before?" Duan Siyi lazily lifted his eyelids. "Never." Miao Miao continued. "Then you don't find the environment here unsatisfactory? Do you feel it's beneath you to accompany me? Why would I feel aggrieved dining with someone I enjoy?" Duan Siyi replied casually. "I'm not as finicky as you might perceive. Unless you feel discontented, in which case, we can relocate." Miao Miao was momentarily speechless. At his most composed, Duan Siyi truly embodied the ideal boyfriend, romantic, grounded, and respectful of his partner's choices. Had it been another affluent heir, he would have already begun to critique the surroundings. At that moment, a new table of young patrons arrived and settled next to them, immediately engaging in lively discussion. The man at the adjacent table is extraordinarily handsome. He is truly captivating. Imagine bringing him home for the New Year's celebration. One exclaimed, "Such divine looks! I have never seen anyone so striking, and his physique is commendable. If my mother were to introduce me to a suitor who looked like that, who would reject the idea of blind dates?" "Come on," interjected another young man. "That face could never be part of the matchmaking market. Just look at his watch. I recognize it. Patek Philippe, worth millions. A man who wears a watch like that must be extraordinarily wealthy. Wouldn't you agree?" Perhaps he is a top-tier billionaire here to experience life in a humble setting. Nevertheless, one must ponder, is the individual opposite him his girlfriend? Upon overhearing this group discuss her, Miao Miao felt a sudden tension course through her body. Must they truly converse about her in front of the very subject? A mere whisper would suffice. Yet, their chatter continued. It stands to reason that a girl so stunningly beautiful could hardly be unworthy of him. Indeed, she is breathtaking. However, it does not necessarily imply they are a couple. They might very well be siblings. Siblings? Surely not. They bear no resemblance. And the way the man is so attentive suggests he is undoubtedly pursuing the young lady. Miao Miao wished she could vanish into the ground, regretting having brought Duan Siyi to this place. Nonetheless, observing Duan Siyi, who remained composed, with not a wrinkle of displeasure upon his brow, it appeared he was unaffected by their remarks. At that moment, the barbecue was served, and in an effort to mask her embarrassment, Miao Miao picked up a perfectly grilled mushroom, just as a familiar voice rang in her ears. Miao Miao, what brings you here? Chapter 47. Are you just discarding people after using them? Miao Miao lifted her eyelids and caught sight of her high school classmate, Lin. The young man sported a striking misty blue hairstyle, adorned with a silver earring in his left ear, and wore a vibrant red sweater that was rather eye-catching. Lin was handsome, came from a well-off family, and had a reputation as a school bully during their high school years. In the early days of high school, Miao Miao often faced harassment from boys due to her appearance and was collectively ostracized and bullied by girls. Life was particularly arduous for her. All she desired was to focus on her studies, excel, and make her grandmother proud, as well as honor the mysterious benefactor who supported her. However, her classmates caused her significant distress. In a moment of desperation, Miao Miao approached the school bully Lin from the neighboring class. Leveraging her appearance to feign vulnerability and seek his protection, everyone at school feared Lin, and as long as he was willing to safeguard her, she could navigate her high school years unscathed. Initially, Lin declined her request, but after she persistently brought him breakfast for half a month, he finally relented. During their student days, assisting someone did not require many reasons, but loving someone did. Miao Miao was well-behaved, sweet-tongued, and possessed a stunning visage, often smiling at Lin. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually softened the defiant Lin, who was often embroiled in fights and casual affairs, leading him to develop genuine feelings for her. Lin, emboldened, announced over the school's broadcasting system, warning everyone that anyone who dared to bully Miao Miao would have to contend with him. From that day on, no one dared to trouble her. As they were in the same graduating class on graduation day, Lin handed Miao Miao a love letter. The letter conveyed his intention to study abroad in Washington, expressing his affection for her and asking if she could wait for him to return so they could be together. Miao Miao outright rejected him. Firstly, she did not have feelings for Lin. Her intentions were clear. She sought protection, not romance. Secondly, with Lin heading to America, their paths would diverge, and he would undoubtedly encounter more exceptional girls. There was no need for her to take his words seriously, for the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. It was merely a little over 6 months until their high school graduation. Lin was likely home for the new year before departing for the United States. Regardless, he had sincerely helped her in the past. Thus, upon seeing him, Miao Miao politely greeted him. Hello. Lin's lips curled into a smile, his dimples prominent, and he remarked, why so formal? Miao Miao, I just returned home not long ago. A few days ago, I visited your home, only to find you absent. After inquiring with your neighbor, I learned about your situation. How is your grandmother? Miao Miao replied, she just underwent surgery. And you? What brings you to the hospital vicinity? It's quite a coincidence to run into you in such a vast city. Lin responded, it's nothing much. A relative at home is unwell, and I took the opportunity to pay a visit. Miao Miao, although you rejected my confession back then, we are still friends. If your grandmother needs any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Miao Miao was about to respond when, after enduring in silence for quite some time, Duan Siyi finally spoke up. He lifted his gaze, his sharp, icy eyes lingering on Lin for a moment before shifting to Miao Miao. Aren't you going to introduce us? He inquired, enunciating each word. Miao Miao's heartbeat faltered slightly. This was a battlefield of emotions, two individuals she had previously manipulated. A sense of unease washed over her. Though her relationship with Lin was innocuous, she felt an unsettling guilt. Lin had noticed Duan Siyi from the very beginning, although they had never met. His demeanor suggested an extraordinary background, one that contrasted starkly with both Lin and Zhu Miao Miao. "This is Lin, my high school classmate." Zhu Miao Miao concluded her introduction, lowering her head. How could such dramatic circumstances exist in the world? Panic surged within her. Who could possibly save her from this predicament? In a languid tone, Duan Siyi remarked, "You ought to introduce me, don't you think?" Zhu Miao Miao turned to Lin, recalling the tears that had brimmed in his eyes when she had rejected his confession. To say she felt no remorse would be a lie. After all, he had supported her for 3 years. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke, "He is my boyfriend." Lin's eyes momentarily shattered, as though he had anticipated the revelation, yet found it painful nonetheless. "When did this happen?" he managed to ask after a long silence. "Not long ago," Zhu Miao Miao replied. Lin, a man of dignity, refrained from lingering on the matter. After bidding Zhu Miao Miao a proper farewell, he departed, seemingly eager to escape the scene. Zhu Miao Miao exhaled in relief, but Duan Siyi, resting his chin on his hand, gazed at her with darkened eyes and bluntly inquired, "So, what is your relationship with him?" It cannot merely be that of ordinary classmates. It was evident that Lin had confessed to Zhu Miao Miao, and she had rejected him. Why would he confess? Had their relationship been particularly close? Most importantly, he even knew where she lived. Observing their familiarity, Duan Siyi felt an unsettling discomfort. Wasn't he introduced already? Just a classmate. Zhu Miao Miao replied. "Miao Miao, little Miao Miao? Such an affectionate address. And you claim he's just an ordinary classmate?" Duan Siyi's tone dripped with jealousy. "He even confessed to you." Zhu Miao Miao pressed her lips together, contemplating how to deflect the question. Duan Siyi, however, swiftly cut through her evasions. "Don't deceive me. I can uncover everything." Zhu Miao Miao lowered her head. "May I finish my meal first?" Duan Siyi narrowed his eyes, his lips curling slightly. "What? Do you think this is your last meal? You should savor it." Zhu Miao Miao remained silent, acknowledging his sharp tongue. If she could evade the inquiry for now, she would. The barbecue felt interminably lengthy for Zhu Miao Miao. Eventually, she could eat no more but forced herself to continue. Alas, fleeting escapes could not last a lifetime. After settling the bill, as they made their way back to the hospital, Zhu Miao Miao took Duan Siyi's hand in a bid to appease him. He did not pull away, yet his demeanor remained cool and distant, reminiscent of a couple in the throes of a quarrel. As they neared the hospital entrance, Zhu Miao Miao realized there was no evading the truth. She could only confess, "During my high school years, I was often bullied." Lin is a notorious bully of that high school, feared by the entire grade. I found him impressive and sought his assistance for protection. Duan Siyi, with a hint of sarcasm, questioned why someone so admirable wouldn't he agree to be in a relationship with him. Zhu Miao Miao replied, "He is indeed remarkable, but my feelings for him are not romantic." To which Duan Siyi responded, "So, once you've used him, you will simply discard him." Zhu Miao Miao fell momentarily silent, recognizing the truth in Duan Siyi's words. Under the pressures of her circumstances, it was impossible for her to remain entirely virtuous. She possessed flaws and selfish tendencies. Lin had shown his affection for her, subtly hinting at his feelings multiple times before confessing. Yet, she had chosen to feign ignorance, neither rejecting nor accepting him, prolonging the ambiguity until graduation. After all, she genuinely needed Lin's protection at that time. She could not gamble her future. However, these little deceptions could fool Lin but not Duan Siyi, who gazed down at her, seemingly more concerned with another question. "And what about me? Would you also use me and discard me once you're done?" Chapter 48. The one wronged is me. The phrase used and discarded simply does not apply to Duan Siyi. After all, who would dare to cast aside such a formidable figure? That would be tantamount to courting death. Zhu Miao Miao's eyes shimmered, her doe-like gaze stirring with imperceptible ripples. Now, she stood on the precipice of a cliff. A moment's inattention could send her plummeting into a bottomless abyss. Her words could not stem from her true nature. She had to tread carefully and with caution. "I cannot allow my feelings for you to waver," for you occupy my heart entirely, Zhu Miao Miao said, feigning sincerity as she rose on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Suddenly, her waist was ensnared with a fierce grip. Duan Siyi caressed her gently, his elongated eyes resembling an unfathomable icy pool. Do not deceive me, Zhu Miao Miao. I am capable of anything. At his words, Zhu Miao Miao's body quivered slightly. Duan Siyi was cruel and ruthless, a side she had already witnessed. What she had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. Should he ever discover that half of what she had conveyed to him was a fabrication, the consequences would be dire. Her raven lashes glistened with unshed tears. Trembling even more, she bit her tongue, forcing herself to conceal any trace of fear, gazing into Duan Siyi's eyes. Must you always be so guarded and suspicious of me? It saddens me. Duan Siyi's Adam's apple moved slightly. I apologize, but tonight, I feel as though I am the one wronged. What have you to be aggrieved about? Zhu Miao Miao asked, her tone ambiguous. In a deep voice, Duan Siyi stated, My girlfriend is being pursued by other men. But Duan Siyi, there are numerous individuals vying for your attention as well. Why the double standard? Zhu Miao Miao interlaced her fingers with his, promising, I assure you, I will have no further contact with him. Please do not be angry. Duan Siyi was not easily appeased. I have a request. Accompany me home tonight, and I shall refrain from being upset. Zhu Miao Miao replied, I cannot. I must remain by my grandmother's side. Even with others to help care for her, I cannot shake my worry. You should return. There is no place to rest here. Duan Siyi's dark eyes deepened with contemplation. As a compromise, there is a hotel nearby. Will you accompany me there to sleep? Surely that is acceptable? Do you require company merely to sleep? Zhu Miao Miao began to protest, but noted the increasingly darkening expression on Duan Siyi's face. Recognizing this was his greatest concession. Her words of refusal morphed into compliance. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. Zhu Miao Miao found herself unable to reject any request posed by Duan Siyi. After settling into the hotel, the two lay upon a large bed. Zhu Miao Miao, anxious for her grandmother, could not find rest. Thus, they endured until dawn. As morning light broke, there was a knock at the hotel room door. Zhu Miao Miao attempted to rise to answer it, but found Duan Siyi's arm encircling her waist. Refusing to loosen its grip, with no alternative, she called out to awaken him. Duan Siyi opened his eyes, still heavy with sleep, displaying no irritation at being disturbed. Instead, he revealed his most genuine self. He leaned closer, kissing her eyelids, and then delicately pecked her lips. Yet, the knocking persisted. As Zhu Miao Miao's cheeks flushed with crimson, she softly uttered, I'll go and check. Duan Siyi, propping his head up with one hand, nodded slightly in acquiescence. Zhu Miao Miao approached the entrance, opened the door, and found Meng Huai, Duan Siyi's special assistant, standing before her. Upon seeing Zhu Miao Miao, he momentarily froze, then extended the bag in his hand towards her, saying, Here are the toiletries and the clothes for you and Master Yu. Zhu Miao Miao felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, stammering, Teach, thank you. Meng Huai responded with a polite smile. You're welcome. With that, he turned and vanished from her sight. Closing the door, Zhu Miao Miao returned to her room and placed the bag on the bed. Casting a glance at Duan Siyi, she remarked, Actually, the hotel provides toiletries. It wasn't necessary to trouble Assistant Meng. Duan Siyi lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, I'm not accustomed to them. Upon reflection, that was indeed true. A man of Duan Siyi's stature would demand only the finest, being excessively particular and unable to settle for anything less. Zhu Miao Miao located the toiletries and made her way to the bathroom, squeezing toothpaste onto a toothbrush for Duan Siyi while attending to her own washing. After finishing her ablutions, she emerged from the bathroom and glanced at the clothes within the bag, which were neatly packaged in an exquisite box. Recognizing the luxury brand, she knew they were of considerable value. As Duan Siyi rose to enter the bathroom, he instructed her to change out of her clothes. Once Zhu Miao Miao had changed, Duan Siyi emerged from the bathroom. The man cast a fleeting glance at her, beckoning her closer. Just as Zhu Miao Miao approached, a lingering kiss descended upon her lips, far more intense than the previous playful peck. Zhu Miao Miao found herself engulfed by his scent, the citrus aroma of toothpaste pervading her senses, her lips moist and tinged with warmth. Duan Siyi continued to kiss her, lost in the moment, until he finally released her. Miao Miao's lips were swollen from the fervent embrace. With a teasing desire that penetrated to her very core, Duan Siyi grasped her palm and placed it over the buttons of his shirt, enticingly whispering, "Be a good girl and help me unbutton. Don't you have hands?" Miao Miao retorted, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his collarbone, her gaze instinctively fleeing. Yet, unable to resist, she complied, gradually unfastening although Miao Miao is indifferent to the scrutiny of others. Duan Siyi's actions are rather brazen. Moreover, they could easily startle the teacher. Miao Miao unbuckles her seatbelt and firmly declines, stating, "There's no need. I can go by myself. I'm not a 3-year-old who requires a family member to escort me to kindergarten." The mention of family brings a subtle, relaxed curve to Duan Siyi's lips. "I wish to escort you. Is that not permissible?" Miao Miao replies, "It's not that. I just feel it's somewhat inappropriate." Students continuously come and go around them, occasionally casting glances in their direction. Duan Siyi had previously accompanied her to school, an event that had even made headlines due to the auction frenzy. Although the news was swiftly quelled, many at the school are already aware of her newfound connection to Duan Siyi. It's not that she wishes to conceal it. After all, she is not devoid of vanity. Yet, such attention can provoke envy, and should she and Duan Siyi part ways in the future, retaliation could ensue. It is wiser to adopt a more subdued demeanor rather than the flamboyance of the past. Duan Siyi, unaware of Miao Miao's concerns, furrows his brow and asks, "What makes it inappropriate? Do you find me distasteful?" Chapter 49. Come here and kiss me, Miao Miao. What an absurd accusation. How could she possibly disdain him? With her lips pursed, Miao Miao hesitated repeatedly before timidly responding, "I don't disdain him. It's just that it feels too ostentatious." Their romance is known to all. Miao Miao worried that the higher he soared, the harder he would fall. Duan Siyi rested his elbow on the armrest of the seat, leisurely tilting his head to observe her. Is being ostentatious really so terrible? Or perhaps? Duan Siyi leaned closer, his crisp breath brushing against Miao Miao. "Do you have a guilty conscience? What could I possibly have to hide?" Miao Miao felt utterly helpless. "If you really wish to give, then go ahead. No need to consider my situation." Upon finishing her words, she attempted to open the car door to leave, only to find it locked, preventing her escape. Miao Miao turned back to look at the man. Duan Siyi wore a languid yet noble expression, his pitch-black eyes revealing no discernible emotion. Lowering his authoritative demeanor, he said, "Come here and kiss me, and I will let you out." Is it truly that simple? The car had tinted windows, allowing visibility from the inside to the outside, but not vice versa. Miao Miao needn't worry about being observed. Leaning towards his cheek, she gave a fleeting peck. Then she inquired, "Is that permissible?" Duan Siyi chuckled, amused by her simplicity. "My dear," he said in his consistently low, magnetic voice, "have you ever considered how many times you have kissed me this week? Your thoughts seem to be entirely preoccupied with your grandmother." His patience was remarkable. Aware that she started school today, he had gone out of his way to drop her off. Yet, she not only refused him entry into the school, but also kissed him with such reluctance. Duan Siyi, in his encounters, was hardly one to be satiated. After their kiss, even if Miao Miao made an effort to compose herself, her lips would swell for a moment, leading to misinterpretations from the onlooking students. Miao Miao still cared about her reputation. "I consulted the almanac," she said earnestly. "Today is not a suitable day for kissing. I must abstain from male attention." What sort of bizarre almanac dictates such peculiarities? Duan Siyi regarded her with a bemused expression, utterly unconvinced by such a ridiculous excuse. "Very well, I want to push you." Duan Siyi gently brushed her hair with his long, jade-like fingers. "I will be away on a business trip for a few days. Don't think of me." He paused, smirking, although that seems rather unrealistic. "If you do think of me, send me a message, understood?" Was Duan Siyi reporting his whereabouts to her? Miao Miao lowered her gaze, feeling as though this transaction of interest was increasingly veering off its original course. Perhaps it had already deviated long ago. She simply refused to acknowledge or contemplate it. Miao Miao softly replied, "All right." Duan Siyi. Is that a dismissive response? Should I shed a few tears instead? Zhu Miao Miao gazed at his handsome, noble face returned soon to you. Duan Siyi was momentarily taken aback. The corners of his mouth curving slightly upwards, a vague sense of joy blossoming within him, the reason for which he could not quite articulate. With Duan Siyi away on business, Zhu Miao Miao found herself with a few days of respite, free from the intricacies of their interactions. The changing room. As Zhu Miao Miao donned her dance shoes in preparation for practice, she unexpectedly collided with Chu Xinyue, who regarded her with a rather unfriendly expression. Within the confines of Jing dance, Zhu Miao Miao was often taciturn and solitary. Had it not been for her striking beauty, she would have merely been an inconspicuous presence within the school. What right did she have to be so familiar with Duan Siyi? This morning, it was Duan Siyi who had brought her to school. The thought that they might have spent the entire winter break together ignited a glint of sharpness in Chu Xinyue's eyes. What is your current relationship with Duan Siyi? Are you his kept woman? His lover? Have you shared a bed? The words were excessively cutting. Zhu Miao Miao's gaze remained cold as she replied, Miss Chu, I have not wronged you. Even if I were to be kept by him, what concern is it of yours? If you have feelings for him, pursue him yourself. There is no need to come before me seeking validation. Chu Xinyue's lips twitched, her eyes glimmering with a crimson light, her heart burning with envy while she maintained an outward facade of composure. It seems you still do not understand the nature of Duan Siyi's background. The class divide is stark, and you are worlds apart from him. It is improbable that you could ever be together. After delivering this final humiliation, she added, be sure to extract plenty of money from him. Otherwise, should you be discarded, you will be left with nothing. Zhu Miao Miao, expressionless and disinclined to argue, simply turned and walked away, leaving Chu Xinyue feeling as though she had struck a pillow. Later that afternoon, after school, the dance instructor announced an important matter regarding the upcoming school anniversary in half a month. Each class was required to prepare a performance, and their class had chosen to present a stage play. Notable figures from various dance genres, as well as prominent individuals from the arts and even renowned directors from the film industry, would be in attendance, ostensibly to scout talent. Those fortunate enough might find themselves cast in prominent domestic stage dramas, embarking on global tours, or even being selected by directors to enter the entertainment industry and become stars. Indeed, opportunities in Jing dance were abundant. As Zhu Miao Miao contemplated this, the dance instructor's gaze settled upon her. Miao Miao, you will be the lead actress in this stage play. I will provide you with the script shortly for your review. Zhu Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback. With her exceptional physique, striking looks, and remarkable dance talent, she was a natural fit for the stage. Her flawless expression management meant that she was born for the spotlight. Furthermore, her previous performance at the Hua Group's annual meeting had been the only one deemed satisfactory, making this leading role rightfully hers. The other classmates had no objections, recognizing that presenting an outstanding stage play would be a significant highlight in their lives, and thus the central role must be filled by a girl who was both beautiful and talented. Only Chu Xinyue opposed this decision, pointing at Zhu Miao Miao. What gives her the right? I object. Liang Zhengke, are you infatuated with Zhu Miao Miao, and thus granting her favoritism? Liang Zhengke, the dance instructor, was only in his 30s, yet his career was quite illustrious. Having graduated from university, he served as a principal dancer for a certain dance troupe before being recruited by Jing Dance as a teacher. He had always upheld a philosophy of fairness and impartiality, and even in the face of such malicious speculation, he merely responded with a gentle smile. If you have any objections, Miss Chu, you may report them to the school. Chu Xinyue scoffed softly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Miao Miao. What qualifications did she possess to be the protagonist, apart from her alluring visage? Firstly, her face was inherently that of a leading lady. Secondly, her academic performance was impeccable, excelling in all subjects with perfect scores. She topped both classical and modern disciplines. Was that not sufficient? It was as if all evidence had been hurled into Chu Xinyue's face, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. In the realm of dance performances, possessing beauty often garnered positive recognition that eluded the average person. Furthermore, Zhu Miao Miao's prowess in dance was equally remarkable, a prodigious talent beyond compare. The combination of these two attributes was nothing short of a royal flush. Chu Xinyue found herself at a loss, unable to retort, and could only grit her teeth in silence. To be cast as the female lead in the school anniversary play was indeed a testament to the school's recognition and honor. Upon returning to the hospital, Miao Miao yearned to share this delightful news with her grandmother. However, as she arrived at the corridor leading to the ward, she was taken aback to see an unexpected visitor standing at her grandmother's room entrance. Hu Chun? What was he doing here? Alarm bells rang in Miao Miao's mind as she swiftly approached him. Chapter 50. Miao Miao. Was it orchestrated by a viper? Approaching Hu Chun, Miao Miao peered through the hospital room window and caught sight of Fu Lan. Fu Lan was engaged in conversation with her grandmother. The atmosphere, devoid of the previous tension, appeared harmonious as they chatted amiably. A flicker of a smile graced her grandmother's face. Ever since the surgery, her grandmother had been less lucid and seldom smiled. What had Fu Lan said to her? Regardless of the content, she could not allow Fu Lan to be alone with her grandmother. With this thought, Miao Miao grasped the doorknob, ready to enter, when Hu Chun interjected. Miss Zhu, they seem to be enjoying their conversation quite well. Are you certain you wish to interrupt? Miao Miao cast a sidelong glance at Hu Chun. He wore glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance, his handsome features radiating an otherworldly charm, unmistakably hailing from a family of immense wealth. A stark contrast to Duan Siyi, yet even more hypocritical. Miao Miao replied coolly, Mr. Hua, I care not for your intentions here. Kindly leave at once. My grandmother has just undergone surgery. She cannot endure any distress. Hu Chun smiled gently, adjusting his glasses. Why must one perceive others so negatively? After all, your grandmother is Fu Lan's biological mother. Would Fu Lan truly wish her harm? The agreement Fu Lan signed to forego treatment, was it not tantamount to signing her grandmother's death warrant? Miao Miao, unwilling to engage further with Hu Chun, twisted the doorknob and stepped inside. Lu Chunjiao, upon seeing her, was momentarily taken aback before waving her hand. Miao Miao, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with your mother. Your brother is waiting outside, isn't he? You should spend some time with him. Miao Miao. Brother? Hu Chun, interaction? What on earth was her grandmother implying? Miao Miao was utterly confounded. Fu Lan addressed her gently. Miao Miao, I understand your concerns for your grandmother, but I'm not so malicious as to harm my own mother. Please go out with Ah Chun. I have good news to share upon your return. Miao Miao shook her head. I will not leave. What good news could the Hu family possibly bring? Miss Zhu, might you recall Mr. H? A deep, resonant voice emerged from behind her. Miao Miao froze, turning to meet Hu Chen's gaze. His eyes, long and gentle beneath his glasses, were warmed by the spring breeze, yet tinged with the shrewdness typical of a businessman. A faint, almost mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth, quite disconcerting. Mr. H, the benefactor whose identity remained a mystery to Miao Miao, had graciously supported her education, and she held immense gratitude towards him for providing her with opportunities. This kindness was indelibly etched in her memory. Yet how did Hu Chun know of Mr. H? Ush. Did these two have a connection? Impossible, utterly impossible. In her mind, Mr. H was a philanthropist, righteous and benevolent. Though they had never met, he embodied a grand and noble image. He could never be the cold-hearted villain that Hu Chun represented. Miao Miao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But if it were indeed him, what could she do? Let us converse. I would not harm you at such a time, Hu Chun suggested. In the CAF, the ambience was tranquil and elegant. Miao Miao sat opposite Hu Chun, her eyelids drooping as she stirred her coffee. Are you Mr. H? Throughout the journey, she had poured all her thoughts into digesting this revelation. Hu Chun cast a glance at her. The girlish eyes glistened with a hint of unnoticeable stubbornness. Hu Chun inquired, surprised? Miao Miao replied, a little surprised. So, upon our first meeting, you must have recognized me as your sponsored student? As the benefactor, Hu Chun could not possibly lack her personal files and information. Yet, he still had someone strike her. This confirmed that charity was merely a facade for Hu Chun to maintain his public image. After graduating high school, she had requested Mr. H's email from the school, writing a lengthy letter of gratitude to him. Now it seemed utterly laughable. Miao Miao would not compromise with the whole family due to this favor. Are you here to exploit this gratitude to coerce me into leaving Duan Siyi? Hua Chun raised an eyebrow and said, I do not believe this gratitude requires repayment. I came to find you to take you to a place. Miao Miao continued to stir her coffee, refusing to drink. Once bitten by a snake, one is fearful for 10 years. The scene of being mesmerized by Hua Yuan was still vivid in her mind. She could not be so naive again. Besides, Hua Chun's methods would only be more ruthless. Noticing her caution, Hua Chun dangled a bait. Do you not wish to know where your grandmother's kidney source comes from? Miao Miao's body stiffened, her face paling. There is nothing to be curious about. I only care whether my grandmother will recover. As for where the kidney source comes from, it is unimportant. Miss Zhu, you truly possess a cold heart. Even if an innocent life perishes because of your grandmother, you remain indifferent. The spoon clattered to the bottom of the cup. Miao Miao locked eyes with Hua Chun, demanding, What do you mean by that? Hua Chun maintained his calm demeanor and smiled, remaining silent. Nightfall, the scene of the funeral memorial service. A gentle, cold wind blew as Miao Miao stood outside the memorial. Gazing at the portrait, the image depicted a very young man, barely in his 20s. His parents and family wept inconsolably before the photo, lamenting how a well-behaved child ended up in a casino and returned only to die, with his kidney removed. Miao Miao's mind exploded with shock. It was blank. She nearly lost her balance, but Hua Chun gentlemanly supported her, his tone gentle. What is wrong, Miss Zhu? Unable to accept reality? Miao Miao lifted her gaze to meet Hua Chun's, her eyes bloodshot, lips quivering. Impossible, you're lying to me. Duan Siyi had mentioned that the kidney donor was a terminally ill patient. Hua Chun replied, What he said, you believe blindly? Miss Zhu, you are rather naive. Such things as kidney sources are not as easy to find as you imagine. Duan Siyi, as the foremost heir of Ao City, wields a level of ruthlessness that is beyond your comprehension. He curled his lips, deliberately casting aside the cruel truth word by word. To save your grandmother, he established a health check program on his own territory, but this is merely your uncorroborated account. Furthermore, given your close relationship with Duan Siyi, why would you confide such matters to me? Miao Miao dared not listen any further and swiftly interrupted. Hua Chun languidly replied, In truth, you already possess the answer within you. Duan Siyi is precisely that kind of person. As for why I share this with you, it is simply to make you aware of the transgressions you have committed. Murder and heartlessness. Miao Miao fell into a prolonged silence before suddenly breaking into a cold laugh, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Do you think I care? She moved closer to Hua Chun, her gaze turning increasingly venomous. I don't care what means Duan Siyi employs. After all, I am not the one who killed him. If he is dead, so be it. As long as my grandmother is well. Hua Chun's body stiffened, incredulously lowering his gaze to the girl before him. Miao Miao, are you truly a heartless creature? With such a truth laid bare before her, she exhibited no remorse. Miao Miao wished to leave this place and turned to depart. Hua Chun made no attempt to stop her. Just as she stepped away, his phone rang, the caller being Duan Siyi. Chapter 51. I will not gamble with you. She loves me. Duan's voice was low and displeased. Have you had enough fun? Chen smirked lightly. Why? Isn't this merely a test for you? Do you think she will come to confront you? Duan fell silent. Chen continued indifferently. Do you truly believe that if she cares for you, she would take my words at face value? Chen understood that Duan could accept anything, except betrayal and distrust from the one he loved. The misfortunes of his parents' marriage had left him devoid of expectations and love. Now, he had invested his genuine feelings in Miao Miao. If he were to discover that her sincerity was merely diluted, a mere fade, let alone being with her, it would be merciful if he did not eliminate her. For those who had betrayed him, none had met a favorable end, without exception. And lit a cigarette, gazing at the portrait in the memorial service. He had given a substantial sum of money to the family of the organ donor, ensuring their cooperation in this charade. He had anticipated that Miao Miao would be somewhat heartbroken, devastated even. After all, a vibrant life had been lost because of her. Yet, She had the audacity to utter such words. Hu Chien had to admit, at that moment, his heart had been profoundly stirred, both exhilarating and frenzied. The smoke swirled before his glasses, obscuring his delicate, warm features. Moreover, you are aware of my plan, yet chose not to intervene. Are you not? No one is unafraid of the devil. Why? Let us wager on whether she will leave you. Previously, she dare not. Now, the Hu family will present her with an irresistible proposition. Having just arrived in London, Duan Siyi stood atop a luxurious suite, surveying the bustling scene before him. I will not gamble with you, he asserted. She loves me. Chien scoffed. Love? Does that woman even possess love in her eyes? At merely 19, her ambitions and malice are vividly apparent, devoid of concealment. Perhaps she will keep this matter buried within her heart. After all, she even believes that you did the right thing by killing to save her grandmother. You are enamored with such a woman, calculating with a heart of darkness, seeking to maximize her own gain. Do you expect her to love you? She loves no one. Her approach to you is solely for her grandmother and to exact revenge on Hu Yuan. Is Duan Siyi truly willing to be used? Not necessarily. Hu Chien had known him for many years and understood his temperament. Duan Siyi would not give without a return. His genuine heart would demand tenfold in reciprocation. After the call ended, Hu Chien departed from the memorial service and headed to the hospital. Miao Miao learned that FLN intended to take her back to the Hu family and rejected the notion without a second thought. Chien's expression was rather discontent. Miao Miao, do not throw a tantrum. Your mother wishes to take you to the Hu family. This is a good opportunity. As the wealthiest family in the capital, should Miao Miao truly follow FLN to become a member of the Hu family, she would enjoy endless riches and luxury. She would no longer have to suffer alongside this old woman. FLN, in her lofty demeanor, spoke up. Miao Miao, you must think this through. With your capabilities, there will be no place for you to settle in the capital in the future. Once you arrive at the Hua family, you will no longer be among the lower class, and you will have nothing to worry about. Miao Miao, may you float through life with ease. Don't pretend to be so benevolent. Even if you truly were, I would not consent. Leave. You must depart at once. The moment Hua Chun entered the hospital room, he was greeted by Miao Miao's words. Adjusting his glasses, Hua Chun addressed Fu Lan. Let her ponder this thoroughly. It's getting late. We should take our leave. Miao Miao cast a fiery glance at Hua Chun, recognizing the foul scheme that was undoubtedly of his design. Sending her to the Hua family was merely a means to control her, ensuring she would never hold her head high before the Hua siblings. Truly, a capitalist at heart. Noticing Miao Miao's gaze, Hua Chun raised an eyebrow, cautioning her not to regard him in such a manner. Fu Lan is my stepmother, and you are her daughter. Thus, you are akin to my sister. As your brother, it is my duty to bring you to the Hua family and safeguard you. Sister? Brother? The Hua family to protect her? Such sweet words are mere pretense. Miao Miao smiled mockingly. Continuing, Hua Chun stated, the anti-rejection medication for your grandmother will be provided by the Hua family. You need not seek Duan Siyi any longer. He did not believe Miao Miao was uninterested in becoming a member of the Hua family. After all, when she initially sought Fu Lan as assistance, was it not for the wealth of the Hua family? Now, with such a splendid opportunity laid before her, could she truly afford to turn it down? Yet, Miao Miao remained resolute, exclaiming once more, leave. I have no interest in your Hua family. Hua Chun narrowed his eyes, surprised by Miao Miao's unwavering determination. Or perhaps, her ambitions extended even further. She aspired to be the young mistress of the Duan family. Hua Chun's dark eyes deepened, and he chose to say nothing further, calling for Fu Lan as they exited the hospital together. That night, Miao Miao felt utterly drained. Initially intending to inform her grandmother about the school anniversary, she now found herself devoid of motivation. Once Lu Chunjiao noticed everyone had departed, she seized Miao Miao's hand, exclaiming, Miao Miao, are you foolish? That is the Hua family, the wealthiest in the capital. Becoming a daughter of the Hua family is a tremendous fortune, signifying that one could navigate the capital with ease, free from the oppression of others. Miao Miao shook her head, replying, Grandmother, the Hua family is a bottomless pit. Fu Lan is not so kind, and the gates of the Hua family are not easily crossed. They seek my life." Lu Chunjiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom such depth of thought. "I understand you have my best interests at heart, but grandmother, I must take charge of my own affairs." Leaning her head on her shoulder, tears fell from Zhu Miao Miao's eyes unbidden. She did not comprehend why she wept, but the pain was overwhelming, and she did not wish to leave her, for she had but one relative and cared not for wealth or luxury. Lu Chunjiao paused, patting Zhu Miao Miao's shoulder, her throat tightening. "It is my fault. I will not engage with them any longer. Do not cry, my dear granddaughter." Only then did Zhu Miao Miao manage to stifle her tears. The following day, Zhu Miao Miao requested an afternoon leave from school and visited the site of the memorial service held the previous day, subsequently contacting the family of the kidney donor. The family maintained a consistent narrative, even producing proof of their child's demise in a gambling den, along with documentation of organ donation and cremation. The renal donor could be preserved for 24 hours, and the journey back to the capital is not lengthy. Everything aligns perfectly with time. Hua Chun did not deceive her. Zhu Miao Miao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Her selfishness had shattered a family. On her way back, she repeatedly questioned herself whether, in choosing between her grandmother and another family, she would truly opt for the latter. The answer was painfully clear. After all, she was merely a selfish mortal. Far from heroic, all she wished for was the well-being of her only relative. What tormented her was the realization that her grandmother could wait for a more suitable kidney source, rather than taking the life of a healthy individual. The conflict between these two emotions brought Zhu Miao Miao to the brink of collapse, driving her to a frenzy of questioning Duan Siyi. It was only 3 days later, upon Duan Siyu's return to the capital from a business trip, that he summoned her to Zhen Huayuan to meet him. Chapter 52. Tears fall madly upon Duan Siyu's face in recent days. Zhu Miao Miao has been exceptionally busy, as the school anniversary approaches in just 10 days. Often after classes, she finds herself rehearsing for the stage play until around 8 in the evening before returning to Zhen Huayuan. Duan Siyi is displeased by her late return. The dining table is set with cold dishes and a man whose expression is dark and brooding, standing hesitantly at the entrance of the dining room. Zhu Miao Miao ponders for half a minute before mustering the resolve to approach him. Duan Siyi, clad in a loose-fitting black t-shirt, possesses a tall and commanding figure, his delicate yet sharp features exuding an air of indifference. A half-finished cigarette rests between his fingers, from which thin wisps of smoke curl upwards. Zhu Miao Miao acutely feels the weight of his presence, an oppressive force she wishes to disregard. Yet the scent of smoke makes it impossible to ignore. Her eyelids are swollen and red at the edges, a testament to her exhaustion or perhaps tears shed. An eerie silence envelopes the atmosphere as the two engage in a silent standoff, neither willing to break the tension. Eventually, the heat of the burning cigarette snaps Duan Siyi back to reality. He casually pulls out a chair beside him, his voice low and soothing as he invites her to sit. Zhu Miao Miao, momentarily taken aback, obediently takes a seat next to him. He flicks the ash from his cigarette and lifts his gaze, his deep eyes locking onto hers. On the table lies an exquisitely crafted box, which he leisurely pushes towards her, nodding slightly as if to inquire whether she likes it. Duan Siyi appears quite enthusiastic about gifting her presents. Recently, new seasonal clothing, designer bags, and luxurious jewelry have made frequent appearances at Zhen Huayuan, regardless of her needs or desires. Even during business trips, he makes it a point to procure gifts for her. Duan Siyi transcends the role of a typical boyfriend, embodying an ideal partner. With utmost caution, Zhu Miao Miao opens the box, revealing a jade bracelet of exquisite quality, its glass-like jade devoid of any visible flaws, valued in the 7-figure range. To Duan Siyi, it seems merely a casual gift. "Do you like it?" he asks, resting his chin on his hand, his expression deep and inscrutable. She replies. Duan Siyi gently places the bracelet on her wrist, then shifts the conversation, inquiring, "Why are your eyes so red? Have you been crying?" Zhu Miao Miao rubs her eyes, explaining that the school has been rehearsing for the play, which contains rather emotional scenes. Performing it requires genuine feelings, inevitably leading her to tears. Duan Siyu's expression holds a hint of skepticism. Is that so? His tone, laced with a subtle tenderness, sends a shiver down her spine, reminiscent of the calm before storm. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Miao Miao nearly musters the courage to question him, yet the words catch in her throat, forcing her to swallow them back. She yearns to ask why he cannot wait a little longer, why an innocent young life must be sacrificed. Trembling and feeling cold, he then remarks, "So, is this your reason for not messaging me these past few days?" From a moment, he boarded the plane for his business trip until he landed in London and subsequently returned to the capital. Not a single message from Miao Miao reached him, not even a word of concern. Miao Miao's fingertips trembled. She felt a pang of guilt. How could she have forgotten? The truth was, she simply did not know how to confront this man. He was utterly terrifying. Duan Siyi seemed to wield a metaphorical knife capable of inflicting harm. Even if the blade was not directed at her, being in such proximity instilled a sense of dread, as if it could fall upon her at any moment. It was an unknown apprehension. Forgotten? Duan Siyi maintained his composure. Was it genuine forgetfulness or a reluctance to reach out? Miao Miao bit her lip. Duan Siyi casually toyed with her hair, his movements languid yet deliberate, his dark eyes piercing as if to unravel her very essence. Did he not truly care for her? If his affection ran so deep, why was he unconcerned about her well-being during his absence? Miao Miao spoke softly. "You are so formidable that others would not dare to harm you, so there seems to be little to worry about regarding your safety." Duan Siyu's smile faded, laden with unspoken implications. Miao Miao replied, "Mr. Duan, you are overthinking this." The atmosphere grew distant and formal. "Mr. Duan?" Duan Siyu's pupils narrowed dangerously as he enunciated each syllable with intent. Miao Miao clenched her fists, suppressing the turmoil within her. She was acutely aware that her current demeanor was utterly irrational, yet she found herself unable to rein it in. She dug her fingertips into her palms, the pain a reminder to maintain her composure. "I am feeling a bit unwell," Miao Miao confessed, rising to her feet. "May I rest for a moment?" In the days she had not seen Duan Siyi, she had pondered how to approach him, how to initiate a conversation. Yet now, confronted with him, the words eluded her. Duan Siyu's gaze became increasingly perilous, as dark as ink. "Miao Miao, do you believe that now that your grandmother has undergone surgery, everything is resolved, and there is no need to placate me any longer?" Miao Miao could only remain silent. She certainly did not harbor such thoughts. With Duan Siyu's stature, extinguishing her existence would be as effortless as crushing an ant. With no other recourse, she returned to her seat. Duan Siyi instructed a servant to set a pair of chopsticks before her. Miao Miao found herself unable to eat, her appetite non-existent. Yet, Duan Siyi continued to nonchalantly serve her dishes. She had no choice but to force herself to eat, the food tasting like flavorless wax. After dinner, Miao Miao desired to return to the hospital to care for her grandmother, but Duan Siyi forbade her. In the master bedroom, Miao Miao lingered in the bathroom, taking her time in the shower before finally emerging. Duan Siyi lounged on the sofa, idly playing with a lighter, his demeanor exuding a chilling danger that made one instinctively retreat. As Miao Miao stepped out, Duan Siyi's gaze met hers, assessing her. Fresh from her shower, her skin glowed with a pale radiance, her cheeks flushed, droplets of water cascading from her hair. She was breathtaking, embodying both allure and innocence. Duan Siyi swallowed hard and beckoned softly, "Come here." Miao Miao approached him, but before she could fully comprehend the situation, her wrist was seized tightly. She was drawn onto his lap. The fervent kiss descended upon her. Miao Miao's face flushed, her hand resting on Duan Siyi's shoulder as she sought to escape, yet her waist was firmly ensnared. Their lips intertwined, the sensation of her tongue tingling. The scent of their breaths mingled at the tips of their noses. The man's gaze, laced with desire, inched closer, leaving Miao Miao with no means of evasion. The buttons of her nightgown were undone. She understood his intentions, instinctively clutching the collar of her garment, pleading silently for him to refrain. Duan Siyi halted, his dark eyes fixating on her, his voice a low murmur, I wish for this. Zhu Miao Miao met his gaze and ultimately released her hold on the collar. She felt she had no choice. Regardless of how excessive or despicable Duan Siyu's actions were, he ultimately aided her. Zhu Miao Miao closed her eyes, bowed her head, and initiated a kiss upon his lips. Yet, her emotions remained unrestrained. In recent days, images from the memorial service echoed in her mind. She frequently found herself haunted by nightmares, visions of bloodied hands reaching out, gripping her tightly, cursing her and proclaiming that she deserved to descend into hell. Though Zhu Miao Miao was selfish, she had never dared to harm even a chicken, let alone a human being. To remove the organs of a living person, what a cruel act that was. Thus, in that moment, tears streamed down her face, falling relentlessly upon Duan Siyi. Chapter 53. Letting go. Zhu Miao Miao was not one to adhere to conventions. Having lived nearly 20 years, her beauty had bestowed upon her a life of convenience. Aware of her allure, she had leveraged her looks to gain numerous advantages. Yet she never anticipated that one day, this very asset would become a weapon of destruction. Throughout her journey, it seemed as though she had been propelled by some unseen force. Now, all she felt was a profound sense of helplessness and discomfort. Duan Siyi grasped the back of Zhu Miao Miao's head, nipped at her lip, and then withdrew his mouth, halting their kiss. The man's enchanting gaze, once filled with desire, now met hers with a somber intensity. Zhu Miao Miao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lashes trembling, damp and pitifully alluring. "What are you crying for? Is kissing me such an ordeal?" Duan Siyi's long fingers traced her cheek, wiping away her tears. "I'm speaking to you." Zhu Miao Miao bit her lower lip, refusing to respond. Duan Siyi, feeling a sudden disinterest, pulled her away from him and stood up, intending to leave the room. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhu Miao Miao spoke up. "Why?" Duan Siyi paused, turning back to meet her gaze, his heart fluttering. He did not wish to witness her tears or her pitiable demeanor, for the sight of her evoked an overwhelming urge to dominate her. Zhu Miao Miao awkwardly began. "My grandmother's kidney source. Why must it come from a living person?" Duan Siyi chuckled lightly. "If not from a living person, then shall we use a dead one?" Zhu Miao Miao, do you not hear the absurdity in your own words? "I know that is not what I meant," Zhu Miao Miao replied. "I do not wish to harm anyone." Duan Siyi smirked, dismissively stating, "Did I not tell you that the person volunteered? Was it truly voluntary?" Zhu Miao Miao rose, advancing toward him. "I have investigated. The man who donated his kidney to my grandmother was a young man, not terminally ill, and you caused his death." Duan Siyi's expression darkened, his eyes swirling with tempestuous emotions. "You are quite audacious." His patience exhausted, he seized her chin forcefully, his voice dripping with menace. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you question me so? Did I give you the impression that I possess a placid temperament during this time?" Zhu Miao Miao retorted. "What indignation do you harbor? Do not forget that you are the beneficiary here." Zhu Miao Miao fell silent for a brief moment, her eyes reflecting sorrow. "Indeed, it is precisely because I am the beneficiary that I feel despondent." Duan Siyi released her chin, as if he had touched something distasteful, his disdain palpable. As Zhu Miao Miao stepped back, lowering her gaze, Duan Siyi's tone grew distant, reminiscent of their initial encounters. "Miss Zhu, do not elevate your own virtue too highly. If your grandmother were to perish without that kidney, would you still stand here, questioning me with righteous indignation? Human nature is predominantly malevolent and cannot withstand scrutiny. Furthermore, Zhu Miao Miao, you are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself." From the moment Duan Siyi had met her, he was acutely aware of the lies that fell from her lips. Yet he willingly succumbed, choosing to partake in this perilous game with her. However, now that she has broken the rules herself, he sees no reason to show her any mercy. "If you feel aggrieved," Duan Siyi chuckled, "I can have your grandmother's newly replaced kidney removed and returned to its original family. How's that sound?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Miao Miao's face turned ashen, her eyelids fluttering violently as she instinctively exclaimed, "No." In her memories, Duan Siyi was indeed capable of such an act. Her grandmother had just undergone surgery and was not suitable for another operation. If that kidney were to be removed, her grandmother would undoubtedly perish. Yet, Duan Siyi possessed the authority and capability to carry out such a deed. I am sorry. Miao Miao stepped forward, clutching his lapel, feeling both powerless and distraught. She had forgotten that before Duan Siyi, she had never had the grounds or the qualification to lose her temper. Everything she possessed now had been granted to her by him. Tears brimming in her eyes, she embraced his waist, murmuring, "It is my fault." Duan Siyi's captivating gaze flickered as he stared at the girl in his arms, yielding to him and admitting her mistake. He felt no joy, only a deepening frustration. Hua Chun sought you out, and when he spoke of my sins, you believed him. Duan Siyi coldly pushed Miao Miao away. Did you not profess your love for me? Why, upon returning to Junhuayuan, was your first utterance not a longing for me, but an inquiry into my actions? Miao Miao's heart raced in terror as she met Duan Siyi's gaze, her palms growing clammy. How do you know? Could it be that this was Hua Chen's scheme to sow discord? To incite her doubts about Duan Siyi, so that he would feel disappointed and abandon her? How cruel! And what role did Duan Siyi play in all of this? He seemed to know everything, yet waited for her to confront him like a fool. To put it plainly, he was testing her trust in him. This time she had failed, so you did not commit murder. Miao Miao's complexion turned pale as she stumbled back, collapsing onto the sofa. How wonderful! You wealthy individuals truly know how to play your games. You orchestrated this spectacle before me, leaving me in a dizzying confusion. Duan Siyi, do you truly love me? A chill coursed through Miao Miao, her anger swirling within her chest. You continuously test me, and now you conspire with Hua Chun. What do you take me for? Amusement? Duan Siyi, it is not that I cannot accept your capacity for violence, but I cannot bear that your hands are stained with blood for my sake, nor can I accept that others suffer because of me. Do you understand? To love someone is not to drag them into hell. Miao Miao clutched herself tightly, deliberately sobbing. These past few days, I've been consumed by guilt, living in a nightmare, haunted by gruesome images every time I close my eyes. I did not take Hua Chen's words at face value. I even sought out the family of the organ donor for clarity. They presented compelling evidence that I could not dismiss. But I forgot, for you wealthy individuals, forging a false document is a simple task. In that moment, Miao Miao felt her naivety acutely. Engaging in schemes and power plays, she could not outmaneuver these affluent individuals. Raising her tear-filled eyes, her voice icy, she said, "Is this your twisted sense of humor, the cruelty of the privileged? I have experienced it firsthand. I shall no longer partake in this, if you please." Miao Miao leaned against the armrest of the sofa, unsteadily rising to her feet, her legs trembling. With a shiver, she removed the crystal necklace that Duan Siyi had gifted her, along with the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, and gently placed them upon the coffee table. "Let us part ways," she declared, her tone devoid of emotion. It was long overdue. Seizing the opportunity while Duan Siyi was in a fit of anger, she recognized the urgency to escape this confinement, lest he present her with further trials that she might not endure. Exhausted, she yearned to retreat from this battle of wits. Duan Siyi lowered his lashes, a discomfort stirring within him. As Miao Miao brushed past him, he could not resist grasping her slender wrist. Miao Miao, who granted you the right to declare an end, having reaped so many benefits from me, do you truly believe you can walk away unscathed? Chapter 54. Are you trying to amuse me? Miao Miao nodded slightly, a wild notion sprouting in her mind. You are right. Having reaped so many benefits from you, departing like this would indeed be unjust. With determination, Miao Miao shed her coat, gradually unbuttoning her blouse until only her undergarments remained. She approached Duan Siyi, wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and fervently pressed her lips against his. Duan Siyi found himself at a loss as to where to place his hands, ultimately resting them on her lower back. As the heat of his breath intensified, ready to deepen the kiss, Miao Miao suddenly halted. She drew back, her gentle breath caressing Duan Siyi's face. Duan Siyi, shall we retire to the bedroom? She stated candidly. After this, it might settle some debts, wouldn't it? Wasn't this what you desired from the beginning? Duan Siyi's tone was indifferent. Are you attempting to deceive me with this? You truly know how to demean yourself. Zhu Miao Miao paid no heed to his words, her hand reaching out to him with an enthusiasm and abandon unlike any before. Duan Siyu's deep-set eyes burned with a hidden fire, the taut contours of his face flushed with a tantalizing redness, even the mole on his nose appearing alluringly seductive. That's enough. He gently grasped her wrist, pulling away. Zhu Miao Miao lowered her gaze, unperturbed. She sought to entice him once more, her crimson lips brushing against the mole on his nose. I am unconcerned whether you take precautions tonight. Tomorrow, I shall proactively procure contraceptive pills. If misfortune befalls me and I become pregnant, I will terminate it immediately, ensuring you face no inconvenience. With that, Zhu Miao Miao leaned in to kiss him again. Duan Siyu's breath grew heavy, his composure faltering as he struggled to maintain control. He desired her, but not under such circumstances. Yet she seemed to have lost her senses, her actions wild and erratic. His defenses nearly crumbled. Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire, and he pushed her away, urging her to regain her composure. Tears brimmed in Zhu Miao Miao's eyes, her voice barely a whisper. Please, do not harm my grandmother. This is solely between us. You may demand anything from me. Was her notion of repayment merely to share his bed? Duan Siyu's anger simmered silently, and he turned to leave the room, the door slamming behind him. Their parting was anything but amicable. After Duan Siyu's departure, Zhu Miao Miao felt utterly deflated, her shoulders slumped as she knelt on the ground. The following morning, Duan Siyi had spent the night in his study without rest. He ventured to the dining room, gazing at the sumptuous breakfast laid out before him, instructing Aunt Shun to summon Zhu Miao Miao. Aunt Shun awkwardly replied, "Young master, Miss Zhu left in the middle of the night. She is no longer at Junwu Courtyard." Duan Siyu's expression darkened, his unresolved anger reaching a boiling point. She left? How remarkable! For the next week, Zhu Miao Miao was engrossed in preparations for a stage play at school, leaving her no time to ponder Duan Siyi. He did not seek her out, and she dared not provoke his ire. Perhaps, after this incident, he would gradually distance himself from her, and forgetting her would not be out of the question. A man perched at the pinnacle of success could hardly fixate on a single woman indefinitely. Miao Miao, what are you pondering? During the intermission, the leading man, who rehearsed alongside her, took a seat beside her. Their class was set to perform the stage play Parting and Hatred, a narrative that unfolds amidst the turmoil of the Republican era, recounting the fleeting romance between a dance-loving heiress and a soldier, who are ultimately torn apart by the ravages of war, leaving them eternally separated. Though the script may be cliché, its essence transcends mere romance. It encapsulates a profound sense of patriotism. The male lead, an external talent invited by dance instructor Liang Zhenke, is a newcomer in the film industry named Shen Ruding. At only 18, he possesses striking features and a vivacious, extroverted personality. Recently, he gained popularity as the second male lead in a hit television series. With a solid training background and commendable acting skills, rehearsing alongside him posed little pressure, allowing their relationship to flourish. "I'm a bit tired," Zhu Miao Miao remarked, shaking the script in her hand. "I need to memorize my lines. My acting isn't very good. I can only dance, and I'm quite nervous about possibly holding you back." Shen Ruding smiled sweetly. "Not at all. You're already fantastic. Teacher Liang often praises you to me." Zhu Miao Miao returned his smile. Under the indoor lights, her smile was captivating, her delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll in a display window, with bright eyes and fair skin that seemed almost tender enough to squeeze water from. Shen Ruding, having encountered numerous stunning actresses in the entertainment industry, found none as breathtaking as Zhu Miao Miao. She appeared destined for the stage, deserving of adoration from countless admirers. "Have you ever considered entering the entertainment industry, Miao Miao?" he inquired. With her striking visage, even without acting skills, she would surely attract attention as a mere decorative presence. Zhu Miao Miao shook her head. "No, I only love dancing." Shen Ruding, with a hint of regret, replied, "Indeed, the entertainment industry is complex. Perhaps it is better not to enter." After rehearsals concluded, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. It was rather late. However, apart from Zhu Miao Miao, the others in the class were boarding students and had no safety concerns. After closing the classroom door and windows, Shen Ruding stood beside Zhu Miao Miao and gently inquired, "Where do you live?" Allow me to escort you home." Just as she was about to decline, Chu Xinyu, passing by, chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Teacher Shun, you really ought to save your affections for someone else. She has lofty aspirations. Do you know Duan Siyi? He's her benefactor." Chu Xinyu could not abide Zhu Miao Miao's beguiling demeanor, as if all men were destined to orbit her. Zhu Miao Miao shot her a glare. "Have you finished your meal and not brushed your teeth? Your breath reeks. You." Chu Xinyu found herself at a loss for words against Zhu Miao Miao and decided not to stoop to the level of a rustic. With a huff, she turned and left. Shen Ruding had been at Jingwu for several days and had heard whispers about Zhu Miao Miao and Duan Siyi. Nonetheless, he believed she was not that sort of person and dismissed Chu Xinyu's comments. Shen Ruding and Zhu Miao Miao arrived at the entrance of Jingwu, where his chauffeur waited. Parked not far away, Shen Ruding turned to look at Zhu Miao Miao. It was hard to discern whether it was the intoxicating fragrance of spring flowers or the sheer beauty of her presence at that moment that prompted him to utter, "Miao Miao. It's getting late. Shall I accompany you?" Zhu Miao Miao replied, "I'm heading to the hospital. It's crowded, and it wouldn't be good for you." At the same time, the horn of the chauffeur-driven car sounded, urging Shen Ruding to board. With a sense of resignation, he said to Zhu Miao Miao, "Then I shall see you tomorrow." "All right, see you tomorrow." Meanwhile, another vehicle merged into the night, neither too close nor too far from them. Inside the car, a man observed the couple through the window. They were youthful and well-matched. Zhu Miao Miao even flashed a smile at the young man. Eventually, the two parted reluctantly. Duan Siyu's eyes narrowed with coldness, the scent of smoke escaping his fingertips, swirling around his sharp features. He extinguished the cigarette with a fierce gesture, his expression dark and brooding. Meng Huai, seated in the driver's position, sensed the atmosphere had turned frigid, especially with the master behind him appearing on the verge of fury. Meng Huai pressed his dry lips together and cautiously suggested, "Sir, shall we drive the car in front of Miss Zhu?" Chapter 55. Consumed by jealousy, Duan Siyu's raven-like lashes drooped slightly, and for once, the emotions concealed in his eyes were unmistakable. The tension between his brows was palpable, and his tone was nonchalant as he uttered, "No need, let us go." Meng Huai remarked, "Isn't it true that you came to the capital specifically to find Miss Zhu? Surely you wouldn't shy away simply because she is in the company of another man. That is hardly in line with your usual demeanor." Meng Huai dared not probe further and complied with the request. At a premier club, Zhou Ming was engaged in a game of billiards. Effortlessly sinking a ball into the pocket, he glanced over at Duan Siyi, who was seated, languidly polishing his cue, silent as ever. It was a rare occurrence, astonishing, indeed, that a woman could evoke such jealousy within you. It seems you have truly fallen. After hearing about the conflict between Duan Siyi and Zhu Miao Miao, Zhou Ming offered a rational assessment. "Brother Yu, to speak frankly, I believe the issue lies primarily with you." If Duan Siyi were a frivolous character, Zhou Ming would not have analyzed the situation so objectively, nor urged him to seek another partner. After all, given Duan Siyi's status, even if he were in the wrong, there would be no shortage of women to indulge him. However, a woman like Zhu Miao Miao, who is oblivious to her own worth, is simply taking advantage of him. Yet, Duan Siyi is earnest in his affections, and it has been years since any woman has captured his attention. Thus, Zhou Ming refrained from speaking rashly. "Have I erred?" Duan Siyi raised his eyelids, letting out a cold scoff. Zhou Ming countered, "Is it not you who is at fault? If you believe you are blameless, why then did you go out of your way to pick up that young lady tonight? And upon seeing her drawing closer to another man, you sulk in jealousy. You know that Hui Yuan has feelings for you. Surely you are aware that Aiken, her brother, would not hesitate to conspire against your heart? Consider this carefully. Your usual manner of conduct is less than commendable. How could Zhu Miao Miao not doubt the veracity of Aiken's words? Furthermore, she did not fully trust him. She took it upon herself to investigate, discovering the truth, which left her shaken and seeking your counsel. To save her grandmother, she mistakenly believed she had caused the demise of an innocent life. Would this not haunt the young lady? With renewed fervor, Zhou Ming abandoned the game, taking a seat opposite Duan Siyi, continuing his relentless discourse. Put yourself in her shoes. If she questions your trustworthiness, doubting you, How could you conspire with Aiken against her, testing her loyalty? Do not hold double standards, brother you. The young lady has committed no wrongdoing. Her decision to end the relationship is entirely justifiable. Given your wealth, if she were indeed with you for material gain, she would endure any hardship rather than sulk and walk away from you. Her departure signifies her genuine affection for you, devoid of ulterior motives. Duan Siyi furrowed his brow, gripping the cue tightly, veins protruding, his demeanor seemingly relaxed. She had the right to express her grievances, yet she had not communicated them to him. Zhou Ming, taken aback, retorted, "But my friend, you have threatened her with her grandmother's well-being. Does she dare to challenge you? Alas, you truly lack romantic experience. Otherwise, you would not have sought my counsel. My advice to you is that if you wish to foster good relationships, you should indulge in appeasement, humbly acknowledge your faults. And if you do not wish to engage, feeling indifferent, then do not harbor jealousy towards those who are pursued by admirers. She is young and beautiful. Surely someone would be drawn to her." Duan Siyi's expression remained calm, and he did not argue further. Observing this, Zhou Ming realized that he had taken the words to heart. Surprised, he could not help but inquire, "What kind of woman is Zhu Miao Miao to have captured your attention so thoroughly? Perhaps you could introduce her to me someday?" As soon as he uttered these words, Zhou Ming felt a sudden chill, as Duan Siyi shot him a cold glance, silencing him immediately. Duan Siyi discarded his pool cue, rising leisurely, stating, "My person is not for display." Zhou Ming retorted, "How stingy. After all, I am somewhat of a strategist." Duan Siyi possessed a fierce possessiveness over those he cherished, refusing to allow anyone else to intrude upon what he considered his. Anyone daring to overstep his boundaries would face dire consequences. Lu Chunjiao was recovering well post-surgery and was set to be discharged over the weekend. Zhu Miao Miao, having some free time, promptly completed the discharge procedures early in the morning, assisting her grandmother out of the hospital. Upon reaching the entrance, just as she finished hailing a cab via her phone, she spotted an uninvited guest. It had been a week since she last communicated with Duan Siyi. Zhu Miao Miao thought that he had long forgotten her. To her astonishment, he reappeared before her. What would he possibly want? Surely, he was not here to reclaim her grandmother's kidney? Zhu Miao Miao was exceedingly cautious. Assistant Meng Huai stepped out of the car and approached her respectfully, saying, "Miss Zhu, young master Yu is looking for you." Lu Chunjiao glanced at the car Meng Huai had just exited and recognized the man inside. Oh, she recalled, he was Miao Miao's boyfriend, whom she had met during the New Year. Lu Chunjiao hastily patted Zhu Miao Miao's hand, saying, "Miao Miao, Grandma can return home by herself. You should go meet your boyfriend." "We have already broken up," Zhu Miao Miao replied flatly. "Assistant Meng, please inform Duan Siyi that I will find a way to repay him what I owe. But as for romance, that is over." Meng Huai opened his mouth to respond, just as Zhu Miao Miao's cab arrived. She ignored him, assisting her bewildered grandmother into the vehicle, not pausing even for a moment, nor casting a glance at the man seated in the luxury car. Meng Huai thought to himself, "Miss Zhu, how bold." Young Master Yu's first experience with love was with someone so spirited and headstrong. No wonder he found it hard to let go. Zhu Miao Miao departed. Meng Huai awkwardly approached the back seat, bending down to address Duan Siyi. "Young master, Ms. Zhu stated that she has already broken up with you, that she will find a way to repay her debts. But as for romance, that is concluded." Meng Huai distinctly felt the icy aura emanating from Duan Siyi upon delivering this message. He wished to escape. Duan Siyi's dark eyes were profound, his features cloaked in indifference. He inquired, "What else did she say?" Meng Huai replied, "She simply got into the car and left, not saying much." "Young master, it seems Miss Zhu is genuinely quite upset this time." Duan Siyi pressed his lips together in contemplation. He recalled the location of Zhu Miao Miao's residence and could easily seek her out. However, he hesitated, fearing that his presence might impose upon her and further fuel her disdain. Taking out his phone, he awkwardly initiated contact for the first time after days of silence. "Duan Siyi, do you not wish to see me?" Inside a taxi, Zhu Miao Miao heard her phone buzz. It was a WeChat message from Duan Siyi. She fought against the impulse to block him, feeling too apathetic to respond. Deep down, she was acutely aware of her initial needs, to save her grandmother and ensure her safety. With that goal achieved, this man no longer served a purpose. Yet, a lingering sense of guilt gnawed at her. She owed Duan Siyi a great deal, and failing to repay him weighed heavily on her conscience. Duan Siyi, undeterred, sent another message, his vulnerability palpable even through the screen. I am sorry, I was wrong, darling. Chapter 56, Miao Miao. Forgive me, is that a message from Xiaoyu? Lu Chunjiao suddenly spoke, a knowing look on her face. Xiaoyu, what an odd name. Zhu Miao Miao replied, her gaze downcast, devoid of emotion. Lu Chunjiao sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. Miao Miao, be honest with your grandmother. Can grandma undergo the surgery because your boyfriend helped? She was well aware of the family's circumstances and understood that they could hardly afford the operation. Relying on Miao Miao's previous part-time earnings was utterly insufficient. In recent days, her hospital stay had been comfortable, and even the medications were of the highest quality. She refrained from inquiring further out of respect for Miao Miao, realizing that even if she attempted to stop her, Miao Miao would proceed regardless. Hence, she chose to turn a blind eye, accepting the treatment, hoping for a successful operation, and wishing for the chance to accompany Miao Miao for a few more years. However, at this juncture, she could not remain entirely indifferent. It was necessary to inquire about matters that warranted concern. Grandmother, Zhu Miao Miao said, feeling a twinge of guilt. Don't think too much. I organized a fundraising. Don't deceive your grandmother. Lu Chunjiao interjected gently, patting her hand. Miao Miao, Grandma will support any decision you make, as long as you have no regrets, even if it may be a mistake. That's Xiaoyu. I sense from the very first glance that he comes from a distinguished background. If our family cannot reach him, then so be it. If you break up, do ensure that any debts owed to him are repaid in full. Lu Chunjiao intended to find some work to earn a little money, alleviating Miao Miao's burden. Zhu Miao Miao perceived her grandmother's thoughts and quickly added, Grandma, your health is of utmost importance right now. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. In the future, I will earn plenty to provide you with a good life. Oh, my dear granddaughter is truly remarkable, Lu Chunjiao said fondly, stroking her hair. I will just wait for you to take care of me. Zhu Miao Miao nodded with a smile. Duan Siyi, are you ignoring me? What are you doing? I came to your house looking for you. Zhu Miao Miao, please respond. Zhu Miao Miao was preparing lunch for her grandmother when her phone buzzed incessantly with messages. Annoyed, she furrowed her brow. She knew that some matters could not be perpetually evaded. Duan Siyi was evidently unwilling to let her off the hook. Therefore, she needed to confront this entanglement personally. After finishing the stir-fry, she set the dishes on the table, removed her apron, and addressed her grandmother, who was seated in a chair. Grandma, I must step out for a moment. Why are you leaving again so soon after just coming back? You can go after lunch, Lu Chunjiao replied. Zhu Miao Miao hesitated for a moment, initially intending to have lunch with her grandmother before addressing the situation with Duan Siyi. But Duan Siyi continued to bombard her phone with messages. Are you planning to keep pretending you're not here? Zhu Miao Miao, I know I have my faults. Can we please meet and clarify things? His tone was so humble, it was almost unrecognizable from that of the proud man he typically presented. Surely, it must be Meng Huai who sent in the messages. Zhu Miao Miao endeavored to maintain an air of composure. I shall merely manage with a casual bite, she thought. Grandmother, do take care and refrain from wandering about. Lu Chunjiao's face creased into a smile, saying, well, look at you, treating me like a child. Zhu Miao Miao stepped out of the alley and dialed Duan Siyu's number. The man on the other end answered almost instantaneously, revealing his impatience. You have done nothing wrong. There is no need to apologize to me, Zhu Miao Miao replied coldly. The sound of his breath transmitted through the phone was palpable, almost tantalizing. She inquired with an unruffled tone, where are you now? At Zhenhuayuan? Duan Siyu's voice was hoarse as he affirmed, yes. Are you free? If so, I shall come to you. I am free, he confirmed. Upon hearing this, Zhu Miao Miao hung up without uttering another word. She visited an adult store to procure items she would require shortly, selecting a larger size. Zhu Miao Miao pondered. She possessed no money, and Duan Siyi was not in want of it. Yet, one cannot reap benefits without making sacrifices. It was not in her nature to demand without offering something in return. She might overlook this in a romantic relationship, but in all other matters, She could satisfy Duan Siyu's needs, thereby aligning with her original intentions. Upon entering Junhuayuan, Zhu Miao Miao was greeted by a servant, a gesture she found disconcerting, causing her to clutch the items in her pocket tightly. The early spring weather was persistently dreary, and the clouds loomed ominously over the estate. The thunder roared, though the rain remained sparse, casting a somber and oppressive atmosphere. Upon reaching the main building, she spotted Duan Siyi standing languidly at a distance, seemingly waiting for her. He held a cigarette between his fingers, exuding an air of relaxed elegance, his eyelashes cast down, and his enchanting features softened with affection. The thunder outside crashed, resonating with the current mood. Zhu Miao Miao approached him, and as she drew near, Duan Siyi extinguished his cigarette and enveloped her in his embrace, lowering his head to bury it in the crook of her neck, kissing and nibbling as a hunter would upon capturing his prey, mercilessly. Though Chen Sa and other servants were present, they turned their backs, averting their eyes. Nonetheless, Zhu Miao Miao felt a flush of embarrassment, her neck burning and itching as she tugged at his collar, whispering, "Not here." Obeying her request, Duan Siyi straightened up, his gaze lowered, revealing an undeniable sense of concession in his beautiful eyes. He had always held himself with pride, a distinguished gentleman in any setting. This was his first experience of apologizing and yielding. "Miao Miao, will you forgive me?" he asked softly, devoid of jest, his tone earnest, as if the words had been long in the making. "It is not for me to forgive you," Zhu Miao Miao responded flatly. "Please do not sulk." Duan Siyi's voice was faint. "I will ensure the best anti-rejection medication for your grandmother." "Duan Siyi," Zhu Miao Miao interrupted him, tears welling in her eyes. Her voice choked. "Can we not involve my grandmother in our matters? Do you truly believe that by soothing me in this manner, I should bow to you? I express my gratitude for the kidney source you provided for my grandmother, and I am even more thankful for the successful surgery she underwent. However, I must clarify that you need not concern yourself with the subsequent medication. I wish for Miao Miao to tremble lightly, her voice choked and strained. As I have previously stated, my affection for you is not rooted in these matters. The performance has commenced, and there is no rationale for it to conclude. To ensure a favorable conclusion, it is imperative that Duan Siyi remains oblivious to the fact that everything she previously presented was a deception. Thus, she must continue her charade. Persisting in her role, she must convey that the separation stemmed from disappointment rather than a lack of love. Only then will Duan Siyi feel remorse and refrain from causing her further distress. It is not that she is unwilling to align herself with Duan Siyi. Rather, through their interactions, she has realized the exhaustion and peril involved. A single misstep in her words, or failing to pass his scrutiny, could lead her to the abyss. Moreover, there is a possibility of endangering those around her. She is acutely aware of her desires. Given Duan Siyi's status, marrying her is an impossibility, nor has she ever contemplated such a union. Presently, their relationship is one of mutual benefit. The promises he made to her have already been fulfilled, and now she must repay her debts. Chapter 57. Are you a heartbreaker? Zhu Miao Miao lowered her gaze, suggesting, "Shall we move to the master bedroom?" Duan Siyi regarded her silently, offering no dissent. Upon entering the bedroom, Zhu Miao Miao took the initiative to shut the door, rising on her toes to press against his shoulder, and passionately captured his soft lips. She then trailed down to his Adam's apple, nestled in his embrace. Her petite form belied the fervor that simmered in her eyes. Her moist lips gradually found their way to his earlobe, planting a gentle kiss. The man felt as if his very bones had dissolved. Then he heard her murmur, Duan Siyi questioned whether he had misheard. Their previous conversation had seemingly strayed far from this. How had Zhu Miao Miao transitioned to such an intimate topic in such a brief span? He acknowledged his feelings for her, unable to resist her provocative allure. Zhu Miao Miao. Duan Siyi's voice was husky, his gaze dark and penetrating, laden with desire. Shall we first discuss serious matters? Who wants to talk about serious matters? Discussing feelings is exhausting. Why not take a nap instead? Zhu Miao Miao had no desire to indulge in any further displays of affection. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared impossible for this man to relent without clarity. Thus, Zhu Miao Miao voiced, You never trust me. This is my first time. Her warm breath enveloped him as she clung to him, offering her most precious gift. Will this dispel your doubts and convince you of my sincerity? As she spoke, she pressed the item she had prepared into his palm, hoping to diminish her sense of indebtedness to him. Listening to Zhu Miao Miao's words and her audacious actions, the tension within Duan Siyi unraveled completely. Idly toying with the objects in his hand, he focused on the girl before him, contemplating his next move. Zhu Miao Miao's voice was light and airy. I am quite clear about what I want. Her kiss descended again to his prominent Adam's apple, trailing down to his collarbone. Each movement was imbued with allure, as if she were intent on ensnaring his very soul. Duan Siyi's throat tightened, his dark eyes deepening with intensity. Unable to endure any longer, he swiftly reversed their roles, enveloping Zhu Miao Miao's waist and gently laying her upon the bed, his kisses falling like a gentle rain. Zhu Miao Miao wrapped her arms around his neck, embracing all that he offered. In the midst of this fervor, she could not help but admire his features. The enchanting beauty of his eyes glowed with a crimson hue, resembling a beast that had broken free from its cage, pulsating with primal energy. Outside, the sky darkened ominously, the curtains swaying in the wind. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed intermittently. In that extended afternoon, it felt as though a tsunami had swallowed a city, relentless in its fury. When it was all over, Duan Siyi pulled Zhu Miao Miao into his embrace, an expression of unfulfilled desire lingering upon his visage. His voice, now sultry and hoarse, remarked, "Next time buy more." It's not enough, never enough, despite the time spent. Outside, darkness had enveloped the world. Zhu Miao Miao gently tugged at the corners of her lips, extricating herself from his arms. She felt hungry. Dressing and putting on her shoes, she prepared to descend from the bed. Duan Siyi immediately spoke, his tone cold and stern. "Where are you going?" Zhu Miao Miao paused for a moment, turning to meet his gaze. The desire lingering in the depths of the man's eyes had not yet faded, though it lacked the usual shadowy intensity. Perhaps the man's recent indulgences had altered him, bearing the discomfort in her body. Zhu Miao Miao straightened up and replied coldly, "I'm going home." Duan Siyi's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of danger glimmering in his pupils as he pulled up his trousers, his demeanor icy. "You vixen?" Zhu Miao Miao responded calmly. "If you desire my company again, just send me a message. I owe you this much." Duan Siyi. "So, your willingness to be with me is merely a means of repaying a debt, not out of affection?" Was she insane? He had never encountered such madness before. Zhu Miao Miao hesitated, her gaze drifting over the marks on Duan Siyi's body, a testament to her handiwork. In a sense, she did not emerge entirely at a loss. After all, he possessed an exceptional appearance, an exquisite demeanor, and not a single flaw in physique or otherwise. Yet at that moment, Duan Siyi's expression was one of melancholy and pity, making her seem precisely like the vixen he had described. This was our original agreement, was it not? I have not violated the terms. I have given you what is due. Zhu Miao Miao replied icily, then turned on her heel and exited the master bedroom. Duan Siyi's touch was undeniably forceful. By the time Zhu Miao Miao reached the entrance of the estate, her legs felt weak and fatigued. The rain had fallen, rendering the night even more eerie and cold. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the darkness behind her. Moments later, Duan Siyi's car arrived beside her. He lowered the window, glancing outside, and stated, "I will drive you home." Zhu Miao Miao was not particularly inclined to enter his vehicle. However, since Duan Siyi had already stepped out, it was impossible for him to allow her to return alone. Even if she were to refuse at this moment, it would merely waste time. She circled the car, opened the passenger door, and took a seat inside. Duan Siyi instinctively leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. Zhu Miao Miao ignored his attentive gesture and secured herself. His hand lingered in the air, momentarily frozen. He let out a laugh, tinged with irritation. Lazily, he let his hand drop onto the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, his thoughts occupied with how to placate her. At that moment, Duan Siyi secretly wished Zhu Miao Miao were a woman driven by material desires, one who would cling to him for gain. At least then, she would be unable to leave him. Instead, Her unpredictability left him feeling uneasy about her true intentions. The car halted in the alleyway leading to Miao Miao's home. She unfastened her seatbelt and expressed her thanks with a detached politeness, preparing to exit. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped firmly by the man. "Don't go just yet." Duan Siyi spoke up. Miao Miao. "What is it? Do you have something to discuss?" Duan Siyi. "It was my mistake to probe you alongside Hu Chun, and I apologize for startling you. I have not committed murder, and the source of my kidney is legitimate." Duan Siyi smirked slightly, continuing, "I admit I am vile and have committed many wrongdoings. A life holds little value in my eyes, not even my own, yet I care for you. I am aware that your proximity to me is driven by ulterior motives." Duan Siyi's breath came in heavy gasps, and his words seemed to drift far from his true self. "It matters not. As long as you hold affection for me, that suffices." Miao Miao, taken aback, questioned, "Duan Siyi, were you testing me on this time?" Duan Siyi replied, "I wish to admit my fault. In the future, you may employ me as you see fit, be it against the Hu family or others. To be utilized is of little consequence, provided she loves him." Miao Miao retorted, "If you truly are being used, it would not bring you joy. Promises hold value only in the moment they are made." Miao Miao would not be so naive as to trust easily. She never intended to exploit you. I merely feel discomfort and exhaustion." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice a mere whisper. "Between us, there shall never be equality." Thus, Miao Miao took a deep breath, asserting, "Let us maintain our current relationship." "What kind of relationship?" Duan Siyi's tone darkened, demanding clarity. Chapter 58. Is it hard to be rejected? The relationship between creditors and debtors. Miao Miao articulated each word with precision, her tone sharp and incisive. Duan Siyi's gaze narrowed slightly, his lips pressed into a thin line. Miao Miao smiled, declaring that henceforth, matters of affection would be set aside. They would only discuss debts. When he finds someone he cherishes, or becomes engaged, she would gracefully withdraw from this relationship, tacitly acknowledging that they had never met. Duan Siyi paused, unable to articulate his feelings. Was she truly this heartless? Did she not love him? Was she willing to let their relationship stagnate at this juncture? Even now, he perhaps failed to comprehend that it was his own reluctance that held them in this suspended state. Miao Miao felt a sense of liberation. She had secured benefits, acquiring wealth and resources without any obligations, liberated from the confines of a terrifying framework. Moreover, Duan Siyi was undeniably appealing, and the physical connection was not lacking either. Miao Miao feigned sorrow, stating, emotions cannot withstand testing and constant doubt. Our timing and circumstances of meeting were flawed, our acquaintance born of interest. You will always perceive my intentions with suspicion." Her tone was frigid, devoid of excessive emotion, as she quietly urged, "Open the door." Duan Siyi leaned back in his seat, patience wearing thin. He clenched a cigarette between his fingers. The sound of lighter ignited the air, a crimson flame flickering from his grasp. He lethargically lit the cigarette perched in his mouth, the smoke swirling around his half-hidden profile, creating an alluring mystique. The brand of the cigarette was unknown, neither harsh nor unpleasant. The door remained locked. Miao Miao could not open it. Exhaling a cloud of murky breath, she returned to her original stance, saying, "Mr. Duan, please let me go." Her demeanor was detached, cold, and perfectly measured. Duan Siyi's dark eyes narrowed, and he inquired, "Do you believe I cannot function without you?" His voice was low and laced with a hint of mockery, chilling to the bone. Miao Miao responded with a puzzled expression. Duan Siyi exhaled beautiful smoke rings, his tone icy, commanding her to exit the vehicle. With a click, the door swung open. Miao Miao, adhering to her instincts, stepped out of the car. As she departed, she courteously expressed, "Thank you for bringing me home." The car swiftly roared to life and sped away, leaving Miao Miao with only the fading exhaust to observe. She shrugged nonchalantly and returned home. Discussing love with a top-tier tycoon was akin to daydreaming, especially with someone like Duan Siyi, who was both strikingly handsome and excessively wealthy. Women easily succumbed, investing their energy and emotions, believing they would become the favored exception. Yet the reality was stark. when Duan Siyi ceased to love. He could effortlessly sever ties and seek something better. Miao Miao preferred to remain a mere tool rather than engage in a game of love with him. For the affluent, love was merely a luxury. For the impoverished, it was of no consequence. In the ensuing days, Miao Miao directed her focus towards the stage play The Heartbreak of Parting. On the eve of the school anniversary, during the final rehearsal, her mastery of the character and stage presence garnered admiration from all. In this stage play, although the leading roles are predominantly occupied by the male and female protagonists, the supporting characters are far from mere background figures. Each individual is afforded the opportunity to express themselves and contribute meaningfully as they dedicate their efforts to their homeland, celebrating through joyous dance that gradually transforms into a poignant acceptance of an era's closure and resurgence. Following the rehearsal, in an effort to alleviate the pressure for the impending performance, Liang Junke organized a dinner at a restaurant in the capital. The gathering was intimate, comprising fewer than 20 individuals, including the external participant, Shen Ruding. A private room sufficed for their needs. As they dined together, they raised their glasses in a toast to the successful performance the following day. In a bid to maintain a cheerful atmosphere, Miao Miao also partook in some wine. During the meal, Chu Xinyue excused herself to visit the restroom. Upon her return, she appeared unusually elated, her smile uncontainable. Sitting across from Miao Miao, she made a pointed remark, suggesting that some individuals genuinely believed they could ascend to lofty heights, when in truth, it was merely an illusion. The rest of the group was left perplexed by Chu Xinyue's statement. One girl, intrigued, inquired what is going on. Others followed suit, seeking clarification. Miao Miao, since the comment was directed at her, tightening her grip on her chopsticks. Indeed, Chu Xinyue haughtily questioned Miao Miao about whether Duan Siyi had cast her aside. At this proclamation, all eyes shifted to Miao Miao. Liang Junke interjected sternly. Chu Xinyue, what are you saying? He had hoped for a pleasant gathering without any disruptions. In the stage production, Chu Xinyue portrayed the best friend of the female lead. The two had performed with remarkable chemistry, and it was hoped that their relationship would have evolved beyond its previous tension after spending these days together. However, it turned out he had been overly optimistic. On stage, they exhibited a deep sisterly bond, while off stage, they engaged in mutual hostility. Oh, the complexities of womanhood are truly formidable. Sighing, Chu Xinyue continued. I just saw a woman beside Duan Siyi. Can you guess who she is? The allure of gossip, especially concerning the enigmatic Duan Siyi, who belonged to the upper echelons of society, was irresistible. Curiosity piqued. Someone asked, who is it? Chu Xinyue replied, the true heiress of the Jing Circle. Her father is the head of the business association in the capital. I need not elaborate on her background, right? It's not merely wealth. Even the richest tycoon pales in comparison to her family. Only someone of such stature could be deemed worthy of the heir vouching. With a glance towards Miao Miao, she couldn't help but mock. What do you even have to compare with her? Your looks? In her world, your appearance is hardly noteworthy. It must be quite disheartening to be rejected, no? Care to share how much you've lost in this ordeal? Chu Xinyue found solace only in the thought of being outdone by a woman of such status. Miao Miao remained silent, meeting Chu Xinyue's gaze with calm defiance, retorting, I still possess the qualifications to be rejected. You, however, lack even that privilege. You, Chu Xinyue, we are all women here. I have no interest in engaging in a competition of femininity with you. Your disdain for me is inconsequential. What matters is that I hold myself in high regard. Wishing for Miao Miao to expand her horizons, since there is no possibility left with Duan Siyi, you need not continue to target me, do you? Chu Xinyue moved her lips, surprised by Miao Miao's response. For a moment, her feelings of resentment diminished. With a cold snort, she ceased her aggressive demeanor. Miao Miao lowered her head, and suddenly a piece of fish appeared in her bowl, leaving her momentarily stunned. She realized it was Shen Ruding who had placed it there with his serving chopsticks. Shen Ruding's eyes sparkled with warmth, and he encouraged her with a bright smile, urging her not to overthink and to do her best together tomorrow. Miao Miao understood that he was trying to comfort her, though it felt unnecessary. After all, from the very beginning, Duan Siyi had never inhabited her world. In her naive beginnings, she had entertained the notion of using cunning to transcend social classes. However, upon encountering his sphere of influence, she began to ponder seriously how someone with generations of effort behind them could possibly choose an ordinary woman to diminish their standing. She was more aware than anyone. Now that her grandmother's surgery had been completed, she recognized the insatiable nature of human desire. Ultimately, she would still have to return to her normal life. After dinner, as they emerged, they unexpectedly encountered the girl mentioned by Duan Siyi and Chu Xinyue standing at the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 59. Preemptive strike. Dressed in a striking red gown adorned with delicate sparkling diamonds, her long black hair cascaded elegantly down her back, complementing her porcelain skin and enhancing her radiant presence. Although her face remained unseen, her silhouette exuded an air of nobility that was simply unattainable. The young woman stood beside Duan Siyi, their proximity neither too distant nor overly intimate, yet they appeared remarkably well-matched. Chu Xinyue cast a sidelong glance at Miao Miao and smirked. "Are you not going to go over and say hello?" Miao Miao, her expression devoid of emotion, replied, "Whether to greet or not, we will inevitably pass by." Nevertheless, she understood the nuances of the situation. It was merely an encounter with an unfamiliar face. Meanwhile, other classmates lingered at the staircase, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Miao Miao furrowed her brow, disinterested in conforming to their whims, and strode purposefully toward the exit. Upon noticing this, Shenruding hastily followed suit, while Chu Xinyue and the others remained at the stairway, keenly observing. They speculated whether the impoverished girl, who had clumsily climbed the social ladder seeking a class leap, would truly remain indifferent now that her dreams had shattered. Chu Xinyue remained skeptical, as did the others, all anticipating a dramatic outburst from Miao Miao, screaming, tearing, and madness. Miao Miao, typically obedient and beautiful, nevertheless emanated an aura that kept others at bay. Curiosity swirled around what her demeanor would be in the presence of a devoted admirer. Yet, Miao Miao's sole desire was to return home swiftly. As she passed Duan Siyi, her steps did not falter. Yet, she caught his voice. "Miss Han, your chauffeur has arrived. Please proceed." Han Ning's voice was refined and melodious, laced with courtesy. "Duan Siyi, I hope you will reconsider my previous words." Duan Siyi raised an eyebrow, observing Miao Miao as she walked by without sparing him a glance, accompanied by an unappealing companion. His deep, dark eyes grew suddenly cold. He remained silent, his handsome face betraying no emotion, a demeanor that rendered Han Ning infatuated at first sight. She resolved within herself that this man would be hers, especially since Duan Siyi was poised to collaborate with the business community in the capital and would likely not rebuff her advances. After entering the car, Han Ning playfully blew a kiss at Duan Siyi, bold yet not frivolous. Witnessing this, Shenruding commented, "Miao Miao, I know that girl. Her name is Han Ning. Her father wields considerable influence in the capital, capable of determining the fate of an entire enterprise with a mere nod. Do you understand what I mean?" Miao Miao glanced at the time. It was still early enough to take the subway. "Mr. Shun, your guest has arrived." She nodded slightly, gesturing toward the chauffeur-driven car. "I must take my leave as well." Shenruding stared at her, bewildered, scrutinizing her expression, seemingly unable to detect a trace of sorrow. One would typically feel a sense of loss upon awakening from a beautiful dream, let alone when faced with the reality of such events. Miao Miao. How could she remain utterly unaffected? Did she truly harbor no feelings for Duan Siyi? Shenruding's mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts, and a smile of excitement crept onto his lips. "Miao Miao, tomorrow, after the play, I have something to tell you." Miao Miao frowned, but Shenruding offered her no opportunity to respond or speak. With purposeful strides, she approached the chauffeur-driven vehicle. Upon taking her seat, she extended her hand through the window to bid farewell, appearing somewhat reluctant. Miao Miao offered no reciprocation. Instead, she lowered her head to navigate to the nearest subway station using her phone. "The girl beside you earlier is quite a catch," remarked Shenruding's manager, who sat beside him, admiring her newly done nails. Shenruding, still lost in thoughts of Miao Miao, responded nonchalantly with an mm. The manager shot him a sidelong glance. Are you interested? Yes, I wish to confess my feelings to her, Shenruding admitted. The manager clicked his tongue. Yet you are in the prime of your career. Are you willing to jeopardize your rising star for romance? However, there is room for negotiation. If you could entice her to join our agency, then by all means pursue her. But she has no desire to enter the entertainment industry. Really? The woman scoffed lightly. You underestimate the allure this industry holds. Who wouldn't want to be elevated and adored? The prospect of fame and fortune is hard to resist. She would be foolish to decline. Moreover, her innate qualities are exceptional. Securing her would undoubtedly make her our company's golden goose. Shenruding felt compelled to disagree. Miao Miao was unlike others in the industry. She was not overly concerned with fame or wealth. Yet, the thought of her potentially joining his company stirred a flicker of hope within him. A faint smile graced his lips as he resolved to confess his feelings the following day. Meanwhile, Miao Miao made her way to the subway station on foot. Just as she was about to descend the escalator, her phone chimed. Upon checking, she saw a message from Duan Siyi. Turn around. Frowning, she wondered why Duan Siyi, who was supposed to be with someone else, was bothering her. Did he intend to follow in his father's footsteps, marrying one while keeping many on the side? Miao Miao smirked, unwilling to reply, and continued forward. Her phone buzzed again. If you take one more step, I'll have the entire subway station shut down and bring you back. Do you believe me? Duan Siyi indeed possessed the power to do so. Exhausted, Miao Miao turned to look at the sleek silver Maybach parked nearby. With a sigh, she resigned herself and walked in his direction. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Pretending to be lost in thought, Miao Miao crossed the street, nearly colliding with an oncoming vehicle. The driver erupted in a tirade. Duan Siyi swiftly exited the car, striding towards her in a few long steps, gripping her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Have you lost your mind? Miao Miao feigned her dazed state deliberately, aware that she could not appear too calm, for it would expose her ruse. After all, she still maintained the persona of someone in love with Duan Siyi, even if she had to part ways. Thus, witnessing another woman beside him without any reaction would indeed be peculiar. The street was bustling with traffic. Duan Siyi led her towards the Maybach. Once at the car, he opened the rear door, inviting her inside. It was only then that Miao Miao noticed another person in the driver's seat, Meng Huai. She collected her emotions and, upon entering the vehicle, found her gaze involuntarily drawn to the outside world. The car roared to life. Duan Siyi sat beside Miao Miao. The air was thin and biting, amplifying the man's oppressive aura. Miao Miao's voice quivered as she asked, "Where are you taking me?" "To Jun Huayuan," he replied, grasping her palm and gently kneading it. "What is your relationship with that man? You've met him twice already." The tension was palpable, and she felt an urge to lash out. Miao Miao withdrew her hand, her heart in turmoil. She had initially thought that Duan Siyi's absence and lack of messages over the past few days indicated he had moved on, especially with someone new by his side. But now, it seemed the situation was far from what she had assumed. She found it difficult to decipher Duan Siyi's intentions. Was it possessiveness at play, or was something else entirely? Regardless of the reason, she refused to remain on the defensive. She had to take the initiative. Thus, she decisively spoke. "Duan Siyi, how dare you question me? You have a new woman by your side as well." Chapter 60. I beg you, a new woman? Han Ning. Duan Siyi contemplated Miao Miao's words with a slight smile playing on his lips. Although she professed a desire to end their relationship, the mere presence of another man stirred undeniable jealousy within her. Meng Huai, driving, instinctively interjected, "Miss Zhu, you misunderstand." However, Duan Siyi interrupted him. Meng Huai, astute as ever, quickly grasped Duan Siyi's intent, pressed his lips together, and fell silent. Duan Siyi lowered his gaze and remarked coolly, "I warned you that you would regret this." Regret? Regret for suggesting a breakup? Miao Miao scoffed. To a businessman, profit always takes precedence over romance. Even if she had not initiated the breakup, he and that Miss Han would inevitably converge, would they not? Duan Siyi's long palm rested gently on Miao Miao's head, his voice low. "First, let us discuss that persistent annoyance by your side, and then I shall elucidate my situation. Annoyance. Shenrooting? Zhu Miao Miao's lips parted slightly. No need. Duan Siyi asked, what do you mean? His appetite for explanation was piqued, only for her to halt at this juncture. Zhu Miao Miao's eyes dimmed. It means exactly what you think. I owe you no explanation, nor do you owe me one. Duan Siyi's irritation deepened, his brow furrowing tightly. A wave of unnameable frustration coursed through him, mingling with incredulity. Zhu Miao Miao, he called out, but she feigned ignorance, slowly closing her eyes. Today, I am exhausted. I need rest. Seeing this, Duan Siyi's vexation grew. I have no connection with her. The Duan Corporation is preparing to establish a branch in the capital. I merely visited her father's business association to handle some paperwork and share a meal. Her father was present, but left early due to other commitments, which is why you saw me alone with her. It is a perfectly ordinary relationship. Well, perhaps not entirely ordinary. He had met Han Ning only once, during which she suddenly professed her feelings for him, a declaration he had firmly rejected. Beyond that, his innocence was beyond reproach. While he was indeed angry with Zhu Miao Miao, he would not simply seek solace in another woman's affections. Silence enveloped the air. Duan Siyi, feeling uneasy, furrowed his brow, his breaths heavy. Zhu Miao Miao, I am speaking to you. Offer some response. But there came only the soft sound of her breathing, the gentle rhythm of her slumber. Is she asleep? Meng Huai, unable to contain himself, stifled a laugh. He had exerted considerable effort to restrain his amusement, but the sight was too much. The formidable Duan Siyi, usually impervious to all, had found himself at the mercy of a woman, and now he was pathetically justifying himself, desperate to avoid any misunderstanding from Miss Zhu. Yet, she seemed entirely indifferent, even slipping into slumber. Asleep? All of Duan Siyi's words had fallen into a void, leaving him a mere jester. He lifted his gaze lazily towards Meng Huai, casting a single glance that was as frigid as ice, fierce and menacing. Meng Huai straightened immediately, his survival instincts kicking in, his voice trembling. Master Duan, I heard nothing. Duan Siyi returned his gaze to Zhu Miao Miao's face. She sat upright, even in sleep, unwilling to lean on anyone. Her curled eyelashes rested gently against her lower eyelids, demure and tranquil, reminiscent of a mountain adorned with blooming flowers in spring. Duan Siyi found himself unwittingly captivated by her, so much so that when the car halted within Zhenhuayuan Manor, he remained lost in thought. It was only upon Meng Huai's reminder that he slightly regained his senses. Duan Siyi cradled Zhu Miao Miao as he entered the main building. The overhead light was overly bright, causing Zhu Miao Miao to awaken with sleepy eyes. Had she been asleep the entire way? For some inexplicable reason, she felt exceptionally drowsy today. As she groggily realized she was in Duan Siyi's embrace, she jolted awake. Once fully alert, she found herself unceremoniously placed upon the bed. As she opened her eyes, she beheld the man casually loosening his tie. A faint blush crept upon her ears, and she instinctively averted her gaze. I didn't tea by any contraceptives. Before she could finish her thought, Duan Siyi had already moved closer. He knelt on the bed with deliberate slowness, wrapping the discarded tie around her delicate wrist. 1 inch at a time. The gesture was inexplicably suggestive. Zhu Miao Miao attempted to withdraw, yet the tie tightened around her wrist, pulling her more firmly into his embrace. I bought some. There's no need to worry, Duan Siyi murmured hoarsely in her ear. He then lowered his head and forcefully captured her lips, his icy fingertips roaming freely. The temperature in the room grew increasingly sultry, akin to standing at the foot of an erupting volcano, ready to be scorched by the lava at any moment. What transpired afterward became a blur for Zhu Miao Miao. She heard the sound of a drawer opening, followed by sultry, low gasps. It sent shivers down her spine. Cognizant of the responsibilities awaiting her the following day, she realized she could not afford to be too reckless tonight. Thus, before Duan Siyi could fully indulge, she pressed against his firm chest. That's enough. With her eyes glistening and hazy, she implored, I have a school anniversary tomorrow, and I must perform on stage. Can we stop here for tonight? Duan Siyi, brimming with energy, knew that if this continued, she would be utterly exhausted. Is it really appropriate to say that in bed? He remarked, brushing aside the strands of hair stuck to her sweaty cheek, an act that only heightened his desire to tease and dominate her. Feeling dizzy and fatigued, Miao Miao responded, yes, it is inappropriate. Her eyes, drenched in innocence, conveyed a serious plea for mercy. Duan Siyi, his throat itchy and his body restless, found it peculiar that despite his years of living as he pleased, he felt utterly devoid of autonomy in Miao Miao's presence. Do you wish to sleep? He inquired. Yes, she replied softly. Let us eat dinner first, he suggested. I can't eat now. It will cause bloating, she countered. She needed to present her best self tomorrow, unwilling to let anyone down. Furthermore, perhaps this could pave the way for a promising future. Duan Siyi, albeit reluctantly, lifted her horizontally into his arms. Once detached from the bed, Miao Miao felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity and clung tightly to his neck, whispering, What are you doing? I'm helping you take a bath. Duan Siyi remarked, otherwise, one might easily fall ill. Miao Miao responded with a silence that spoke volumes. It seemed that they had traversed the most intimate of boundaries. The notion that Duan Siyi had bathed her bore no shame. Suddenly, Miao Miao recalled the whispered judgments of their peers at school. With his esteemed status, she felt utterly unworthy, lacking even the right to serve him, reduced merely to an object of amusement. Yet, the stark reality was that Duan Siyi attended to her, assisting her in bathing, his every motion gentle, as if fearing to impose. Perhaps she had lost her senses. As she was cradled into bed post-bath, an impulse seized her, and she implored, Duan Siyi, could you warm my feet? They feel rather cold. He paused, taken aback, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Miao Miao possessed an innate defiance. When others looked down upon her, she resolved to rise above their scorn. Rather than succumbing to self-doubt over her perceived inadequacies in relation to Duan Siyi, her thoughts turned to the vision of him bending low, submitting to her in a display of humility. She sought no audience to witness this dynamic. Her fulfillment lay solely in the experience itself. Those who deemed her unworthy of his lofty esteem would witness, in stark contrast, his deference towards her. Chapter 61. Can this wretched road be traversed? Miao Miao's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into a delicate smile. Summoning her courage, she extended her leg towards him. Duan Siyi glanced at her exquisite legs, a smirk playing on his lips, exuding an air of casual elegance. A man is only amiable when his belly is full. Have you ever encountered a man who behaves well on an empty stomach? Miao Miao. Can this wretched road truly be traversed? With a composed smile, Miao Miao decided to retract her foot. However, she managed to pull it back only halfway before feeling a warm palm enveloping the sole of her foot. His distinctly defined fingers gently kneaded her arch, tracing its contours. It was both ticklish and soothing. Miao Miao. Her cheeks gradually flushed a deep crimson. She dared not meet Duan Siyi's gaze, nervously lowering her eyelids. Is it warmer now? He inquired sincerely. Not only was her foot warm, but her entire body was ablaze. Miao Miao bit her lip and exhaled softly, yes. Duan Siyi seemingly asked casually, what time does the school anniversary celebration begin tomorrow? Miao Miao whimsically replied, 10 o'clock in the evening. In reality, it commenced in the early evening, and by 10 o'clock, it would have concluded. Duan Siyi nonchalantly pressed on her soul, the pressure neither too strong nor too light. Is that so? Miao Miao, are you coming? Duan Siyi, do you want me to? With a distinguished figure present, who would have the inclination to perform, the atmosphere might turn chaotic. Yet, Miao Miao found herself unable to deter him. If she expressed her desire for him not to attend, would he comply? Perhaps it would only spur him to rebel further. It was a futile endeavor. Do as you wish, Miao Miao said. How can I simply do as you wish? Duan Siyi clicked his tongue, scrutinizing her. What time does it start? Miao Miao knew she couldn't deceive him. Even if she tried, he could easily find out. Around 6 in the evening. What number are you performing? I will arrive punctually, all right? Miao Miao lowered her gaze last. The finale. How impressive, Duan Siyi chuckled lightly, generously offering his praise. Miao Miao. It was drawn by lot, and I just happen to be last. Duan Siyi, modest. In such circumstances, the finale is usually predetermined, not left to chance. He was not unfamiliar with the ways of academia. Miao Miao raised her brow slightly, stretching lazily as she withdrew her leg from his grasp. She then took out her phone and called her grandmother, informing her that she would not be returning that evening. Since reaching adulthood, her grandmother had refrained from intruding too much in her life, allowing her the freedom to be her own individual. She would not be reprimanded for returning home late. And in all her endeavors, her grandmother offered unwavering support, believing in her potential to succeed. Thus, Miao Miao's core remained steadfast. Her mindset was perpetually positive. Even amidst adversity, she would devise solutions to achieve the seemingly impossible. Though her grandmother's influence appeared modest, it was, in truth, the dawn that rises after nightfall, sustaining her through year after year. After ending the call, Duan Siyi leaned closer to Miao Miao, his sharply defined chin resting on her shoulder as he looked at her sideways. "Should we invite your grandmother to stay with us?" "No need," Miao Miao resolutely declared. "Even if we hadn't broken up, I would never bring my grandmother here. She is accustomed to a simple life and has little desire for material possessions. In fact, being here would make her uncomfortable. Therefore, I cannot disrupt her rhythm of life." Duan Siyi pinched Miao Miao's cheek, finding himself increasingly incapable of harboring anger towards her. "Why can't you say something pleasant?" Miao Miao lay in bed, tucking herself under the covers, ignoring him. The more she resisted, the more Duan Siyi seemed to relish the challenge. He lay beside her, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. Exhausted, Miao Miao quickly succumbed to sleep. Duan Siyi initially intended to keep her company a little longer, but she had already drifted into slumber. What could he do? He could only refrain from disturbing her. He gently pressed his lips against her cheek, preparing to sleep himself when her phone chimed, illuminating the screen. Duan Siyi swore he had not intentionally looked. It was merely a fleeting glimpse that caught his eye, a message from someone saved as Shun rooting. He smirked, leisurely picking up Miao Miao's phone, while the device remained locked. The message content was clearly visible. "Shun rooting. Miao Miao, have you arrived home? I was busy with a meeting and forgot to text you. Are you asleep at this hour? Good night, Miao Miao." Duan Siyi chuckled in disbelief. Was this the man pursuing Miao Miao? Disgusting. And what was this Miao Miao? If only he knew her phone password. He would have liked to respond, asserting his claim. How dare anyone encroach upon what was his? He tossed the phone onto the bedside table, turned Miao Miao's face towards him, and pressed his lips against hers forcefully, kissing her. Miao Miao was utterly exhausted, unable to withstand Duan Siyi's antics, and groggily pushed him away, muttering for him to roll over. Although she had fallen asleep, her temper remained unyielding. Duan Siyi tightened his grip around her waist. Despite his irritation, he could not bear to continue pestering her. The following day, Miao Miao awoke and glanced at the time, 7 in the morning. She found herself alone in the room. After yawning, she washed up and took the elevator downstairs, intending to head straight to school. However, she was intercepted by Aunt Shun. With a warm expression, Aunt Shun informed her, "Miss Zhu, the young master is waiting for you in the dining room for breakfast." Miao Miao knew that if she did not eat breakfast, Duan Siyi would not let her leave. Upon entering the dining room, she discovered Duan Siyi surrounded by a pile of documents. Miao Miao initially considered sitting across from him, but he pulled out a chair beside him, his deep voice commanding, "Sit here." Miao Miao fell silent, obediently taking a seat next to him, resembling a marionette. Curiosity piqued, she stole a glance at the documents in Duan Siyi's hands. "What is this? Do you wish to know?" Duan Siyi offered her a bowl of shredded chicken congee. "Drink it." Miao Miao responded with a soft "oh," scooping a spoonful of congee into her mouth. Duan Siyi continued, "I plan to open a media company in the capital. This is the initial proposal." "Media?" Miao Miao mused, aware that the Duan family had ventured into many industries, but primarily dominated the gambling and tobacco sectors. "Media? The prospects of this industry are indeed promising and lucrative. However, for Duan Siyi, such income is rather meager. There's truly no need for grand gestures." Duan Siyi inquired, "Are you interested? Would you consider investing?" Miao Miao responded with silence. Engaging in business with Duan Siyi is a guaranteed venture. After all, his vast empire is akin to a fortune that could withstand any storm, and no matter how many companies he establishes, insolvency is unlikely. The opportunity to invest and collaborate with him is one that many would covet. Unfortunately, despite the chance presented before her, she found herself unable to seize it. "I have no money," Miao Miao murmured, lowering her gaze, effectively declining the offer. "Who needs your money?" Duan Siyi replied, closing the documents. "I'm not lacking in funds." Miao Miao continued, "Indeed, you are not short of money. Running a company seems like a game to you." It was evident that he belonged to the category of individuals who excel in every endeavor they pursue. Miao Miao regarded the man, her gaze frosty. "If you do not seek money, then what is it that you desire?" Chapter 62. Sign first. Reconcile with me. In the depths of Duan Siyi's eyes lay a profound tenderness, and although his words appeared calm and unruffled, a tempest had already surged within him. The request was deceptively simple. However, Miao Miao hesitated. Duan Siyi possessed unparalleled resources that could propel her career forward, guiding and assisting her on her path. To align herself with him would mean a life devoid of unnecessary detours. Yet, this was a pivotal choice in life. Being with Duan Siyi equated to remaining entrenched in turmoil, should she ever breach his boundaries, or if he were to discover her lack of genuine affection. It would spell her demise. Moreover, Duan Siyi had a penchant for subtle tests that she found utterly unbearable. Conversely, to remain apart meant foregoing the resources he could offer to elevate her. Perhaps most would choose the latter. Yet, Miao Miao pondered. What if this were merely another of Duan Siyi's traps and trials? Now that her grandmother's surgery had been successful, there was no need to place her hopes entirely upon a man. A man could serve as a stepping stone, but he must not become an absolute dependency. Duan Siyi was an entirely different matter. Miao Miao cast him a sidelong glance, lowered her eyelids, and gently stirred her porridge with a spoon. "If I were to reconcile with you for this reason, it would be unfair to both you and me. My affection for you is not rooted in the benefits you can provide. Likewise, I would not be with you again merely for those advantages. Do you comprehend what I am saying?" Duan Siyi's expression darkened, his once charming visage now stripped of its previous nonchalance. "Yet you still wish to share my bed." "It is merely to repay a debt," Miao Miao replied, piercing his heart with her calmness. "What I owe you must eventually be repaid." Such a statement was devoid of sentimentality. Duan Siyi felt a surge of frustration, nearly erupting with anger. He had never felt so stifled over the years. Even when he and his mother had been cast out of Ouching, facing various trials, none had been as suffocating as this moment. He flipped to the last page of the document, where a contract lay. Casually, he tossed a pen before Miao Miao, commanding, "Sign." "I cannot grant you what you desire," she retorted. "Sign first. We shall discuss the rest later," Duan Siyi insisted. Miao Miao was taken aback, casting aside her reluctance as she opened the contract within the file. Zet. M Media? What did this imply? Was it her initials? An investment in the 10-digit range. An unconditional gift of 60% of the shares? Was he bestowing the entire company upon her? The magnitude of this offer felt overwhelming, and it was indeed too good to be true. The luxury items and jewels Duan Siyi had previously gifted her were within her realm of acceptance. After all, he was wealthy, and such gifts were mere trifles to him. Having followed him, it was only natural she would receive some benefits. Yet now, this advantage surpassed her capacity to comprehend. Miao Miao found herself in turmoil, a sentiment familiar to anyone. Perhaps signing would facilitate her ascent across societal barriers. However, it would also bind her eternally to Duan Siyi. "You must allow me some time to think," Miao Miao finally said. Duan Siyi merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum, displaying no urgency. Miao Miao, perplexed, inquired, "Why are you so kind to me?" Duan Siyi lifted his eyelids, meeting her gaze. "Because you are kind to me as well." But she had done nothing to deserve such kindness. What was Duan Siyi conjuring in his mind? Duan Siyi continued, "Consider this carefully. After all, nothing comes without a price. You will be responsible for hiring the company's staff and managing its operations, while I shall solely focus on investment." Miao Miao realized this was clearly a test of her capabilities. Duan Siyi was attempting to draw her into his sphere. What if I end up losing everything, including your undergarments? She retorted. Although the media field was not in conflict with her studies, the financial risk was negligible. He encouraged her to experiment. As long as you acquire knowledge, it will not be in vain, he assured, ruffling her hair. The atmosphere grew still for a few seconds. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, Duan Siyi's investment of billions into her company was merely for her education. Isn't a businessman supposed to prioritize profit maximization? His actions seemed rather immature. Eat your porridge before it cools, Duan Siyi said. Miao Miao nodded, then absent-mindedly sipped her porridge, which for some inexplicable reason had lost its delightful flavor. Duan Siyi was unsure how to show affection to someone he cherished. Lavishing money or gifts was not her desire. She craved only her grandmother's kidney. Thus, he could only provide her with resources and confidence. Once her resources and confidence were derived entirely from him, she would inevitably grow to love him more and become increasingly reliant on him. Wouldn't she? After all, even during work, he occupied her thoughts. He would linger in every corner of her life. Breaking up? Leaving? Absolutely not. As night descended, the school anniversary celebration commenced within the grand indoor stadium. The stage had been meticulously constructed, adorned with the finest lighting and facilities to offer attendees a visual feast. Many industry heavyweights were present, even more than anticipated, including world-renowned ballet and classical dance leaders, as well as various acclaimed film and television directors, all seated in the front row. The students of the Beijing Dance Academy, well-versed in social etiquette, scrambled to greet these luminaries, eager to make a memorable impression. After completing her makeup backstage, Miao Miao rose, drawing the attention of the makeup artist and her fellow performers, who marveled at her extraordinary beauty. The new-style qipao she wore, paired with an elegant, ink-like makeup, made her appear as though she belonged to another era. Her face exuded the confidence of a refined lady while simultaneously reflecting the sorrow of women oppressed in a bygone society, an exquisite yet contradictory combination. Deserving of the title, a celestial being, Shen Ruding approached, patting her shoulder gently. Don't be nervous. Let's give it our all. Yes, let's do our best together, she replied. The other students, invigorated and enthusiastic, echoed her sentiment. Chu Xinyue crossed her arms, her gaze scrutinizing Miao Miao, her brow furrowing in contemplation. At that moment, she could not deny the impeccable judgment of both Liang Junke and the school. Miao Miao was undeniably the epitome of a natural-born protagonist. Her visage and figure were so strikingly beautiful that mere words could scarcely do justice to their allure. Wherever she stood, everyone else faded into insignificance. It was utterly breathtaking. Chu Xinyue let out a cold huff. After all, it was a matter of class honor. She had no intention of causing disruption. Yet, this did not imply any fondness for Miao Miao. As time ticked away, with more and more performances commencing outside, it would soon be their turn for bitter parting. In the days leading up to Miao Miao's stage appearance, she had engaged in considerable mental preparation, thus appearing remarkably composed compared to others' anxiety. However, all this careful groundwork crumbled when a girl rushed backstage, exclaiming that Duan Siyi had arrived. A cold sweat broke out in the palms of her hands. Chapter 63. Whom to pursue? Under the stage lights, all eyes are riveted upon the platform. Miao Miao's hair is styled into an elegant bun. Her qipao exudes a subtle yet striking beauty, her figure graceful and delicate, with gentle curves that embody poise and charm. Her beauty is undeniably radiant. The entire cast is adorned in the fashion of the Republic of China, yet she stands out most prominently, awakening the previously weary directors and leading actors from their languor. Hate Parting narrates the tale of the protagonist, Wu Sui, whose life is marked by perpetual loss. Upon her return from studying abroad, she is confident and exuberant. Having broadened her horizons, she is reluctant to accept an arranged marriage. Defying societal norms and the feudalistic society, she serendipitously encounters her kindred spirit, Wei Feng. They engage in poetic discourse and explore the beauty of nature, spending merely 3 fleeting days together. Subsequently, Wu Sui is abruptly informed by her family of an arranged marriage. The education she received makes it unbearable for her to contemplate a life so hastily lived. Thus, she seeks the aid of her close friends to escape her impending nuptials. However, when she reaches Wei Feng, she learns of his imminent deployment to the front lines. As a soldier, he is bound by duty. On that darkened stage, the beam of light illuminating the two of them is the most striking. In that era, emotions are often restrained and not openly expressed. Wei Feng bends down, mustering all his courage, and declares, "Wu Sui, wait for me to return victorious, and I shall marry you." Thus, Wu Sui clings to this promise, waiting year after year. She finds solace in dancing within her courtyard, where her movements evoke memories of the freedom she experienced abroad and the cherished moments spent with Wei Feng during their brief sojourn. Soon after, Wu Sui's city falls into turmoil, engulfed by the flames of war, leaving its citizens in despair. Simultaneously, she reads in the newspaper of the complete annihilation of Wei Feng's battalion. Wu Sui never fathomed that their last parting would be the final farewell. Had she known, she would have embraced her true self that day, kissing his lips, feeling his warmth, and confessing her love for him. Their love, though only 3 days in duration, lingers in her heart for a lifetime. As the performance unfolds through the medium of dance, the dialogue is sparse. Each performer must exhibit both acting prowess and dance skills. Even the accompanying dancers are more than mere background figures. The entire performance lasts but a few brief minutes, yet leaves a profound and lingering impact. In that era, love was a binding commitment, yet it rarely reached a conclusion. Before his demise, Wu Sui never received a single letter from Wei Feng. Nevertheless, she waited for him and cherished his memory throughout the years. Miao Miao perceives this character as foolish, yet as she immerses herself in portraying her, she gradually comprehends the depth of her emotions. After all, encountering someone so extraordinary in youth, especially one who sacrificed for their country, adds layers to her infatuation. As the play concludes, an enveloping silence blankets the audience until petals gracefully descend from above, prompting them to awaken from their reverie, and thunderous applause erupts. During the curtain call, the cast forms a line, bowing respectfully to the audience below. As Miao Miao completed her bow and stood upright, her gaze fell upon Duan Siyi, seated in the front row. He donned a simple, loose black windbreaker and work pants, exuding a nonchalant elegance that radiated youthful charm. Surrounding dignitaries occasionally leaned in to whisper in his ear, though it was evident he held little interest in their words. Miao Miao was poised to descend the stage alongside her peers when, unexpectedly, Shun Rooting reached out, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes that had flowed during the performance. This ambiguous gesture elicited cheers from the audience. Miao Miao frowned, bewildered by Shun Rooting's intentions. The performance had concluded. Although he was the male lead of the play, it was time to return to reality. Instinctively, she stepped back. Observing her reaction, Shun Rooting inhaled deeply, unable to contain himself any longer. "Miao Miao, I like you." His earpiece still in place, his declaration resonated throughout the venue, leaving the audience in disbelief. Even the usually unassuming Chu Xinyue could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "Shun Rooting, have you lost your mind?" The school celebration is being recorded, and everyone is taking photos and videos. Such a bold confession from Shun Rooting could very well find its way onto the internet within moments, leading to an awkward predicament for Miao Miao. A public confession, when unreciprocated, is seldom perceived as romantic. Rather, it becomes an imposition. With heartfelt intensity in his starry eyes, Shun Rooting continued, "Miao Miao, I do not wish to harbor regrets like Wei Feng. After these days of rehearsal, I am unequivocally certain of my feelings for you. I truly like you. Will you be with me?" No one can resist the allure of beauty. Just moments ago, the sight of Miao Miao dancing had touched the deepest recesses of his heart, and he found himself unable to restrain his emotions any longer. The atmosphere grew quiet, with all eyes on Miao Miao, anticipating her response. Duan Siyi, with his dark, piercing gaze, scoffed disdainfully, glancing at the male principal who had just approached him. Given that Jingwu is a premier institution in the arts, such a situation seems rather inappropriate. don't you agree? The principal, instantly grasping the situation, ascended the stage with his prominent belly and respectfully announced the conclusion of the school celebration, encouraging the audience to disperse. He then ushered Shen Ruding and the others off the stage. Miao Miao had been a loss regarding how to handle the earlier situation, but thankfully, the principal's timely intervention had restored order. Once backstage, she turned to Shen Ruding with sincerity. I do not harbor feelings for you. In my eyes, you are a collaborator, a mentor, and a friend. Beyond that, I do not entertain such notions. Furthermore, I find your public confession in that context disrespectful and bordering on moral coercion. The nervousness Shen Ruding had exhibited while confessing was now mirrored in his profound disappointment. I am sorry, he murmured, appearing dejected and innocent. I just like you too much. Even if you do not reciprocate my feelings, I can still strive to win you over. Strive for whom? A deep voice suddenly resonated within the room. Duan Siyi sauntered in with a languid grace. The other students backstage, upon the unexpected appearance of Duan Siyi, were visibly enraptured, their eyes sparkling, while the girls nearly erupted in ecstatic cries at the sight of his visage. Zhu Xinu, who was in the midst of removing her makeup at the vanity, halted her actions upon hearing his voice, swiftly turning to face the man. What a grand spectacle! At this moment, Duan Siyi must surely perceive Miao Miao as a frivolous woman, flitting about and enticing others. Shen Ruding, overwhelmed by his presence, felt her confidence crushed. Before Duan Siyi, she was like a startled bird, unable to reclaim her voice. Duan Siyi drew Miao Miao behind him, lowering his lashes to gaze down at Shen Ruding, languidly placing a cigarette between his lips. The blue flame of the lighter ignited the cigarette, and as he squinted, smoke rings wafted towards Shen Ruding's face. With an air of casual politeness, he inquired, Mr. Shen, how do you plan to pursue her? Come, do not be stingy. Share your thoughts with me. Chapter 64. You do not harbor any affection for him, do you? To be candid, Shen Ruding harbors an intense fear of Duan Siyi. He is the scion of the Australian elite, wielding considerable power and influence. Even in the capital, the powerful must show him deference. His family lineage is vast and enigmatic, and to ascend to a position of authority, Duan Siyi must possess extraordinary means. Yet, Shen Ruding straightened his back, mustering his courage to meet his gaze, and asserted, Is it necessary for me to report to you on how I intend to pursue my affections? Duan Siyi lazily flicked the ash from his cigarette, his demeanor nonchalant. With a smirk, he retorted, Why should those who pursue me feel the need to report to me? Shen Ruding, momentarily taken aback, summoned his courage. Did you not already have a new love beside you? Is it not the way of your aristocratic ilk to covet what is in front of you, while eyeing what lies beyond? Shen Ruding's audacity in addressing Duan Siyi was remarkable, eliciting gasps from those around them. The atmosphere fell silent for about half a minute. In a fleeting moment, Duan Siyi extinguished the cigarette in his hand, feigning gentlemanly composure. I actually prefer to resolve issues with violence. For instance, rendering your mouth incapable of uttering another word. Shen Ruding's expression stiffened, forcing a smile as he retorted, Is it not merely your wealth that affords you such confidence? Do you truly believe Miao Miao harbors any affection for you? She has no feelings for you at all. The last time you were seen with another woman, she did not even flinch. Duan Siyi's gaze darkened, as if boundaries were continuously being crossed, and he could no longer contain himself. His voice low and magnetic. Loud a chuckle. Raising his eyes once more, his profound gaze was shrouded in shadows, his fists clenched, and any semblance of restraint evaporated in that instant. He delivered a powerful blow to Shen Ruding's face. Shen Ruding, frail in stature, could not withstand the force and collapsed to the ground. Duan Siyi instinctively reached for his gun from his pocket, only to realize he had left it behind. Otherwise, today would have marked the end of Shen Ruding's life. Miao Miao observed the scene with a cold detachment as Shen Ruding lay prostrate on the ground, her heart unperturbed. How could Shen Ruding possibly have any affection for her? His words were akin to subjecting her to the flames. However, they were still within the confines of the school, surrounded by numerous onlookers, and Duan Siyi's actions could reflect poorly on her. Shen Ruding, dazed and seeing stars, attempted to rise but found his body uncooperative. He barely managed to lift himself before collapsing once more. It was clear that Duan Siyi had no intention of sparing him. Stepping forward, he prepared to continue the assault. Suddenly, Miao Miao grasped the hem of Duan Siyi's garment. Duan Siyi's eyes narrowed dangerously as he cast a sidelong glance. What? Do you wish to plead for him? His dissatisfaction had already reached a boiling point upon witnessing their public display of affection on stage. He had maintained his composure throughout. But the moment this insolent fool publicly declared his intentions toward Miao Miao, the last thread of restraint snapped. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding crowd, he made his way backstage, only to encounter this brash individual audaciously proclaiming his pursuit of Miao Miao. If Duan Siyi continued to endure, he might as well become a ninja. Miao Miao gently rubbed the back of Duan Siyi's hand, raising it to her lips and softly blowing upon it. A warm current lingered at her fingertips. Duan Siyi's fiery temper had considerably subsided. Miao Miao's voice was sweet and delicate, soft to the core. Did it hurt? Duan Siyi's anger dissipated entirely. It turned out that she was concerned about whether his hand pained. Rather than seeking to plead on behalf of that man, Shen Ruding witnessed this scene, his eyes reddening, his teeth clenched, the veins on his forehead bulging. Miao Miao gently massaged the palm of Duan Siyi's hand, saying, resorting to violence will not resolve the issue. Since it is my matter, let me handle it in my own way, shall we? Duan Siyi acquiesced, yet a trace of displeasure still flickered in his gaze. Chu Xinyue, observing this tableau, was astonished. Her mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. How could Duan Siyi be so docile beside Miao Miao? Is this truly Duan Siyi? The contrast was striking, almost as if they were twins sharing the same visage. Miao Miao stepped forward, lowering her gaze as she approached Shen Ruding, refraining from offering him assistance. Instead, clarifying their relationship. Mr. Shen, let me reiterate, we are merely partners in a performance, nothing more. I do not harbor feelings for you. Shen Ruding's face contorted with pain, his heart unwilling to accept this. Then, do you like Duan Siyi? Miao Miao's expression faltered, her fingertips trembling momentarily. Caught off guard by the question, she was unsure why she hesitated, seemingly pondering Shen Ruding's inquiry subconsciously. Detecting her uncertainty, Shen Ruding, disregarding her predicament, chuckled. You do not like him either, do you? That implies I still have hope. No, you are mistaken, Miao Miao replied coldly. Whether he exists or not, I would never like you. Shen Ruding's voice quivered. Why? Dislike is simply dislike. There is no reason, Miao Miao mused before continuing. Moreover, you do not genuinely care for me. Her understanding was crystal clear. He merely found her attractive. Yet, affection born from mere beauty is as insubstantial as paper. In short, let's not meet again. Perhaps after some time, you will realize that your feelings for me were never profound. You simply desired to possess something beautiful. Miao Miao's clarity was remarkable. Growing up in her family environment had honed her perception, allowing her to see through the facade of others. She understood human nature and the art of deception. For instance, in the current situation, she could swiftly devise words to her advantage. As expected, Shen Ruding was left in a daze. Miao Miao's words echoed his previous thoughts, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shen Ruding fell silent, bowing his head, his demeanor radiating despondency. Miao Miao turned away, inadvertently meeting Duan Siyi's profound gaze. She realized that she was in deep trouble. Duan Siyi was no fool. On the contrary, he was astute. After all that Shen Ruding had said against her, Duan Siyi would undoubtedly become suspicious. Her careful pretense over the past few days was on the verge of unraveling. Miao Miao took a deep breath. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to swiftly devise a strategy to cope. She approached Duan Siyi, linking her arm with his, and introduced him to the other classmates watching the performance, proclaiming, "He is my boyfriend." In the realm of Jingwu, this was hardly a novel occurrence. However, the prevailing rumor among the students was that Miao Miao was being kept by Duan Siyi, rather than being in a legitimate romantic relationship. Yet, the reality of their connection appeared to be quite different from the gossip. Chu Xinyue's face turned a shade of green with anger as she observed the pair for a moment before gritting her teeth and turning back to finish her makeup. Miao Miao held Duan Siyu's hand, their fingers entwined, and said, "Let's go home." As they exited the Jingwu campus, Duan Siyu remained almost entirely silent. Miao Miao found it difficult to gauge his thoughts. It was not until a pink Porsche came to a halt before them that the silence was broken. A young woman in the driver's seat lowered the window, revealing her exquisite and noble visage. She glanced at the distinguished man outside, her red lips curling into a smile as she said, "Duan Siyu, I know you are here to attend the Jingwu anniversary celebration. I waited outside specifically for you. It's freezing. How about treating me to a meal?" Chapter 65. Why don't you trust me again? Duan Siyu's expression was icy as he contemplated for a brief moment, ready to refuse. Suddenly, the small hand in his palm withdrew. In an instant, his heart felt hollow. His gaze fell upon Miao Miao, who wore a calm expression. Her eyes cast downwards as she said, "You all continue your conversation." With that, she effortlessly hailed a passing taxi, opening the door and slipping inside without a moment's pause. Duan Siyu stood momentarily stunned, his face quickly darkening with anger. What was she doing? Eager to distance herself from him? Before he could even clarify his questions, she had already fled. Han Ning, puzzled, glanced in the direction Miao Miao had just departed. Who is she? Han Ning had noticed their close demeanor right away. Yet she still held onto the hope of hearing Duan Siyu confirm it. Without hesitation, he replied, "My girlfriend." Han Ning maintained her confident demeanor. "Girlfriend? It seems like there's some discord. Why not break up and be with me?" At that moment, a car pulled up behind Han Ning's. Meng Huai leaned out. "Young master, shall we leave? Come with me. I can take you for a spin." Duan Siyu, appearing nonchalant, replied, "Miss Han, am I not being clear enough? I have a girlfriend, and I have no intention of parting ways with her, nor am I interested in you." Han Ning let out a disheartened "oh," feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. This was her first time actively pursuing a man, and the outcome, alas. "You are so heartless," she pouted, defiantly stating, "Are you not afraid that I might have my father intervene to prevent you from registering trademarks and companies in the capital?" Duan Siyu retorted, "Miss Han seems to have misplaced her priorities. My company operates in the capital, which is beneficial rather than detrimental to this city. Do you truly believe he would jeopardize the GDP of an entire city for you? Furthermore, the business association is not dictated solely by him, should I desire it. There are ample ways to ensure he remains unsteady in his position." Han Ning felt utterly wronged, exclaiming, "Ah, you are so wicked. Fine. My father has warned me that this man is not to be trifled with. Not only does he wield immense power in Ouching, but he also holds a lofty status abroad. If he were to develop in the capital, what would become of the current Hua family?" With a raised brow, Han Ning quipped, "Then I shall pursue you again after you break up." She had little faith that that girl could remain with Duan Siyu until the end. The pink Porsche swiftly drove away. Once inside his car, Duan Siyu remained silent, his expression dark and frigid, as though he were the very incarnation of death. The surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Meng Huai, gripping the steering wheel, couldn't help but tremble. "Young master, where are we headed now?" Duan Siyu took out his phone and messaged Miao Miao. "Are you home? Why did you run off without answering my questions? Do you believe I would come to your house and catch you?" Miao Miao replied promptly, "I'm at Junhuayuan." Instantly, the warmth returned to Duan Siyu, and his expression softened from its earlier severity. He turned to Meng Huai and instructed home. Miao Miao stood anxiously at the entrance of the manor, hesitating to enter. She pondered how to confront the impending situation. Today, Shun Ruding had openly declared before Duan Siyu that she was indifferent to the women surrounding him, asserting that she did not harbor any feelings for him. Duan Siyu, plagued by jealousy, would undoubtedly remember this. Thus, when she spotted Han Ning, Miao Miao refrained from a dramatic display of jealousy. Such an outburst would appear too abrupt, too insincere, reminiscent of the saying, "There's no silver here." She needed to convey that although she was saddened and affected by the presence of women in Duan Siyu's life, she was merely pretending not to care. As long as she executed this act well, the tide might turn in her favor. Lost in thought, A blinding light pierced her eyes. The headlights were excessively bright. Despite the discomfort, Miao Miao chose not to shield her eyes, intentionally allowing the brilliance to sting her vision. The surrounding skin around her eyes ached, reddening as if she had been crying, giving her an appearance of vulnerability. Duan Siyi emerged from the car, sauntering towards her with measured steps. Miao Miao feigned wiping her eyes, pretending to be distressed. He cast a glance her way, intrigued by her demeanor. "Have you been crying?" he inquired. Miao Miao shook her head, denying it. "I thought as much," he replied. Miao Miao opened her mouth, refraining from mentioning Han Ning, and instead said, "Tonight. Must I bid you farewell for good?" Duan Siyi walked past her, heading into the manor. She stood frozen, uncertain whether to follow. Then she heard him snap his fingers, a clear indication for her to enter. As Miao Miao trailed behind Duan Siyi, her mind raced, contemplating how to speak without provoking his anger further. Unbeknownst to her, they had already reached the main building. Just as she was about to step into the hall, Duan Siyi suddenly halted. Caught off guard, Miao Miao bumped into his solid back. She paused, gazing curiously at the man who stood with his back to her. In the darkness, his tall figure seemed to meld with the night, cold and brooding. Duan Siyi turned, hands in his pockets, looking down at the girl before him. His eyes were as deep as ink, and his smile did not reach them. Miao Miao, do you truly like me? Miao Miao's fingertips curled tightly. Her throat felt inexplicably dry. Why do you doubt me again? She asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Is it merely due to a few words from others? Could you be overly sensitive? Duan Siyi smirked, leaning closer to discern the emotions flickering in her eyes. The palpable pressure between them was like a boulder pressing against her chest, inescapable. If you love me, why does my association with other women elicit no response from you? Do you even consider making space for them? He grasped her cheek with his thumb and forefinger. After watching your performance today, I realized you are indeed quite the actress. Miao Miao lowered her lashes, her voice strained. What do you want me to do? We have already parted ways. Our connection is now merely that of creditor and debtor. What right do I have to dictate how many women surround you? Tears spilled uncontrollably down her cheeks, her eyes shining with innocence and sincerity. Like the hibiscus that changes color in the afternoon, stepping into the evening, it is on the verge of wilting. Duan Siyi felt a heavy thud in his chest. He released her. I have no connection with her. Duan Siyi straightened his posture, his voice deep. Zet. Media is established in the capital and requires approval from the business association there. She is. I'm aware of her identity. No need for your introduction. Miao Miao lowered her gaze. The last time we met at the restaurant, my classmate had already introduced her to me. Like you, she hails from a prominent family. You are well matched. I dare not compare myself, nor can I show a hint of displeasure. Miao Miao appeared both humble and in pain. All I could do was calmly accept your departure to pursue someone better, without obstruction, without quarrel, without turmoil. If you are engaged or have already commenced a relationship with her, could you kindly inform me? I must withdraw. I do not wish to be a mistress. Chapter 66. Discussing this is too far. Miao Miao's principles forbade her from disrupting the families and relationships of others. She felt fortunate that when she first became involved with Duan Siyi, Han Ning had not yet appeared in his life. Duan Siyi lightly clicked his tongue, his long fingers pinching her cheek with varying pressure. Miao Miao, why don't you stop dancing and simply change your career to screenwriting? He paused for a moment, his voice tinged with a faint sense of helplessness. There is nothing between Han Ning and me, so please refrain from matchmaking us. Miao Miao replied, she likes you. There are many who harbor affection for me. By your reasoning, should I respond to each of them? Duan Siyi replied languidly, wrapping his arm around Miao Miao's waist and lowering his towering figure, enveloping her firmly in his embrace. Is this how little security you feel? Duan Siyi's fingertips brushed through her hair, strands entwining around his jade-like fingers. How much longer until you turn 20? Miao Miao's eyelashes fluttered, her heart racing, puzzled by the implication of his question. Or perhaps she dared not think in that direction. The legal age for girls to obtain a marriage certificate is now 20. Isn't it? Duan Siyi leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her neck. When the time comes, will you accompany me to get a certificate? Zhu Miao Miao's mind went blank. Disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at the man speaking before her. Was he serious? Or was she merely dreaming? Duan Siyi was a man of action. If he could not wait, he would simply take a leave from school tomorrow, and they could register their marriage in another country without issue. Zhu Miao Miao was struck like a bolt from the blue, unable to comprehend where things had gone awry. This felt akin to a fresh graduate unexpectedly landing a high-paying, easy job, raising suspicions that the counterpart might be a fraud. Zhu Miao Miao interrupted. Wait, you need to calm down. I feel like your mind isn't quite clear right now. Duan Siyi's dark eyes were profoundly intense. What is there to fear? Don't you love me? Why would you hesitate to marry me now? Or have you been deceiving me all along? Zhu Miao Miao was silent. Was Duan Siyi testing her? It seemed likely. If it weren't a test, and he genuinely intended to marry her. She hesitated. Duan Siyi wielded immense power and wealth. Being with him was no trivial matter. It was a direct ascent to the pinnacle of society. Zhu Miao Miao was not one to dismiss wealth as inconsequential. On the contrary, she cherished money dearly, having once dreamed of becoming rich to provide a good life for her grandmother. However, Duan Siyi's personality was exceedingly obsessive. What if he had tendencies toward domestic violence? Wouldn't that mean having money without the chance to enjoy it? After contemplating, Zhu Miao Miao concluded, "We have not reconciled yet. Discussing this is too far." Duan Siyi let out a low, magnetic chuckle. "Very well, then let us discuss something closer. What must you do to reconcile with me?" Zhu Miao Miao was left speechless. Had she managed to turn the situation in her favor? Duan Siyi evokes a delightful contrast, appearing both astute and easily deceived. Initially, I believed that deceiving him tonight would pose a formidable challenge, one that could even threaten my life. Yet what transpired? Was it truly this effortless? What manner of person is Duan Siyi? Zhu Miao Miao could not help but lift her gaze to scrutinize his alluring features. Why the silence? Duan Siyi's eyes burned with an intense affection. His fingers, soft and gentle, caressed the small of her back. The man's unambiguous gaze was undeniably intimidating. Zhu Miao Miao parted her lips, stammering, I shall observe your performance. Duan Siyi's expression faltered momentarily, a smile playing at his lips. Typically, he was the one assessing others, yet with Zhu Miao Miao, the roles had intriguingly reversed. "Come inside. It's cold outside," he said, taking her hand with utmost care. However, once they reached the bed, a different side of him emerged. After dinner, without a word, Duan Siyi swept her into his arms and laid her on the bed, his body propped above hers, careful not to bear down too heavily. He leaned down to kiss her neck and shoulder, the only illumination in the room emanating from a bedside lamp, casting an enchanting atmosphere that made one lose themselves. Duan Siyi lowered his gaze, his sultry voice lavishing praise upon her. "The Qi Pao is simply exquisite," particularly as she stood upon the stage, captivating everyone's attention. The looks from those around her stirred his discontent. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart that Qi Pao. Sensing his intentions, Zhu Miao Miao, entranced, restrained his hands. "This Qi Pao belongs to the school. It must be returned tomorrow. It's troublesome." "I shall compensate you," Duan Siyi replied, his hands still in motion. Zhu Miao Miao continued to resist. "No, it was custom-made. You cannot find another like it. It will be needed for future performances." Duan Siyi's breath grew heavy, and though he was displeased, his actions softened considerably, refraining from violently ripping it apart. Thus, the night unfolded in a cycle, leaving Zhu Miao Miao utterly exhausted. When she finally awoke the next day, it was already noon. That insufferable Duan Siyi had not even bothered to rouse her. She still had classes to attend. With a resigned sigh, Zhu Miao Miao retrieved her phone, intending to request leave from her teacher, only to find a message from Liang Zhenke awaiting her. Liang Zhenke informed her that the esteemed classical dancer Jiaman had praised her performance during the school celebration and inquired whether she would be interested in joining her dance troupe. Jiaman, known for her numerous accolades and contributions to classical dance, had long been Zhu Miao Miao's idol, her most cherished dancer. It was astonishing to think that Jiaman herself would request to meet her and invite her to join her troupe. Zhu Miao Miao had no reason to decline. She replied to Liang Zhenke, "Of course, no problem." The next moment, Liang Zhenke's call came through, and without hesitation, she answered. Teacher Liang, Miao Miao. I sincerely apologize on behalf of Shen Ruding, he said. Liang Zhengke felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he was the foreign aide I had invited. You put me in a difficult position yesterday. Zhu Miao Miao paused for a moment before responding. It's all right. Liang Zhengke inquired. Is your absence from school today due to something online? Something online? Zhu Miao Miao furrowed her brows. What do you mean? Liang Zhengke suggested. You can check it out for yourself later. I will send you Xin Jiamon's WeChat. You can add her and discuss it in detail. All right? Okay. After hanging up, Zhu Miao Miao was left in a state of confusion. She opened her phone and discovered that she had surged to the top of numerous media social platforms. Clips from last night's stage play had been edited and amassed millions of likes. She had truly become an overnight sensation. Furthermore, it seemed that some malicious soul had also compiled a video of Shen Ruding confessing to her. The video's immense popularity, combined with Shen Ruding's status as a rising star, naturally sparked widespread public commentary. Chapter 67. Greetings to teacher. Zhu Miao Miao's fingers danced across the comment section, discovering that netizens were remarkably level-headed, refraining from reckless criticism. This young lady is stunning. Who is she? I implore you to share her personal details. Has she debuted yet? If not, can she debut right now? I want to support her. Always thought Shen Ruding was quite handsome, but standing next to this young lady, he appears to occupy an entirely different realm. Where does he find the confidence to confess? Share half with me. She studies dance, yet her acting and appearance overshadow the entire entertainment industry. I find her figure familiar. Didn't she once trend on social media, but was later removed? It seems she was at an auction, publicly proposed to by the enigmatic heir of the Duan family. What a coincidence! The Duan family members are quite rational, let alone the heir, who wouldn't casually choose a beautiful woman to marry. Zhu Miao Miao fixated on this comment, her enchanting eyes quivering slightly. The online discourse was varied. Fortunately, that auction event was no longer searchable on the internet, as long as one did not deliberately dig. Her affairs with Duan Siyi remained largely undiscoverable. Zhu Miao Miao paid little mind to the happenings online, merely glancing through. She added Xin Jiamon to her WeChat and then changed her clothes before descending the stairs. As she stepped out of the elevator, Aunt Shen approached her. Miss Zhu, you're awake. Lunch is ready. Would you like to dine now? Zhu Miao Miao lowered her lashes, inquiring, Where is Duan Siyi? Aunt Shen replied, He has stepped out for work. The young master is quite considerate of you. He specifically instructed us not to wake you and to let you rest until you awaken naturally. Zhu Miao Miao responded, I thank him. Upon reaching the dining room, she beheld an extravagant lunch laid out before her, which prompted thoughts of her grandmother. Would she manage well on her own in her absence? Zhu Miao Miao dialed her grandmother, inquiring if she was eating properly. Her grandmother reassured her not to worry, stating that she had recovered well and was capable of cooking and doing the laundry. Zhu Miao Miao felt a sense of relief, but reminded her, Grandmother, please remember to take your medicine on time. I've been a bit busy these past few days. Lu Chunjiao replied, You focus on your matters. There is no need to fret over this old woman. I do prefer you not to be preoccupied with me while you're out. Zhu Miao Miao smiled gently, affirming with a hum. In her heart, she thought, Grandmother, I am on the verge of living the ideal life I once envisioned. From now on, no one will dare to look down upon or bully us again. While dining, Zhu Miao Miao received a friend request notification from Xin Jiamon. She clicked into Xin Jiamon's moments and spent a moment browsing. Nearly every photo was related to performances, all of which were strikingly beautiful. Now, in her 40s, Xin Jiamon bore little trace of the passage of time, exuding the same confidence and vibrancy as in her youth, perhaps even enriched by a newfound allure of maturity. Such an exceptional and dynamic individual compelled Zhu Miao Miao to aspire to her heights. Zhu Miao Miao had initially intended to message her first, but to her surprise, Xin Jiamon eagerly reached out to her first. Xin Jiamon, Miss Zhu? Zhu Miao Miao excitedly wiped her hands with a tissue and typed, Hello, teacher Xin. Xin Jiamon replied, Are you free this afternoon? Can we arrange to meet? We should discuss your joining the troupe. Stars sparkled in Zhu Miao Miao's eyes as she promptly responded, I am free indeed. Xin Jiamon then sent her a string of addresses, which was quite far from the city center, almost in the suburbs. regarding joining the troupe. Should they not meet directly at the theater where she performs? Doubts began to surface in Zhu Miao Miao's mind, yet she hesitated to question the dancer she had admired for years. As she typed, "Can't we meet in the city center?" she felt it inappropriate and deleted the message. During her moments of indecision, the other party initiated a video call. Zhu Miao Miao was taken aback, her nervousness almost causing her to fumble her phone. After calming herself, she shakily answered the call. On the other end, the beautiful face of Xin Jiaman appeared, still radiant as ever. Sitting on her sofa, she greeted Zhu Miao Miao with a warm smile and a wave. For a moment, Zhu Miao Miao forgot to breathe. Previously, she had only seen Xin Jiaman on television or in news reports. Never did she imagine they would one day communicate face-to-face via video. "Don't be nervous," Xin Jiaman reassured her. "The address I sent is my home, and it is indeed quite far from the city center. I have an engagement today and cannot make it to that part of town. Tomorrow, I will be flying to another country for a performance, so that is all right." Zhu Miao Miao replied, her anxiety evident. "I can come to you. Should I send someone to pick you up?" Xin Jiaman inquired. Zhu Miao Miao shook her head. "No, that would be too much trouble." "All right, then do come quickly, and I shall see you this afternoon." Zhu Miao Miao gave an okay gesture before ending the call, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. The prospect of joining Teacher Tsin's dance troupe was beyond her expectations. She had imagined that after the school anniversary performance, there would be a good chance of being noticed by someone influential, yet she had not anticipated such swift progress. Zhu Miao Miao decided to forego lunch entirely and took a taxi directly to the address Xin Jiaman had provided. Along the way, she received a call from Duan Siyi. Upon answering, his deep voice resonated in her ear. "I heard from Chun Sa that you left without finishing your lunch. Where are you going?" "School?" Zhu Miao Miao felt a sense of being monitored. Even Chun Sa had informed him. "I'm going to meet a teacher. She invited me to join her dance troupe after watching my performance at the anniversary." "A teacher?" Duan Siyi's curiosity piqued. "Is it a man or a woman?" "Of course, it's a woman. Do you know Xin Jiaman?" Zhu Miao Miao replied. "I don't know her. Is she meeting you alone?" he asked. "Yes," Zhu Miao Miao confirmed. "Give me the address," Duan Siyi requested bluntly. Zhu Miao Miao hesitated, her gaze narrowing slightly. "What do you need the address for?" "Once you finish, I'll come to pick you up," he stated. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Miao Miao realized that the suburbs were indeed inconvenient for taxis. Having someone to escort her back would be quite nice. She found no reason to refuse, though. It was rather far. Zhu Miao Miao sent a series of addresses to Duan Siyi on WeChat, and then cautiously inquired, "Will this disturb your work?" "Not all. I have just finished my tasks," he replied. "Then I shall take my leave," she said. And before she could fully comprehend the situation, he hastily ended the call. What just happened? Although Zhu Miao Miao felt perplexed, she dismissed her thoughts and continued on her way. Less than 2 hours later, she finally reached her destination. As she took a few steps forward, she noticed that the area was predominantly occupied by construction sites. Scarcely any completed houses stood, and those that did were freshly built, replete with formaldehyde, rendering them uninhabitable. Just as she intended to send a message to ask Xin Jiaman about her whereabouts, several footsteps approached from behind. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and just as she turned, a cloth was pressed against her nose, nearly suffocating her. Moments later, darkness enveloped her vision, and her consciousness faded away. Chapter 68, he is known for his admiration of beauty. Upon awakening once more, Zhu Miao Miao found herself imprisoned within a dim chamber, where the air was stifling and the distinction between night and day was utterly lost. Her mind, clouded and heavy, sought to retrace the events that led her to this predicament. Xin Jiaman had arranged to meet her in the outskirts, but upon arrival, she found no one awaiting her. Subsequently, in a haze, she was captured and brought to this place. Zhu Miao Miao gradually rose to her feet, surveying her surroundings. It became evident that she had been abducted. Could it be the whole family? How could Xin Jiaman possibly collaborate with the whole family in such a treacherous act? It seemed implausible. However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. She needed to devise a means of escape. As she advanced a few steps, the door suddenly swung open. The twilight outside cast a gentle light within the room. Seizing the moment, Zhu Miao Miao promptly returned to her previous position, closed her eyes, and feigned slumber. She could almost hear the sound of numerous footsteps drawing near. Then a familiar voice pierced the air. Dispose of her and discard her at the border. I do not wish to see her in any part of this country. Yes, Miss Chiao, we shall certainly see to your instructions, came the reply. What Miss Chiao? It should be Madame Duan, another voice interjected. This girl is truly beautiful, remarked a man, his words dripping with a thick Cantonese accent. Despite her closed eyes, Miao Miao recognized the speaker. Qiao Shiwero. Had she traveled to the capital solely to orchestrate this? Miao Miao was bewildered. She had not wronged her during her visit to Ouching. It was Qiao Shiwero who had sought trouble with her. No wonder Duan Siyi had warned her against sympathizing with anyone from the Duan family. Indeed, such compassion was unwarranted, for they were largely demons in disguise. Initially, Miao Miao had intended to maintain her ruse of unconsciousness to observe Qiao Shiwero's next move. However, a sudden splash of water roused her from her pretended slumber. Qiao Shiwero had deliberately doused her to awaken her. Reluctantly, Miao Miao feigned the appearance of someone just regaining consciousness, opening her eyes to meet the triumphant gaze of Qiao Shiwero. Dressed in a form-fitting black skirt, Qiao Shiwero's figure was alluring, and her features were striking. Though of similar age to Miao Miao, she appeared far more mature in this moment. Qiao Shiwero bent down, scrutinizing Miao Miao's face, and inquired, "What is it about you that captivates Siyu? What grounds does he have for his affection towards you?" Miao Miao, calm as a still pond, smiled gently. "Miss Qiao, it appears you are well." The hatred Qiao Shiwero felt towards Miao Miao's visage was palpable. How could she remain so stunning in such dire circumstances, provoking feelings of inadequacy? Like a brilliant pearl, even when tarnished, her radiance could not be concealed. The thought of Duan Siyu's tender attentions and gentle care stoked Qiao Shiwero's jealousy to the brink of madness. In a fit of rage, she produced a knife, intent on marring Miao Miao's beauty. However, a portly man intervened, his hands slick and clammy. "Let us enjoy ourselves first, then you may ruin her face," he suggested. Others chimed in, and Miao Miao's gaze fell upon the group of men before her. 1, 2, 3, 4, each possessed a rotund visage, exuding an air of age, with yellowed teeth and varying degrees of unattractiveness. They were all robust men. How much must Qiao Shiwero loathe her? Leaning languidly against the wall, Miao Miao's eyes wandered. A direct confrontation may not yield victory. Thus, she resolved to rely on her wits. Prior to this encounter, Duan Siyi had inquired about her whereabouts. He would undoubtedly investigate Xinjiaomon and discern the discrepancies in the address she had provided. Qiao Shiwero, who conspired with Xinjiaomon, would also find no respite. However, the seclusion of this location left her with no signal on her phone, rendering her incapable of seeking external assistance. Miao Miao realized she could not simply wait for Duan Siyi to locate her. She must devise a means of self-rescue. Qiao Shiwero casually remarked, "Miao Miao, now that you are in my grasp, I shall ensure your suffering. It is unfortunate that you have entangled yourself with Ayu. I warned you long ago to sever ties with him, yet you refused to listen." Miao Miao's eyes flickered with amusement as she retorted, her gaze fixed upon the envious woman before her. "Even if you were to eliminate me, others would inevitably take my place. It is simply not your destiny in this lifetime." Her tone rose playfully, for he does not regard you with any favor. Silence. Qiao Shiwero's face flushed with embarrassment, the anger of being exposed evident in her demeanor. Miao Miao, what exactly have you done? What gives you the right to captivate Ayu's attention? My worth surpasses yours. I am far more attractive. Miao Miao continued to provoke her, exuding a relaxed nonchalance, her every expression laced with flirtation. He is a connoisseur of beauty, you know. If you wish to compete, perhaps consider plastic surgery. Mimic my appearance. Where does your confidence stem from? Qiao Shiwero's fury escalated. She brandished her phone to record a video, directing her words at the four men. "What are you waiting for?" Upon hearing this, the men advanced menacingly, their hands reaching towards Miao Miao. Instantly, Qiao Shiwero lifted her phone, activating the recording function, malice gleaming in her eyes. "Miao Miao, let us see if you can still smile later." Do you truly believe that if you were sullied, you would cast even a glance your way? He would only despise you, and when your beauty is marred, you shall find no chance for redemption. Oh no, you never had any hope of redemption, for you shall never see him again in this lifetime. Xiao Shuorou's smile radiated triumph, her pride blinding her. From an early age, Zhu Miao Miao had understood that being born into poverty rendered beauty a double-edged sword. Wielded ineffectively, it could lead to a dismal fate. Thus, her beauty would serve as a weapon in her arsenal, rather than a vulnerability. She would not resign herself to fate or inaction. With a playful arch of her brow, Zhu Miao Miao refrained from resistance and addressed the men. Isn't it rather dull to proceed in such a straightforward manner? Shall we not engage in something more entertaining? The men halted their advances, curiosity piqued. What do you propose? Zhu Miao Miao tilted her head, gazing at the antiquated ceiling as if genuinely contemplating. How exquisite! The men, now utterly relaxed, could not resist leaning in for a kiss. Zhu Miao Miao swiftly repositioned herself, one leg lifted and snaring the neck of the nearest man, pressing down and twisting. A cacophony of cracking bones ensued. The man let out a harrowing scream, rolling frantically on the ground. The speed of the encounter left onlookers utterly stunned. The remaining spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. This woman? She was no pushover. The intensity of the moment ignited their excitement, prompting them to step forward eagerly. Zhu Miao Miao noticed a knife tucked at the waist of one man. She ceased her resistance, casting a flirtatious glance at the armed man. Fully aware that Xiao Shuorou was recording the scene, in a feigned, delicate tone, she cried out, "Please don't! Spare me, Wu!" The man with the knife, unable to resist the allure, chuckled heartily as he approached first. In the instant he drew near, Zhu Miao Miao swiftly seized the knife from his waist, her movements decisive and ruthless, without a hint of hesitation as she plunged it into the pulse point of his neck. Blood sprayed across Zhu Miao Miao's face, yet her eyes remained strikingly clear and resolute, enhancing her alluring beauty. The man clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground. Two down. Xiao Shuorou, capturing the scene on video, felt her hands tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 69, Miao Miao. I love you since the last encounter, when she was assaulted by Hua Chen's subordinates at the Hor residence. Zhu Miao Miao had not allowed her combat prowess to stagnate. Whether sleeping, dining, or practicing her dance routines, she diligently immersed herself in mastering a new round of martial arts, determined to avoid becoming a hapless captive in the event of another ambush. Zhu Miao Miao contemplated that relying on others for salvation paled in comparison to the power of self-redemption. She refused to be humiliated or mocked. The two remaining men no longer exuded their previous arrogance, hesitating in their steps, unwilling to advance further. A faint smile graced Zhu Miao Miao's lips, her face marked by streaks of blood, which, rather than detracting from her beauty, imbued her with an alluring madness. In one moment, her countenance was one of murderous intent. In the next, the knife she held trembled as she feigned vulnerability, whimpering softly, "Please, don't come any closer." This display invigorated the two men, who believed Zhu Miao Miao's earlier triumph over two opponents was merely a stroke of luck. However, as they approached, Zhu Miao Miao thrust the knife toward one man's chest, simultaneously delivering a swift kick to the other. What a bunch of fools! They failed to coordinate their attack, choosing instead to fall one by one. You've killed. Zhu Miao Miao, you've taken a life. As the realization dawned upon Xiao Shuorou that her entourage had been utterly decimated, her earlier confidence and pride evaporated. Yet, she persisted in recording the incident, declaring, "I have captured your crimes on video. You are doomed." Zhu Miao Miao, with her blade still stained, allowed the blood to drip steadily, yet she remained undaunted, her face betraying no hint of fear. She resembled a hunter, orchestrating her strategy with calm precision. The knife twirled gracefully at her fingertips, her expression a blend of disdain and mockery as she deliberately stepped through the crimson stains on the ground, advancing towards Xiao Shuorou. Upon reaching her, Zhu Miao Miao swatted the phone from Xiao Shuorou's grasp, halting the recording. Trembling, Xiao Shuorou's complexion turned ashen, filled with regret for not bringing additional allies to deal with this wretched woman. The thought of returning to face Duan Siyu's father without having dealt with Zhu Miao Miao loomed ominously. Even Duan Siyi would not spare her wrath. She had maneuvered into a precarious position. No, not entirely hopeless. Zhu Miao Miao had taken a life. Ha ha ha. Her hands were stained with filthy blood. She was no longer the pristine, innocent woman she once was. Duan Siyi would never look at her the same way again. Zhu Miao Miao languidly dragged her knife across Qiao Shuiro's cheek, arching an eyebrow. Miss Qiao, are you intent on ruining my face? With a bold smile, she added, what if I were to mar yours first? The metallic scent of blood was palpable to Qiao Shuiro, sending her into a panic. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her own knife and lunged desperately at Zhu Miao Miao. Intriguingly, Zhu Miao Miao did not evade the attack, allowing the blade to pierce her abdomen. Duan Siyi would come, she was certain. She intended for him to handle Qiao Shuiro. The four men believed they were justified in their actions, shielded by the notion of self-defense, untouched by the law. However, the situation was markedly different for Qiao Shuiro. Should she inflict harm upon Qiao Shuiro, or worse, take her life, the consequences would be dire. Imprisonment awaited. Thus, the matter should be entrusted to Duan Siyi. Yet, the question lingered. Would Duan Siyi protect Qiao Shuiro? If he would, Zhu Miao Miao's eyes glinted with malice, indicating her gamble had gone awry. Qiao Shuiro stood in disbelief, her gaze fixed upon the scene before her, particularly the knife embedded in Zhu Miao Miao's abdomen. Why didn't you dodge? She exclaimed, recoiling in terror. A scream escaped her lips. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a multitude rushed in. Duan Siyi, along with his subordinates. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Zhu Miao Miao collapsed to the ground in agony, the blade still lodged in her belly, crimson blood oozing forth. Duan Siyi hastened his steps, reaching Zhu Miao Miao in mere strides. His eyes narrowed, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. He swiftly gathered Zhu Miao Miao in his arms, his bloodshot gaze fixated on Qiao Shuiro, his voice laced with menace. You wish to die? Zhou Ming, accompanying Duan Siyi, exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby bodyguard, signaling them to manage the scene. He approached Duan Siyi and Zhu Miao Miao, admiringly observing the four burly men who lay incapacitated. Sister-in-law, you truly are formidable, he remarked with a smirk. Realizing her defeat, Qiao Shuiro quickly implored, Ayu. This entire scheme was orchestrated by Zhu Miao Miao. Do not be deceived by her facade. My phone recorded her crimes. Ayu, you must believe me. Zhu Miao Miao clutched Duan Siyi's arm, tears streaming down her cheeks, her lashes dampened. Ayu, what should I do? Have I committed murder? I am in so much pain. I thought I would never see you again. Am I to die, Ayu? Her trembling fingers brushed against Duan Siyi's brow. Please take care of my grandmother. I beg you. I love you. Duan Siyi held her tightly, his teeth clenched. Zhu Miao Miao. Listen to me. I will not allow you to die. You will not leave me. Not in this lifetime. He had no inclination to regard Qiao Shuiro any further. Lifting Zhu Miao Miao in his arms, his fierce gaze sweeping over Zhou Ming. Handle the situation here. I want them to vanish from this world. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Ming would have exchanged witty banter, proclaiming himself a law-abiding citizen. Yet in this moment, the long-buried hostility, bloodlust, and hatred within Duan Siyi surged forth unrestrained. Zhou Ming hesitated, glancing at the woman in Duan Siyi's embrace. She was undoubtedly the love of his life. To lose her would mean Duan Siyi could not endure. Zhou Ming's playful demeanor evaporated, replaced with solemnity. No, Ayu. Qiao Shuiro called out to Duan Siyi's retreating figure. I did not seek trouble with her. It was your father. It was Duan Jinsong, not me. He does not want you with Zhu Miao Miao, so he sent me to eliminate her. Silence. Zhou Ming kicked Qiao Shuiro, exclaiming, What are you shouting about, you fool? As they journeyed, Duan Siyi deliberately brought Yi Nanjing along. He cradled Zhu Miao Miao into the vehicle, instructing Yi Nanjing to tend to her wounds on the spot. Zhu Miao Miao, drowsily blinking her eyes, perceived the verdant forest beyond the window, a narrow path winding upwards. They were not in the outskirts. Was this atop a mountain? At this moment, they were likely far beyond the confines of the capital province. The effort Duan Siyi must have exerted to locate this place was immense, enlisting numerous individuals. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable to find her so swiftly. Nestled in Duan Siyi's embrace, Miao Miao distinctly heard the rhythmic beating of his heart. His urgency, panic, fear, and even desperation. These emotions starkly contrasted with his usual languid and carefree demeanor. It was evident that he was profoundly anxious, terrified of losing her. Miao Miao blinked in confusion, bewildered by the circumstances. Before she could ponder further, a sharp pain coursed through her abdomen, compelling her to bite down on Duan Siyi's arm. The man remained silent, allowing her to bite, occasionally patting her head to soothe her. The mountaintop twinkled with countless stars, the moonlight both grand and gentle, as a soft breeze, like silk, caressed Miao Miao's face, drifting along the Milky Way. Faintly, she heard Duan Siyi whisper in her ear, like a general defeated in battle, his voice weary and despondent. Miao Miao. I love you. Chapter 70. Miss Zhu is clearly playing with you, love? It must be love. After all, he seems so anxious for her. However, what truly concerns Miao Miao is whether he would go to such lengths as to eradicate Xiao Shuoro for her sake. Indeed, Duan Siyi's methods are ruthless. Should he decide to act, Xiao Shuoro would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. Miao Miao's eyelashes fluttered as she wore a complex expression, weakly murmuring, "Ooh, I'm here." Miao Miao fell silent. Yi Nanjing continued his work. Miss Zhu, there is no anesthetic in the medical kit. The next steps may be more painful. Please bear with it. All right. Miao Miao nodded, sweat trickling down her face. These injuries were inconsequential to her. Otherwise, she would not have intentionally allowed Xiao Shuoro to stab her. Once Yi Nanjing finished treating her wounds, Miao Miao slipped into a dazed slumber. Duan Siyi held her tightly and turned to Yi Nanjing. Yi Nanjing explained, "Young master Yu, Miss Zhu's condition is quite frail and accompanied by mild malnutrition. She has been injured frequently during this time, which has inevitably weakened her resistance. She should recover in a few hours." Indeed, Duan Siyi's expression darkened. Miao Miao was perpetually suffering by his side. Rather than endure this, it would be better to eliminate the source of trouble entirely. Zhen Weiyuan. Early morning. The outside world was shrouded in darkness. Duan Siyi stood in the corridor, his elbow casually resting on the railing, his cold and fierce brows set since his return, creating an intimidating aura. Yi Nanjing accompanied him. "Young master Yu, how do you intend to deal with Miss Qiao?" Duan Siyi replied dismissively. "Make her suffer? No, death would be too merciful. I want her to wish for death, to be flayed and tortured, to endure the utmost agony." Yi Nanjing interjected. After all, she was the most beloved woman of Qin Shu during his lifetime. Qin Shu, who had a tragic background, was orphaned and became Duan Siyi's subordinate for many years. He had died a year ago in an effort to save Duan Siyi. In life, his only concern had been for Xiao Shuoro, pleading with Duan Siyi to take good care of her. Now, although Xiao Shuoro had committed a grave mistake, the connection with Qin Shu made it rather unkind to take action against her. Does that mean Xiao Shuoro, being Qin Shu's beloved, makes Miao Miao any less my beloved? Duan Siyi laughed bitterly in anger. If I am to ignore the suffering of the one I cherish, I might as well renounce my humanity and become a beast. Yi Nanjing lowered his gaze and spoke. "Miss Zhu is injured, and I feel her pain as well. However, Xiao Shuoro brought so many people to trouble Miss Zhu, and yet Miss Zhu was only stabbed once by her, with no other injuries. Do you not find that rather suspicious?" Duan Siyi's expression remained inscrutable, calm yet devoid of emotion. So, Yi Nanjing opened his mouth, intending to assert that Miao Miao was not as uncomplicated as she appeared. Yet the words caught in his throat. It was evident that young master Yu had fallen deeply in love, and such a statement would not only be disbelieved, but would likely provoke his ire. Suddenly, a chime echoed from the elevator. Zhou Ming emerged, heading straight for Duan Siyi. "Brother Yu." Duan Yui glanced at him, expressing gratitude for today. Over the years, Duan Yui had been striving in the bustling city of Ao, rendering him unfamiliar with the terrain of the capital. Thus, investigating a person was not a swift endeavor. Thankfully, Zhou Ming lent a helping hand. Zhou Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they were like family. However, brother Yu. Zhou Ming hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Duan Yui furrowed his brow, urging him to speak. Zhou Ming revealed, in that room, I discovered Xiao Shiwero's phone. I also managed to find a professional to unlock it, and there is a video. A video? Zhou Ming handed the phone to him. You should see it for yourself. The glimmering depths of Duan Yui's eyes darkened as he accepted the phone and played the video. Four men attempted to harm Zhu Miao Miao. Yet, one by one, they met their demise. Zhu Miao Miao evidently possessed skill. Her movements were swift, decisive, and executed with precision. It could be asserted that, even if Duan Yui had not come to her aid today, she would have escaped unscathed. The video concluded with Zhu Miao Miao approaching Xiao Shiwero, just as the phone clattered to the ground. The girl depicted in the video was fierce and resolute, even bloodied with rage. There was not a trace of frailty to be found. Between Xiao Shiwero and Zhu Miao Miao, if one must be harmed, it should have been Xiao Shiwero, not Zhu Miao Miao. Zhou Ming noted the increasingly grave expression on Duan Yui's face and awkwardly touched his nose, attempting a smile. Sister-in-law is quite formidable. The four men survived. As killing in the capital was indeed perilous, but rest assured, their lives would resemble death. I have cast them to the border, rendering them permanent outlaws, unable to return to the mainland. As for Xiao Shiwero, how do you intend to handle her? Duan Yui remained calm and composed, stating, she, along with Duan Jinsong, must perish. My goodness, Xiao Shiwero must be spared. He even contemplated patricide? Zhu Miao Miao held an exceedingly high significance in his heart. Moreover, the Xiao Shiwero in the video possessed no capacity to harm Zhu Miao Miao. Zhu Miao Miao had evidently allowed Xiao Shiwero to wound her intentionally. What was her motive? Zhou Ming's mind struggled to grasp the situation. Nevertheless, in any case, Xiao Shiwero was not innocent. Even if she were to die, it would be due to her own actions, deserving of her fate. Those surrounding Duan Yui were all astute individuals, particularly Yi Nanjing. He could not help but interject, carefully articulating his analysis. Master Yu, it is evident that Miss Zhu is playing you. Her cunning is beyond our comprehension. Even if Miss Zhu were to kill those men, it would be deemed justifiable self-defense, but Miss Xiao is different. Miss Zhu is aware that killing Miss Xiao is a crime. Thus, she seeks to use your hand. Upon hearing this, Duan Yui let out a light scoff, the corners of his enchanting eyes lifting slightly. Use my hand. After a brief pause, he resolutely declared, then let her use it. Even if Zhu Miao Miao had not endured that knife, he would not easily let Xiao Shiwero off the hook. At Duan Yui's words, Yi Nanjing and Zhou Ming exchanged bewildered glances. Duan Yui was undeniably a rational and intelligent man. Why would he willingly allow a woman to toy with him and exploit him? Zhu Miao Miao was truly extraordinary. Duan Siyi sat by the bedside, vigilantly watching over Zhu Miao Miao throughout the entire night. His fingers clasped tightly around her hand, unwilling to release it, fearing that if he did, she would vanish from his sight. Upon learning that Zhu Miao Miao had gone to meet Sinjiamon, he immediately dispatched someone to investigate this individual, discovering that she was indeed an international dancer. Initially, he had not sensed any cause for concern, nor could he have imagined hindering Zhu Miao Miao from pursuing her dreams. It was only after Meng Huai uncovered that Sinjiamon had met with the Duan family shortly after the school celebration that he began to realize something was amiss. He nearly exhausted all his connections in the capital to locate Zhu Miao Miao, and fortunately, he found her. When Zhu Miao Miao awakened once more, the daylight outside was bright and illuminating. She noticed the man who had kept his vigil by her bedside, having not closed his eyes all night. His elongated eyes bore signs of fatigue, with faint dark circles beneath them. Chapter 71. Submitting to me is feudal. Zhu Miao Miao felt a persistent pain in her abdomen. She yearned to sit up straight, yet found herself devoid of strength. Upon noticing her wakefulness, Duan Siyi promptly approached to assist her, tenderly placing a pillow against her back. Zhu Miao Miao's gaze flickered, her emotions complex as she regarded the man before her. What were his intentions regarding Xiao Shiwero? Duan Siyi resumed his previous position, his fingers idly toying with his phone as he sent a text to Aunt Shun, requesting a bowl of congee be brought to him. Soon, the door creaked open, and Aunt Shun entered with the kanji, handing it to Duan Siyi before swiftly retreating, as if he were a fearsome figure akin to the king of the underworld. Miao Miao's lashes trembled slightly. Indeed, within the entire estate, no one dared to defy him, particularly at this moment when his mood appeared quite grim. She could not fathom why she had awakened. His demeanor remained oppressively low. Could it be that he had discerned her thoughts? It was highly probable. After all, he was no fool. Such juvenile tactics could hardly elude his perception. This injury, it seemed, was destined to be in vain. Duan Siyi was unlikely to take action against Xiao Shiwero. As Miao Miao's thoughts spiraled, Duan Siyi scooped a spoonful of kanji, gently blowing on it before offering it to her lips. He had never served anyone before. The patience he possessed in this lifetime was solely reserved for Miao Miao. Not even his mother had received such treatment. Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the man whose eyes remained as dark as ink, instilling an unsettling sensation within her. Lowering her eyelids, she obediently opened her mouth, consuming the kanji he fed her. It was warm, yet not excessively so, devoid of flavor. The liquid food was not particularly palatable. Though her mind brimmed with complaints, she complied, opening her mouth time and again until the bowl was emptied. Throughout, the man remained silent, leaving Miao Miao uncertain of his thoughts. Yet, an instinctive feeling whispered to her that a storm was imminent, placing her in a precarious situation. Just as she pondered how to broach a conversation, he spoke first, his tone languid and unhurried. "You shall remain in Junwa Garden from now on. Do not venture elsewhere. Stay forever by my side, confined within my domain." Miao Miao was taken aback, never anticipating Duan Siyi would utter such words. The situation was gradually spiraling out of control, feeling decidedly amiss. "As for your grandmother, I have already dispatched a caretaker to attend to her. Regarding your school," Duan Siyi smirked, enunciating each word with deliberation, "I have arranged for you to take an extended leave." Miao Miao's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling. "Duan Siyi, are you attempting to restrict my freedom? On what grounds?" Duan Siyi replied, "Otherwise, shall I allow you to fall into danger again?" In that critical moment between life and death, he realized he had irrevocably fallen in love with Miao Miao. Thus, he could not bear the risk of losing her. In light of this, he resolved to be selfish, keeping her perpetually under his watchful gaze, ensuring his own sense of security. It was rather agreeable, was it not? After all, she loved him too, and they could remain inseparable each day. Life is, in all likelihood, far from monotonous. Miao Miao expressed, "If you truly wish to shield me from peril, you ought to confront those who pose a threat to my safety, rather than confining my existence. What you deem protection is, in fact, imprisonment. Do you comprehend the essence of confinement?" Duan Siyi's index finger brushed against the corner of Miao Miao's lips, his enchanting gaze captivating her very soul. "Hush," he murmured, his tone rising gently. "Rest assured, I shall not let those who create danger escape unscathed. However, to prevent you from encountering further threats, it would be prudent for you to remain here." His finger, which had lingered on her lips, gradually moved to caress her temple softly. "Be good. I shall not be deceived again." Miao Miao's eyes reddened slightly, her spirit dampened. "I promise from now on, I will inform you of anyone I meet, all right? You, I cannot remain in this place indefinitely. It would drive me to madness. Your submission is futile." Duan Siyi chuckled lightly. "First, let me elucidate the video." He retrieved Xiao Shiwero's phone, casually opening the footage recorded the previous day in the dim room, and handed it to Miao Miao. "She harmed you, and you did not evade her. Did you deliberately allow her to injure you, thinking that only through your suffering would I confront her? You have misunderstood me gravely, my dear. The moment she conceived the thought of harming you, her life began its countdown. Therefore, there was no need for you to perform this charade. Since you have viewed the video, you should know that no one can easily inflict harm upon me." Miao Miao grasped Duan Siyi's hand, trying to soothe him. "Please, do not confine me, all right? That is not an option." Duan Siyi rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing the curtains shut. Soon, the room was engulfed in darkness, as if the world had succumbed to a shadowy gloom. Miao Miao lifted her gaze to meet his. His striking features were sharp and cold, his voice low and commanding. Rest assured, do not entertain thoughts of leaving. Zhu Miao Miao opened her mouth, intending to speak further, yet Duan Siyi did not grant her the opportunity. With long strides, he exited the room. It was over. She recognized the seriousness in Duan Siyi's demeanor. He genuinely intended to confine her indefinitely. What is this? A game of forced affection? Zhu Miao Miao, her abdomen wrapped in bandages, found herself unable to rise from the bed. After searching extensively, she finally located her phone, charged it, and was met with startling news. Sinjiaman retires, no longer serving as principal dancer of classical dance. Sinjiaman is a quintessential figure of this era in classical dance, having dedicated her life to her craft. Did her retirement have anything to do with yesterday's events? Zhu Miao Miao opened WeChat, discovering multiple messages from Sinjiaman. I'm sorry, dear. The Duan family has threatened my family, and I had no choice but to comply. I am merely an ordinary person who loves to dance, unable to withstand the Duan family's influence. I deeply regret leading you into danger. Moreover, you possess remarkable dancing talent. After witnessing your performance at the school anniversary, I truly wish to invite you into my dance troupe, but I never anticipated that the Duan family would come knocking. I have ventured abroad, never to return, and I hope that one day I shall witness your brilliance upon the stage, wishing you boundless prospects. This heartfelt sentiment from Sinjiaman is indeed sincere, yet it cannot obscure the reality of her deception and the pain she has endured. While she can empathize with Sinjiaman's actions taken to protect her family, she finds herself unable to forgive from her own perspective, for she is the true victim. Zhu Miao Miao chose not to respond, opting instead to block him. In the evening, Yi Nanjing arrived punctually to check Zhu Miao Miao's temperature, safeguarding her from infection. Duan Siyi languidly reclined on the sofa, perusing the newspaper with his long legs crossed in a relaxed manner. After taking her temperature, Yi Nanjing departed, leaving Zhu Miao Miao alone with Duan Siyi in the room. The atmosphere was serene, so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping on the floor seemed audible. Upon noticing Duan Siyi rising and leisurely approaching her, Zhu Miao Miao hastily covered her head with the blanket, adopting a demeanor of disinterest towards him. Chapter 72. The Meaning of Your Existence. Undoubtedly, it is to love me. Duan Siyi's body froze momentarily. Without hesitation, he reached out and pulled aside her blanket. Zhu Miao Miao's strength was insufficient against him, leaving her helplessly watching as the cover was lifted. She was taken aback for a moment, then turned away, feeling wronged, her back facing him, spoiled by his affection. Duan Siyi was unaccustomed to this behavior from her. Previously, she would snuggle up to him, calling him brother, rather than exhibiting such indifference. Zhu Miao Miao sensed a slight indentation on the other side of the bed. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself enveloped in Duan Siyi's embrace. A warmth spread across her abdomen as his palm, resting over her bandaged wound, inquired softly, "Does it hurt?" His tone carried an inexplicable coaxing quality. Zhu Miao Miao found it difficult to decipher Duan Siyi's thoughts, yet at that moment, all she wanted was to sulk and ignore him. Duan Siyi took a step back. "If you dislike Junwei Yuan, we can relocate. To a foreign country? An island? Anything you wish." Zhu Miao Miao remained silent. Suddenly, the weighty sound of his breath brushed against her ear, igniting a tingling sensation. She could sense his anger brewing. Duan Siyi turned her face toward him, his gaze direct yet languid, reminiscent of a bewitched monarch. "Are you mute?" His deep, shadowy eyes held a cold and dangerous glint. Zhu Miao Miao lowered her eyelids, unable to meet his gaze. She was acutely aware of her current lack of appreciation for her situation. However, all matters were negotiable, except for this one. Freedom is the most precious treasure in a person's life, far surpassing wealth and love. To be confined in this small world, stripped of one's value and significance, how tragic. Yet, she owed Duan Siyi a debt she could neither define nor repay. Duan Siyi chuckled in exasperation. "Is it so difficult to stay by my side? Did you not claim to like him? If you truly care for him, why not remain with him? Or are you deceiving me? Are you a liar?" Zhu Miao Miao took a deep breath and replied, "I am a free individual, Duan Siyi. If I were to act like a marionette, devoid of my own thoughts, utterly useless, clinging to you every day, then what would be the meaning of my existence? Your existence, Duan Siyi scoffed lightly, is undoubtedly to love me. Duan Siyi had lost his mind? Was his sanity in question? It seemed that ever since he witnessed her injury, all his actions had taken on an almost inhumane quality. Was he triggered? Why was he behaving this way? Duan Siyi, seemingly indifferent, remarked, the Z. Media project has already commenced, and it is under your name. You are not without merit. You will be the owner of this company in the future. I did not consent. Your consent is unnecessary. Duan Siyi's obstinacy was terrifying. If you find it dull, I can hire a multitude of friends to chat and gossip with you daily. Do you think this would leave me with any semblance of a living spirit? Miao Miao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart heavy with confusion over Duan Siyi's sudden transformation. His change was utterly unforeseen. Duan Siyi pressed a gentle kiss to her earlobe, whispering, "It will come, just as it does when we are together." What a treacherous utterance! Miao Miao felt a profound despair. Her eyes were vacant, and her spirit diminished, sinking into despondency until the ringing of her phone interrupted her reverie. It was a call from her grandmother. After a moment of hesitation, Miao Miao answered in the presence of Duan Siyi. Soon, her grandmother's frail voice echoed from the other end. "Miao Miao, have you eaten?" Upon hearing her grandmother's voice, tears nearly brimmed in Miao Miao's eyes. "I have eaten," she replied. Lu Chunjiao said, "Do not let Xiaoyu spend too much. He even hired 2 caregivers for me. I can take care of myself. Now that you two have reconciled, focus on nurturing your relationship without worrying about me." Miao Miao was taken aback. Gripping her phone tightly, Lu Chunjiao continued, "I hear you are now living at Xiaoyu's home, correct? I am not an old-fashioned person. Cohabitation is acceptable, but you are still young. Do not rush into having children. Youth is precious." Miao Miao shot a glare at Duan Siyi. He had indeed informed her grandmother of their cohabitation, effectively cutting off her retreat. Wishing to alleviate her grandmother's concerns, Miao Miao softly responded with an affirmative. "Grandma, the caregivers Duan Siyi arranged for you are as good intentions. Please do not refuse them. I cannot return home for now." Since Duan Siyi had arranged for someone to care for her grandmother, she could not decline. Her grandmother needed assistance, and she required constant awareness of her grandmother's situation. Lu Chunjiao responded this. Suddenly, Duan Siyi interjected, "Grandma, you may utilize the caregivers as you see fit. Should you find them unsatisfactory, please let me know, and I will arrange for a different set." His words caught both Miao Miao and Lu Chunjiao by surprise. Miao Miao elbowed Duan Siyi discreetly, signaling him to remain silent. Lu Chunjiao, taken aback by Duan Siyi's presence beside Miao Miao, quickly regained her composure, smiling as she said, "Very well, I shall not intrude any longer. I will hang up now." The line soon filled with the sound of a busy signal. Miao Miao remarked, "That was rather abrupt." It seemed as though her grandmother feared interrupting the budding connection between Miao Miao and Duan Siyi. It was evident that Lu Chunjiao was indeed pleased with Duan Siyi. In this world where beauty equates to virtue, Duan Siyi had won her grandmother's approval solely based on his looks. Miao Miao placed her phone back down and closed her eyes. "Duan Siyi, do you truly intend to confine me for a lifetime? I have said, wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you." Duan Siyi kissed her, stipulating that she must not leave his sight. It was then that Miao Miao realized that the Duan Siyi she once knew was merely the tip of the iceberg. At his core, Duan Siyi was an extreme and obsessive individual. Should he develop an affection for an object, he would possess it fiercely, denying anyone the chance to desecrate it. If someone dared to defile it, he would eradicate both the offender and the object in question. Terrifying indeed. Miao Miao's eyes shimmered. Did she still have a chance for redemption? It seemed unlikely. In Duan Siyi's presence, she appeared to be the orchestrator of their relationship. Yet Duan Siyi was the one in control. He held dominion over her. Only he possessed the authority to bring an end to their affair, while she had no right to refuse. Miao Miao stared blankly at the ceiling, overwhelmed by a sense of inevitability. Must she resign herself to such fate? In the following week, Miao Miao made a remarkable recovery. The wound itself was not particularly deep, and she had been treated with the finest medicine. It was likely that, in due time, no scar would remain. Zhu Miao Miao had been confined to her room for many days, and at last, she had the opportunity to rise and walk about. However, upon descending the stairs, she was met with numerous gazes fixed upon her. She understood that, even in Duan Siyu's absence, she was inextricably bound to Zhun Weiyuan. Zhu Miao Miao forced a smile as she gazed at the sunlight outside. She stepped out of the main building, and as she traversed the path, every servant's eyes lingered on her, as if fearing her escape. Zhu Miao Miao veered towards the side courtyard, inexplicably drawn to see Duan Siyu's mother. Upon entering the side hall, she beheld Madame Duan arranging flowers. Her breathtaking beauty was of such a caliber that it elicited immediate admiration. With such a visage, it was hard to fathom being forsaken. Madame Duan's hair was neatly styled, a stark contrast to the previous disarray, exuding a gentle charm. Despite the passage of time, her distinctive aura remained utterly captivating. It was no wonder that Duan Siyi also belonged to the realm of stunning beauty. "Miss Zhu, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a voice summoned from behind, belonging to Yi Nanjing. Chapter 73. Reasoned and logical. Yi Nanjing approached her side, casting a sidelong glance. "This is not a place for you to be." Zhu Miao Miao inhaled deeply. "How is she?" This she referred to Duan Siyu's mother. Yi Nanjing replied in a neutral tone, "She is well. And perhaps it won't be long before she returns to normal." "And what happens after she returns to normal?" "That is not a concern for Miss Zhu." Yi Nanjing smiled, gesturing for her to leave. "If you have no further business, you may take your leave." Dr. Yi, Zhu Miao Miao, was a person of keen perception, swiftly concluding, "You dislike me, do you not?" "Why is that?" They had previously interacted amicably, had they not? Zhu Miao Miao was not particularly bothered by Yi Nanjing's sentiments. She was merely curious about the reason for such unwarranted disdain. Perhaps it would aid her departure from this place. "Miss Zhu, you think too much," Yi Nanjing replied politely. "Dr. Yi, if I have erred in any way, please feel free to point out." Yi Nanjing tilted her head in confusion. "Do you care about the opinions of outsiders?" "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing of consequence," Yi Nanjing chuckled lightly. "However, I advise you to be cautious. Do not let matters slip from your grasp. Lord Yu is neither as foolish as you presume, nor as easily manipulated." Yi Nanjing's words were rather nonsensical. Zhu Miao Miao had never regarded Duan Siyi as foolish and was well aware that he could not be easily controlled. "Dr. Yi," Yi Nanjing interjected, "in recent days, Lord Yu's first act upon returning to Ao City was to cleanse the internal factions of his family, eliminating even the slightest hint of power from the collateral branches. All of the concubines his father had previously maintained have been dismissed. He even personally admitted his father to a psychiatric institution. Do you comprehend the implications of this for a family as vast as the Duan clan? Throughout history, no family or royal lineage has ever witnessed such a case. Especially considering that his father is a sane man, it is unlikely he will survive long in such a place. All for the sake of a woman. Lord Yu has forsaken even his own father. If this continues, he may even disregard his mother in the side courtyard." When Zhu Miao Miao was absent, Lord Yu would daily inquire about his mother's condition. However, it had been quite some time since he last asked. It seemed that in Lord Yu's eyes, only Zhu Miao Miao remained. This was not a favorable situation. Moreover, based on her observations over time, Yi Nanjing had already altered her initial perception of Zhu Miao Miao. An observer sees clearly. He could tell that Zhu Miao Miao did not harbor genuine affection for Lord Yu. Rather, she seemed to be exploiting the situation to her advantage. And Xiao Shuero? Zhu Miao Miao's expression remained impassive, her concerns solely directed towards this matter. The fate of Duan Siyu's father held no significance for her. She was only interested in Xiao Shuero. Yi Nanjing's expression darkened, her gaze icy. Miss Xiao is incapacitated, subjected to torment day and night within the Duan estate. Her fate will be no different from that of the third concubine. Zhu Miao Miao showed no signs of disturbance. That was for the best. It appears that Duan Siyi was fully aware of her intentions, yet still assisted her in dealing with Xiao Shuero. How satisfying. Do you know the identity of Xiao Shuero? Yi Nanjing remarked coldly. She was once the girlfriend of her former boyfriend, who saved Lord Yu's life. I'm aware. Yin and Jean continued. Her boyfriend, named Qin Shu, met a tragic end, riddled with bullets. There were over a dozen extracted from his body, and all his veins were ruptured. Those injuries were sustained in his attempt to save Lord Yu. Had it not been for him, it would have been Lord Yu who perished. Lord Yu regarded him as a brother and even erected a tombstone in his honor, grieving for a protracted period. Zhu Miao Miao inquired, so what? Yinan, Rin Ripiet. Xiao Shuiro was the love of Qin Shu's life. Do you understand the depth of that love? Until his dying breath, he urged Lord Yu to take good care of her. Yet now, Lord Yu's actions on your behalf have ensnared him in a web of disloyalty. Zhu Miao Miao responded with a placid, oh. Yin and Jean, astonished, asked, do you not feel the slightest bit of guilt? What does it have to do with me? Zhu Miao Miao retorted, confused. Isn't it Xiao Shuiro who brought this upon herself? At that time, she saw my life, even going so far as to hire men to humiliate me, attempting to force me into a wretched existence. Is that not correct? Yin and Jean faltered, but you retaliated. Did you not? Zhu Miao Miao nodded. Indeed, I did retaliate, but what if I had lacked the capability to do so? Surely, I cannot be deemed guilty simply because someone attempted to take my life and I narrowly escaped. Her reasoning was sound, her logic impeccable, rendering any rebuttal impossible. Is this the type of emotionless, self-serving woman Lord Yu favors? Yin and Jin's gaze deepened. You do not genuinely care for Lord Yu, do you? I do. Zhu Miao Miao replied decisively. Even in such circumstances, she would not allow Yin and Jin to find a weakness to exploit. Yin and Jin chuckled. Miss Zhu, you truly leave no room for error. However, do not revel in your triumph too soon, for you may find that escaping Lord Yu's grasp will not be a future possibility. He, much like his mother, is a maniac when it comes to matters of the heart. Yin and Jin's words lingered in her ears as Zhu Miao Miao vacantly returned to the main building. Curling up on the sofa, she remained in that position until darkness fell, her posture unchanging. Eventually, someone came to find her, a hurried middle-aged woman, who introduced herself as the caretaker of Lu Chunjiao. Zhu Miao Miao, dazed, with hollow eyes, finally reacted. She hurriedly rose from the sofa and approached the middle-aged woman, inquiring about the matter. The woman replied, it is Miss Hua. She somehow found that alley and brought a throng of people with her, resembling a bandit as she sought trouble with Lu Chunjiao's granddaughter. Lu Chunjiao exchanged a few words but was then assaulted by the group. Miss Hua even taunted her. Zhu Miao Miao's body stiffened, her eyes widening in shock, her chest tightening with pain as she finally regained her voice. What has happened to my grandmother? The middle-aged woman replied. She is currently in the hospital. The critical illness notice has been issued. One wave of calamity has not yet subsided when another arises. Zhu Miao Miao feels a shiver run down her spine, accompanied by a ringing in her ears. Why, oh why? Does suffering seem to seek them out? Initially, all she desired was to cure her grandmother's ailment, to ensure that both she and her grandmother could lead a life akin to that of ordinary individuals. How did it come to this? Everything is in disarray, utterly chaotic. Zhu Miao Miao scarcely has time to mourn. This is not the moment for sorrow. She must leave. As she attempts to exit, a group of individuals stationed at the door obstruct her path. They speak. Miss Zhu, Master Yu has instructed that you cannot leave the estate without his permission. Trembling, Zhu Miao Miao takes out her phone, poised to send a message to Duan Siyi, only to find that Duan Siyi has already returned. Upon seeing Zhu Miao Miao's pallid face, devoid of color, he strides to her side, furrowing his brow in concern. What has occurred? Chapter 74. She is his calamity. Zhu Miao Miao recounted the events to Duan Siyi, who furrowed his brows slightly. He personally accompanied her to the hospital. In the cool corridor of the emergency room, Zhu Miao Miao spotted Fu Lan, whom she had not seen in a long time. Her fists involuntarily clenched. What are you doing here? Where's Hu Yuan? Did something happen that you need to shield her from the consequences? Zhu Miao Miao approached Fu Lan, her voice filled with anger. Fu Lan cast a glance at Zhu Miao Miao and the distinguished Duan Siyi by her side, her expression cooling momentarily before returning to normal. With a tone of earnest gravity, Fu Lan remarked, Yuan did not act with ill intent. You must understand that she lost her composure because you took her man. Yuan has known you for many years and has harbored feelings for him for just as long. Your sudden appearance disrupted their relationship, and naturally, she felt discomfort. Her target was never your grandmother, but you. Your actions have implicated your grandmother. Ah, the classic victim blaming, is it? Miao Miao struggled to adjust her emotions multiple times, yet she found herself unable to do so. Hatred coursed through her veins, a desire to eliminate Hui Yuan, Fu Lan, and the entire Hua family. Aunt, I believe you are mistaken, Duan Siyi interjected casually. I am not well acquainted with Miss Hua, and it is not accurate to say that I have disrupted anything. Fu Lan replied, let us not forget that you were raised in the Hua family. Before Miao Miao appeared, you shared a close bond with the siblings. Remember, your rise to your current position was also aided by Chun. His help is tantamount to the Hua family's assistance, and you should bear some gratitude for that. Fu Lan's words were a blatant warning to Duan Siyi, not to side with Miao Miao. Miao Miao felt unfazed, yet her heart ached. Tears welled in her eyes as she pointed towards the emergency room door, exclaiming, Fu Lan, lying inside, is your own mother. How could you be so heartless? She stepped forward, grasping Fu Lan's collar, her cold gaze shimmering with unshed tears, yet her spirit remained unyielding. What is your worth? You abandoned our entire family for wealth and status, only to stand here with an air of superiority. Do you really believe the whole family holds you in esteem? You are mistaken. You will forever be a mere shadow trailing behind those siblings, nothing more than a lapdog. Your designer clothes and jewelry cannot conceal the truth of your hollow existence. Miao Miao's words left Fu Lan momentarily stunned, disbelief widening her eyes. She found herself at a loss for a retort, yet she refused to endure such humiliation, her expression darkening. How could I have given birth to such an ungracious daughter? Miao Miao laughed maniacally, her voice shrill and piercing. Indeed, you are the one who bore me. Disappointed? You must bear it, for your days of ease are over. Fu Lan retorted, Over? Do you truly believe Duan Siyi can assist you? The Hua family, the wealthiest in the capital, is not as easy to confront as you imagine. She pushed aside Miao Miao, adjusted her collar, and said, Your grandmother's injuries are severe. Even if she miraculously survives, she would be in a vegetative state. It would be better to let her rest in peace. Fu Lan departed. Miao Miao's eyes glistened with tears, her demeanor dull and apathetic. Duan Siyi lowered his gaze, standing beside Miao Miao, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. In a deep voice, he reassured her, Everything will be all right, Miao Miao. I will summon the best doctors. Miao Miao interrupted him, her voice icy. Let us get engaged. Duan Siyi's brows furrowed, his body momentarily stunned. What? Miao Miao's tone remained flat. I want the grandest engagement banquet in the city. All right, Duan Siyi replied, not inquiring further. Miao Miao cast a surprised glance at him before continuing. Please invite the whole family. Understood, he affirmed. In that moment, Miao Miao became utterly convinced that Duan Siyi was in love with her, an affection profound and devoid of reason. She pondered whether, if she handed him a knife and urged him to end his life, he would comply without hesitation. Initially, they had both been using one another, had they not? In the end, it was she who was left heartbroken. Miao Miao gazed at the lights illuminating the emergency room, her vision hazy and blurred. Her throat tightened, as if constricted by a breath that could neither be swallowed nor released. Her mind, eyes, and body felt unbearably heavy. I have forgotten all memories before the age of 3, Miao Miao suddenly spoke, recalling faintly her time in kindergarten, when she had no parents and was bullied by her peers. Her grandmother would always be the first to rush to her side, scaring off those children. She had no grandfather, and thus her grandmother, having passed her 50s, had to assume both parental roles. On Children's Day, when all the girls in her class donned beautiful princess dresses for a performance, she could not afford a costume due to her family's financial constraints, and the school did not allow her to participate. Her grandmother, aware of her passion for dance, pleaded with the school for a long time, promising to make up for the cost of the dance attire. It was then that she received her very first princess dress, a garment that, for others, was a mere expense, but for her family, a luxurious treasure. After that day, her grandmother toiled for several nights, crafting handmade items to repay the cost of that dress. Miao Miao always felt fortunate, for no matter what she wished to pursue, her grandmother would wholeheartedly support her. While her grandmother admired her strength, Miao Miao believed her grandmother to be the stronger of the two. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden, her nose and eyes stinging with sorrow. Indeed, my grandmother and I have always strived diligently to live, never harming others. Why have we come to this? Perhaps from the very beginning, it was a deadlock. Approaching Duan Siyi was a deadlock, while avoiding him remained a deadlock as well. She maneuvered among the powerful, inadvertently bringing harm to her grandmother. What should I do? Miao Miao pressed her hand to her chest. I cannot. Without my grandmother. Duan Siyi embraced Miao Miao, soothing her. Your grandmother is still here. And so am I. Miao Miao nestled into Duan Siyi's embrace, inquiring softly, So, Ayu, no matter what I do, will you always support me? Duan Siyi replied resolutely. Indeed, I shall, even if I were to be deemed a villain. I am no hero either. He added, we make a perfect pair. Good or bad. As long as there is love, that suffices. Duan Siyi could not fathom the depths of his own obsession, yet perhaps it had taken root long ago. The image of that ambitious and beautiful girl had been etched into his mind like a brand. Ever since he first laid eyes on her in the materials provided by Hua Chun. This is why he recognized her instantly at the casino and rescued her. Throughout their encounters, he was acutely aware of the deception and lies that cloaked her, yet he remained willingly ensnared in her web. She was his affliction, yet also felt like a divine blessing. The lights in the emergency room dimmed as Lu Chunjiao was wheeled into the ICU. The doctor advised Miao Miao to brace herself psychologically, due to a concussion compounded by severe trauma. It was possible that she might remain in a vegetative state for the rest of her life, reliant on machines for survival. The likelihood of her awakening was exceedingly slim. Furthermore, the patient, lying in the bed surrounded by tubes, endured immense suffering, for her consciousness remained intact even as her body lay immobile. Upon learning this, Miao Miao did not weep bitterly, nor did she succumb to despair. Instead, she promptly urged Duan Siyi to make arrangements for their engagement banquet. Chapter 75. Ruthless admiration. The engagement ceremony was arranged with the utmost grandeur. Miao Miao wished to hold it on a luxurious cruise ship, believing it to be romantic. Duan Siyi readily agreed. His execution was efficient. He immediately made the necessary arrangements. Miao Miao requested that Duan Siyi invite all the prominent figures, including entertainment reporters, to attend. Despite his usual low profile, Duan Siyi nodded in acquiescence. Miao Miao did not linger in the ICU. Instead, she returned to Zhen Huayuan to select the style of her engagement dress. Sitting on the sofa, she held a tablet, her fingers delicately tapping as she perused the options. Miss Zhu, you truly possess remarkable capabilities, a displeased voice interrupted her. Miao Miao paused, her fingers hovering over the tablet, as she lazily lifted her gaze to meet Yi Nanjin's furious eyes. His face was marred with contempt and disdain. Your grandmother lies in the hospital, her fate uncertain, and you still have the audacity to busy yourself with wedding plans. Miss Zhu, how ruthless you are, I admire that. From Yi Nanjin's perspective, his words were entirely justified. As an observer, he was astute enough to discern that Miao Miao's every action seemed merely a means to exploit Duan Siyi. Yet so what? Miao Miao smirked, unfazed. Dr. Yi, perhaps you should show some respect. Have you not heard that there is a distinction between master and servant? Soon, I shall be the young mistress of the Duan family, the wife of Duan Siyi. Before speaking, you would do well to consider your own worth. Yi Nanjin opened his mouth, momentarily struck speechless by her retort. After a considerable pause, his face flushed as he finally managed to utter, Master Duan will one day see through your facade. A ripple of intrigue flickered in Miao Miao's captivating eyes. That day would not be far off. She tightened her grip on the tablet, her breathing shifting from heavy to light. On a spring evening, Miao Miao sat on the balcony, her demeanor serene as she gazed at the landscape beyond. This estate, a towering edifice, offered a sweeping view of much of the city's splendor. Suddenly, she felt akin to a bird trapped in a cage, suspended at the highest point. Though she could see the beauty of the sky, she found herself unable to escape the confines of her prison. It was as if an invisible shackle held her captive. The door to her room swung open from the outside. Miao Miao recognized it was Duan Siyi. She composed herself, rising to return indoors. As she turned, she collided with Duan Siyi's cool embrace. The familiar scent of cedar and sandalwood enveloped her, now lacking the trace of tobacco, more pleasant than before. His arms were particularly warm and inviting. Duan Siyi's palm gently rested atop her head, tousling her hair with a tone tinged with affection. "What are you doing? Being so careless?" Miao Miao nestled against his chest. "I knew you were back. I couldn't contain my excitement." A low, magnetic chuckle escaped Duan Siyi's throat. "That's fine." A gentle breeze wafted onto the balcony, carrying a hint of chill. Yet, nestled in Duan Siyi's embrace, felt remarkably warm and comfortable. Perhaps Miao Miao herself had yet to realize how much she cherished this sensation. "How long will you hold me like this?" Duan Siyi lowered his slender eyelids. A wicked smile curving his lips, enchanting and irresistible. Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback, just as she was about to withdraw from his embrace. Yet, he tightened his hold around her. Her head rested against his chest, feeling the strength of his lean muscles through the fabric of his shirt. Miao Miao thought to herself, "Aren't you the one who said no hugging?" Duan Siyi, with one arm around her waist and the other gently tousling her hair, spoke in a calm and measured tone. "You embraced me, so I must reciprocate. It is only fair and just." How prideful and infuriating. Miao Miao's breath deepened as she allowed him to hold her. After a minute or two, Duan Siyi finally led her back to the room. Previously, this moment might have culminated in a kiss, perhaps even leading to more intimate encounters. However, this time was different. Duan Siyi, at times, could be surprisingly restrained and composed, not indulging in unbridled passion during such moments. Duan Siyi guided Miao Miao to sit on the sofa. She felt somewhat perplexed, but complied nonetheless. In the next moment, the man crouched before her, revealing a silver custom ring adorned with their names and even the date of their first encounter, crafted with exquisite precision. Miao Miao was taken aback. Although the ring was small, the engraving was remarkably intricate, devoid of any imperfections, clearly the result of considerable effort. This was merely an engagement ring, not even a wedding band, yet he had taken it to such a formal extent. Miao Miao instinctively held her breath, realizing the gravity of the moment. "Will you marry me, my dear?" Duan Siyi said with a smile. When Miao Miao first met him, she marveled at how such a strikingly beautiful and high-ranking individual could exist. She pondered what kind of girl could truly win his heart. Her eyes grew misty. Duan Siyi was indeed easily deceived, making her appear excessively wicked and callous. Miao Miao lowered her eyelids and extended her right hand, murmuring, "I'm sorry. I only seek revenge. Once everything concludes, I shall disappear willingly." Duan Siyi slid the ring onto her ring finger and examined her hand with satisfaction, smiling. "It suits you well." Then he instructed, "Now, please place this ring on my finger." He offered her a matching menace ring, kneeling before her like a devoted dog waiting for a treat. Miao Miao accepted the ring, her emotions in turmoil as she regarded him. It was as though by adorning each other with these engagement rings, they would become each other's one and only. After a moment of hesitation, Miao Miao gently placed the ring upon Duan Siyi's ring finger, her movements tender and cautious. Duan Siyi settled beside her and kissed her forehead, asking, "Have you chosen your engagement dress yet?" Miao Miao replied, "Not yet. Why don't you help me pick one? My taste is lacking." Duan Siyi countered, "Are you implying that my taste is impeccable?" Miao Miao replied earnestly, "You've attended numerous banquets. You must have more experience than I in this regard. I have a strong survival instinct. I attend banquets, but pay little attention to women," he retorted, adding with a playful tone, "I adhere to the principles of male decorum." Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh at his teasing. "All right, I will consider it further." Miao Miao appears to be in good spirits these days. However, Duan Siyi is aware that she is not as happy as she seems. Therefore, Every night, he spent some time with her before stepping out of the room to grant her solitude. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Miao Miao prepares for sleep. Duan Siyi kisses her gently and voluntarily exits the room. Just as he steps outside, he encounters Nanjing standing in the corridor. Duan Siyi furrows his brow slightly and inquires, "What are you doing here?" After a moment of contemplation, Nanjing responds, "Master Yu, are you truly considering marrying her?" Duan Siyi casually places his hand in his pocket and glances at Nanjing with a nonchalant demeanor. "Otherwise, do you think I am jesting?" But her intentions are not pure. Nanjing asserts seriously. Her actions are solely motivated by a desire for revenge against the whole family. She does not genuinely wish to marry you. Are you truly willing to be toyed with by this woman? Chapter 76. Wishing you enjoy your stay in hell. This was not the Duan Siyi that Nanjing knew. The Duan Siyi she recognized was remarkably astute and would never be so mindless. A cigarette hung from his lips, its cerulean ember igniting in the depths of his hollow gaze, which stirred no discernible emotion. "She likes me," Duan Siyi remarked nonchalantly, his words a vague murmur. "If there are so many ways to retaliate against the whole family, why choose to become engaged to me? Because only marrying you is the most effective." Was he foolish? Where had the brilliance of the former Duan Siyi disappeared to? Nanjing sighed inwardly, exasperated by his seemingly worthless demeanor. Yet, she found herself powerless to ignore his descent into this quagmire. Steadying her emotions, she sought to regain her composure. "What if she doesn't tea like you?" Duan Siyi removed the cigarette from his mouth, exhaling a ring of smoke that danced around his exquisitely refined features. After a lengthy pause, he replied, "I don't know." Nanjing. She had anticipated a response along the lines of, "Then I shall eliminate her." Instead, he simply uttered, "I don't know." Very well. There was nothing more to say. Duan Siyi had completely lost his mind. He was now merely a lovesick fool. At this point, persuasion was futile. He needed to come to his own realization. Suppressing her urge to roll her eyes, Nanjing respectfully said, "Duan Siyi, you should rest well. I shall take my leave." With that, she circumvented him and departed. Duan Siyi lingered in the corridor for a considerable time, lost in thought until the cigarette but dwindled to his fingertips, at which point he gradually regained awareness. He contemplated that after marriage, he ought to quit smoking. In the mental institution of Ao City, Duan's father felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally tormented. He had never envisioned his twilight years would be so miserable. All of this was due to that foolish woman, Xiao Xuero. She had been tasked with dealing with Miao Miao. Yet the outcome was a complete mess. And Duan Siyi had found out. He had been utterly mad to entertain her ill-conceived ideas and to let her handle this matter. He had never anticipated that his son would be so unfeeling, willing to implicate himself for a woman. Duan's father had not shaved in over 2 weeks, clad in the garb of a patient, looking disheveled and defeated. A far cry from his former dignified self. He was a normal man, yet he found himself surrounded by a group of lunatics. He felt he was on the brink of insanity himself, his gaze increasingly unfocused. He had thought he would have to live out the rest of his life in such absurdity, until one day, the door of his confinement opened. The staff informed him that Duan Siyi had come to see him. Finally, a glimmer of hope shone in Duan's father's eyes. He knew his son would not abandon him. The place where he was to meet Duan Siyi remained tightly shut. Duan's father was unable to escape, blocked by numerous security bars. He gripped the bars firmly, peering through the gaps to catch sight of his son. Duan Siyi, clad in a light-colored trench coat, sat casually across from him. He appeared regal, disdainful of the filthy surroundings, and took his time brushing off the dust from his coat. To Duan's father, this scene was painfully stark. Yet, he dared not provoke his son easily, this son of his. Unbeknownst to whom he resembled, perhaps his grandfather. Regardless, he was far more adept and cunning than himself. Duan Siyi languidly propped his chin up, squinting slightly, enunciating clearly, "I am to be engaged." He articulated in fluent Cantonese, "As my father, shouldn't you congratulate me?" Duan Siyi had not spoken Cantonese in many years. Ever since he and his mother were cast out of Australia, he had resided in the capital, communicating solely in Mandarin, forsaking Cantonese. Yet he had not forgotten. Duan's father understood. In that moment, Duan Siyi was not merely speaking Cantonese. He was conveying to this father that he would never forgive him. Duan's father, mustering his resolve, replied in Cantonese, "Father does not oppose your being with her. May I leave this place?" Duan Siyi chuckled softly. "Many years ago, I pleaded with you to not abandon me and my mother." The result was that his father had unhesitatingly cast out both the deranged mother and him from the ancestral home. In ancient times, this would be akin to favoring a concubine while discarding a wife, particularly one who had devoted her all to the flourishing of the Duan clan. Duan Siyi was but 5 years old then, and his grandfather was still alive. He had approached his grandfather, expressing his reluctance to remain in the capital, stating that the safety of both mother and son was not guaranteed. The collateral branches of the Duan family were numerous, each harboring a desire to see them harmed. Yet, his grandfather, seeking to strengthen him, insisted that tribulations must be faced alone. Thus, he refrained from extending assistance. He and his mother lived in desolation within the crumbling confines of the capital, beset by various assassination attempts, constantly evading danger. Over time, his mother's sanity deteriorated further. Meanwhile, his father was indulging in revelry, gracing the pages of tabloids. The Hong Kong media would almost biannually reveal which young mistress his father had taken. Hence, how could Duan Siyi not harbor resentment? Initially, he intended to allow Duan Jinsong a few more years of good fortune, yet he insisted on courting disaster by troubling Miao Miao. Thus, he was destined to meet an untimely end. Duan Siyi, with his striking features, smiled beautifully, reverting to a normal tone. "Father, I have come here to share this delightful news with you. Farewell. May you enjoy your time in hell." With that, he rose leisurely. Seeing no room for reconciliation, Duan's father, in a fit of rage, grasped the security bars tightly. Gritting his teeth, Duan Siyi, "Do you believe someone like you will ever be loved? You and your mother are both madmen, consumed by a need for control. You think Miao Miao cares for you? She is only interested in your wealth. A heartless person like you, who disregards even kin, will only inspire fear in others. Love is unattainable for you. I truly regret having brought forth a lunatic like you. Had I known you would turn out this way, I would have let you rot in your mother's womb." Over the years, having danced on the brink of death time and again, Duan Siyi had long accepted the reality that his father did not love him. Yet upon hearing these words, a sense of despondency still enveloped him, leaving his body chilled. Duan Siyi cast a languid glance at his father, a weariness evident in his expression. "How regrettable it was that you did not eliminate this potential nuisance in my early years." He had no desire to inhabit this chaotic world, for he understood that from the moment of his birth, he had been unwelcome. Duan Fu stood momentarily stunned, his body shivering under the weight of Duan Siyi's gaze. On this day, Duan Siyi spent nearly all his time aboard an aircraft. By the time he landed in the capital from Ouching, it was already 2 in the morning. Breaking his vow, he entered Miao Miao's room. Unlike his usual cautious approach to avoid disturbing her, he roughly enveloped the sleeping figure in his arms, drawing her close until they were inseparably entwined. Miao Miao stirred awake from his actions, attempting to break free, only to find herself held even tighter. Duan Siyi pressed his lips against her ear, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. "You love me." Chapter 77. More like luring you into a trap. What has Duan Siyi experienced today? Why this sudden change? Miao Miao transitioned from a state of drowsiness to clarity. Then, in a gentle whisper, she confessed, I love you." She implored him not to abandon her, not to forsake her. Duan Siyi continued to issue commands, reminiscent of a child devoid of security, repeatedly seeking confirmation on a singular matter. Miao Miao paused, turning her body to nestle in his embrace, hesitantly asking, "What is troubling you?" In the pitch-black night, the room was devoid of any light. The sole illumination came from the silvery moonlight filtering through the soft curtains, leaving Miao Miao uncertain of Duan Siyi's thoughts. He tightened his grip around her waist, holding her with an unusual intensity that nearly stole her breath away. She had heard from the household servants that he had gone to Ouching early yesterday morning and had returned in the early hours. undoubtedly having encountered some distressing events during his absence. Miao Miao lifted her fingertips, instinctively resting them upon his brow, her touch as gentle as flowing water. I love you. I will never abandon you. Strangely, when facing Duan Siyi, deceit slipped from her lips with ease. It was a peculiar sensation. In the past, she relished in outsmarting him, but now, lying to him began to weigh heavily upon her heart. It felt as if a colossal stone lodged in her chest, suffocating her with a dull ache. Yet, this fleeting sentiment of tenderness was eclipsed by her desire for vengeance. Thinking of her grandmother lying in the ICU, frail and lifeless, she could not allow Hui Yuan to escape unscathed. Who did you meet in Ouching? Miao Miao gently tugged at his clothing, her eyes glistening with moisture as she inquired. My father, he replied tersely. The remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken, yet it was easy to surmise that it had not been a pleasant encounter. Perhaps even a bitter parting. Miao Miao refrained from pressing further. Instead, she leaned closer to his ear, caressing and kissing him. Duan Siyi held her even tighter. In recent days, they had appeared as a couple in the throes of passionate romance, often entwined yet never crossing the boundaries of propriety. Their most intimate gestures consisted solely of kisses, hand-holding, and embraces. To outsiders, it might seem as though they were merely indulging in innocent love. Upon receiving the invitation to the engagement banquet, Hui Yuan nearly lost her sanity. She resorted to a hunger strike, refusing to eat or drink for a full 3 days in her room. When Hui Chen entered, he found the disarrayed space and the increasingly deranged Hui Yuan, his expression impassive. He adjusted his glasses with a delicate push of his finger and approached her with deliberate calmness. Hui Yuan's eyes, filled with venomous hatred, locked onto Hui Chen's. Did you not say that Duan Siyi would never marry her? She recalled his earlier, resolute declaration. And now, the engagement banquet is tomorrow. Hui Chen casually took a seat on a nearby chair, selecting a book from Hui Yuan's shelf, his demeanor unruffled as he remarked, Miao Miao is indeed quite resourceful. He had never anticipated that Duan Siyi would be so fervently devoted to someone. After years of acquaintance, Hui Chen realized he had scarcely understood him at all. He continued, Duan Siyi's engagement banquet has notably extended an invitation to the Hui family. Hui Yuan, it must be Miao Miao's foolish idea. She is simply trying to humiliate me. I have no desire to attend. Not at all. Hui Chen replied indifferently. Do not throw a childish tantrum. We cannot afford to offend Duan Siyi. Your reckless antics have strained my relationship with him. And do you comprehend the grave consequences this holds for the Hui family? Hui Yuan disagreed vehemently. What do you mean by reckless? Miao Miao's grandmother is not long for this world. I merely offered her a gentle send-off. What is wrong with that? Hui Chen's eyes darkened. Over the years, Hui Yuan had been overly protected, disregarding the law entirely. How many people had she harmed simply because she found them displeasing? Had it not been for the Hui family intervening, she would have faced severe repercussions. In truth, Miao Miao, being a mere insignificant figure, should not have warranted such attention. Resolving matters with her would have been straightforward. However, Miao Miao's backing was far more formidable than that of the Hui family, the Duan family. Miao Miao had certainly found herself a solid ally. Hui Yuan continued, who told Miao Miao to hide away in Zhenhuayuan. Had she been at her own home, I would have targeted her directly rather than her grandmother. A significant part of her resentment stemmed from witnessing Miao Miao's radiant performance during the school anniversary celebration online, where everyone praised her. Some even remarked how well she suited Duan Siyi, suggesting that even if they were together, it would be a sight to behold. Consumed by jealousy and hatred upon seeing those comments and the dazzling Miao Miao on stage, she thought, how dare the daughter of Fu Lan shine so brightly? She deserves to rot in the ground, with no chance of redemption. Hui Yuan never believed she was in the wrong. Her sole mistake was allowing Miao Miao to come into contact with Duan Siyi at the casino. Hui Chen intended to caution her that this engagement banquet was far from simple. It resembled a trap laid for her. However, he deemed it unnecessary. It was time for her to learn a lesson, or else she would remain in this state forever. As Hui Chen slowly rose to leave, he issued a warning. Prepare yourself adequately for tomorrow's engagement banquet. Do not stir up any trouble. If you do, the whole family will not be able to protect you. Brother, why won't you help me? Hua Yuan glared at his retreating figure. Do you also harbor feelings for Zhu Miao Miao? I saw you secretly watching her performance videos, and I discovered that you had quietly supported her for years. Hua Chun's brow furrowed as he cast a piercing glance at Hua Yuan. What nonsense are you spouting? Yuan, you are unwell? Seriously unwell. Hua Yuan retorted coldly. Am I the one who is ill, or is it you who feels guilty? Don't think I am unaware. You even contemplated making her part of the Hua family. It's just that she declined. Hua Chun responded, I merely wanted her to distance herself from Duan Siyi. Spare me your excuses. I am not as foolish as you think. Hua Yuan's words grew increasingly venomous. How could my brother Hua Chun remove his glasses and cast a meaningful look at Hua Yuan? Once the engagement banquet concludes, I will schedule an appointment for you to consult a specialist regarding your mental state. With that, he exited the room. Hua Yuan, increasingly deranged, swept everything off the table in a fit of rage. Fulan, wretched woman, your daughter, even more despicable. Time flew by, swiftly arriving at the day of the engagement banquet. In the evening, aboard a luxurious cruise ship, all the prominent figures from the business and political realms, including the branches of the Duan family, gathered for the grand occasion. Although Hua Dongshan was reluctant, he felt compelled to attend for the sake of familiar relations. He took a moment to caution his daughter beside him to behave herself and avoid causing any disturbances. Hua Yuan remained silent, merely casting a glare at Fu Lan, remarking, Your daughter surpasses you. Fu Lan's expression was calm. She, too, had not anticipated that Duan Siyi would boldly proceed with his engagement to Zhu Miao Miao, seemingly indifferent to the future of their family lineage. Meanwhile, within the Seaview suite on the cruise, Zhu Miao Miao had donned an exquisite engagement gown, the wine-red, custom-made mermaid dress, adorned with a delicate red butterfly fascinator, complemented her long hair and slender high heels, accentuating her tall and perfect figure, her skin radiant as snow. Every detail of the gown was meticulously crafted, revealing Zhu Miao Miao's advantages while maintaining an air of modesty. She stood before the expansive view of the sea, her fingertips gently clenched. At that moment, a long hand appeared at her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. Duan Siyi tenderly wrapped his arms around Zhu Miao Miao, resting his chin on her shoulder, a picture of elegance and beauty. Chapter 78. The engagement banquet as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky transformed into a canvas of vibrant hues, the afterglow illuminating the undulating surface of the sea, sparkling with resplendent brilliance. Zhu Miao Miao felt as though everything around her existed in a dream, an ethereal unreality. Had she truly just become engaged to Duan Siyi? It felt far too effortless. Nestled in Duan Siyi's embrace, she couldn't help but marvel at how she had anticipated opposition from his family regarding their engagement, yet everything had unfolded so smoothly. Not a single soul had dared to whisper scandalously since the beginning. Duan Siyi raised his eyelids slightly, offering a faint smile, stating, When one possesses true capability, the world will yield to you. It dawned on her then. Duan Siyi was unlike the scions of ordinary families or the second and third generation wealthy. His power and status were not bestowed by anyone, nor did he require a marriage alliance to solidify his standing. Many sought to collaborate with him, and naturally, no one dared to impede his desires, including the matter of marriage. Zhu Miao Miao pondered whether he wished to excuse himself from the gathering to attend to the guests. Yet, Duan Siyi remained nestled against her neck, his breath warm and his voice husky, murmuring that they were merely unimportant people. His fingers toyed with a ring on her fourth finger, articulating deliberately, or together with you. He was indeed free-spirited. After all, this was his engagement banquet. Leaving the guests unattended was simply inconceivable. Feigning sorrow, Zhu Miao Miao remarked, I have always believed that my grandmother would be present at all significant moments in my life. She continued, I apologize. My emotions are not in the best state, and I wish to be alone for a while. Duan Siyi's dark eyes turned cold. He understood her feelings, yet at that moment, this was their engagement banquet. From start to finish, it appeared she had not invested herself in the occasion. A pang of discomfort gripped Duan Siyi's chest, stirring an agitation within him. Nevertheless, he suppressed his displeasure, saying, "I will accompany you. Let them wait." Zhu Miao Miao gazed at the darkening sky, and finally, she welcomed the rain she had longed for. Earlier, with the sun shining brightly, she had worried that the rain might not arrive. The cruise ship glided leisurely across the ocean, aimless and without destination. A smile graced Zhu Miao Miao's lips as she rose on her toes to plant a gentle kiss upon Duan Siyu's brow, acknowledging the inappropriateness of the moment. "All right, let us descend together." Duan Siyi regarded her with a profound gaze, his eyes softening, yet he merely responded with a gentle The cruise ship was equipped with every luxury imaginable: gyms, dining establishments, shopping centers, theaters, and various clubs, accommodating nearly 2,000 guests. This engagement banquet showcased opulence that would leave even the wealthiest magnates astounded. The last wedding held aboard this vessel had been for the sole heir of a foreign royal family, illustrating just how much Duan Siyi cherished his fiancée. Hua Yuan stood in the grand hall, consumed by jealousy as she surveyed her surroundings, nearly gasping for breath in her agitation. At that moment, the two protagonists of the engagement banquet finally made their entrance into the hall, capturing the attention of all. Whispers filled the air, a cacophony of admiration. "So beautiful. Mr. Duan is truly fortunate." Initially, I pondered the qualifications of an ordinary woman to warrant such elaborate attention from Mr. Duan. However, upon beholding her visage, everything became clear. Were I in Mr. Duan's position, I would be inclined to gather the stars from the heavens and present them at her feet in reverence. Regardless of gender, the surrounding crowd unanimously extolled the beauty of Zhu Miao Miao without exception. Duan Siyi was equally captivating. Clad in a bespoke white lace suit that showcased exquisite design with intricate detailing, standing beside Zhu Miao Miao, he remained utterly unovershadowed. The two were a stunning pair, equally matched in allure. Today, Hui Yuan had purposefully donned a resplendent red gown and adorned herself with meticulous makeup, intending to outshine Zhu Miao Miao. Yet to her dismay, her vibrant red ensemble paled in comparison to Zhu Miao Miao's custom burgundy gown, which appeared simply exquisite. Hua Yuan gritted her teeth, instinctively clutching the hem of her dress. The media fervently captured the two, each frame worthy of a magazine cover. With one hand entwined with Zhu Miao Miao's, Duan Siyi effortlessly accepted a microphone from his friend Zhou Ming. In succinct terms, he welcomed everyone to the engagement banquet of himself and his fiancée, Zhu Miao Miao. After a brief statement, he returned the microphone to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow, inquiring if that was all. Indeed, it was quintessential Duan Siyi, unfettered and spontaneous. Zhou Ming glanced at Zhu Miao Miao, questioning whether she wished to say a few words. Duan Siyi gently pulled her behind him, causing her to blush. Zhou Ming rolled his eyes, perceiving Duan Siyi's possessiveness. It was unexpected for them to announce their engagement so suddenly. Yet, if he were blessed with such a beautiful partner, he too would desire a swift matrimony. However, unlike Duan Siyi, he could not dictate the terms of his own marriage. Zhou Ming felt a tinge of envy. Thus, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the celebration, ensuring that everyone enjoyed themselves with delightful food and drink, leaving some to mistakenly believe the engagement was his own. Zhu Miao Miao felt a chill run through her, a lingering sense of apology. An abundance of well-wishers surrounded them. Duan Siyi, shedding his usual aloofness, graciously accepted each blessing, evidently cherishing the moment. "Miss Zhu," a woman's voice reached her ears, prompting her to regain her composure and turn towards the speaker. "Han Ning," before Zhu Miao Miao. She inexplicably felt uneasy. Clad in a delicate lavender gown, Han Ning radiated her usual regal elegance, devoid of any semblance of a defeated rival. "You are truly stunning. I'm tempted to call you my wife." She glanced at Duan Siyi, understanding why he had chosen Zhu Miao Miao over her. Zhu Miao Miao sensed no malice in Han Ning, and the discomfort gradually dissipated. Duan Siyi cast a cold glance at Han Ning, seemingly cautioning her against any impropriety. For had it not been for her father, she would not have graced the guest list. Han Ning felt aggrieved, asserting, "I am sincerely here to congratulate you. Why do you look at me with such a heavy heart?" She lamented to Zhu Miao Miao, "Sister, you must keep a close watch over your future husband. He is utterly outrageous." Zhu Miao Miao found herself momentarily speechless, her throat constricted. In contrast, Han Ning raised her champagne glass, waved goodbye, and departed, exuding an air of confidence that starkly contrasted Zhu Miao Miao's reserved demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Miao Miao reflected that, in truth, such a girl would be the most suitable match for Duan Siyi, perfectly aligned in status, devoid of ulterior motives. Outside the cruise ship, the rain intensified, accompanied by fierce winds and lightning, adding an extraordinary flavor to the engagement banquet. Lacking all rationality, Hui Yuan could no longer contain herself and was about to step forward when Hui Chun seized her arm. Furrowing her brow, Hui Yuan asked, "What are you doing?" Hui Chun replied, "That is a question I should pose to you. What do you intend to do? There are reporters all around. Do not cause a disturbance in such a setting." Chapter 79. Go atone for your sins. Hui Yuan seethed with anger, shaking off Hui Chun, and then cast a glance at Fu Lan. Fu Lan understood. It was a signal for her to provoke Zhu Miao Miao. Since marrying into the Hua family, Fu Lan had never dared to defy the siblings. However, now, her own daughter was wed into the Duan family, the legitimate wife. She intended to greet Zhu Miao Miao, but certainly not to antagonize her. With purposeful strides, Fu Lan approached Zhu Miao Miao. Standing before her, she adopted a maternal demeanor, saying, "Miao Miao, seeing you happy brings me such joy." Few in their circle were aware that Fu Lan was Zhu Miao Miao's biological mother. As she spoke, the expressions of those around shifted dramatically, recognizing the significance of their relationship. This mother-daughter duo was indeed remarkable, closely aligned with the affluent and powerful. Fu Lan's daughter had not only matched her, but surpassed her. Duan Siyi's expression darkened with displeasure, yet the girl beside him responded with a smile, "Thank you, Mama." It seemed as if all grievances were dissolved in that moment. Duan Siyi furrowed his sharp brows, casting a discerning glance at Zhu Miao Miao. Puzzled by her intentions, surely she wouldn't deliberately stage a scene of maternal affection. Miao Miao was not one to engage in such superficiality. Equally perplexed was Hui Yuan, her face turning a shade of green with envy. Fu Lan was indeed a woman of ambition. When Duan Siyi had not hosted this engagement banquet for Zhu Miao Miao, Fu Lan had wished for her disappearance. Now, witnessing Zhu Miao Miao's complete assent to Duan Siyi's side, she was all too eager to ingratiate herself. Observing his sister's navette, Hui Chun couldn't help but scoff. Do you truly believe Fu Lan would be foolish enough to publicly humiliate Zhu Miao Miao? Fu Lan had once distinguished herself among a multitude of women to marry Hui Dongshan, becoming the wealthiest matron in the capital and maintaining her position for years. How could she be a mere simpleton devoid of capability? She was ruthless towards herself, and even more so towards her family, always prioritizing her interests above all else. This was evident now. The entire gathering was aware that Fu Lan's son-in-law was the heir of the Australian city. Even Hui Dongshan expressed great satisfaction with Fu Lan's behavior. Returning to Hui Dongshan's side, Fu Lan feigned helplessness, apologizing, "I couldn't bring myself to humiliate Miao Miao in this setting for Yuan Yuan. After all, she is my own daughter." Hui Dongshan rubbed Fu Lan's shoulder in approval, stating, "You handled that well. It can only be said that our Yuan Yuan is simply not fated with Duan Siyi. Fortunately, the waters of wealth do not flow to outsiders. Zhu Miao Miao is your daughter, thus our families remain closely knit." With tears in her eyes, Fu Lan expressed gratitude. "Thank you, my dear husband, for understanding the heart of a mother. What a feigned, what a sham. How could she give birth to Zhu Miao Miao?" Hui Yuan, overhearing their conversation, felt as if she might explode with rage. Just then, a server presented several glasses of wine, which she downed in quick succession. Upon finishing, she felt a fiery heat consume her, dizzy and unwell. Not wishing to remain any longer, she swiftly departed to the second-floor deck for some fresh air. Zhu Miao Miao lowered her gaze and glanced at the source of the announcement. In truth, prior to this engagement banquet, she had visited this cruise ship under the pretense of inspecting the venue. Yet there was another purpose behind her visit. Seizing an opportunity while Duan Siyi was engaged in conversation, Zhu Miao Miao swiftly made her way towards the direction where Hua Yuan had departed. The high heels proved cumbersome, and upon reaching the second deck, she promptly removed them. At this hour, nearly everyone had congregated on the lower deck, leaving the second deck devoid of company. The damp sea breeze, accompanied by the torrential rain, momentarily revived Hua Yuan. Feeling a chill, she lightly rubbed her shoulders and prepared to return to the banquet hall. Just as she stood up, she caught sight of Zhu Miao Miao. After all, it was Zhu Miao Miao's engagement banquet. Hua Yuan could hardly fathom her presence here. Thus, she was startled, glancing around to see if anyone else was present. In contrast to Hua Yuan's panicked demeanor, Zhu Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. Holding a glass of wine with a smile as she addressed Hua Yuan, "After evading me for so long, don't you think it's time you offer an apology?" As she stepped onto the cold deck, she approached Hua Yuan deliberately, adding, "My grandmother is still lying in the ICU because of you. As the instigator, have you ever visited her?" On that stormy night, the wind tousled Zhu Miao Miao's hair, her beauty striking enough to resemble a breathtaking masterpiece. Hua Yuan gritted her teeth. Yielding to desperation, Zhu Miao Miao, "Do you truly believe your grandmother's current state is not your doing? You are the harbinger of misfortune. If you had never appeared in the Hua family, seeking Fu Lan's assistance, how could I have coerced Fu Lan into signing the agreement for Lu Chuanjiao to forego treatment?" Zhu Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. "You had Fu Lan sign it?" Hua Yuan retorted, "Indeed, Fu Lan is but a dog at my command. I direct her towards the east, and she dares not venture westward. Do you understand? However, I must admit I underestimated you. You actually managed to make Duan Siyi fall in love with you and marry you. Do you not find that absurd? What makes you deserving of him? Is it your cunning, your malice, or perhaps the underlying poverty of your character?" Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Hua Yuan continued to unleash her venomous words. "What if I ordered someone to kill your grandmother? That old hag, with a granddaughter like you. Death would merely be her fate. I only regret not being more ruthless, ensuring her demise. But now, she is practically dead already. I hear she has become a vegetable. TSK. To harm others and yet feel justified in doing so, without a hint of remorse." A shadow crossed Zhu Miao Miao's eyes. Hua Yuan leaned closer to her ear, her red lips curving into a wicked smile. "What can you possibly do to me, Zhu Miao Miao? Are you planning to kill me here? Ha ha, you worthful yet." Zhu Miao Miao would not allow her to escape so easily. Blood surged to her head, obliterating all rational thought. She deactivated the Bluetooth mode on her pocket phone, then discarded the champagne from the glass in her hand. With one eye tightly shut, she aimed at Hua Yuan's head and struck with force. The sound of the impact resounded. Hua Yuan's skull shattered instantly, blood splattering across the floor. Her steps faltered, an excruciating pain compelling her to instinctively clutch her head. Her fingers encountered the viscous blood, which dripped down her cheek in a steady stream. Her face turned ashen as she incredulously turned to gaze at Zhu Miao Miao. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhu Miao Miao was already upon her. Grasping her shoulder with unwavering resolve, she dragged her to the railing of the deck. The tempest raged. Winds howled, and below lay a chasm-like sea. As the world spun around her, Zhu Miao Miao afforded her no opportunity for speech. She simply thrust her over the deck. The surface of the sea erupted in a splash. Zhu Miao Miao observed the gradually calming waters, her eyes glinting with a predatory gleam, a smile curving at her lips. "Go, atone for your sins. May the blood summon sharks to devour you whole."